Li shivered involuntarily, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed into the distance, then slowly turned his gaze skyward, expression vacant. The sun was merciless. The ground seemed to be on fire. The heat had gone mad, making it hard to breathe. Rebirth had actually been reborn. Looking at the dilapidated earthen houses behind him, he still couldn't quite believe it. But the calendar on the wall clearly read, July 11th, 1979. That calendar was the only new thing in the house. He had just gone out to meet an old friend, had a little drink, and fallen asleep in a hotel room. When he woke up, he found himself sitting at the doorstep of his childhood, homey in the body of his 18-year-old self. He had annual checkups, his health was great. How could he have died without any illness? What would happen to his mother in that world? What about his wife and children? Thinking about them felt like drowning, suffocating, unbearable. Tears slowly welled up in his eyes. Decades of hard work, step by step, all for nothing. Once wealthy, in his early 50s, living comfortably with a loving family around him, enjoying retirement with his wife gardening, walking the dog, living peacefully. Was this karma from past lives? But he had lived honestly all his life, never doing anything unforgivable. Aguo, I'm going fishing eels with you. A frail little girl, her legs short and thin, ran over and jumped onto Li's lap. She was the youngest sibling, barely 5 years old. Li had been sharpening a piece of wire with a stone. Seeing her run over, he quickly set the wire aside and lifted her onto his shoulder, making her giggle happily. His father, Li Zhaoquan, was a well-known idler in the village. He wasn't a thief or anything serious, but he was lazy, never wanted to work the fields or earn work points. He always muttered, labor models just work themselves to death. In the era of production brigades, such a man who only cared about feeding himself naturally earned a bad reputation. His mother, Wang Yulan, could be described as gentle, but more accurately, she was a doormat, someone everyone could take advantage of. Still, she fiercely protected her children. To raise the 3 yuan and 2 jiao high school tuition for Li He, she begged and borrowed shamelessly. Thinking of these memories, whether from his past life or now, made his heart ache. He was the second son in the family, currently 18 years old. This year, he had just finished the college entrance exam. Reborn on the day after the 1979 exam. If his memory served him right, university acceptance letters wouldn't be far off. As the only college student in the village, getting into university under such difficult family circumstances was already a miracle. Now he felt useless for having left everything behind in his previous life, chasing education without shouldering any family responsibility. 5 children, none starved to death, nothing short of a miracle. With wild vegetables and corn porridge, they were all pale and malnourished. His eldest sister, Li Mei, was 21 and still unmarried, an oddity in a time when early marriage was common. She didn't marry until she was 26, but her husband turned out to be capable. With Li He's support, they managed to run a fish pond business successfully, easing some of his guilt. Third brother, Li Long, 16 years old, dropped out of primary school to work the fields. Later, he married a sharp-tongued woman who always talked back no matter what anyone said, keeping the household in constant chaos. Fourth sister, Li Bing, 12 years old. Youngest, Li Qin, only 5. Both girls. Later, when Li He improved his financial situation, he supported Li Bing through medical college, eventually becoming an associate professor. Li Qin finished junior high and stayed by his side ever since. Though a bit spoiled, she thrived in business. His mother and eldest sister sat on the doorstep husking corn. Third brother took fourth sister out to gather firewood. The family needed its share of both grain and fuel. Corn stalks, wheat straw, cotton roots, soybean stalks, sweet potato vines, all were distributed. But with so many mouths to feed and no strong laborers earning work points, their allocated firewood was barely enough. Looking at the crumbling earthen house, Li He felt tears threatening to fall. There was no sense of heroism, no courage to start anew. 3 rooms housed 7 people. Who knew where Li Zhaoquan had wandered off to? Right now, Mother Wang Yulan shared 1 room with Li Mei and the youngest, while Li He, Li Long, and Li Bing slept in the other. This was the childhood he had in Dorita time he had no desire to remember. Memories of hunger and cold were not something a sane person would miss. He felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He had to improve the living conditions, change the family's fate, provide dowries for his sister, arrange marriages for his brothers. Everything required money. He couldn't wait even a minute longer. The chaotic mess of the household made him feel anxious just looking at it. As the saying goes, the timid starve, the bold thrive. He couldn't sit idle any longer. Maybe Shaojing Village had already secretly begun the household contract system. He had to try something new. relying solely on working in the brigade and earning war points would keep the Lee family poor forever. Eagerly thinking about how to make money, he decided he'd go to the county town tomorrow to find opportunities, even if just to avoid eating corn porridge again. He could smell opportunity in the air, but to him, cash in hand mattered far more than fresh air. Putting the youngest sister down, he stood up, bent the sharpened wire into a hook, threaded an earthworm through Ith's secret weapon for catching eels. Though farming proper wasn't his strength, catching eels, loaches, and fish in unconventional ways came naturally to him. If he claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Shouldering a spade, holding the eel hook, he walked out with his little sister. "Let me carry the basket, sis." He saw her struggling behind him, panting as she carried the heavy load. His heart ached. "I can do it, Aguo." "Okay, but walk slowly." Looking down, he spotted several eel holes. The soil along the embankment was firm, no need for hooks here. Just pour water into the hole, and soon enough, the eels would come rushing out the other end. Calmly, he pinched a threedle-sized eel between thumb and forefinger, lifting it out with one hand. Seeing her brother catch one, the youngest excitedly held up the basket. With no pesticide pollution and few people eating them, the eels here grew huge like eel deities. Back in the future, finding a 6 or 7 teal eel would make headlines. Soon, they had caught 7 or 8 gene worth filling the basket. So many. Third brotherly Long had returned from gathering firewood and came over. For some reason, he had always feared Lee growing up, never daring to act up in front of him. "You take this basket home, bring back an empty one, and take the youngest with you. It's sunny now, and the sun's too harsh." Lee glanced at the sky. It must been around 10 o'clock. "Aguo, am not hot," the youngest said, sweat pouring down her face but still excited. "Listen to me, go home with your big brother." Without a word, Lee Long picked up the youngest with one arm and carried the basket with the other. Lee blocked off a nearby stream, drained the water, and inside were crucian carp, grass carp, catfish, and even hairy crabs hiding under rocks. This time they really struck gold. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pick up the fish, take them home. Keep the big ones alive, don't scratch the scales." Seeing Lee Long finally arrive, Lee complained about his slow pace. "Cook the small ones for soup at lunch. Dry the rest for later." Wiping the sweat from his body, Lee shrugged and took off his shirt entirely. Now, standing alone under the glaring sun, the oppressive heat rises in waves, enveloping the body. As night falls and a breeze stirs, the stifling atmosphere gradually dissipates. After completing his tasks and washing his feet, Lee urged Lee Long to retire for the night. He too climbed into bed. In these times devoid of electric lights, telephones, televisions, or Wi-Fi, there were no recreational activities to speak of beyond the modest interactions between husband and wife. Otherwise, how would there be so many children? Around the time the roosters crowed for the second time, Lee hastily urged Lee Long to rise, lest their neighbors take notice. Although there had been more openness in recent years, caution was still paramount in business dealings. As they passed the village, the barking of dogs and the sounds of people waking in the night filled the air. Concerned that the eels might suffocate, the brothers submerged the snakeskin bag in the river every half hour, making it heavier. Exhausted, they trudged approximately 20 miles before reaching the county town. The dawn had yet to break fully, casting a dim light that rendered the surroundings somewhat indistinct. Early vendors had already set up their stalls. But the days of overt selling were long gone. It was still an era of speculative trading and guerrilla tactics. The stark contrasts between the town and the countryside began to unfold with each passing morning. Lee quickly secured a prime spot and pulled out some dry pancakes for Lee Long to eat. Noticing a tea house in the distance had kindled a fire, they hurried over to request some hot water, sharing a brief moment of refreshment. As the light gradually brightened, the number of pedestrians increased, and shoppers began to appear in greater numbers. After a brief exploration, Lee spotted a pork stall and inquired about the prices, realizing that in this era, only pork was considered a true meat, rich in fat. Eels and loaches could never fetch a higher price than pork, such was the prevailing mindset. "Big sister, let me catch you a few for your health, to dispel wind and dampness," he called out, noticing a woman lingering at the stall. "What's the price?" "For dimes. With grain and meat ration tickets, you can exchange 1 pound for 1.5. Lee sighed internally, lamenting the pain in his throat from eating cornmeal for the past few meals. He truly needed ration tickets to procure some fine grains. Without them, even having money wouldn't guarantee supplies at the cooperative store. As the saying goes, with tickets one can traverse the world, but without them, one struggles to move an inch. Farmers lacked grain tickets. They relied on their labor points from collective work to receive their rations. If that was insufficient, they had to seek other means. Some farmers bartered their eggs and vegetables with townsfolk for grain tickets, attempting to alleviate their food shortages. That is still quite expensive. 35 cents. If it's agreeable, give me 5 pounds, he replied. Li sighed again, reflecting on how he had begun to calculate even the smallest of expenses. Feeling increasingly disheartened, Sister, in this business, I'm not trying to profit from you. I merely seek a smooth transaction, he said. As he weighed her basket to account for its weight, he then pinched some eels from his bag and placed them into her basket, the scale tipping high. Look. It's 6 pounds and 4 ounces. After removing the weight of your basket, which is a pound and an ounce, I've added 3 ounces for you. They're delicious. Come find me again next time. The young man spoke with a compelling tone, while the woman glanced at the basket of eels and swiftly departed after settling the payment. Without a plastic bag, it was essential to bring a basket when purchasing groceries. To prevent the eels from slipping away, the vendor, Li He, took the trouble to thread their gills with dogtail grass. Resembling a string of fish, a rather cumbersome yet necessary task, he looked at the meager cash in his hand, feeling utterly disheartened, and casually tossed it to Li Long, instructing him to keep it. He contemplated seizing an opportunity for a lucrative deal, envisioning a windfall that would allow him to indulge in some pleasures in the capital. Even if it meant merely visiting a few restrooms within the second ring road, such fortune would ensure they were free from worries for this life and the next. The trifles of a few cents held no allure for him, leaving Li He devoid of any spirit. Li Long, delighted that his elder brother entrusted him with the money, bounced with excitement. The subsequent buyers trickled in, and Li He delegated the task of accounting, weighing, and collecting payments to his younger brother. He would only assist when a larger crowd gathered. The loach could fetch 30 cents per pound, while the eels were priced at 40 cents. And various smaller fish sold for just over a dime. Once he finished selling, he dared not linger or count his earnings in the bustling street. Hastily packing up and making his way back. Along the way, feeling both hot and parched, the brothers found respite in the shade of a tree. Li Long eagerly loosened his tightly held pocket and pulled out a handful of change, meticulously unfolding each bill and counting it multiple times. Brother, can you guess how much we made? He exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Perhaps around 20 yuan? Li He replied nonchalantly, not wanting to dampen his brother's enthusiasm. 31 yuan and 35 cents, 5 pounds of meat tickets, and 9 pounds of grain tickets. Brother, we've struck gold. Li Long whispered excitedly in Li He's ear, cautious of eavesdroppers despite the sparse foot traffic. Step aside. It's too hot. Don't crowd me. Look at you, so eager. Li He pushed Li Long aside, feeling overwhelmed by the heat, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet, it was no surprise that Li Long was so thrilled, for a family like theirs. 2 yuan was a significant sum. After entering university, Li He's school subsidies were sent back home, but they merely provided scant relief. It was only after graduating and securing a job that he could truly assist his family. During high school, he was entirely focused on escaping rural life and becoming a city dweller, indifferent to his family's plight. The guilt for his family emerged only after turning 30. That was when he began to genuinely comprehend his responsibilities. Reflecting on his past, he realized he had been unfeeling, solely absorbed in his studies, hardly concerning himself with family matters. As for his biological father, he was perpetually disengaged. In his previous life, without the means to pursue education, he never considered earning money, relying instead on borrowing from relatives. For a time, he even lamented the lack of support from his kin. Eventually, he came to understand that their refusal to lend money was based on their own rationale. His family had no solid foundation. If money were borrowed, who would repay it? Their siblings were still young, and their father was unreliable. Whether it was uncles or aunts, lending money to them was done without any expectation of repayment. In rural areas, families typically had 3 or 4 children, and no one was living particularly well. While one could borrow money once or twice, it was not sustainable. They lived on sweet potato, corn, and rice, which was considered a luxury. Wheat was consumed sparingly. Only during festivals did they have the privilege of eating fine flour. And a meal of dumplings was the height of culinary delight. Despite these hardships, others had often extended their support to him. Li had come to a clear understanding of the situation over 2 lifetimes. If one received kindness, one should repay it. Naturally, enmity must also be avenged. He decided to keep the money at home for his elder sister, knowing their mother's temperament. Once their father returned, it would surely be squandered. Li cast a glance at Li Long's worn-out shoes, a testament to their condition. He planned to purchase some meat in town and perhaps a new pair of shoes. I shall help my sister hide the money. It will surely go missing otherwise. Li Long was quite clever, and he knew his father all too well. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. In a radius of several miles, no family lived in such dire straits as theirs. Brother, let us save the money and not buy shoes. We can manage without them in the heat. The journey was unrelenting. The road from town to county was a simple gravel path, quite bumpy. Had one been riding a bicycle, their backside would surely have voiced its discomfort. Oh my, it feels like blooming. If one happened to need a restroom along the way, the jolting would surely be uncomfortable. Li recalled that only in the 1990s was a cement road constructed. Upon reaching the town, the largest establishment was the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. And the market was nearly dispersed. He instructed Li Long to procure some meat while he himself bought 2 jiaos worth of twisted donuts. Remembering there was a younger sibling at home. Those who made donuts were mostly elderly, carrying their goods from village to village. They were known as the donut bearers. While their livelihood involved carrying burdens, it differed from that of the peddlers selling cigarettes and sweets, who would shout to attract attention, occasionally jingling a small tambourine. Li had never heard the donut bearers call out in such a manner. After purchasing the donuts, Li exchanged his grain coupons for white flour at the cooperative. 9 kilograms of premium flour cost him only 1 yuan and 80 cents, less than 20 cents per kilogram. Gritting his teeth, he paid the price. As the corn he had been eating had left his throat sore, lacking both nutrition and the ability to stave off hunger. With only 3 people in the household contributing to work points, the meager share of millet was barely enough to make porridge. Nonetheless, it must be said that during these times, money held considerable value. Purchasing power was strong. A laborer in the city earned around 20 yuan a month, a more enviable position than that of civil servants in later years. Li gazed enviously at a nearby family riding in an ox cart. Though slow, it was still a vehicle, far superior to his own 2 legs. Ah, he lamented, I feel increasingly unambitious. Carrying a bag of rice in this sweltering heat. I was utterly exhausted. Although we had managed to bring back 70 to 80 pounds of eels and loaches from the county town this morning, the sun was not nearly as fierce then. Li Long, with meat and fried dough twists in hand, urged Li to rest and let him carry the load. Ultimately, Li could not bear to see his younger brother suffer and gritted his teeth, continuing on for several more miles. He, hearing his name called from behind, he turned to see Lu Dazhuang from the village approaching with a donkey cart. As they drew closer, he noticed several villagers, including young wives and older women, seated in the cart. Without hesitation, they placed their belongings onto the cart and climbed aboard with Li Long Dazhuang. What are you staring at? Hurry up, I can hardly breathe in this heat. Li urged, waving to Lu Dazhuang, who was dawdling. Lu Dazhuang, roughly the same age as Li Long, had always followed in Li's footsteps since childhood, never straying from his side. Later, with Li's support, he ventured south for construction contracting, becoming the well-known Lu boss, yet still content to trail behind Li without concern for his status. I visited your home this morning, intending to ask if you were going to the market. Your aunt mentioned you were in the county, Lu Dazhuang remarked while driving the donkey. He, I see these goods cost over 3 yuan. Have you struck it rich today? Aunt Dongmei, observing the 2 pounds of meat, asked with keen interest. Aunt, I caught a good number of eels and loaches yesterday, and today I exchanged them for some pocket money. Initially, I planned to conduct my business discreetly this morning. Li explained. However, upon stepping outside, he was astonished to find the town bustling with small vendors. It seemed that clever individuals were plentiful. Li's memories from his previous life felt somewhat unreliable. He had never paid much attention to such commercial matters during his school years, focusing solely on his studies and aspiring for a government job. His foray into business only began in the 1990s, inspired by the early wave of entrepreneurs who had made fortunes. At this point, he decided to speak openly, with nothing to conceal. Return and ask Juzi and Uncle. If they have time, they can go catch some eels and loaches for me. I'll buy them at 16 cents for loaches and 22 cents for eels. He, are you serious? My husband has been idle lately, not working in the team, and staying home is quite dull. If you truly want to buy, I'll send him over this afternoon, the woman replied, her eyes gleaming with hope. Li glanced at her, and if his memory served him right, the one speaking up should be Lu Song's wife. Indeed, but I can't afford to buy too much at once. I have limited funds. I'll need to settle up after the next market day, he contemplated, realizing he had only a few dozen yuan to his name. Alternatively, you could join me in the county to sell. It would only take a bit of time. Upon hearing his brother's suggestion, Li Long's eyes widened in alarm. If they took the villagers to the county, what would be left for him and his brother? At this moment, no one is foolish. Pan Guansai's mother remarked. Why are you being so polite, child? Who has the time to walk to the county town? It's several dozen miles away. Although there are some who engage in trade nowadays, it mostly involves selling small vegetables and fruits in the town. Going to the county town is akin to stepping into the unknown. Old-fashioned thoughts linger, and no one dares to take risks there. Moreover, covering such a distance is not an easy task, and our family cannot bear to let the child suffer such hardships. The group of women speculated that the Li family must be on the brink of starvation to take such a risk, with opportunities readily available. Who would willingly embrace the uncertainties of speculation? They murmured among themselves, noting that the Li Jiaquan family had faced financial troubles before, and a little more hardship was trivial at this point. It was indeed true that like father, like son, their reputable family could never engage in such disgraceful acts. The villagers were well aware of Li Jiaquan's unreliability. His children, each more sensible than the last, were a source of concern. The eldest daughter was a capable individual, managing both household and external matters proficiently, yet she remained unmarried, encumbered by an unreliable father and a trail of dependence. Who would dare to connect their lives with such a family? A few years prior, a well-off family expressed interest in marrying their daughter to the eldest of the Li family, but Li Jiaquan's demands for major items, a watch, a radio, a sewing machine, and a bicycle, were so extravagant that it frightened them away. Most people condemn Li Jiaquan's greed and lack of decency. Following that incident, who would still approach the Li family for marriage proposals? Li excelled in his studies, being the best in the town and even the county. A few years ago, people speculated that perhaps this corner of Li village would produce a top scholar. Li Long was also a robust young man, adept at work, while the remaining two daughters, the fourth and fifth, were exceptionally clever and quick-witted. Villagers lamented Li Jiaquan's poor luck, wondering what fortune had befallen him in a past life. Upon returning home, the most delighted was the little girl, who clutched a piece of twisted candy as if it were a treasure, for such treats were rare outside of festivals. Sister, here. It's so sweet. A goose said he would buy more after this. She hurriedly placed it in the cupboard. How much have you eaten already? Are you still going to have dinner? Li Mei snatched the candy bag and put it on the shelf, observing the youngest child drooling and teary-eyed, making no effort to comfort her. With so many children at home, comforting them was simply a luxury. They were not that delicate. Li was bathing by the well, and upon seeing the little girl's distress, he quickly wiped his face with a towel. Don't cry. Tomorrow brother will buy you candy, big white rabbit. Do you understand? Hearing of the promised sweet, the little girl immediately ceased her tears. Old 4, brew me a cup of tea in a large bowl, Li called out. The tea leaves at home were merely remnants, sufficient only to infuse a hint of flavor. At that moment, Li Long seized the opportunity while their mother was busy at the stove, pulling his sister into the back room and revealing a handful of money. This brought immense joy to Li Mei, whose excitement was hardly less than Li Long's own, although the fourth sister was a girl. Upon seeing her second and third brothers return with jovial expressions, laden with rice and meat, she instinctively understood that they had made a profit. Their mother, nearby, had restrained herself from questioning them, but could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Li Mei meticulously counted the quantities 3 times, while the fourth sister clutched the items tightly, repeating the count several times. Third brother, there remains 27. 52 yuan and 3 jin of meat coupons, the fourth sister finally confirmed after her last count. Her brother instructed her to save it for their eldest sister, as school fees were imminent, and they needed meat for every meal. Li Long glanced outside, whispering that their mother must not find out, fearing their father's return. The sisters exchanged knowing glances, as if to say that such matters were self-evident. The siblings unanimously agreed on the necessity of guarding against their parents in this regard. How extravagant of you, wanting meat every meal. How did you manage to buy such fatty pork, which has no real substance? Li Mei lamented, giving Li Long a playful smack on the head. In these times, people preferred thick, fatty cuts of meat. It was all the elder brother's idea. He said he would go to the county every day and even collect eels. Li Long replied anxiously, feeling powerless since he had to heed his brother's wishes. Collect eels? How do you intend to do that? Li Mei thought her second brother was being overly ambitious. It was only the 3rd day of their holiday, and he had not been this restless in previous years. Li Long felt wronged, wishing he had someone to confide in. The fragrant rice, paired with a pot of braised meat and potatoes, left the family glistening with satisfaction as they scraped the bowl clean. While cooking, their mother, Wang Yulan, had initially intended to reserve half the meat, but ultimately acquiesced to Li He's insistence to prepare it all. Watching the little girl finish the last morsel from her bowl, Li felt a pang of bittersweet emotion and offered her the final piece of meat from his own bowl. Li Long, following suit, also gave a piece of meat to the fourth sister, believing that the more one eats, the more one grows. Hey, you're as thin as a stick, yet you come to provoke me, the fourth sister retorted, though secretly pleased with her good fortune. Li thought there was no one in the family, aside from their parents, who was truly benevolent. Sister, later can you make me and the third brother a pair of large shorts from old clothes? Leave the legs about 4 inches long. I miss wearing those big shorts. Long pants are dreadful, as they tend to cause prickly heat, he reminisced. Understood. After dinner, I'll make them. It won't take much effort, Li Mei replied. Adept at needlework. Shorts would be a cinch. She found an old, unsightly pair of trousers, snipped the legs, and hemmed them in just a matter of minutes. However, after dinner, Li He's wish for a brief rest was thwarted when Lu Dazhuang arrived, followed closely by Pan Guangcai. Second brother, take this to sell tomorrow. I've been supporting this household quite a bit. Eating is becoming increasingly costly, and I've kept these in the mud cellar for too long. Several have escaped. Lu Dazhuang exclaimed, revealing his bag. Li peered inside and saw eels and loaches, at least 50 pounds worth. Pan Guangcai was quite shrewd. He first took 5 pounds to test the waters. Once he pocketed 0.7 yuan. He claimed he had more at home and promptly returned for another batch. After weighing the catch, Li was ready to settle the payment with Lu Dazhuang. Lu waved his hand, suggesting that Li should sell the eels first and return later. When I came here, I saw several vendors collecting loach. You probably have your hands full, he remarked. Li He, undeterred, responded that he would make up for it later. Surprisingly, although he had only mentioned it to a few individuals, over 10 suppliers had delivered yellow eels and loach, culminating in approximately 305 pounds, most of which were not paid for up front. Upon hearing that cash was unavailable, some even turned back midway, otherwise, the haul could have been greater. The brothers toiled until 3 o'clock, leaving them no time to catch eels for themselves. Lacking cement pools or large basins at home, they resorted to bagging the catch, tightening the openings, and tossing them into the ditch, planning to retrieve them later that night. Li Mei handed Li He the ledger, advising him to take a look. You haven't even started yet, and you already owe 31 yuan and 21 fen. No worries. I have it all accounted for, he replied. Sister, give Laosan a dime to buy a pack of cigarettes for old Guitu, and borrow the production team's cart. The production team's belongings are generally stored by the cow shed, managed by the elderly Guitu, who is willing to lend them in exchange for cigarettes or money. As long as one has their own ideas, Li Mei felt no need to elaborate. Having followed her brother around in the afternoon, she recognized his adeptness in handling people and matters, displaying a generosity and breadth of character that surpassed most. Moreover, being educated, he was undoubtedly more astute than the average person. Wang Yulan, listening nearby, was at a loss for words. Your father used to deal in rat poison and has been in trouble several times. Thinking back makes me uneasy. What if something happens to you? Li He acknowledged her concerns, knowing well the adage about being bitten by a snake once and fearing ropes for 10 years. Oh, dear mother. Everything has changed with the reform and opening up. I've heard land will soon be contracted to households. Don't fret. You haven't seen the county seat. There are vendors everywhere. We're not the ones to stand out. It won't concern us. Wang Yulan steeled herself, accepting the situation. I'll merely prepare myself mentally. If anything arises, I'll put the blame on your father. He has enough troubles of his own. If he doesn't return, it falls on me. And you have your studies to focus on. Li chuckled internally. Would our father be pleased with that? You are his son, whether he likes it or not. He must accept it, Wang Yulan sighed, uncertain of when her husband would return. When he left, he only had a single yuan with him. He is enduring hardship again. Li felt a pang of gratitude for his mother's care, yet recognized that her last statement was in defense of Li Zhaoquan. Her worry for his well-being outside overshadowing her concern for the family's sustenance. Li Zhaoquan's laziness had been partly nurtured by Wang Yulan. Reflecting on the past, Li mused that if circumstances remained unchanged, his father would soon return, recalling that in his previous life, it was only half a month after his college entrance examination. Sometimes, he pondered the first half of his father's life, realizing that apart from Wang Yulan's unwavering love, few held any affection for him. As a father, he could not provide his siblings with the love they deserved. As a husband, he was unable to support his family. As a businessman, he lacked the requisite knowledge to navigate the ever-changing economy. As a farmer, he possessed no labor skills. Life, in essence, is rather simple. Although he may lead a wayward existence, idling away his time, his heart remains kind. He is devoid of the traits of a rogue or a scoundrel and would never bully others, often displaying a timid disposition. After rinsing himself by the well once more and donning the oversized shorts that his elder sister had altered, he finally felt a sense of coolness wash over him. Weariness enveloped him, and in a drowsy haze, he collapsed onto his bed. Upon awakening, he discovered a few individuals standing in the courtyard, bringing with them more eels. Not wishing to be overly formal, he gestured for them to find a place to sit, as the heat had yet to dissipate. He called out to Li Long, "The guests have arrived. You should wake me next time." It was his own fault for not being awakened sooner. He noted that Li Long had observed him sleeping so soundly that it appeared he had drooled. Li Hui, also a distant relative, was of a similar age to Li He, and they had played together since childhood. After weighing the eels, Li He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my friends, for your assistance. Please return tomorrow at this time, and I will settle the payment." To which he added, "What are you talking about? I have a pile of them in the mud pit. They are hardly worth anything and are reserved for the sows to nurse. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have simply left them there. In these times, it is rare to find such a plump catch. I truly wonder what Shin Yongxiang has been eating to grow so robust." After sending off his guests, Li He glanced at his ledger and realized, to his astonishment, that he had accumulated over 300 more pounds. A sense of unease washed over him. The total now exceeded 600 pounds. If he failed to sell them by tomorrow, it would spell trouble. Throughout his life, he had never dealt with aquaculture. Noticing the expression on Li Long's face, the brothers shared an unspoken understanding. If worst came to worst, they would have to divide the goods between two stalls. With him reopening his stand on North Street while Li Long managed the one on South Street, which he had already become familiar with. After deliberating, the brothers agreed that this was their only option. "Brother, with each stall containing 300 pounds, it shouldn't be a significant issue. Perhaps it will just take some time. Selling over a few days should be manageable, but these are regular customers. They cannot consume this delicacy every day. Moreover, today is merely the first day, and we have yet to spread the word. Our household has already received 600 pounds, and word will certainly get out. We may well have over 2,000 pounds in total. What's the point of looking so dejected?" "It doesn't matter," Li He mused, calculating that he must reach out to a fish supply company. Eels and loaches are not rare in rural areas, but they are considered a delicacy in urban environments. The supply company in the small county town was merely a tertiary station and typically did not engage in purchases. He would need to venture to the provincial capital instead. Li He recalled a conversation with a friend from Sichuan, who had mentioned that in the 1970s, local production teams had begun farming eels and fish. Curiously, he had inquired where they sold their catch, to which his friend had replied that they sold to the fish supply companies. As each county had its own aquatic supply cooperative, coastal regions had it easier, with fishing teams able to sell their catch directly to the purchasing vessels of the aquatic companies. Later, during the economic reforms, Li had heard a humorous anecdote regarding fish farms, recounting how fishermen from Zhejiang had gone to the Yellow Sea and returned with a bountiful harvest, netting over 20,000 pounds of yellow croaker. However, after searching high and low, the only vessels gracing the surface of the sea were the procurement boats from state-owned fisheries of other provinces, bearing the signal flags of Sioux Province. While none from Zhejiang Province were in sight, with no other recourse, they had no choice but to turn their boats around and return home laden with fish. According to current regulations, fishermen are permitted to sell their catch solely to state-owned fisheries within their own county, strictly prohibiting sales across county and provincial lines. Consequently, after 2 days and nights of arduous transport, not only had the boatload of glistening yellow croaker been reduced to a fetid, inferior product, but the fishermen also lost a valuable opportunity, adversely affecting production. After the state procured and processed these fish, they incurred a loss exceeding 2,000 yuan. As for the current local policies, Li remained uncertain and resolved to visit the provincial capital the following day. "I will take Da Zhuang along. You two can each manage a stall while I find time to head to the provincial capital." "Isn't it far to the provincial capital?" Li Long had only ventured as far as the county and was unclear about the direction of the provincial capital. The donkey cart ride would take more than 4 hours, which was an additional 2.5 hours compared to the county. Li said nothing more and stood up to head towards Lu Dazhuang's home. Although his elder sister was quite capable, being a young woman in the county, unfamiliar with the surroundings, rendered him uneasy. Any mishaps would only heighten his anxiety. Boys have their advantages. They are bold and resilient, able to run fast and withstand blows if trouble arises. Lu Dazhuang was squatting at the threshold, sipping thin porridge. Upon entering, he asked, "Care for a bowl?" "I want to go in. Just make sure to inform your family." Accompany me to the county tomorrow to help oversee the stall, Li said without pretense or formality. Fully aware of the temperament and habits of this fellow who had spent most of his life trailing behind him as a subordinate. If not, I can manage the donkey cart myself. Zhang's father is a livestock keeper for the production team, so he does possess some authority, which explains why he can proudly drive the donkey cart into town. For the time being, it isn't necessary. I have already asked Lao San to borrow a cart from Old Guitu. The load isn't substantial. Li planned to seek advantageous channels in the provincial capital and, through Zhang's father, borrow livestock from the team. If a trip to the provincial capital were to be undertaken solely on foot, it would surely be exhausting. Once Li departed, Zhang's mother approached and inquired, "What brings her here? I heard he might continue his university studies. Could he be here to borrow money?" Zhang gulped down the last spoonful of porridge and replied, "What are you thinking? He just wants me to accompany him to the county tomorrow to handle some matters." He dared not reveal to his mother that he was embarking on a speculative venture. Zhang's mother narrowed her eyes. What matters could be so urgent that he must leave before dawn? Mind your own business. They are looking out for me. Have you forgotten how I once endured hardships? Those brothers have helped me in many a brawl, and even spoke up for me once when blood flowed profusely. They bore no grudge against us, while you merely sent a few eggs as a gesture. With that, he turned sharply and disregarded his mother. As Zhang's mother felt a lump in her throat, she immediately scolded, "You little rascal," unable to recognize the kindness of others. Those brothers are quite astute. I'm afraid you wouldn't even realize if I sold you off for money. Zhang's father, old Lu, interjected, "What are you two arguing about? Those brothers have grown up under our watch and are loyal friends. You needn't fret unnecessarily. So you two are the good ones, and I am the villain. Is that it?" In the provincial city, since Lu Zhang was also going, Li asked Li Mei to prepare a few more pancakes, and he tucked 5 yuan into his pocket. Before dawn, the two brothers hurriedly rose to retrieve the bags of loach from the ditch and place them on the cart. Zhang didn't even need to call for them. He simply came over, which saved them the trouble of making a ruckus in the alley. They first headed to North Street, unloading several bags, which was quite similar to South Street. Li instructed Li Long, "You stay here. Are you both familiar with the routes? Whoever sells out first should find the other. If you get lost, just ask someone. Understood?" They both nodded in agreement. "If something comes up, hold your composure. Don't act on impulse. This place isn't like home. If anyone tries to cause trouble, just run first and don't worry about anything else. Above all, safety comes first. We're not foolish. If there are too many people, what else can we do but run?" Zhang chuckled. Regardless of the crowd size, the rule was clear. "All right, hurry and take Zhang to South Street. There are already customers looking to buy. I'll get busy here with over 300 pounds. Li Long opened the bag, rolling it up to make it easier for customers to select the loach and eel. Upon arriving at South Street, they set up their stall in the same spot as yesterday, placing the cart in a distant empty area. Though it was farther away, it was still within sight, preventing any opportunistic theft. As he did the day before, he consumed 2 pancakes and sipped some water before calling out to several purchasing ladies. Then left Zhang to manage the stall while he leaned back with his arms crossed. Zhang was quite adept at handling the tasks, far more capable than he was. In no time, over 50 pounds of loach and more than 30 pounds of eel had sold out, significantly better than yesterday, thanks to the returning customers. Moreover, in these times, meat tickets were limited, while loach and eel did not require tickets and were more affordable. Seeing Zhang capable of managing the stall, Li felt reassured about heading to the provincial city. "Zhang, I'm off now. After meeting up with Lao San, head straight home. Don't wait for me. I'll return on my own." "Got it. You go ahead and handle your business," Zhang replied, brimming with excitement. "Oh my, I've already made dozens of yuan in just a short while. Today feels like an eye-opener." Li stuffed a few newly exchanged grain tickets into his pocket and hurried to the bus station. The bus station was quite small, with only 2 buses to the provincial city daily, and Li arrived early. He found a seat by the window, just as he was about to doze off when the ticket seller approached. "Comrade," Tu Mao, an older lady said, clad in a worn canvas bag. After collecting the money, she promptly tore a ticket for Li. After over an hour's drive, I headed straight to the bus station. Upon arriving, I found no trace of the bus routes I remembered from my past, given that it has been over 30 years. Thus, I had no choice but to inquire with a nearby individual, "Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to the seafood wholesale market?" The person, not unfamiliar with the sight of someone like me, dressed in patched shirts and worn shoes, responded amiably, You must be referring to the provincial seafood supply company, correct? At that moment, a spark of recognition ignited within me. Indeed, it was the seafood supply company. It remains state-operated, akin to the supply and marketing cooperatives, which also procure dry goods from individuals, such as pelts, pig bristles, herbal medicine, and mushrooms. There are essentially no private wholesale markets. Yes, that is the seafood company. Could you kindly direct me? From here, take bus 3 all the way to Shochuan Road. At the intersection of Shochuan Road and Fuyang Road, you will arrive. I expressed my gratitude as memories flooded back. Although urban renovations had significantly transformed the landscape, the street names had largely remained unchanged. The bus, laden with compressed natural gas, rumbled down the road, exuding an air of potential danger. At that time, the fare was merely 1 cent per stop, totaling 14 cents for the journey. The seafood supply company was awash with puddles, the result of delivery vehicles bustling in and out, and I paid little heed to the pungent odor lingering in the air. After a circuitous search, I finally stumbled upon a door marked office. Just as I was about to enter, I was halted by a voice. Hey, you there? What are you looking around for? Hello, comrade. I'm here to see someone. Is your manager available? I turned to find an elderly man clad in gray standing before me. Adhering to the principle of not rebuffing a smiling face, I returned a broad grin, albeit feeling somewhat awkward in the process. The old man scrutinized me from head to toe, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. I mused to myself that indeed, appearances matter, my patched attire, so commonplace in the countryside after 3 years of wear, drew condescension in the city. Here, take a smoke, he offered. Prior to my arrival, I had purchased 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes for 70 cents. Although I no longer smoked, I had been a hefty smoker since turning 25. The saying goes, a short hand is easier to feed, and the old man accepted my offering of Hometown Mountain, tearing open a pack and lighting one. With a cheerful demeanor, I inquired, how is it? Not too shabby, right? Having spent over a decade in the military industry and subsequently 2 decades in business, I had developed an intuitive gauge for character. This old man was no lofty idealist. He embodied the notion of a troublesome little devil, yet was also quite practical. Offering a cigarette was not out of place, nor would it lead to any talk of bribery. The old man exhaled a cloud of smoke, gesturing towards me with a smile, comrade, in the service of the people. What brings you to seek our manager? Lee smiled and said, we are from the southern bank of the Huai River. As you know, during this plum rain season, the rainfall is abundant, and the fields are riddled with burrows from loaches and eels. Consequently, the land cannot retain water, severely impacting grain yield. Therefore, our village is actively eliminating pests. Although we have captured a few, you are aware that loaches and eels are quite nutritious. In the spirit of enhancing public service and improving the material standards of the people, we were hoping to inquire whether your aquaculture company would be interested in purchasing them. What do you think of this matter? The old man replied, grinning as he pointed to a document on the wall's notice board. Can you read? Take a look for yourself. Lee approached the notice board and meticulously read the document, which primarily detailed a speech delivered by the provincial party secretary during the Provincial Aquaculture Work Conference on May 9th. The speech emphasized that fisheries are a crucial component of socialist agriculture. The development of fisheries is essential for a more rational agricultural structure, and efforts must be made to boost fishery production. The document urged party and government leaders at all levels to recognize the significance of fishery production, equating it with grain production and accelerating the pace of aquaculture development. Lee slapped his thigh and declared, regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude to you. He eagerly followed the old man through a small door, ascending to the 2nd floor. The old man turned and said, wait here and don't wander off. I will inquire inside. Lee promptly responded affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, the old man emerged, beckoning Lee to come in. This is our manager Wang, he introduced, guiding Lee to a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dark complexion and a broad forehead. Manager Wang inquired, is it just you young fellow representing your village? Lee dared not disclose that this was a personal endeavor. Instead, he played along, feigning ignorance. Manager Wang, it's all for the service of the people. It makes no difference who comes. The key is that I am nimble on my feet, and the more I run, the more I grow. Besides, the round-trip fare is merely 50 cents. Having one more person would waste even a penny. Manager Wang found amusement in Lee's earnestness. Can you make the decisions? To be frank, no one cared about loaches and eels in the past, nor did anyone wish to eat them. However, prices have surged in the last 2 years. We primarily supply provinces like Pujiang and the capital. What quantity can you provide? If it's insufficient, we won't be interested. Suppressing his excitement, Li responded, Manager Wang. I can assure you that we will guarantee at least 1,000 jin daily, and we will not disappoint the leadership. Manager Wang furrowed his brow. Young comrade. That quantity is somewhat lacking. I need as much as you can provide, no dead ones, no small ones. We cannot compromise on quality. Li, with youthful determination, confidently proclaimed. Rest assured, leader, we will not allow national interests to suffer. Otherwise, I would rather face the consequences. As he exited the aquaculture company's gate, the old man who had escorted him earlier reminded him, don't forget the introduction letter from your production team. Li quickly expressed his gratitude and handed over the last pack of cigarettes from his pocket to the old man. Upon departing from the aquaculture company, Li felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding the acquisition prices, 0.21 yuan for loach and 0.31 yuan for eel, significantly exceeding expectations. He had previously purchased loach for 0.16 yuan and eel for 0.22 yuan. Thus, there was a profit margin of 0.05 yuan on loach and 0.09 yuan on eel. Though these amounts may seem modest, the sheer volume rendered them substantial. In this era, eels and loaches seemed almost mythical in their abundance. If he were to extend his procurement efforts within a 10-mile radius, the quantities could only increase. He could only murmur to himself, O ancestors of the eels and loaches, if you cease to exist, do not blame me. Without this season's harvest, you shall not escape the inevitable onslaught of pesticides and fertilizers in the future. As he sat on the return journey, his stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting a lamentation over the hardships of life. While others enjoyed summer with large fans, mung bean soup, water-soaked watermelon, and talcum powder, his previous life had been relatively smooth, a good student, a promising job, and an entrepreneurial spirit that seized opportunities. Perhaps the heavens recognized his debts to his family and sent him back to make amends. As a reborn individual, despite the absence of the real estate and internet eras, leveraging the experiences of his past life to achieve wealth should not pose significant challenges. Yet, his cautious instincts held him back. Given the known circumstances, Li He, at 18 years of age, male, a high school graduate with excellent academic standing, faced the absurdity of hypothetical scenarios. If he were to design rocket artillery for a military factory, his classmates could attest that he struggled even with a blackboard poster. If he spoke with a London accent, his English teacher would confirm that he once spoke with a strong dialect. If he were to propose solutions for military technological dilemmas from the 1970s and 1980s to a journal, his language teacher would testify that he could barely compose a coherent piece. If he showcased his supposed level as an 8th-grade machinist, the school could affirm that he was entirely unfamiliar with the factory's entrance. All these scenarios were illogical and fraught with inconsistencies, while being a genius was attainable. Becoming a prodigy was perilous. A youth who had never attended university and lacked any work experience attempting to defy fate was merely courting trouble. Thus, he resolved that in this life, he would diligently pursue a university education. Many reborn individuals, having been failures in their previous lives, aspired to become the world's wealthiest. Such confidence was unfounded. A failure reborn remained a failure, as reincarnation alone could not alter one's essence. After spending a decade within the military-industrial system, even his subsequent entrepreneurial endeavors were within that same sphere. His past experiences taught him that even in the absence of a dragon group, one should never underestimate the government, as if it were the FBI. Upon disembarking from the bus, he checked the time in the waiting room, discovering it was already past 10 o'clock. Without a watch or mobile phone, he found this quite frustrating. He made a detour to the south gate and spotted Li Long and De Zhuang leaning against a wall, chatting and laughing. Li approached them from behind and playfully slapped their shoulders, startling them. De Zhuang looked at Li with a smile and said, He, you're back. Li lifted the bag and estimated that there were less than 20 pounds of eels and loaches remaining. With a sense of urgency, they decided to head home, balancing both selling and delivering. The sun blazed fiercely, and the number of vendors had dwindled. Under Li's insistence, they resorted to half selling and half giving away the remainder, which pained De Zhuang and Li Long. On the journey back, the three of them took turns pulling the cart. After a while, they paused to rest, and once again, Li Long mischievously pulled out the money, counting it with De Zhuang, who eagerly chimed in, 177 yuan and 34 cents, along with 17 pounds of grain tickets. Goodness. It takes me a year's worth of labor to earn what you make in a day. The latter part of his statement clearly betrayed a hint of disheartenment. Li Long quickly reassured him, Don't worry, brother. I'll save a bowl of soup for you after I finish the meat. De Zhuang playfully poked Li Long in the armpit, teasing, "You're not even bigger than me. Who are you calling brother?" The banter continued as Li He, growing weary, lost interest in their antics. Upon reaching the town, Li stood guard by the cart while Li Long exchanged 4 pounds of meat tickets for 4 pounds of meat, giving 2 pounds to De Zhuang. Additionally, he procured 2 bottles of liquor, 4 packs of cigarettes, and 30 woven bags, spending another 17 yuan, which made Li Long wince at how quickly the money disappeared. De Zhuang, unfazed by appearances, simply took the items himself. As soon as Li arrived home, he didn't even have time to wash the dust from his face and hands before being tightly embraced by Xiao Wu, who called out brother incessantly. Li ruffled her sparse hair and asked, "Have you been well behaved at home? Not too mischievous?" The little girl replied earnestly, "I've been very good. I just ate a bit too many fried dough twists." Fearing a reprimand, she quickly added, "It's not my fault. They're too delicious." After one, "I just want another." Seeing her adorable expression, Li couldn't help but chuckle, but then he turned serious and educated her. "If you eat too many, your teeth will hurt. From now on, you're only allowed 2 a day, understand? Otherwise, caterpillars will grow in your teeth and gnaw them away until they rot and turn black." Startled by his words, the little girl's eyes widened as she opened her mouth and tilted her head back to Li He, saying, "Brother, please check if there are any bugs in my mouth." Li Mei, squatting in the yard drying corn, overheard the trivial conversation and couldn't help but laugh. Scolding Li He, "You're an adult now. Stop frightening the child and act your age." Looking at the pickled vegetables and steamed buns on the table, she realized there was no time to cook meat. Furrowing her brow, she addressed De Zhuang, "Just make do with something for lunch. Let us prepare something delicious for dinner. You take these 10 yuan, 2 bottles of liquor, and 2 packs of cigarettes for your father. He'll need to manage the livestock for the production team, and we don't understand the social intricacies involved. It would be a bother for your father to handle it. What is the big deal? Last month, Lu Shichuan used a donkey to haul stones, and it only cost him 3 yuan for a whole month. Why should it be so expensive?" De Zhuang still needed to return, and Li Long, standing nearby, promptly thrust him into action, urging him to take it back quickly. After all, they needed to secure a meal. If the pork was left in the well, it would surely spoil by nightfall. Before they had finished their meal, several individuals began arriving under the pretense of delivering eels or engaging in casual conversation, all while demanding payment for the eels and loaches from the previous day. Once the cash was in hand, they were met with the familiar refrain from Li He, "Take as much as you receive." This brought great joy to each household, for opportunities to earn extra income had become exceedingly rare. Additionally, the delivery of eels exceeded 200 pounds, plus a mere 2 cents. Li Mei and Li Long retreated to a back room to tally their accounts. Upon completing the calculations, the siblings were astounded to discover that, after deducting the payments for the eels and loaches, they had netted a profit of 89 yuan. Li Mei's mind began to wander, contemplating how much could be earned over an entire month, yet she quickly chastised herself for being overly greedy. After all, the earnings from just these couple of days were already a cause for gratitude. Throughout the afternoon, the Li family was consumed with calculations. Li took De Zhuang and Li Long to weigh the deliveries while Li Mei recorded the figures. Wang Yulan and the 4th child sorted out the smaller and deceased specimens prior to weighing. Unfortunately, the eels from Li Zhuang suffered greatly. By the end of the day, Li had collected over 300 pounds of eels, which, considering each eel weighed at least a few ounces, was not insignificant, though cash was not exchanged today. Those who delivered eels the previous day had indeed received their payments, allowing for a smooth accounting process. As long as the balance was confirmed, payments could be collected seamlessly when the eels were delivered the following day. Some children also brought eels, and Li He recognized that they would become the main contributors in the future. Once the adults were busy with work, there would be little time for catching shrimp or fish. Hence, for those who delivered smaller quantities, such as 3 to 5 pounds, payments were made immediately in cash without any record keeping. For larger deliveries, a portion was paid in cash while the remainder was recorded. This thrilled the children immensely, causing many to forego their afternoon naps under the blazing sun. They eagerly set out to catch loaches and eels. By the end of the day, nearly every child in Li Zhuang held 3 to 5 yuan in their hands, a considerable sum compared to the paltry allowances their parents typically provided. The village parents told their children that the money would be saved for their future weddings. But the children were not easily deceived. In matters of financial management, no amount of tears or complaints would sway them, and most parents resorted to forceful means. Some parents even chased their children with willow branches throughout the village, prompting many children to resolve to sell any future catches of loaches and eels directly, keeping the money for themselves to save for pocket expenses. At dinner, a bowl of stir-fried reed shoots with pork and a bowl of braised pork delighted the little girl immensely. Li opened a bottle of white liquor, pouring a cup for De Zhuang and Li Long. "Brother, I can't drink," Li Long protested, as he was the only boy in the household and had never had the opportunity to drink. At village gatherings, although boys of his age were permitted at the table, they primarily mingled with women and young wives, leaving little room for practical experience. In a gathering of robust men, the notion of abstaining from alcohol seemed absurd. The two brothers were set to join De Zhuang, who had labored diligently throughout the day. Li recalled that his younger brother possessed a remarkable tolerance for liquor, with a capacity of approximately 1 gene of Baijiu. After the meal, Li remarked that they would depart at 1 o'clock in the morning and urged everyone to rest promptly. He advised them to be discreet, instructing that if anyone inquired, they should claim to be collecting on behalf of the aquaculture company. He instructed the two to procure a letter of introduction from the production team leader. As Li Mei tidied up the dishes, she expressed concern about whether it was too early. Li countered, stating it was actually too late, as donkey carts were prohibited from entering the city after dark, necessitating their arrival before the sun set. He further cautioned the family to be mindful of their conversations, advising them to mention only that they were assisting others in collecting items, refraining from disclosing delivery locations, as the world was rife with cunning individuals. He also sent Li Long and Da Zhuang to fetch another donkey cart from the barn to accommodate their load. With no watches, phones, or alarms to guide them, they gauged the time by instinct. By the time Da Zhuang arrived with the donkey cart, the brothers had already extracted the bags from the ditch, each bag only half filled and loosely tied to prevent suffocation. Given the volume, a single cart was insufficient, prompting Da Zhuang to retrieve an additional cart. Thus, they filled both carts to the brim. Li directed the way from the front, while Li Long managed the reins, and Da Zhuang followed closely behind. Along their route, they paused to sprinkle water from wooden buckets onto the contents of the carts, ensuring that the yellow eels and loaches received adequate moisture. If the water source was distant, it required additional effort, leaving them breathless. The moonlight shone brightly, devoid of the oppressive darkness typical of winter nights, rendering the use of lanterns unnecessary. They occasionally switched on their flashlights during bumpy stretches, and by the time they reached the provincial capital, dawn was just beginning to break. Upon arrival at the aquaculture company, a bustling crowd was already present, all hastily delivering goods to the morning market. After parking the donkey carts, Li retrieved a shovel from the side of one cart for Li Long and specifically instructed him to clean up after the donkey, burying the waste in the greenbelt. Before making his way to the office area he had visited the previous day, as he took a few steps, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Turning around, he recognized the elderly man from the previous day. Quickly producing a cigarette, he greeted, "Uncle, good morning. May I offer you a smoke? Has Manager Wang arrived?" The old man tucked the cigarette behind his ear and responded, "The Manager Wanting arrived so early. He already briefed me yesterday. Just follow my lead." He gestured toward the donkey cart and instructed them to bring it over. Li waved to the two men, beckoning them to approach. They walked along a row of water troughs filled predominantly with freshwater fish such as crucian carp and catfish. Standing before two empty tanks, Li opened the bag and presented its contents to the old man, saying, "Uncle, look how plump they are. We've hand-picked them all." The old man remained silent for a moment before calling out to someone nearby, "Bring over the weighing scales. Let us get this weighed quickly." After weighing, he instructed others to separate the dead and undersized fish for individual weighing, as well as to assess their moisture content. Ultimately, the total weight came up 53 gene lighter than what he had measured at home. Li was not overly concerned and, while passing around a cigarette among the circle, looked up with admiration, calling out to the elder brother and sister as if he were about to call them his dear parents. He held the receipt and followed the old man out of the finance office after settling the payment. "Uncle, you have truly helped us immensely," he said, pointing to Li Longhe and De Zhuang. "This one is my brother, and that one is my cousin. Uncle, please continue to support us in the future." The three of them, driving a donkey cart, dared not stop for a meal, mindful of the donkey's frequent excretions, which would be troublesome in the city. Once they left the city and hit the main road, they ate a bit of the flatbread they had brought from home and drained the water from their flask. Li lay in the back, dozing off until they hit the rural paths, waking up from the jolting bumps, his whole body aching. After returning the donkey cart to the barn, He handed 10 yuan to Zhang, who hesitated to accept it. Take it, Li insisted. It wouldn't be fair for my brother and me to earn money while you work for nothing. Besides, you will continue to assist me. This isn't just a 1 or 2 day endeavor. As long as we work together, you will earn 10 yuan each day. According to the current market, giving 2 or 3 yuan would be reasonable, but as the saying goes, it's not poverty that worries us, but inequality. Li was not so pretentious as to negotiate a partnership or profit sharing with Zhang. He needed capital now, and if he did not invest effort now, he would fall behind when more capable individuals emerged. Zhang was overjoyed. For a laborer like him, a year's worth of work typically yielded only 240 work points. The village of Zhang relied on the Huai River, and droughts and floods were common. Calculating the harvest, he realized that even the best years only brought him 43 yuan. He quickly did the math. If Li truly paid 10 yuan a day, that would amount to at least 300 yuan in a month, a sum he could hardly fathom. This was akin to when his grandfather drove carts, the employer paid, and the worker labored. Li's generosity was purely a gesture of goodwill, even if he offered just 1 yuan. The people of Zhang would line up to work. Zhang thought to himself that aside from working a few late nights, the job was relatively easy. He hurried home to discuss with his father that from now on, he would not be doing any work for the production team. Whoever wanted to work could do so. Upon returning home, Li and his siblings calculated their earnings, and after deducting expenses, they had made 232 yuan, which shocked Li Mei. Is that figure correct? The fourth sibling chimed in. I've counted it several times with the third brother, and it's spot on. Li Mei's concern arose. Money was difficult to hide. Ultimately, she decided to tuck it under the bed, but not without sealing it in a jar first, worried about mice. Li found it amusing. Sister, give our mother 50 yuan and tell her it's from our recent earnings to help her settle some old debts, as we have uncles and cousins to consider. Li Mei shot him a glare. Do you think I need your advice? Mother asked about it yesterday, probably not wanting to bring it up with you too. I only mentioned we made 20 yuan. During dinner, Wang Yulan was both delighted and apprehensive upon hearing that they had earned 50 yuan in just 3 days. After all, this venture was somewhat speculative. Would it truly end well? Li He, without waiting to finish chewing on a chicken bone, puffed his cheeks and reassured her that everything would be fine. Once the meal was over, the brothers needed to attend to the delivery of eels. Wang Yulan, feeling concerned for her sons, urged, You two Haven Tea slept all night. Go rest for a while. I'll manage the eels with your sister. It's not too labor-intensive. Quickly wash your feet and head to bed. Li He couldn't help but marvel at the vigor of youth. Despite having spent 7 or 8 hours traveling back and forth, he still felt capable of enduring it all. Yet, his eyelids grew heavy, and he decided not to resist any longer. Both brothers retreated for a midday nap. After lying down for a while, the heat in the room became unbearable, and without a fan or even electricity, restful sleep eluded him. He eventually stood up and carried the bamboo mat outside to the shade of a tree, where the breeze provided a much-needed relief. When it came to finances, the brothers found it difficult to count every penny in front of their mother and sister-in-law. However, Wang Yulan and Li Mei were known for being thrifty, often splitting a single yuan into halves, and they wouldn't let even the smallest amounts slip by unnoticed. Witnessing the potential for earnings, the two women suddenly felt a sense of hope. Weighing the eels and keeping meticulous records, they worked with remarkable enthusiasm, matching the brothers' efforts. Upon waking from his nap, Li discovered his grandfather nearby, assisting with the weighing. His grandmother was tying up bags with rags. The elderly couple had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Li Zhaoquan was the eldest. After the family division, as per rural customs, he generally lived with the youngest son in a house behind the village and rarely visited. The elderly couple believed their eldest son was not living up to expectations, and the family's struggles were better left unseen. They felt that even if they were to assist, it should not come at the expense of their youngest son, who was already burdened with responsibilities. For the sake of the eldest son's family, the couple had sighed with concern many times. Li moved a stool from the house to the shade and offered a cigarette to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, it's so hot. You should rest. There are enough hands at home to keep things busy. Li Fuqing, the grandfather, handed the scales to Li Long, walked over to the shade, and lit his cigarette with a match, grinning as he said, It's not that precious. The other day when you visited, I forgot to ask how your exams went. Today, I came to see. Li lit his own cigarette and replied, Grandpa, I have confidence that I did well enough to pass. He recalled the pride of having been the top science student in the county. Out of nearly 2,000 candidates, the majority were educated youth, workers, or farmers. with many having altered their ages to take the exam at older ages. He had stood out among them. Gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital and being able to enjoy rationed food was a significant achievement, and the village had even sponsored him with 20 yuan. Li Fuqing's eyes crinkled with joy. That is wonderful. I always knew our boy would make us proud. As your grandfather, I'm getting old and can't help you much anymore. You'll have to rely on yourself. Li felt a lump in his throat. Grandpa, it's all right. I've grown up. I can take care of myself. I am apprehensive about what will happen after I depart. My eldest sister remains unmarried, and the youngest sibling is nearing the age for courtship. Thus, I contemplate utilizing the summer vacation to earn some extra money, ensuring that I leave a financial cushion for my family. Li Fuqing took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, Your grandmother and I share your concerns. Although your father is a reckless man, matters of courtship and marriage cannot be circumvented, and we can only observe from the sidelines, unable to take charge. Li He, acknowledging the truth of these words, refrained from further discussion and instead pondered the issue of housing. Grandfather, I wish to take advantage of having some spare funds soon to construct 3 additional rooms. I am unfamiliar with the regulations of the production team regarding bricks, stones, wooden beams, laborers, and hospitality. Li Fuqing was taken aback upon hearing from his eldest daughter-in-law that she earned over 20 yuan a day, which amounted to over 600 yuan in a month. He recalled hearing his wife mention that one could earn around 20 yuan a day, estimating that constructing 3 rooms would require approximately 400 yuan. With diligent effort, the funds could be acquired in due time. The family had already been instructed by Li He to respond to inquiries by stating they were merely earning some extra money, as divulging too much could incite envy and lead to trouble. As for building a house, it would not be deemed unusual, with many sons to marry off. Constructing a home in the village was commonplace. The 2 men deliberated on the details and decided to give the old man 100 yuan tomorrow as a down payment, allowing him to procure the red bricks. According to Li He's vision, the existing 3 earthen rooms would remain intact for the time being, as their land was their own. They intended to erect 3 tiled rooms in front, leaving space for a courtyard, and once conditions improved, they could dismantle the earthen rooms and replace them with a 2- or 3-story building, which would be quite fitting. They also resolved not to ram the earth. Instead, they would use red bricks, budgeting around 1,000 yuan for the project, purchasing materials as construction progressed. Li He glanced at his accounting ledger and noted that the day's catch of loach and eel exceeded 2,000 jin compared to yesterday. With neighboring villages beginning to supply their harvests as well, there would be no issue gathering 6,000 jin by evening. De Zhuang grew anxious, saying, He, 2 donkey carts will not suffice. We anticipate even more to come, and it may be difficult to borrow additional livestock. Li He considered this and realized that the production team lending him 2 donkey carts was already a considerable favor. Borrowing horses or oxen would seem rather greedy. Thus, he instructed, You and the youngest brother should see if any family has a cart or a land plow, whether from the production team or private households. We can borrow them for a couple of yuan. At the very least, let us acquire 4 carts. Borrowing the land plow would necessitate finding someone to pull it. Li He conveyed this plan to Li Fuqing, asking him to assist in finding someone, promising to pay 10 yuan for the favor. Upon hearing the sum of 10 yuan, Li Fuqing smacked his lips, contemplating inviting his 2nd and 3rd sons to help. However, he felt conflicted. One was his eldest grandson, eager to assist, while the other 2 were his own sons, and he felt embarrassed to let them toil for nothing. He finally said, There is no need to look for others. Your 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle can help. I'll go over and have a word with them. Just ensure you keep it in mind. As long as we don't incur losses, it's fine. Let them take 5 yuan for their efforts. Even 5 yuan is not a trivial sum. Outside, skilled carpenters engaged in construction earn barely 2 yuan at best. Li He considers 10 yuan a bargain. Moreover, since De Zhuang has already offered 10, giving 5 to one's own uncle would invite gossip. It is better to be generous, after all. To reach the provincial capital, pulling a cart takes over 5 hours along a bumpy road, enduring great hardship. Yet, I am confident in my ability to profit. You need not worry. Li Fuqing remarked. You are a thoughtful child, looking after your uncle. I shall not say more. I will also pull a cart alongside you. You need not compensate me. I am your dear grandfather, and it is only fitting to assist. Li He, well aware of the old man's temperament, refrained from further discussion. The entrance was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Li He decided to set a specific time frame, opting to only collect visitors between 4 and 6 in the afternoon. Beyond this window, he would not be available, allowing him time for other pursuits. Soon, He would need to prepare for the construction of a house. Amidst such chaos, he could hardly manage anything. During dinner, Li shared his plans for building a house at the table. Wang Yulan was taken aback. "Oh, my child, with your father absent. Such a significant decision. Are you truly going to take it upon yourself?" The siblings exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Knowing their father would return from the northwest only after much delay, Li did not wish to disrespect Wang Yulan. Yet he felt his mother lacked decisiveness and was somewhat timid. He said, "Mother, who knows when our father will return? We are all grown now. We cannot continue to live in close quarters. Besides, the youngest is of an age to seek a marriage. We must build a house to facilitate that." Although Wang Yulan was not particularly assertive, she was not foolish. With 2 sons and no prospective daughters-in-law, she could only feel anxious. However, the question of funding loomed large. Building a house would require substantial finances. Last year, your uncle spent over 500 yuan on 3 tiled rooms. Li He rose to serve himself a bowl of rice and continued, "In any case, we brothers are grown. You need not worry. I have already made arrangements with grandfather for the work ahead. All you need to do is prepare the meals. Transporting goods with a cart is no simple task, especially along the uneven roads to town, which demands great effort. 2 donkey carts and 4 flatbed carts would carry over 5,000 pounds, a significant portion of which is moisture. Due to the slow pace of the carts, they had to set out early, by 10 o'clock. Li Long and De Zhuang took the lead with the donkey carts, carrying lanterns. Li followed with 2 uncles and grandfather, bringing up the rear with 4 flatbed carts. The old man, still stubbornly convinced of his strength, insisted on pulling the flatbed cart rather than driving the donkey cart, muttering, "In my youth, I would cross the river to the mill, carrying baskets through the icy waters of the Huai River, making 2 round trips. You are all too young." They arrived in the provincial capital slightly earlier than the previous day. The fishery company was busiest at dawn, so once they delivered the goods, they need not fear being unable to find someone to receive them. After settling the accounts and obtaining the receipt, Li promptly instructed Li Long to collect the money from the finance office. The group of them washed their faces at the faucet by the sink, their clothes drenched in sweat. They removed their garments, stirred them in the water, and filled their water bottles, giving little thought to cleanliness. Their thirst was quenched by little more than ice pops and water. In fact, mineral water and cola were luxuries that money couldn't procure. His current demands were genuinely modest. As long as he wasn't restricted to a daily diet of coarse grains and wild vegetables, he was content. The journey home was straightforward. They simply sat in the donkey cart, with the ground-pressing cart hitched to the back, making it much more efficient. Li took the opportunity to rest on the cart. Along the way, he made a decision. No more collecting loach, only yellow eel, which had a price difference of 9 cents per pound. Transporting 5,000 pounds at once was already the limit. Focusing solely on yellow eel could yield an additional profit of 200 yuan. Continuing to collect loach would necessitate finding a cart and hiring people, which would be overly ostentatious. With this astute decision, he secured a daily profit of over 400 yuan. In the ensuing days, they focused solely on collecting and delivering yellow eel. The abundance of yellow eel was remarkable. A child with a hook could easily catch over 10 pounds in a day and excitedly deliver them to Li He. Concurrently, the family began constructing a house. In the era of production teams, when a family built a house, the whole village would lend a hand. Major undertakings like house construction had never involved hiring workers or incurring rental fees. Those who came to help were always designated by the production team as a matter of duty. Li He, however, could not bear to take undue advantage of such goodwill. He ensured that all workers were well fed. They gathered around 2 tables, enjoying ample food and drink. People remarked on Li He's generosity, asserting that as they were all family, there was no need for such extravagant provisions. Having lost a day to this endeavor, Li He instructed his mother and elder sister to prepare breakfast and joined the cart drivers in fetching bricks from the kiln, which was over 20 miles away, necessitating an early start. As the foundation was dug and walls were constructed, the presence of more hands expedited the work. With sufficient provisions at home, everyone was earnest in their labor, focused on the task at hand. On the night they raised the roof beams, Li He discreetly accompanied his father, Li Fuqing, to distribute payments based on the type of labor, 4 yuan for minor work and 5 yuan for major tasks. Everyone felt that Li He, the second son of the Li family, was quite generous. As they plastered the walls and laid tiles, Li He's family was relieved of any concerns. The one most pleased was Li Mei, although she also felt overwhelmed by the newfound wealth, as there was no place left to hide the money. After accounting for expenses related to sand, gravel, bricks, and beams, she still had over 2,000 yuan, an amount she had never dared to dream of before. Li He, on the other hand, was untroubled, gazing at the nearly finished new house, his heart swelling with joy. This was the most fulfilling achievement since his rebirth. In the era of production teams, collective effort yielded great results. With plenty of food and drink, no one had time to slack off. Moreover, building a tiled house was relatively simple. Once the foundation was set, it was just a matter of laying bricks. Even the most laborious task, roof tiling, took merely 2 days. And everything was completed in less than 10 days. Calculating the time, it was still early August. The exterior of the new house is adorned with vibrant red bricks, meticulously sealed with cement, while the roof is directly covered with tiles, eschewing the use of reeds and wheat straw, standing at a height of 4.2 meters. It is indeed a notable structure within the village. The ground is simply laid with crushed stones and sand, topped with a layer of cement, eliciting great joy from the family. The sudden emergence of such a grand edifice has transformed the villagers' sentiments from sympathy to envy, a complex emotional shift. Although it is not uncommon to see 3-tiled houses in the countryside, the complete brick construction, cemented floors, lofty beams, and spacious layout render this house truly unique, prompting some to quietly curse the fortune of the Li Zhaoquan family. If one were to claim that they have not profited, one must question how the 3-tiled houses came to be. Each brick costs a substantial sum, and the most valuable component remains the timber, with the finest pine beams costing no less than 1,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that the family is often accompanied by their grandfather, uncle, and even Lu Laoan's youngest son, Da Zhuang, who trails behind them throughout the day. As for the old man Li Fuqing, who once smoked dry tobacco, he has now taken to smoking Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Li He, however, remains indifferent to the idle gossip, not out of ignorance of the need for discretion. The current policies are not as stringent, allowing those with capability to prosper. The Li family has a solid lineage as 3 generations of poor peasant farmers, firmly rooted and beyond reproach. Even though Li Zhaoquan once bore the stigma of speculation, he merely followed the collective efforts to repair the riverbank, which was merely a form of labor education. Rumors have indeed reached the ears of the brigade leader, Lu Chuanqi, who is caught in a dilemma. To investigate would seem an affront to this single mother and her child, while failing to act could undermine the revolutionary spirit. With a sense of inner conflict, he confides in his wife, but their second daughter interjects. "Father, have you not noticed that the situation has changed? Look at the town, with vendors everywhere, especially around the high school in our county. Which family in the village has not secretly raised a few chickens or planted vegetables in their yard? Even our own cellar is not empty." After casting a furtive glance at her father, she continues, "Li He's academic performance is either first or second in the county. And I heard from our teacher that his admission to university this year is virtually assured. There are no political screenings for university now. Can you still influence his education? After graduation, he will be directly assigned, receiving market grain, and who knows what success he might achieve. If you harbor grudges now, how will you reconcile in the future? Just a few days ago, his family even sent you 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, didn't they? Should you choose to investigate now? Wouldn't that be a classic case of enjoying a good meal and then turning your back?" Lu Chuanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that only you can do this? Do you think your father is a fool?" After some contemplation, he realizes the futility of the matter and decides to let it go. If anyone were to bring the matter up again, Lu Chuanqi would retort, "If you have the ability, go and prosper. No one is stopping you." As the new house was completed, it took 5 or 6 days for the scent to dissipate, after which they burned a fire pot inside for several days. Li and his family eagerly arranged for his mother, elder sister, and 2 younger sisters to move in. The summer heat was intense and dry, with no trace of humidity in the house. The walls were simply painted with white lime, devoid of any harmful formaldehyde. While it didn't face the sea, it certainly promised the warmth and beauty of spring. The carpenter crafted 2 large beds. One was placed in the new landlord's room and the other in the west room, leaving the middle room for a dining table and miscellaneous items, thus remaining unoccupied. Li Mei and her 4th child slept in the east room, while Wang Yulan and her daughter took the west room. Li and his brother continued to reside in the old house, each occupying a separate room, allowing the family to finally enjoy a sense of spaciousness. However, the back wall of the earthen house was on the verge of collapse and would eventually need to be dismantled. Traditionally, moving into a new house in the countryside required a celebratory feast, but Li found it bothersome. He suggested to his mother that it wasn't a grand affair and didn't warrant the need for social obligations. He mentioned that once his university admission notice arrived, they could hold a gathering then. For now, they could prepare a simple meal for family and invite the grandparents and uncles. Li Mei also found it troublesome, especially since their father wasn't home. Managing social niceties would be challenging. Wang Yulan, seeing her children's insistence against holding a feast, felt helpless as she had initially hoped to showcase their new home, which was indeed the brightest in the village, causing envy among their neighbors for having two capable sons. The family meal was quite lavish, featuring an array of dishes such as chicken, duck, fish, and meat, along with braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, eel noodles, and stewed chicken with dried radish. Li's grandmother, along with Wang Yulan, Li Mei, and his two aunts, busied themselves in the kitchen, each performing their respective tasks, some tending the fire, others chopping vegetables or cooking. Although the kitchen lacked a roof, the stove was newly built with red bricks, replacing the original earthen stove that became filthy with the slightest moisture. A few men lounged at the door, chatting idly, while a group of children eagerly pressed their noses against the door, inhaling the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen, waiting for the meal to be served. Li Zhiming, Li He's second uncle, had 3 children, the eldest being only 14, while his younger uncle, Li Jiahui, had 2 children, the oldest merely 8. Li had scant memories of his 2 aunts. Most of what he recalled was from Wang Yulan frequently mentioning how they mistreated her in their youth, not treating her as the elder sister-in-law she was. The relationship between sisters-in-law was not always amicable. Quarrels were inevitable. However, as time passed and Wang Yulan remained in the countryside, these aunts often sent meat and vegetables, helping out with cooking during times of ill health. Li He, with 2 generations of clarity, understood that there was no need for resentment in the struggling rural society. The perspectives and experiences of women were limited to the constraints of their era, and it was unreasonable to hold it against them. As the dishes were served, the adults gathered around the table while the children eagerly climbed onto small stools to eat, their mouths smeared with grease, as they rarely had the chance to enjoy meat. Li Zhiming, following Li He and Li Long, realized that these 2 brothers could no longer be treated as mere children, especially since Li He spoke and acted with such decisiveness that even his uncle felt a sense of respect. Moreover, he had earned over 100 yuan working alongside them, and he often received tobacco and alcohol from them as well. Li Zhiming on this occasion brought a bottle of aged Ingjia wine when he came for dinner, having spent a mere 1 yuan, a feat he would not have dared in the past. Li He, unreserved, immediately opened the wine, pouring it first for Li Fuqing, then filling the cups of his 2 uncles, and even serving to Zhuang and Li Long. He stood up, proclaiming, "Grandfather, let us toast together. These past few days must have worn you out." Li Fuqing did not hesitate, raising his cup and swallowing the wine without a flicker of a frown. Grandmother, watching from the side, chuckled and remarked, "You silly child, have you lost your senses after studying a bit? He is your grandfather. It is his duty to toil." Though her words suggested otherwise, her heart brimmed with joy, for her eldest grandson knew the value of gratitude, making all her efforts worthwhile. Grandmother cherished her plain rice soaked in hot water, and midway through the meal, she added boiling water to her rice. The old man insisted that such a practice would harm her stomach and forbade her from doing so. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement but continued her wayward habit. Li He quickly refilled Li Fuqing's cup and his own, toasting in turn with the 2 uncles and de Zhuang. Li Xiaoming offered Li He a piece of chicken, cautioning, "Do not drink so excessively, eat some vegetables." After the meal, as Li He prepared to brew tea for everyone, he was suddenly startled by the sound of knocking approaching from afar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the ice cream vendor. The vendor carried a rudimentary insulated box crafted from foam boards, containing merely 2 varieties of ice pops, securely wrapped in cotton. One could purchase a popsicle for 2 fin or a creamy one for 10 fin. In truth, these frozen treats were little more than sugar dissolved in water, perhaps with a hint of flavoring, yet they brought immense delight. Li hurried over and procured 20 creamy popsicles, much to the children's delight, who savored them slowly, reluctant to take a bite. During this period, Li He was exceptionally busy, often exhausted by the end of the day, collapsing into bed immediately after his shower. As he napped beneath the shade of a tree, he seemed to drift into a hazy dream, one that featured his wife. He earnestly tried to recall the distinctive traits of her youth. The tattered clothes and her long hair left the most profound impression on him. Only with her by his side could he find peace and slumber. He wondered when he might reclaim that tranquility. He silently yearned, "I miss you. I truly miss you." In moments of stillness, he would always think how wonderful it would be if she were present. He had grown accustomed to her presence, unable to detach himself. Love, once ignited, lasted a lifetime. Li could not comprehend why he had suddenly been reborn, like a grand tale of journey to the west. Returning to the beginning yet failing to foresee the ending. He opened a pack of cigarettes, drew one out, and took a deep drag, only to be harshly choked by the smoke. He sought solace in the cigarette, and after consuming half the pack, he began to regain his composure. Following a brief wash by the well, he considered that in September he would reunite with his wife, feeling both nervous and exhilarated. To experience love with her once more in this lifetime, was it truly to be so thrilling? In the previous lifetime, there were few sweet words exchanged with his wife, nor the utterance of I love you. There were no flowers, chocolates, or diamond rings. Their union was devoid of vows and material possessions. As for the notion of reincarnation and indulging in a harem, Li had no such inclinations, despite inhabiting an 18-year-old body. He bore the essence of a proud old man nearing 60, though he had not traversed through a myriad of romantic encounters. He had not been entirely sheltered from the chaotic allure of passion. In the realm of fantasy, he could embrace 10 women in a single night, yet in reality, he struggled to sustain his breath for even a few minutes. Some individuals merely engage in empty bravado, perhaps only lasting 5 seconds on the battlefield. Do not even mention being unable to control one's emotions. It is merely shamelessness. Li He, self-aware of his lack of charm, bore a cold demeanor, and his wife was not the epitome of beauty, not a delicate flower, nor a captivating muse. Yet, in his heart, she was the best. Their union in the past may not have been born of love, but they lived together for a lifetime, and in their minds, the concept of divorce was non-existent. Regardless of how arduous life became, they supported each other through thick and thin, their emotions intertwined with a complexity that deepened over time. During the plum rain season, a fine mist fell upon the river, and no one had the heart to appreciate the melancholic beauty of the weather, which persisted for days on end. Each day, the incessant sound of raindrops echoed, as if it would never cease. The air was laden with humidity, bringing a musty odor, and clothes easily succumbed to mildew, a phenomenon the locals referred to as moldy rain. There were no delicate maidens holding oiled paper umbrellas, their graceful figures wandering through the long rain-soaked alleys. The reality was a muddy dirt road, rendering one covered in filth upon stepping outside. Li He and his family were in disarray. The rain hindered his ability to gather eels, rendering them impossible to transport, whether by cart or donkey. With no alternatives, he resorted to collecting eels at the bridge by the flooded river in town, starting each afternoon at 5 for 2 hours. The nearby villagers increasingly brought eels to him, and he found himself busier than ever. Now, payments were made in cash, and Li Long sported a small leather bag purchased from the provincial capital. Its bulging form and ostentatious display. This phase of experience had diminished the naivety of his youth. However, recently, Li Long had fallen into the throes of unrequited love, captivated by a girl who delivered eels daily, leaving him in a daze. This was an era when even speaking to the opposite sex could induce a blush. Li Long had indeed reached the age of budding emotions, when the seed of affection inadvertently took root in his heart. He began to attentively follow the actions of this person, all while pretending to be casual, fearing that being too deliberate would betray his true feelings. This sweet burden of affection continued to blossom day after day. Even a few exchanged words could bring him joy for hours, his thoughts consumed by her presence. Such feelings often arise without reason, seemingly sprouting in an instant and then growing intricately, much like garlic sprouts in the field. Just days prior, there was nothing but bare earth, yet suddenly, small shoots emerged. If one were to neglect them, they would soon flourish, bringing immense happiness to behold. Once, Li deliberately cast a glance at the young girl, who wore a pair of worn, faded black cloth shoes and donned an ill-fitting navy blue shirt, her head adorned with a black square scarf. Her appearance was striking, her figure was curvaceous, and her delicate face was quite charming, though her skin was not particularly fair. It was a common sight in rural areas where neither women nor young girls enjoyed a pale complexion. During the busy farming season, the militia leader organized the youth for training, while the youth league secretary convened meetings for the members, thereby rendering women as the backbone of agricultural labor. It was a pity that girls born in such times faced relentless toil. By day, they endured the scorching sun while harvesting grain, and by night, they toiled under the stars in the fields. The heat brought swarms of mosquitoes and biting insects. In those days, without pesticides or fertilizers, not only were there abundant eels and loaches, but also leeches and snakes in the fields. The leeches clung to their legs, and as they pulled seedlings, they often found themselves grasping snakes in their hands. The hardship was indescribable. Food, clothing, and firewood were in short supply, and many girls simply could not endure the sufferings, cultivating a notion that life was worse than death. Thus, rumors often circulated about certain girls drowning in the bay or hanging themselves in despair. Women held up half the sky, yet the true essence of that phrase came to light in rural disputes. When a couple argued, the woman would exclaim, "I have spent my life suffering behind you," often silencing the man. Therefore, having lived 2 lifetimes and witnessed the tribulations of Wang Yulan and Li Mei, Li felt genuine respect and sorrow for them. A young boy, caught in the throes of unrequited love, often diminishes his own worth. Desperately striving to change himself to align with the object of his affection, engaging in acts that might seem absurd to others, which undoubtedly appeared as self-degradation. Li He, however, paid little heed to such matters. As long as the girl was not that Zhang Wanting from his past life, he cared only for her character, disregarding all else. Each day, he would sit at the bridge with De Zhuang and Li Long collecting eels. After finishing, he would not return home but would seek out a roadside stall to enjoy some scallion pancakes or cold noodles. As for dining at a restaurant, without grain coupons, it was simply not an option. Occasionally, his father and 2 uncles would bring him a meal, but on rainy days, the journey became even more arduous. And without moonlight at night, they would set out before darkness enveloped the land. Sometimes, arriving too early meant waiting at the fishery company until 2 a.m. or even until 4 a.m. if the finance office staff were delayed, a truly miserable ordeal. Li looked at his clothes, his liberation shoes caked in mud. He then glanced at his khaki top, stained with either rain or sweat, appearing as filthy as a tattered sack, with creases that refused to smooth out. Finally, when the rain ceased and the sweltering heat set in, Li dared not linger at the bridge, opting instead to place his stall under the shade of a tree. Even at past 6 o'clock, the oppressive heat was suffocating. Seizing the moment of relative calm, De Zhuang and Li Long chose to hide in the river, reluctant to leave. While a group of bare-bottomed children played in the water, their clothes strewn along the riverbank. The Hongshui River, a tributary of the Huai River, flows with pristine waters, cherished by local residents who utilize its resources for washing vegetables and clothes. However, Li He recalls a time when a pig farm was established nearby, polluting the river with waste, leading it to eventually transform into a foul stream. As economic development surged, sand extraction sites proliferated along both banks of the Huai River, with dredging vessels littering its waters and trucks transporting sand in every direction, filling the air with dust and exhaust. Even the bridge before them succumbed to the weight of overuse. Li Long lay back in the water when suddenly, De Zhuang tugged at him, compelling him to rise. Following De Zhuang's pointed finger, he hurriedly scampered ashore to dress. His beloved, Duan Mei, was approaching with a small cart, undoubtedly laden with eels. Li Long was unwilling to present himself in a state of undress before her. Li He, stifling a smile, yielded his spot to Li Long, shedding his clothes and plunging into the water, only surfacing after swimming several meters. Not long after, a commotion erupted as Li Long began to exchange heated words with a group of youths. "Hey, you lot, keep your mouths clean. Otherwise, I won't hold back." He admonished the young men who were catcalling Duan Mei as she passed by with her cart. This provoked Li Long's ire. The youths, though somewhat mischievous, were not particularly threatening. They were simply young men, still naive and lacking true malice. However, being publicly chastised stung their pride, inciting a flurry of insults and retaliation. As the verbal sparring escalated, one of the youths, emboldened by Li Long's challenge, suggested they confront him directly. For youths, clad only in their shorts, emerged from the river. Eager to confront Li Long, aware of the strength of Li Long's companions, they nevertheless felt undaunted. Having spent their formative years in the town engaging in fights and feeling superior to rural folk. Amidst the chaos, Duan Mei, flustered, grasped Li Long's arm. "Please, don't fight." "I'm fine," she implored. Li He, initially restraining De Zhuang from intervening, recognized the brewing conflict and, fearing for his brother's safety, quickly ascended the bank alongside De Zhuang. As one tall youth approached, fist clenched, Li He reacted without hesitation, delivering a swift kick to his back, sending him sprawling. Turning, he targeted another young man, landing a strike to his midsection, causing him to stumble, before swiftly wrapping his arm around the youth's neck and pinning him to the ground. While Li He regarded these young men as mere children, he refrained from delivering any serious blows to their heads, mindful of his own strength and the necessity of restraint. Certainly, if these young lads were to wield bricks, knives, or clubs recklessly, Li He would have no choice but to retaliate with utmost severity. At the tender age of 15 or 16, they are the most reckless, unburdened by the consequences of their actions. Given the opportunity, they might act impulsively and cause harm. The situation would quickly descend into chaos, with the children by the river egging them on. Dazhuang and Lilong have always been adept fighters in the rural setting. It is not uncommon for disagreements to escalate into brawls. However, Dazhuang displayed a measure of restraint, taking down his opponent but refraining from further violence after delivering a single kick. In contrast, Lilong showed no such restraint, mounting a long-haired boy and delivering punches to his head with reckless abandon. Li hastily intervened, chastising Lilong for his reckless behavior, questioning whether he intended to kill the boy. Noticing the blood drawn from Lilong's neck by the opponent's nails, Li felt a twinge of sympathy and kicked the long-haired boy's leg, admonishing him not to feign death on the ground, reminding him that he merely had a bloody nose and should get up. The long-haired lad, begrudgingly covering his nose, stood up and glared at his three companions, vowing that this matter was far from over. Li He, amused, retorted to the four, asking how they could claim it was unfinished, suggesting they were acting like children who would run home to tell their parents. Moreover, they were the ones who had initiated the altercation with the girl, and if the matter escalated to the police station, they would face charges of hooliganism, which could lead to dire consequences. He then offered to accompany them to the police station if they insisted. Standing nearby, the flustered Duan Mei, not one to cower, declared her intent to report them for their misbehavior. Although the young men were no longer children, they had not encountered such situations before and were now filled with trepidation. The tallest among them attempted to assert himself, lamenting that his friend had been bloodied by their hands. Li He, uninterested in further squabbling with the youth, recognized their youthful exuberance and sought to de-escalate the situation. He pointed out the blood on his brother's neck and suggested that they could become friends instead of enemies. He proposed that they all collect eels together on the bridge in the future, as they would inevitably cross paths again. Offering 5 yuan, he suggested they take the younger boy to the infirmary to tend to his nosebleed, hoping to settle the matter amicably. Lilong protested at the mention of the 5 yuan, calling out to his brother. Li He shot him a disapproving glance, but chose not to engage. The young men, despite being from the town, lacked stable employment and were accustomed to petty squabbles for trivial gains. They exchanged glances, realizing that accepting the money would signify a concession. The long-haired boy took the money, begrudgingly acknowledging, "Fine, you're reasonable." Upon hearing this, Lilong attempted to charge at him again, but was restrained by Li He. The 4 boys washed off in the river and put their clothes back on before departing. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered to witness the scene, and Li He sighed, realizing the inevitability of such encounters. After the incident, the young girl Duan Mei insisted on sharing the loss of 5 yuan, much to the chagrin of Lilong, who could not bear to let his beloved suffer financially. The weight of the eels was calculated precisely, and he paid her the exact sum. Duan Mei, despite the embarrassment it might cause her to explain to her parents, was sincere in her intentions. Once she departed, Li He remarked that if she truly cared, they could perhaps inquire through his grandmother about potential matches, as their family's circumstances had improved. Lilong's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's backside, overwhelmed by his youthfulness. Later, Li Fuqing arrived with his 2 sons and, upon hearing the tale, remarked that his elder son had acted rightly. After all, they had benefited. He likened the situation to a farmer who, after prodding a donkey, rewards it with a carrot. During the rainy season, which coincided with the flood period of the Huai River, intermittent torrential downpours rendered the dirt road to town impassable, causing water levels in ditches and ponds to surge. Consequently, Li He forbade the little girl from venturing outside to play, and she frequently found herself on the receiving end of reprimands for sneaking out. As the temperature dropped, the number of small vendors in town increased, and the streets grew livelier. People tend to follow a leader, and a new small restaurant had opened across the bridge, serving a modest selection of hot dishes and fried noodles. On the restaurant's opening day, Li He was particularly excited. He had grown weary of eating scallion pancakes and finally relished the prospect of declaring, "Boss, the bill, please." Even the entrance to the seafood company now showcased a breakfast stall, marking the end of their breakfastless days. Even more gratifying was the fact that meat no longer required ration tickets. The village's hefty Chen Yongqiang, perhaps spurred on by the Li brothers, began collecting pigs from nearby areas and set up shop as a butcher in town. Regardless of the bustling business, he always reserved 2 jin of pork belly for Li He, allowing him to realize his dream of eating meat daily. Chen Yongqiang would indeed become a butcher in the future, but not until around 1981, meaning his current venture was 2 years ahead of schedule. Li pondered whether this constituted his own butterfly effect, altering his fate while simultaneously reshaping history. To truly grasp the pulse of this era, one must immerse oneself in its subtleties. Every day brings unnoticed changes, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes. However, the swift transformations left He feeling quite disheartened. As not only his family was delivering eels to the seafood company, he noticed at least 3 other households doing the same. One of these households even owned a tractor, a sight that far outshone any future luxury, leaving He feeling not just frustrated but also somewhat envious. He could only lament the abundance of clever individuals. As soon as the seafood company hinted at opportunity, a throng of competitors emerged. After all, he had only been in this unique business for a month. What astonished He even more was the emergence of 2 new households in town engaged in the procurement of eels, one stationed at the town's entrance and the other positioned at the northern end of the flood bridge, while he himself resided at the southern end, with each household guarding its respective bridgehead. Naturally, Li Long and De Zhuang felt a sense of indignation, believing their business was being encroached upon. Li He, however, remarked that in matters of livelihood, one must rely on their own abilities. What right did they have to complain? The bridge did not belong to them. He refrained from elaborating further. Was he to explain the concept of a market economy to them? He was merely astonished by the contagious nature of this era. He had only ignited a small spark, never anticipating the fuse would extend so far. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the eel trade for long. Competition was bound to intensify, and the supply of eels from the fields and ditches would dwindle significantly in this season. During this phase, He could barely manage to collect around 4,000 jin daily, often rendering the use of a cart unnecessary, allowing the elderly Li Fuqing to rest at home. Yet, over the past month, he had managed to earn a considerable sum. After deducting all expenses, he had over 10,000 yuan in hand. Aside from Wang Yulan, who remained unaware of the specifics, his siblings were all well informed. He had become a veritable 10,000 yuan household, a title akin to that of a local magnate, with the largest denomination still being the 10 yuan note from the Great Unity series. To many, 10,000 yuan was an astronomical figure. With newfound wealth, the family's spirit and morale transformed dramatically. The frugal Li Mei resolutely decided to procure 2 feet of unneeded cloth from the supply and marketing cooperative for each family member, crafting new garments for them all. Concerned for her 2 brothers, who trudged through rain and wind barefoot, she and Wang Yulan toiled from dawn till dusk, stitching new soles for shoes. As was customary, upon Li He and several others returning from the provincial capital, they were greeted at the village entrance. "Oh, the scholar has returned." They also encountered Pan Guangcai, who was busy tending to his private plot. With a broad smile, Pan Guangcai exclaimed, He, hurry home. You have guests." Realizing that his university acceptance letter had likely arrived, Li He recalled that the notifications were usually dispatched in August, though he couldn't remember the exact date. In those days, college admission letters were typically sent directly to the town, which was still referred to as Honghekyo Commune at the time. It would later be renamed Honghekyo Town in 1992. The geographical boundaries with Holland province were somewhat ambiguous, and with the advent of mobile signal networks, one often found themselves walking a few extra steps only to be greeted by "Welcome to Holland Mobile," with inexplicable roaming charges deducted. Moreover, Li He's Dutch accent led to light-hearted teasing in his social circles, likening him to a manhole cover. He bore the jest with a simmering resentment, often seeking solace at the dining table to vent his frustrations. Frequently subjected to such banter, he had nearly begun to identify as a Dutchman. Had it not been for the occasional need to fill out forms requiring his registered and ancestral places of origin, he might have almost forgotten that he was a native son of Huabei, holding a residence permit from the capital. In the eyes of many, a Huabei individual who could not speak Dutch was far from being a qualified citizen of the capital. Upon entering university, one becomes akin to a commodity, bound by the constraints of a household registration system, accompanied by the burdensome identity of a cadre. The necessity of transferring one's household registration is inescapable. The systems of the 1970s and 1980s starkly contrast with the present day. Back then, household registration was inexorably linked to every facet of life: education, employment, and even marriage. Without such registration, one was devoid of ration tickets, rendering wealth futile, leaving one to endure the harsh winds of hardship. Upon returning home, Li found himself encircled by a throng of eager faces, all exclaiming joyously that the top scholar had returned. Li Mei ushered him into the house, where representatives from the commune awaited to present the notification of his university admission, with the brigade secretary engaging in conversation. It was imperative to be cautious with words, as inquiries regarding the collection of eels had arisen. Lu Chuanqi, the brigade secretary, was conversing with a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses when he noticed Li He's arrival. He began. This is Comrade He Jun from our commune's publicity department, who has graciously brought you the university notification. Lu, a seasoned veteran of revolutionary endeavors, was astute enough to recognize that revealing all details prematurely would be imprudent. After all, why would the commune cadres come if the announcement had already been made? Li He approached and shook hands with He Jun, who would later ascend to a prominent position within the county. With heartfelt sincerity, He Jun remarked, "Comrade, the path from the commune to your home is nothing short of treacherous mud. Your efforts are deeply appreciated." Dressed in a well-fitted Zhongshan suit, He Jun had his trousers tucked into his rain boots, splattered with mud. After a brief visit, He Jun had gleaned much about Li He. It was evident that not only was he academically gifted, but also possessed remarkable courage and capability, which explained the impressive three-room tile-roofed house that had been constructed. While the call for liberated thinking was often echoed, encountering such a liberated spirit was a rarity. He Jun, not an antiquated soul, found himself drawn to Li He, stating, "We serve the people, and congratulations on being the top science student in our county. This honor reflects not only your village but also our commune. Strive diligently in your studies, for you are destined to become a pillar of the nation." Li filled He Jun's and Lu Chuanqi's cups with water, smiling as he expressed, "You see, Comrade He, our family has many children and has faced economic hardships. It is thanks to Secretary Lu and the support of our fellow villagers that I was able to pursue high school, and today, I would not have achieved university admission." Lu Chuanqi chuckled, realizing he had underestimated Li Zhakuan's eloquence. He turned to Li He, saying, "You have made us proud. If you encounter any difficulties when school starts, the village will not stand idly by." After exchanging pleasantries, He Jun prepared to leave, and Lu Chuanqi and Li He's family felt it inappropriate to insist he stay longer. Upon seeing He Jun off, Lu Chuanqi smiled and said, He, you are destined for greatness. Discuss with your family about hosting a celebratory banquet. Your admission is of utmost importance. You are the first university student from Liswang, and your success may inspire many more to follow in your footsteps." Li He understands that, regardless of the occasion, such banquets are merely a covert means of soliciting gifts. Those with closer ties might offer a yuan, while the more casual acquaintances might contribute 30 or 50 cents. Truthfully, he is indifferent to these trifling amounts. However, the customs of rural life are not easily dismissed, no matter how many lifetimes one may live, and thus he acquiesces. The family is elated, with the fourth son reading aloud the notice of admission. The college acceptance letter is essentially a formal document, succinctly stating the necessary information, with each institution's content remarkably similar, beginning with a quotation from Chairman Mao and followed by essential directives regarding household registration and reporting times. In this era, gaining admission to a university is indeed a significant achievement. Even a vocational school can stir excitement across the countryside, unlike the later generations, where numerous university graduates abound. With bachelor's degrees populating the streets, master's degrees in abundance, and even PhDs seemingly commonplace. However, he is merely the science champion of the county, which does not warrant much fanfare. The city champion or the provincial champion is truly noteworthy, deserving of celebration with drums and gongs. Li He did not even visit the school. His application was completed prior to the college entrance examination. No matter how many lifetimes he may live, he cannot forget his score from the 1979 college entrance examination, a total of 600, of which he achieved 453, securing the title of science champion. Largely attributable to the era itself, the college entrance examination had only been reinstated for 2 years, and most individuals were unfamiliar with the concept, attending the exam as a spur-of-the-moment decision, akin to a casual outing. The movement of down to the countryside had hindered many, leaving them with little knowledge, particularly in subjects such as Chinese, history, and politics, where at least they could memorize facts. Mathematics was a foreign language to many, while geography, physics, and chemistry were subjects that most had never encountered. In a typical county, the number of candidates for the science track was scant, never exceeding a 2-digit figure, thus allowing Li He to stand out as a crane among chickens, a general among the short. It was not until 1980 that various remedial classes began to emerge in County D, truly gathering a multitude of hopefuls. Recently, Wang Yulan has been in high spirits. Her second son has been accepted into a university, and the two brothers are increasingly commendable. With their newfound affluence, flattering words echo throughout the village and beyond. There have been numerous inquiries regarding marriage prospects, predominantly concerning the eldest daughter and the third son. As for the eldest son, these old folk are overly optimistic, believing that her second son, who will eventually earn a living through commercial grain and hold a government job, deserves to marry a fair and delicate city girl. She cannot help but worry about her husband, who, if he were at home, might enjoy a more comfortable life rather than suffering from hunger and lack of rest outside. In previous times of hardship, arranging marriages for daughters and sons was a source of uncertainty, but with their current situation improving, preparations must be made. As lunch is served, Wang Yulan remarks that recently, Aunt Pan and De Zhuang's mother have suggested a few young men. Perhaps Maisie should go and take a look, as her age is not getting any younger. It would be disingenuous for Li Mei to claim she is not anxious about her own marriage. Just look around within a few miles, and one will see many girls her age already engaged. Behind closed doors, who knows how many are calling her an old maid. There was a lingering concern about marrying off a daughter, as the two elder brothers were growing older and seemed reluctant to take on the responsibility of caring for her, especially with two younger sisters still at home. Li was taken aback when his mother broached the subject, as he had been hoping to find a match for his sister from a past life, someone he genuinely cherished. Unsure of how to respond, he contemplated telling them that he had already found a suitor for his elder sister, alleviating their worries. However, he refrained, reminding them that their father was not home, and if they proceeded without his knowledge, he would surely cause a commotion upon his return. Did they not remember the previous incident where a marriage proposal was nearly settled, only for their father to reject it, resulting in a lost opportunity? Wang Yulan was displeased by his words, questioning why he would refer to their father's concerns as a commotion, as everything their father did was for their well-being. The siblings exchanged glances and returned to their meals in silence. It seemed this burden would rest solely on their father's shoulders, and Li had often relied on this tactic. Their father's role, it appeared, was limited to this. Previously, when Wang Yulan received the university acceptance letter, she was eager to celebrate with a feast, for education was a matter of pride. Li, however, postponed the festivities until Li Zhaoquan returned, suggesting they wait until the end of the month. If his ambitions did not take flight, Li Zhaoquan would soon be back. Organizing a feast in the countryside was no simple task, fraught with numerous customs and taboos that could easily offend if not understood. Li was reluctant to engage in such matters, though he acknowledged that despite Li Zhaoquan's roguish nature, he was adept at managing rural affairs. Meanwhile, a little girl played at the doorway, amusing herself with the fluffy chicks pecking at scattered rice. She cradled one gently in her hands, careful not to squeeze too hard, lest she cause harm and face punishment. These chicks had been purchased by Li on his return from the provincial city, totaling over 40. Though a few had succumbed to the little girl's clumsiness, he had initially intended to keep them hidden in an old earthen house, but upon passing through a nearby market, he observed others raising their poultry openly in their yards. Encouraged, he scattered rice in the yard for the chicks, who soon began to forage freely. Later, he acquired 20 ducks and released them into the irrigation ditch at the entrance. Although Li Fuqing and his two sons had also bought several dozen chicks, they were hesitant to let them roam freely outside. Li argued that while Fangji Commune was not in the same county, it was merely a few miles away, and their neighbors seemed to thrive in a manner they could emulate. With the reforms underway, who still spoke of restrictive practices. Ultimately, Li Fuqing and his sons relaxed their reservations, allowing the old hens they had secretly raised in their home to wander freely, thus sparing themselves the unpleasant odors of summer. Observing the throngs of chicks and ducklings gathered at Li Zhaoquan's doorstep, the jealousy of a few local women, who frequently visited, was palpable. Driven by envy, they decided to emulate him. After all, no matter how dire their circumstances, they believed they could hardly fare worse than they currently did. Like an infectious disease, this sentiment spread throughout the village, leading those unable to procure chicks to secretly gather eggs to hatch their own. Qin Yongxiang, the butcher, was even more audacious. He constructed several pigsties and began raising pigs. This man had a keen nose for opportunity. You might wonder where he obtained his piglets. Many farmers in the south were already raising pigs, and if the price was right, they were willing to sell, often at rates far more favorable than those offered by slaughterhouses. Frequently venturing out, he gained considerable insight and earnings, believing that the policies had yet to reach his region. Eagerly anticipating the moment he could embark on pig farming. However, with the Li brothers blazing a trail, Chun felt emboldened. He no longer hesitated and directly procured 3 piglets from the south, constructing a pigsty in short order. Qin Yongxiang now genuinely admired the second son of the Li family. He was academically inclined, shrewd in business, and often sought Qin's counsel when challenges arose. With this initial success, the village ignited into a fervent competition in animal husbandry. One family raised pigs while another took to raising sheep. When a daughter married off to a nearby village returned to Zhuang, she too sought to set a precedent in her native village. When village officials in Shangwan and Wangba questioned these young brides, they unabashedly replied, "Why don't you village leaders learn from the illustrious Lu legend of Zhuang?" The officials in those villages could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Lu legend. Lu legend, in turn, felt exasperated. It seemed he could not escape the repercussions of their actions, though he bore no responsibility for their choices. News of this reached the commune, with many clamoring about how some were shirking collective labor and retreating into privatization, straying down the path of capitalism. They labeled this phenomenon a capitalist enclosure. Not merely a capitalist tale, as it involved openly raising chickens, with some households even keeping dozens. Lu legend had mentally cursed the second son of the Li family countless times, wondering how this mischievous lad could stir up such trouble. The issue was no longer confined to the Li family. It had ensnared the entire village. A misstep could incite widespread ire. In the past, reliance on infrastructure teams had sufficed, but now, asking them to sever their own ties would hardly be welcomed. He understood that in many regions of southern Anhui, land had been redistributed and contracted. Raising a few chickens hardly seemed significant in comparison. The commune's leaders held several meetings, yet no resolution emerged. The policies were unclear, and no one dared to act arbitrarily. The political climate had shifted dramatically, with many individuals having been rehabilitated. A single misjudgment could invite unnecessary complications. Lu legend approached Li He with a hint of frustration, saying, "Why must you stir up trouble like this? You, at least, have studied more than your uncle. Do give me some advice." Li He held a favorable view of Lu legend, recognizing that this man had served as secretary for over a decade without causing harm to anyone. Whether it was the educated youth from the city or the so-called stubborn elements sent for labor reform, he treated them all with fairness and integrity. He chuckled and remarked, "Uncle, this is not privatization. It is a collective cooperative. Look, we have a chicken cooperative and a pig cooperative, merely raised in the members' homes." Lu Chuanqi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Exactly. I've been meaning to crack open your skull to see how your mind works." That evening, each household sent representatives to convene a member meeting, signing an agreement to establish the Liz Wang Chicken Cooperative and Pig Cooperative, resulting in the sudden emergence of 7 or 8 cooperatives. It was publicly declared that the livestock belonged to the collective, yet internally, each household could manage their affairs as they pleased, as long as it remained confidential. Some families swore oaths on the spot, declaring dire consequences for failure, such as never having a son or meeting with accidents. As long as they bore the name of a cooperative, the benefits would revert to them. Only a fool would disclose it. Li Zhaoquan had been increasingly discontent over the years, perpetually burdened with a tattered canvas bag and a wooden crate. He harbored dreams, perhaps thinking that tilling the soil was beneath his dignity and embarrassing, yet he never truly considered his own capabilities. Upon returning, he intended to gather some capital from home to seek fortune in the south. Returning villagers spoke of opportunities in Shenzhen, claiming money was plentiful. Reflecting on his daily sales of needles, threads, and rat poison, he barely managed to scrape by, pondering when it would ever end. As he reached Honghe Bridge Commune, the sun was still high, beads of sweat pouring down as his stomach growled with hunger. With his pockets emptied after buying a train ticket, he had to sell a few items along the way to afford a meal, hastily making his way home. Liz Wang was still the same, yet something felt inexplicably odd. A peculiar strangeness lingered. The villagers regarded him with eyes that were unervingly different. Previously, everyone called him the good-for-nothing, but now they greeted him with unexpected warmth, calling him by name and even uncle, offering him cigarettes. Li Zhaoquan was perplexed, thinking to himself, what on earth is happening? Arriving at the 3-tiled roof house, he gestured. This is Pan Guansai's home. That S Heizes. That door faces south. That house faces north. Turn there. Go around that corner. Cross that ditch. Hop over that ridge. I could navigate this blindfolded. This is the drainage ditch in front of our house. I haven't lost my way. Suddenly, Li Zhaoquan seemed to grasp the situation. No wonder the villagers greeted him with sly smiles. It was blatant mockery. His mind exploded with realization, and with blood rushing to his head, he shouted, "Who the hell has taken over my homestead?" The good-for-nothing had entered the village, and the doors were shut tight. Li Zhaoquan found himself outside, spitting in frustration in the sweltering 35-degree heat. His own family was of no help. How could it be that within such a short time away, Someone had seized his land and built a grand tiled house? It was utterly unacceptable. Who has claimed my homestead? If you were to offer Li Jiaquan a seat in the shade, he could complain from dawn till dusk, undeterred by any storm. As the cacophony of curses erupted, the young girl, who had been peacefully napping, was roused from her slumber. She pushed the door open, rubbing her still sleepy eyes, and gazed in a dazed manner at Li Jiaquan, who was vociferously ranting at the entrance. The girl, her memories fleeting, recognized a certain familiarity in the man before her, yet did not comprehend that he was her own father. Upon catching sight of the girl stepping out, Li Jiaquan observed her in a new outfit, her little face pristine, adorned with a playful ponytail that made her resemble his own daughter. Uncertain, he approached and lifted her into his arms, spinning her around several times, affirming to himself that this was indeed his progeny. Suddenly, a wave of realization struck him. Could it be that this woman intended to remarry and take away his family's legacy? He had not yet departed this world. Instinctively, he pressed down on the girl's shoulder with a bit of force, urgently inquiring, "Where is your mother?" The little girl, still half asleep and now pinched painfully by Li Jiaquan's grip, burst into tears, her nose running and wailing loudly, utterly incapable of responding to his question. Just as he was about to ask again, her cries intensified, prompting him to release her. Neither chastising nor soothing seemed fitting. In desperation, he stepped into the house. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight within the modest room. A wooden cabinet stood prominently in the center, exuding the scent of fresh paint. Clearly a newly crafted piece. Taking a step back, he scrutinized the cabinet closely. It was a stylish, contemporary design over a meter tall, featuring ornate sliding doors and a layer of mesh, housing remnants of leftover food. The middle section boasted a sliding glass door adorned with teacups, while the bottom section had solid wooden doors. Such cabinets were worth a considerable sum, and as he ventured into the eastern room, he found that everything, from the bed to the furniture, was brand new. The furnishings alone were valued at 500 to 600 yuan. Did he not know his own financial standing? Suddenly, he felt a peculiar glow radiating from the green hat atop his head. Just as Li Bing, the fourth son, had gotten out of bed and put on his shoes, he was astonished to see his father's face twisted with anger. Half awake, he had initially thought he misheard the sound of his father's scolding, but upon hearing the girl's cries, he quickly rose, concerned about what had transpired. Deep down, Li Bing wished his father would never return, as life with his siblings had been far more comfortable. Observing his father's fury, he wondered who had provoked him and hesitantly said, "Father, you're back." Li Jiaquan retorted, "I am your stepfather. Where is your mother?" Li Bing, momentarily bewildered by the mention of a stepfather, was at a loss for words. Just then, Pan Guangcai's wife entered, cradling the little girl while soothing her. "I told you Jiaquan had returned. I thought I heard him while I was in the backyard," she said. "Jiaquan, you are indeed fortunate. Your 3 spacious tile-roofed rooms are quite splendid. Yulan and Damei have gone to work. Today, the production team organized the women to weed the rice paddies." Li Jiaquan felt a sense of humiliation as he faced the disdain of Pan Guangcai's mother. She had the audacity to praise the large tile house built by his wife for her husband, as if she were deliberately provoking him. His already sallow complexion grew even more unsightly, and he thought to himself, was this woman intentionally seeking trouble? Taking advantage of the moment when Pan Guangcai's mother was engaged in conversation with Li Jiaquan, the fourth brother, Li Bing, hurried to the shade of a small grove, calling out for his brother. From a distance, he began to shout, "Brother! Brother! It's bad! Something has happened!" Li and his 2 brothers were napping under the trees, having returned from the provincial capital the night before after a sleepless night. Startled by the alarming shout, they quickly stood up, questioning, "What happened? Speak quickly," gasping for breath. The fourth brother replied, "Father is back." Li, feeling irritated, swiftly gave the fourth brother a gentle knock on the head, admonishing him, "What do you mean something has happened? You nearly scared me to death." He asked back, "So what?" The fourth brother, feeling wronged, rubbed his head and said, "Father is in a rage, and he made our little sister cry." Not knowing what had provoked their father's wrath this time, Li hurriedly gathered his brothers, Li San and Li Si, and they rushed home. Although Pan Guangcai's mother was not a fierce woman, she was not pleased with the situation and scolded, "You worthless scoundrel! What kind of attitude is that towards me? You indulge in your own pleasures outside, neglecting your family of widows and orphans. Your 2 sons toil day and night to raise eels, and you have the gall to return home and act like a lord. Don't you feel any gratitude?" In the village and beyond, everyone praised this scoundrel for his good fortune. His eldest son had excelled and gained admission to university. Yet, Upon his return, he immediately began to act arrogantly. At that moment, Li Jiaquan seemed to lose the brashness he had displayed earlier. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "What? This large tile house was built by and his brother? Eels are that profitable?" He had completely overlooked the fact that had been accepted into university. His attention was solely focused on the money. Embarrassed by this blunder, he was relieved he hadn't mentioned anything about his wife's infidelity. Otherwise, his shame would have been even greater. Grinning, he took the little girl from Pan Guansai's mother, leaning in for a kiss, only to be met with her startled cries as she was pricked by his stubble. Disheartened, he set her down and stared foolishly at the large tile house. Upon seeing that Li and his brothers had returned, Pan Guansai's mother felt it was time to leave, pondering Li Jiaquan's earlier strange behavior. She mused over his comment about where the wild man is, wondering if he might suspect Wang Yulan, as if she had touched upon something significant. Meanwhile, the little girl played by the waterway, chasing ducks with a stick, her face smeared with dirt. Li hurried over to scoop her up and handed her to Li Long to clean her face by the well. As they entered the house, they found the cupboard door ajar, revealing Li Jiaquan squatting at the threshold, boiling water to cook rice. For lunch, there were leftover potatoes and braised pork, and he was happily enjoying a spoonful of the meal. Li stared at his father, who was clad in a disheveled sea blue shirt, its collar glistening with grease, and his unkempt beard suggesting the nature of his recent endeavors. "Father, you have returned," he remarked. Li Jiaquan wiped his mouth with his sleeve and retorted, "What are you two up to?" "I return only to find no one around." Seeing their own father, the brothers, though tempted to retaliate, held their tongues for fear of divine retribution. The heat prompted their father to roll up his shirt, exposing part of his belly. "My dear daughter, pour me a bowl of water," he requested. Reluctantly, the youngest son complied. He continued, "You two have struck it lucky, managing to build 3 large tiled houses, surpassing your old man." Li Jiaquan, pondering his own business ventures fraught with criticism, found it perplexing that his children seemed to flourish in their endeavors. His blunt and unrefined reasoning seemed to drift far from reality, leading the brothers to exchange silent glances. Was this really their father? Li, accustomed to his father's nature, knew that navigating his whims was essential for familial harmony. "Father, we are merely following your lead. You do enjoy business, don't you?" he said, tempering his father's critical tone. Li Jiaquan, appreciating his son's words, took a sip of water and, without washing his face or wiping his feet, headed straight for the bed. "I am exhausted. After all, it is for the sake of this family," he lamented. The youngest son, noticing the freshly washed mat, grew anxious. "Father, that is a new mat," he exclaimed, recalling the humor that had already circulated in their village about their father's forgetfulness. Meanwhile, Wang Yulan and her eldest daughter were busy weeding in the fields. Upon hearing that her husband had returned, she hurriedly decided to wrap up their work and head home. "Mother, we've worked all day. If we leave now, it will be considered absenteeism, rendering our efforts futile. Look, we're just around the corner. And with so many of us, it won't take long." Li Mei sighed, acknowledging the shared experience of her mother. Li, uninterested in engaging with his father, decided to focus on their tasks. The brothers had begun to level the courtyard after their afternoon nap. Although they hadn't erected a wall yet, they found it prudent to lay down bricks and gravel to prevent slipping in the mud during the rainy season. The task was straightforward. They merely needed to shovel the ground and place the bricks without leaving large gaps. This simple endeavor would provide them with a safer and more spacious area to navigate after the rain, sparing them the discomfort of muddy shoes. Not demanding much effort, they seized the opportunity to work in their spare time, hoping to finish by evening. Suddenly, Li Long remarked, "Brother, what do you think prompted our father's unexpected return? Doesn't he usually come back only at the end of the year?" Li Long contemplated the imminent autumn harvest and the subsequent repairs to the riverbank. Harboring doubts about Li Jiaquan's capabilities, who he believed would intentionally evade responsibility, as he always did, Li rolled his eyes and remarked that it seemed Li Jiaquan could no longer cope with the outside world, advising his brother to avoid confrontation, suggesting that it was better to let matters pass unchallenged, for at worst, one could simply let the words enter through one ear and exit through the other. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the money, cautioning that it should not be carelessly exposed. Li Long chuckled, revealing that he had dug a hole in the old house, securely burying the jar beneath a cabinet, ensuring it would remain undetected. Suddenly, Li recalled a matter, cautioning, "A few days ago, Wang Qianjin sought you out, and he is not to be trifled with. Do not let him deceive you. I forbid any association with him. If I catch you in his company again, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you severely. Wang Qinjin, in the early 1980s, had amassed a gang at the border of two provinces notorious for intercepting passing vehicles and committing heinous acts, leaving a trail of destruction that even they could not fully account for. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, he was a malevolent individual, instilling fear in those who recalled his misdeeds. His reign of terror began in the 1980s and continued until he was eradicated in the early 1990s, with numerous death sentences handed down during the public trials, swiftly followed by executions. Despite being far removed from the events, the news had left a lasting impression on Li He. Though he would not shy away from dealing with such a menace, he recognized the necessity of capability. Otherwise, the injustices he had witnessed in his past would overwhelm him. Li Long had always harbored a sense of trepidation towards his elder brother, who, despite appearing increasingly aged, commanded his respect. The reprimands of the past, once stemming from disdain, had transformed into expressions of concern. Li Long had grown accustomed to such admonishments, responding meekly, "It's nothing. They only wish to play cards with me to swindle my money. I am not foolish, brother. I understand and will keep my distance." Li He resolved, for the sake of safety, to cease the eel business before the academic year commenced. As they approached 1980, the prevailing societal atmosphere, across all sectors and fields, could hardly be termed as open. Rather, it was an era devoid of moral restraint. Describing the time as wild would be more accurate than simply labeling it as liberated. Li He was reluctant to allow Li Long to roam freely in society, recalling that despite their family's poverty in the past, they had managed to avoid calamity. He harbored an underlying concern that his influence might alter the trajectory of Li Long's life significantly. In his previous life, Li Long had never ventured to the provincial capital at this age. Now, he found himself frequently traversing the city, his spirit becoming increasingly untamed. Though a bit skittish, Li felt compelled to exercise caution, deciding that only after 2 years of stability and improvement in Li Long's circumstances would he permit his brother to venture out. Otherwise, he could not shake off his apprehension. This proud and somewhat aloof elder brother seemed to regard his younger sibling as a son. Li Long, devoid of any malevolent intentions, was simply a youth filled with fiery passion, sensitive and rebellious, yet lacking in independent judgment. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his wife to dominate him so thoroughly in his past life. As the fourth child tended to the chicks, providing them with food and water, he also had to keep an eye on the little girl, who occasionally reached out to grab one. She sat there, idly scooping up mud, while everyone else was busy, leaving her unattended. The fourth child occasionally glanced into the house, observing his father snoring and drooling, finding it quite disgusting. He grumbled internally, knowing that once his father woke up, he would have to clean the bedding again. Now in the 4th grade, his academic performance was decent, and he enjoyed a diet rich in meat, which had plumped up his cheeks considerably. Previously, he had not been very close to Li He, often retreating into a room to read whenever his older brother returned home, leaving the household chores to others. He felt a bit resentful, often facing scoldings for his indifference. However, he could not comprehend why, despite still being reprimanded for minor mistakes, he found himself increasingly fond of his brother. It was indeed delightful to have an older brother. Li Gu promised him a bicycle if he managed to get into junior high school, urging him to study diligently, which filled him with excitement. When Li Zhaoquan awoke, he lit a cigarette and poured himself a glass of water, wandering around in his shorts, asking, "Has your mother not returned yet?" The brothers had nearly finished tidying up the yard. They only needed to clear away some excess gravel and neatly stack the unused red bricks in a corner. Unable to bear the sight of his father in such a state, Li commented, "Father, you're awake. Mother will be back soon. She must be thrilled to hear you're home. She talks about you every day. Why don't you take a bath first? It's hot. It will refresh you." He then turned to the 4th child, instructing him to fetch his large shorts and a shirt from his cupboard for their father. Reluctantly, the 4th child complied, noticing his father trying on the clothes without any hesitation, which made him pout, as that shirt had been specially made by their older sister for the elder brother's return to school. Upon returning, Wang Yulan was overjoyed to see Li Zhaoquan bathing by the well, having not seen her husband for over a year. She felt a pang of sympathy thinking about the hardships he must have endured. "Look at you. You've gotten darker. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Hurry up and wash up. I'll fix your hair and trim your beard." Seeing Wang Yulan, Li Zhaoquan, unbothered by the presence of others, showered her with kisses. After drying his chest with a towel, he turned his back to her, and she obligingly took the towel to scrub his back. Li Zhaoquan closed his eyes in enjoyment, saying, "I'm a man. Can I not endure a bit of hardship? What can a woman do?" Li Mei returned home alongside Wang Yulan, However, Wang Yulan, eager to go home, walked briskly, while Li Mei lagged behind, drained of energy after a long day. Witnessing the affectionate display between her parents did not surprise her. Though she had initially intended to greet them, the shameless banter from her father made her lips twitch, and she headed straight inside to wash up. She was well aware of her father's capabilities. Since she could remember, he had never worked in the fields consistently, often slacking off with a sporadic work ethic. Outside, one could hardly glimpse a soul. It was only during the new year that, occasionally exasperated by Wang Yulan's weeping, he would produce a few coins. Yet within days they would be reclaimed for cigarettes, alcohol, and cards. To assert that he was providing for the family seemed a hollow claim. It was only a woman like her mother who could be so easily swayed by their father's charm. Li Mei had come to understand that her two younger brothers, particularly the eldest, were growing increasingly promising, and that the future of their family would rest upon him. Even her own marriage prospects would likely depend on her brother. Now, when she ventured out, she bore an enhanced sense of pride. Who could dispute that this was Li and his sister, with a brother attending university, thereby ensuring a respectable maternal home, one that would not subject her to unwarranted disdain from her in-laws? Since establishing a stall for eels at the Hengshui River Bridge, the family had been dining earlier to allow for a timely departure. However, today, with Li Xiaoquan's return, much time was consumed. Wang Yulan took down the cured meats hanging from the eaves, a delightful mix of fat and lean, to steam in the pot, filling the air with an enticing aroma. She also prepared a pot of chicken stew and stir-fried several vegetables, creating a feast that felt almost festive. The 2 packs of Hongta Mountain cigarettes at Li He's bedside were proudly presented to Li Xiaoquan, and the welcoming wine had already diminished by half. The brothers Li He and his sibling would need to drive later that evening, thus rendering drinking inconvenient. Li Xiaoquan suddenly perceived that a life of ease was not as unattainable as he once thought. He was curious about his son's newfound capabilities, but, as their father, he found it difficult to lower his pride to inquire. After taking a sip of wine, he remarked, "While I've been away, you two have truly stepped up. From now on, earn money to save for your mother. You are of age. It is time to marry and settle down. Now that heir has been accepted into university, I am no longer anxious. Once you secure a stable job, the choice of brides will be yours." The siblings exchanged glances, recognizing that the anticipated feast had finally arrived. Those unaware of their father's temperament might perceive his words as the tender sentiments of a loving parent, devoted to his children's well-being. In his previous life, Li He consistently sent Li Xiaoquan a monthly allowance, ensuring his basic needs were met. Although their relationship was not particularly warm, he fulfilled his duties as a son during festive occasions. He seldom returned home, and their interactions were minimal. Later, feeling sympathy for the elderly Wang Yulan, he wished to bring her to the city to live with him. However, she firmly stated, "I cannot adjust to city life. It is too unfamiliar and stifling. I wouldn't survive long under such circumstances." Only occasionally did she visit her grandson, spending a few days with Li Xiaoquan. As Li Xiaoquan aged, his vitality waned, and he only occasionally lamented his insufficient allowance, relying on his many children to request money in turn. His siblings were not averse to financial matters. Problems solvable with money were rarely problematic. Of course, the third son's family was an exception. His wife was not to be trifled with, and they often avoided confrontations. When Li Xiaoquan passed away, Li He thought he would not shed tears. Yet, upon seeing the frail figure lying on the bed, he found his emotions uncontrollable. With death extinguishing life, what grievances could possibly remain? There exists a certain indescribable regret when reflecting upon the life of Li Xiaoquan. In truth, aside from his occasional mischief, he bore no significant blemishes on his character. Why then, must one maintain such a distant demeanor towards him? Sitting by the grave, tears streaming down my face, I vowed that if we were to be father and son in the next life, I would treat him with greater kindness. But why did I make such a vow? Li believed this to be retribution, indeed, retribution. In this life, my dreams have finally materialized. Once again, we are father and son. Yet now, observing Li Xiaoquan slouched in his chair, lacking decorum in both posture and eating, I find myself wishing I could discard the wisdom I have accumulated over 60 years and be reborn to cherish him properly. Alas, I cannot achieve that. Nevertheless, Li spoke with patience, "Father, each day we earn a few dozen yuan and save it for mother." The household income, though modest, was sufficient to keep his mother blissfully unaware, and even Zhuang, along with his grandparents and 2 uncles, were fully cognizant of the family's daily dealings. They even took the initiative to assist Li He and his brother in maintaining their cover. Li Fuqing understood his elder son's disposition and wanted his grandson to be wary of his own father, but he found it difficult to voice such sentiments, fearing it might sow discord between them. Nevertheless, witnessing the brothers toil tirelessly and earn increasingly more, he could not help but suggest, ere he, with the school term approaching, you must prepare accordingly. As the saying goes, a poor family fosters a prosperous journey. It's prudent to keep some money on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Your mother is at home, and with so many people looking out for her, you need not worry while you're away. Could Li fail to grasp the meaning behind those words? It was a veiled expression of concern. Grandfather, mother is aware, she might not take it well. Lu Dazhuang, being perceptive, understood the dynamics but refrained from intruding into family matters. Li Zhiming, on the other hand, was more straightforward, asserting, it's fine. Your daily efforts to earn a few dozen yuan are appreciated by everyone. There was an unspoken understanding among them, regardless of who inquired. They all knew that Li He and his brother were laboring tirelessly for meager earnings. Even so, today they gave Wang Yulan 30 yuan, and tomorrow 50. Yet Wang Yulan had over 1,000 yuan in hand. The household expenses, including the costs of building their home, were managed through Li Mei's accounts. In these times, families capable of producing 1,000 yuan were exceedingly rare in the village. Wang Yulan proudly unfolded a handkerchief filled with money before Li Zhaoquan, saying, look, dear, we aren't lacking at home. You need not endure hardship outside. Winter is approaching, and if you sleep under a bridge, it could jeopardize your health. Li Zhaoquan's eyes sparkled at the sight of money, but upon hearing the humiliating prospect of sleeping under a bridge, his face paled. Unable to hold his head high in front of his children, he retorted to Wang Yulan, you know nothing. Woman, keep your nose out of men's affairs. Li and he had been suppressing their laughter at the antics of the two lively characters, but the moment they glimpsed Wang Yulan's demeanor, they sensed that she was about to unleash her fury. In a place rife with disputes, one should not linger. Li hastily stood, setting down his chopsticks, and snatched Li Long's chopsticks as well, urging, look at the time, we must depart swiftly. Li Long pouted, feeling perpetually aggrieved. Li then turned to his elder sister, who was in the courtyard feeding the little girl, and said, you all should sleep in the old house tonight to avoid their bickering. At 21, Li Mei understood the underlying meaning all too well and could only nod, her face flushed with embarrassment. These two lively souls, having not seen each other for over a year, were akin to dry kindling ignited by fire. It was prudent for the three sisters to sleep at a distance, lest they inadvertently create a situation unsuitable for children. As was customary, the brothers summoned Dezhuang to drive the donkey cart to the bridgehead to collect the yellow eels. Nowadays, goods were directly transported from the provincial city and left at the familiar restaurant, alleviating much hassle. Only 2 donkey carts were needed for the return journey, one belonging to the brothers and the other to Li Fuqing. Li Zhaoquan, restless at home, began to ponder, growing increasingly uneasy. He turned to Wang Yulan, who was washing clothes, and asked, is it true that ere he pays Lu Laowan's sons and my 2 brothers 10 yuan each for a day's work? Wang Yulan pouted, feeling insulted by her husband's lack of trust. If you don't believe me, ask your eldest daughter. She knows. Li Zhaoquan glanced at his eldest daughter, who was herding ducks by the ditch. Apart from a brief exchange during mealtime, she hadn't spoken to him since, leaving him feeling that none of the children were truly close to him. Both brothers merely tolerated him, and he was not blind to it. His gaze then shifted to the 4th daughter in the courtyard, who was energetically poking at the mat where he had napped, clearly making fun of him. Finally, his attention fell upon the little girl playing in the mud, and he felt a glimmer of hope. He approached her and embraced her, saying, come here, my dear daughter. Give your father a kiss. The little girl, having just realized that this bad man was lingering in her home, had been quite annoyed. Yet, whenever she slipped out to play and others joked, where's your father? She felt a sudden surge of joy, thinking that since everyone else had a father, she ought to have one too. Now that she did, she gleefully asked, will you buy me some candy? I want a white rabbit. All right, whatever you want. I shall get for you, he replied. The little girl chirped, Daddy. Li Zhaoquan was overjoyed. Suddenly, he had a heartfelt companion, silently grateful that he had many children, lest he be left with none to cherish. In a fit of frustration, he turned to Wang Yulan and exclaimed, we must discuss this matter thoroughly. The 3 of them cost 30 yuan a day. How much do we earn in a day? Lu Laowan's son can barely manage 3 yuan, which is more than a bricklayer earns. Zhao Wei and Zhao Ming are my own brothers, yet even kin must be accounted for fairly. Considering our relationship, 5 yuan is already generous, and they ought to be grateful. They are utterly clueless, even siphoning off their nephew's money. You, my wife, have allowed he to become foolish with his studies, and you too seem ineffective. Just think about it. They are draining us of an additional 17 yuan daily. That amounts to over 500 yuan a month. Wang Yulan, neglecting to wash her clothes, quickly calculated upon hearing the mention of such a large sum of money, realizing it amounted to over 500 yuan. Oh dear, had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious, she remarked. Li Zhakuan, holding his head high, confidently asserted, there can be no mistake. I have conducted business for many years, and they cannot deceive me. They may fool your mother, but I shall confront them later. Li Si, listening attentively from the side, was astute and unhurriedly hung the mat on the line before turning to seek out his eldest sister. Li Mei, upon hearing this matter, displayed remarkable decisiveness. With a robust husband and two uncles who toiled tirelessly for long hours, she understood the weight of their efforts. The family had profited significantly, yet it was essential to keep this knowledge from their parents to avoid causing a rift. Li Si, Li Mei instructed, please wash up Xiao Wu. We shall return to the old house tonight. I will wait for grandfather at the crossroads. Grandfather would surely know of her father's return and would likely come to investigate, which could lead to an uncomfortable confrontation. Thus, it was imperative to devise a way to divert grandfather and the two uncles. Li Mei, wielding a shovel, feigned working on the drainage ditch, swatting at the persistent mosquitoes on her arms and legs. After some time, Li Fuqing arrived with his two sons on a donkey cart and asked, Maisie, why are you still digging at this hour? With a smile, Li Mei replied, I'm clearing the drainage. Otherwise, the ducks will grow too large, and there won't be enough water. Li Fuqing commented, your father must be back. I shall go see him. He is hardly home these days. What is he up to? Li Mei replied, father returned around noon. He should be with the village secretary now. I'm not entirely sure what it's about. Well, you take care of things here. We'll go find He. Li Fuqing said, and upon hearing that no one was home, he and his sons turned to leave. Li Mei patted her chest, feeling exhausted from the deception. As for what tomorrow would bring, she entrusted that to her eldest brother to manage. It was unclear when she had subconsciously begun to rely on Li He, but she recalled her brother's words from that night, once I start earning, I'll take care of things, and his bold declaration about managing the wedding of the third brother. Indeed, her eldest brother had truly matured. He even assured her, sister, I will definitely find you a satisfactory partner, as if she were in a rush to marry. Yet, this eldest brother filled her with pride, and she smiled at the thought of her current life, feeling as though she could awaken from a dream filled with joy. On the morning of the following day, Li Mei briefed Wang Yulan, stating her intention to attend the market. The streets had become increasingly lively, and she had already procured various items, including shoe uppers, some coarse cloth, and several bamboo fans. She also purchased 2 yuan worth of fried dough twists for the young girls, as local mothers in confinement consumed copious amounts of these treats, often bringing them as gifts to visiting relatives. Naturally, many preferred to buy them as snacks for children, who could relish in the greasy delights for the entire day. Having completed her shopping, Li Mei waited under the shade of trees at the Hengshui River Bridge for her brothers, Li He and the others. Impatience settled in, and occasionally one would rise to glance towards the southern road. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Li and his companions finally returned with the donkey cart. Upon halting the cart at the entrance of the inn, Li dismounted, instructed them to properly position the back cart, and approached Li Mei, inquiring, sister, when did you arrive? It's sweltering. Why are you waiting here? Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, Li Mei relayed Li Zhakuan's words verbatim, advising him, take care. Don't return home looking disheveled. It would be quite unbecoming. Li sighed inwardly, contemplating the unpredictable variables of fate. He was acutely aware that the eel business would need to conclude sooner than expected. He directed De Zhuang and the others to move the donkey cart to the shade, saying, grandfather, I wish to discuss something with you. School is about to commence, and I intend to cease the eel business. Li Fuqing was momentarily taken aback. This was a daily source of tangible income, so why halt it? He queried, perplexed, what is the matter? Li patiently replied, grandfather, second uncle, third uncle. Although we've been making decent money lately, everyone has been tirelessly toiling day and night, growing weary. Grandfather, you are getting older, and uncles, you'll soon be busy with the autumn harvest. If we continue this way, we'll all end up worn out before our time. Eels and loaches will only be around until October, and after that, they retreat into their burrows, making it hardly worthwhile to venture to the provincial capital. Therefore, while I'm at home, I think it best to stop altogether. Look, the commune is collecting eels in increasing numbers, and some have even raised their purchase prices, making it less appealing to get involved. Upon hearing this, the others recognized the truth in Li's words. The daily exhaustion and long treks were not to be underestimated, especially with the heavy cart to pull. Even with a towel around their necks, the pressure left deep marks, and over time, the weariness manifested in painful bruises and skin abrasions. The eels were indeed becoming increasingly difficult to gather, with competitors across the bridge even resorting to underhanded tactics, fluctuating the purchase prices to vex others. However, Li Xiaoming was somewhat agitated. It wasn't that he lacked ambition. Initially, earning 10 yuan a day brought him joy. But over time, witnessing the earnings of Li and his brother, amounting to 600 or 700 daily, had ignited a spark of discontent. As others in the commune began collecting eels and loaches, his impatience bubbled over. Had it not been for the familial ties and the fear of appearing greedy, he might have already ventured out independently. Now, hearing Li's intentions, he could barely contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, he, what if you, me, third uncle, Longzi, and De Zhuang all partnered together? Li was well aware of Li Xiaoming's hidden motivations and, wishing to support his two uncles, felt there was no reason to prevent him from pursuing this venture. Second uncle, I will support your endeavor. However, Longzi cannot join, with me gone. The family will rely on him, and he must remain. Yet, he expressed, I truly believe that going to the provincial capital is too exhausting, especially with the busy farming season approaching. Lu Chuanqi would certainly not be pleased with such delays. I would suggest retailing in the county town. A donkey cart can make the round trip in just over an hour. Although the earnings may be modest, it is a reliable venture. Li Fuqing tapped his pipe, stating that enduring such a life daily is unsustainable, and venturing into the county town is the most prudent course of action. Li Jiawei and Li Zhiming, who shared similar sentiments, concurred, deciding that the three of them would partner with Da Zhuang in this endeavor. Da Zhuang had originally aimed to follow the two brothers, but with them opting out, he questioned the purpose of his continued involvement. Moreover, he had privately accumulated a fair amount of wealth and was contemplating the construction of 2 large tile-roofed houses as the weather cooled. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, expressing his fatigue and desire for rest, longing for a proper night's sleep. The others chuckled at his words. Li Long had always heeded his brother's advice, having no opinions of his own. Though he felt a tinge of regret, the significant savings at home made him somewhat content. On their return, there was no need to leave the cart at the restaurant as they would not be conducting business anymore, so they simply hitched it back to the donkey cart. On the way, Li Mei remarked, you were quite generous. Li smiled and replied, I am leaving. I am not at ease with the third one venturing out alone. Besides, he is responsible for the heavy chores at home, and you can rely on him. It is best if he stays put. He then instructed Da Zhuang and Li Long, I will go study and seek opportunities. If I find a suitable chance, I will take you to witness the grandeur of our nation's capital. Also, regarding those individuals I mentioned, you too must avoid any contact with them and take good care of the household. The prospect of visiting the capital thrilled Da Zhuang and Li Long, who eagerly nodded in agreement, regardless of Li's comments. Upon arriving home, Li Mei wiped her face and began preparing the meal. As Li Fuqing and Da Zhuang were to dine there for lunch, the men sat on the threshold, fanning themselves. Li Fuqing inquired of Li Xiaoquan, who lounged in a chair with his legs crossed, You spend all your time away from home. When will this end? You are hardly better than a child. Li Xiaoquan was undeterred by his father's reprimand, knowing that at worst, he would endure a few words of admonition. I am simply unfortunate. Or else I could have shown you filial respect, he retorted. Li Xiaoming felt that his elder brother was being overly concerned. After all, he had failed to manage the family well from a young age, and now it was of little use to lament. Brother, you are fortunate. And his brother are both thriving. Has even been accepted into university. When will you host a gathering to bring some joy to the household? When discussing the celebration, Li Xiaoquan's face brightened. Having wandered about since morning, he was no longer referred to as a ne'er-do-well. The compliments he received within that brief time surpassed those of his entire life. After all, it was said that his younger brother was becoming a city dweller and would soon be consuming commercial grain, the first university student from Li Village. These remarks spurred Li Xiaoquan to hasten the preparations for a celebratory feast and distribute sweets. Thus, he began to joyfully plan the festivities. From east to west, Li Xiaoquan found himself discussing the matter of harvesting eels. Li realized the crux of the conversation had arrived. He must not let it involve his grandfather and 2 uncles. He hastily interrupted, saying, Father, I was just telling grandfather that I'm about to start school soon and can't spare the time. It's good that you're back. You can take care of it from now on. I need to rest well with the third brother. Look, my shoulder is just starting to heal from a scrape, and the scar hasn't even fully mended. And just look at the dark circles under the third brother's eyes. He is worn out. Li Jiaquan felt a twinge of annoyance. It was rare for him to want to properly host a banquet for his son, only to find himself being ridiculed instead. He retorted, with so many people, who needs me to step in? Li replied, grandfather is getting old. He surely can't handle it. Uncle Air and Uncle San have plenty of work to do for the production team. Otherwise, how will we distribute the grain during the autumn harvest? Li Jiaquan scoffed. Let those who want to do it handle it. A 1T. In his original plan, Li He intended to unleash all his pent-up grievances should Li Jiaquan persist in his stubbornness, whether or not the elderly Fuqing was present, seizing the opportunity to explode. However, now that Li Jiaquan was not taking the bait, he had to go off to eat instead. In a few days, when the banquet was to take place, Li Jiaquan would need to contribute further. If he had offended him too deeply now, it would leave him at a loss. After finishing his meal, Li Fuqing and a few others exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave. Li He resolved that he would be filial in due time, but he must not indulge in his own mischief. Once his circumstances improved and policies permitted, he would put in the effort to ensure that the household registrations of a few family members became independent, severing ties concerning weddings and funerals with Li Jiaquan, allowing him to remain a solitary household head. Seated on a chair, Li sat lost in thought when a little girl suddenly lunged at him, nearly toppling him over. He recalled a time when he was still in university. The little girl had started school late, making him the eldest in her class. Feeling a blow to his pride after finishing middle school, she adamantly refused to continue her studies. Eventually, she was brought to his side, and he discovered that she had inherited Li Jiaquan's nature, quick-witted and resourceful. She quickly made a circle of friends, rarely staying at home, and showed no desire to work diligently, often arguing with him. Though her behavior was not outrageous, it still caused him considerable concern. At that time, Li held onto traditional beliefs, thinking that a girl should simply work diligently and marry respectably. The first time he struck her, their sibling bond grew increasingly strained. Yet, she was quite clever, after all. She was still his sister. With Li He's connections, she found opportunities and became a successful businesswoman, thriving in her endeavors. Li He's only comfort was that she was exceptionally caring towards his two children, forming a sisterly bond with his daughter. In 1979, I wish to converse with this world. With the eels no longer being harvested, Li finally slept soundly, spending his days resting on a bamboo mat in the yard. Waking naturally each morning, the sunlight began to pierce through the trees, casting its rays upon Li He's face. Drowsily wishing to continue sleeping, fearful that his drowsiness would fade, he rose to draw the curtains. However, as he leaned over, he stumbled slightly, waking fully to the bright sun above. Merely a dreamer in that moment, his subconscious drifted back to the comforts of a grand mansion with a spacious bed and open floor-to-ceiling windows, suggesting that he had yet to fully release the attachments of his past life. Li rose to wash his face, gazing at his reflection in the water, a face somewhat pallid, not quite handsome, at best merely possessing well-defined features, albeit a bit gaunt. A sparse stubble adorned his chin, lacking in aesthetic appeal, clearly indicating an incomplete growth, and several stubborn acne spots marred his complexion. He loathed the sight and slapped his face, lamenting the trials of adolescence. As the saying goes, a bird's growth cannot hide its forest. Li Jiaquan remained unchanged, while his siblings treated him as if he were invisible. Li felt he had arranged everything before his departure, the only lingering concern being his elder sister's marriage. Yet, the stench of poverty from her prospective in-laws was palpable even from a distance. The suitor, lacking both parents yet having grandparents, faced dire circumstances with an ailing matriarch and an elderly patriarch, living in conditions that could hardly worsen. In an era where communal pots dictated sustenance, a man's efforts bore little fruit. Regardless of his diligence, the outcome remained bleak. Before achieving prosperity, no blind family would dare approach them. Thusly, he was not overly anxious about Li Mei's engagement. He merely sought to create opportunities for them. With school approaching, time was of the essence. Currently, the family was engrossed in preparations for the banquet. Li took the initiative to order a large, plump pig from Yongqiang, yielding over 300 pounds of meat. In these times, nutritional balance was disregarded. What mattered most was the abundance of meat, thick cuts to satiate hunger, and ample wine to be consumed in large bowls. Li arranged for the necessary provisions of meat, wine, and vegetables, leaving the remainder of the responsibilities to Li Jiaquan. In rural customs, Li felt his attempts to intervene were futile. Any misstep could lead to accusations of being inconsiderate. The previous day, Li Jiaquan had summoned a master chef, a common practice for festive occasions in the countryside, as these skilled artisans had honed their craft over the years. In one corner of the courtyard, two large tables were set up, alongside a makeshift cooking station. They borrowed tables, chairs, pots, and water containers from neighboring households, as it was impossible for a single family to gather all the necessary items for such an event. This communal borrowing was a customary practice for celebrations, with feasts typically held in one's own yard. On the eve of the banquet, Li He's uncles and aunts arrived early to assist with chopping wood, preparing, and washing vegetables. That night, his aunt's family stayed at Li Fuqing's place. Wang Yulan's side preferred not to impose on others and squeezed in here. The women and children slept indoors while the men spread mats to sleep outside. The following day dawned early, with Li Zhaoquan orchestrating the tasks with precision, delegating responsibilities for water fetching, wood chopping, cooking, washing vegetables, clearing tables, and washing dishes, ensuring every detail was attended to. The array of activities was extensive, both inside and out. Li had to behave himself, and after Li Zhaoquan exchanged pleasantries, he hurriedly served cigarettes and drinks. The banquet was set for 12 tables, and although half of the attendees were young children, Li had to go from table to table, toasting each guest, without any hint of reluctance. By the end, his head was buzzing, and he could hardly process the conversations around him. After the toasts, Li Zhaoquan glanced at Li He, whose complexion had turned pale and whose eyes were reddened, and scolded him. What a disgrace! With such a meager capacity for alcohol, you hardly take after me. Life is fleeting, and some moments of brilliance can only be experienced once. Some pains must be endured twice. Li He woke from a nap in the small woods to find that only a few relatives remained at home, and they had nearly finished their tidying up. After delivering a few benches, they were done. The relatives had packed up the leftover fish, meat, and pork, leaving in high spirits. Once the relatives departed, the siblings took turns delivering the remaining dishes to those who had helped in the kitchen over the past couple of days, as was customary in the countryside. That evening, after calculating the expenses, Li Zhaoquan muttered a curse. Damn it, what a loss. Li Mei curiously inquired about the total. Li Zhaoquan replied, 27 yuan and 52 cents. Not counting the 30 yuan from the production team. The money spent on cigarettes and drinks barely covered it. We spent 47, and what's left is nearly empty. Don't even mention the dishes. Those old folks really took advantage. Li had never expected much from the gift money. It was merely for show. It's all right. After all, it's just this once. Did you hear everyone praising you this afternoon? If you hadn't returned, us women wouldn't have managed it all. He sincerely complimented, recognizing that without his father, they truly would have struggled. Li Zhaoquan, who was very concerned about his reputation, was pleased with the grand affair. Of course, such a spread, we are the pride of Liz Wang, who provided the hometown mountain cigarettes, and which family offered the welcoming liquor. The pork alone could cover the gift money several times over. It was rare for Li Zhaoquan to be so composed, speaking calmly. Li He, with a heart full of concern, said, Father, I was thinking, I'll be leaving soon. The family still relies on you. Why not stay home? It's more reassuring. And life at home is manageable. Li Zhaoquan cast a glance at Li He and remarked, mind your own business. Don't think that passing the university entrance exam makes you exceptional. Li He nearly choked on his own blood, watching Li Zhaoquan bustle about. The little goodwill he had felt during the day evaporated, turning to disdain. In the dead of night, Li He lay in the courtyard, unable to truly sleep. With memories of a past life, he knew what was to come and hoped for change. Happiness is not the destination of a long journey, nor the far shore of a great river, but rather the small transformations along the way. Clearly, he was disappointed. In the early hours, he heard the door creak open from within the house, and a figure slowly emerged, closing the door behind them, carrying a bag in hand. As a shadow passed by Li He, it lingered momentarily, remaining silent for approximately 2 minutes before crouching down to open a bag. It seemed to retrieve something, then picked up a stone from the ground to place on top of it, finally rising and walking away without glancing back. Li He slowly stood up, chased out of the courtyard, watching the figure recede into the distance, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks, not from a desire to cry, but from the inability to express his sorrow when he wished to. Even in this rebirth, he could not alter the inevitable outcome. He was suddenly struck by the notion that rebirth was but an illusion, a mere dream, devoid of power to effect change, leaving him feeling helpless and lost. Lying on the mat, he gazed at the sky as it gradually brightened, utterly devoid of sleepiness. As dawn broke, the sound of weeping filled the room. Li chose not to comfort Wang Yulan. Perhaps she would eventually grow accustomed to her tears. Li Zhaoquan had finally departed, seeking something only he could comprehend. Li Mei quietly pulled Li He aside and whispered, "Mother's money. He took it all, leaving only 100 yuan." Li He retrieved from his pocket a large denomination of 10 yuan that Li Zhaoquan had placed in front of his heel when he left in the dead of night, saying, "He still left me with 100. Most of the funds for the banquet came from the siblings' small savings, while Wang Yulan's money had remained largely untouched. Even after deducting the 200 yuan left behind, Li Zhaoquan had taken at least 1,600 yuan upon his departure. The family's mood that day was steeped in melancholy. Old Master Li Fuqing visited, breaking his smoking pipe in frustration. After lunch, Li He greeted Dazhuang, asking him to harness the donkey cart for a trip to the commune that afternoon, as he needed to process his school registration and household transfer documents. Upon arriving at the commune, he proceeded to the police station, a familiar route. The officers, upon recognizing the county's top scholar, treated him with respect, exchanging light-hearted banter. In a matter of moments, the proof was written, stamped, and completed, with Li He graciously offering 2 packs of cigarettes as he departed. On his way back, he unexpectedly encountered He Jun, the commune official who had delivered his notification letter previously. Li dismounted the donkey cart and greeted him, saying, "Comrade He. Long time no see." He Jun halted his bicycle, responding, "Li, my student. It's been a while. What brings you here?" Li He waved the documents in his hand, replying, "Haha, with school starting soon, I'm here to finalize my household transfer." He Jun chuckled, "I thought you might have forgotten. I was planning to check in on you." Li He perceived He Jun as a considerate individual. Cultivating a good relationship with a local authority figure would prove beneficial. "How could I forget? If you're free, Comrade He, let us head over to that tavern by the bridge for a drink." He Jun readily accepted the invitation, and together, they made their way to the tavern by the bridge. He Jun concealed his caring thoughts for his younger counterparts, while he contemplated short-term investments against long-term returns. Each had resolutely decided to treat the other, and during the ordering process, they exchanged suggestions without reservation, choosing a lavish assortment of poultry and seafood. Dazhuang, observing silently beside them, felt unable to interject, especially in the presence of commune officials. Even casual encounters with leaders like Lu Chuanqi filled him with trepidation. However, the restaurant owner, perceptive to their intentions, chuckled and remarked, "With so many dishes, I presume the 3 of you can finish them all, right?" Li, well acquainted with the proprietor, who daily procured eels and often dined at his establishment, responded without pretense, "Then bring your signature dishes. If we're unsatisfied, I assure you, payment will be out of the question." The restaurant owner laughed, gesturing to a banner on the wall that read, "Small business, no credit extended," prompting hearty laughter from the group. As they finished a bottle of baijiu, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Li, eager to forge a deeper connection, decided to be forthright. Noticing He Jun downing his drink with an air of contemplation, he boldly inquired, "You seem troubled. What weighs on your mind?" He Jun glanced at Li and asked, "Are you aware of the conflict in the south?" Li nodded, acknowledging the skirmish with Vietnam that had erupted earlier in the year, as reported in the newspapers. He Jun clinked his glass with Li's and sighed, "Several young men from our commune have sacrificed their lives. I went to deliver compensation to their families, and the sorrow was unbearable. I couldn't bear to stay long. It's heartbreaking to see such promising lives extinguished. Who wouldn't feel anguish over this?" Li found himself at a loss for words, the weight of the conversation pressing heavily upon him. The 3 men raised their glasses, clinked them lightly, and drank deeply. He Jun took a bite of food and remarked, "However, you, my friend, have boundless potential ahead of you. If you apply yourself diligently, you'll surpass even your elder brother." After several rounds of drinks, their conversation lost its inhibitions. Li, aware that He Jun had endured considerable hardships in his ascent, candidly stated, "As the commune scribe, your promotion should ideally come with the clearing of positions above you. Why not leverage your advantages? Have you read the editorial in the Guangming Daily?" It was a piece that anyone with insight would recognize, while those lacking awareness would be oblivious. Given the contentious nature of the practice debate, it was unlikely that a person as ambitious as He Jun would overlook it. Suddenly animated, He Jun inhaled from his cigarette, exhaling a long plume of smoke, and asked, "Please, elaborate. I often find myself in a muddle." Li replied, "Why not consider the implications of land contracting? This debate remains unresolved, but if you, the scribe, align yourself correctly, you need not worry about your future." As their conversation progressed, they lost track of time, one deliberately relaxed, the other insatiably curious, soaking up knowledge. Noticing the encroaching darkness, Li, disregarding He Jun's lingering enthusiasm, hastily settled the bill and hurried home with Dazhuang. feeling slightly inebriated. He lit a cigarette, allowing the sharpness of the tobacco to swirl in his lungs, gradually clearing his mind. As the commencement of the school year draws near, Li took a bus from the county town to the provincial capital to secure his train tickets in advance. He then returned to the aquaculture company to exchange greetings with old Zhang, bringing along a cigarette as a token of courtesy. Although he was no longer employed there, it was only fitting to acknowledge the acquaintance. Upon learning that Li was heading off to university, old Zhang remarked, "You young lad, at such a tender age, already know how to act like a wise guy. You have a promising future ahead. Even grandfathers begin from the generation of their grandchildren. If you wish to become a grandfather, first learn to be a grandson." This statement elicited a hearty laugh from Li He, who was tempted to inquire if old Zhang had been reincarnated and what his penguin number was. After finishing lunch, he hurriedly urged his younger brother, the fourth, to go to school without delay. If there was anything Li He was most apprehensive about, it was his third brother. He expressed to Li Long, "You know what worries me the most about you? It's your lack of decisiveness. Whether you study or not is of little consequence. What matters is that you must engage your mind in everything you do and develop your own thoughts. Don't let others lead you by the nose, understand?" He continued, "What about that girl from May? Can you pursue her? If so, I'll ask mother or grandma to speak on your behalf." Although their family no longer collected eels, Li Long frequently ventured to the Redwater River Bridge to assist his two uncles in gathering them, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of his beloved girl. Their conversations were limited to a few exchanged words. As for matters of affection, both were novices, hesitant to voice their feelings. Observing Li Long's demeanor, Li came to a realization. "Come on, how old are you? If you like her, go ahead and express it. That girl is also 16, not lacking in admirers. Don't let someone else swoop in and take her away. You won't be able to buy regret. What's this muddled behavior every day? If you're too shy to speak, take your elder sister along to inquire." Li Long, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anxiety. Yes, that girl was already 16, the same age as him, and he could only hurriedly agree. Li He then approached Li Mei, sharing his brother's feelings, saying, "Sister, could you check on that girl's sentiments? You girls have a way of getting close. The third brother is too bashful. See if you can find out about the family over at Shangwan. If it seems promising, let us send someone familiar to make the introduction." Isn't sister Dongmei's family from Shangwan? Li Mei chuckled and replied, "Oh, the third brother is no longer a child. How come, after all this time? He knows nothing about her family?" Li shook his head, saying, "You all handle it as you see fit. I can't really get involved. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you." Each day spent idly at home, Li took it upon himself to engage Li Long in political education lessons. The third brother had completed only elementary school, could recognize characters, and perform addition and subtraction within 100. After several years out of school, the prospect of him entering middle school seemed daunting. Even blending in as a troublemaker would be a challenge. Currently, the only one in the family who had just started school was the youngest, who had happily advanced to the 5th grade, a true source of relief. The fifth brother's household registration had been settled with a fine of 200 yuan, but he was still too young to be admitted to school. Reflecting on his life, Li Jiaquan had never opposed the matter of education. Of course, one could not say he fully supported it either. It was more of a laissez-faire approach, allowing matters to unfold as they would without interference. Though Wang Yulan often weeps and wails, she still borrows money for her children's education. Many in her community might say, "Isn't it enough to know a few characters? Look at how destitute you are. What use is school?" Wang Yulan herself is illiterate and does not advocate for education. She is oblivious to the lofty theory surrounding it, nor does she ponder its utility. Her resistance to her children's desire for schooling stems from a simple inability to refuse them. Neither Li Jiaquan nor Wang Yulan subscribes to the notion of preferring sons over daughters. In typical families, the survival of the 4th or 5th child remains uncertain, especially if the 5th is a girl, more mouths to feed. In rural areas, the belief that sons provide for parents in their old age is deeply ingrained. Lacking a son subjects one to societal disdain and a sense of inferiority. For instance, when a family seeks assistance in marrying off a daughter, they only approach those with sons, hoping for good fortune and early offspring. Over time, those without sons begin to feel inferior, fearing their presence might bring bad luck. Many resolve to have sons at any cost, as daughters are perceived as belonging to another family. Who, after all, will care for one in their twilight years without a son? With the advent of family planning, if the firstborn is a daughter and the second, unfortunately, is also a daughter, the quest for a third child becomes fraught with difficulty. Those who are soft-hearted unwilling to harm a female infant, yet still yearning for a third child, often resort to hiding to give birth, bracing themselves for the inevitable fines from authorities. Those who cannot afford these fines face the grim prospect of losing their homes and possessions. It is not uncommon for infants to be suffocated in small bags or to perish in pots of ashes, and while Li sometimes laments these tragedies, he feels powerless to intervene. Observing the fourth and fifth children, he does not regard Li Jiaquan as wise. Instead, he finds solace in the fact that his father is rather unsophisticated. In contrast, his uncles Li Xiaoming and Li Jiaowei, both of whom are relatively normal, ensure that all the delectable food is reserved for the sons, leaving the daughters overlooked. Wang Yulan and his aunt Li Xiaoyun are utterly oblivious, both illiterate, while Li Jiaoquan, despite his lack of ambition, at least completed primary school. As the day of departure draws near, an increasing sense of anxiety envelopes him, making it harder to let go of his home. In his youth, he was naive and fearless, yearning only to escape this remote place. He was thoroughly weary of the poverty surrounding him, dreaming of one day fleeing to explore the world and live a better life. For rural children, aside from education and military service, there are few avenues to leave. The notion of employment is merely a myth. Eventually, he went to the capital to study. A place so splendid it overwhelmed him, overpasses, highways, far beyond the impoverished confines of his hometown. The capital was immense, making him feel like a tiny ant, evoking both fear and excitement. Yet, as he drifted further away, he realized that his longing for his homeland was a persistent ache, impossible to quell. Before dawn, Li rose to pack his belongings, intending to take a few changes of clothes, 2 newly made jackets, and a teacup, while also stuffing the freshly prepared cakes by Li Mei into his bag, ensuring he would have something to eat during the long train journey. Li Jiaowei and Li Xiaoming's donkey cart was parked at the door, ready to take Li He to the county bus station, from where he would travel by bus to the provincial train station. The buses to the provincial capital adhered to a strict schedule, and tardiness was not an option. Li pried away the little girl clinging to him, wiped her tears, and kissed her, saying, "Be good at home, and wait for your elder brother to bring you delicious treats." The little girl replied, "You must return quickly. I want many tasty sweets." Li He smiled and promised, "I will buy you plenty of goodies." Turning to Li Long, who was squatting at the threshold, he said, "All the heavy chores at home will be your responsibility from now on. Do not wander about aimlessly. Those people I mentioned before should keep their distance. If I find out otherwise, it will not be a simple reprimand. I have noted the address for your elder sister. If anything arises, send a telegram from the post office. Do not be stingy. Make sure it's clear. Understood?" Li Long pouted. "You've said that countless times, brother." Li Mei, standing nearby and smiling, reassured, "It's fine. He is not a child anymore. I will keep an eye on him. Hurry up, uncle. Second and third uncles are waiting." Li scratched his head, saying, "Well then, I'm off. Fourth sister, fifth sister, you must listen to mother and elder sister at home. Understood?" The fourth sister nodded affirmatively, while the little girl remained silent, her face sorrowful. Li glanced at Wang Yulan, who was wiping her tears, and said, "Mother, I'm going to school, not to prison. Why are you crying? I'll be back for the new year, and perhaps I'll even bring a bride for you. Smile, will you?" Wang Yulan, unsure whether to laugh or cry, replied, "You mischievous child, who have you learned such cheeky talk from? Very well, off you go. Remember to wear warm clothes. It's cold up north." Li nodded in compliance and climbed onto the donkey cart, saying, "Uncle, let us go." They traveled at a leisurely pace, and by the time they reached the county town, dawn was approaching. Li remarked, "This is where I'll part ways. You hurry to the market. The bus station is just a short walk from here. Take care of yourselves at home." Suddenly, Li Jiaowei and Li Xiaoming felt a pang of reluctance for their nephew, as if they were losing their anchor. "Isn't at this nephew who has been looking after everything, from the ground to the heavens?" Li Xiaoming murmured, at a loss for words, simply saying, "Be safe on your journey." Li waved goodbye to them, and entered the bus station to board the bus. After purchasing his ticket, he began his journey to the provincial capital. Finally arriving in the provincial city marked the beginning of his northern expedition. Traveling by train in those days was akin to facing a formidable battle. Enduring over 20 hours on a train was far from comfortable. As for sleeper tickets, that was a distant dream. Sleeper accommodations required work permits and letters of introduction from one's workplace. Ordinary citizens wishing to travel by plane or sleeper train, that was simply out of the question. The authorities deemed such regulations entirely reasonable and felt no need for change. Upon arriving at the train station, Li felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The crowd was overwhelming. As a major transportation hub during the back-to-school season, people were crammed together. After much effort, Lee managed to navigate through the ticket inspection and reach the platform. However, when the train arrived, the doors could not be opened due to the throng of passengers. With no other option, he climbed through the window. The passengers inside were reluctant to allow anyone from outside to enter, as doing so would only encroach upon their already limited space. Those on the platform desperately pushed up against the window, trying to squeeze inside. And it was in this manner that Lee boarded the train. Once aboard, he found his seat occupied by a girl. He promptly retrieved his ticket from his pocket and presented it before her. The girl, taken aback, pouted, "Hey, can you show a little courtesy? Look at me. I'm a girl, and my legs are tired." Lee remained silent, waving his ticket in front of her once more. The girl huffed in annoyance, stamped her foot, and muttered under her breath about how he was not gentlemanly at all. Lee settled into his seat, leaning back, disregarding her entirely. "I'm not your father. There's no need to pamper you," he thought to himself. His bag, though not large, was clutched tightly in his arms. It contained all his possessions. He had 3,000 yuan, and losing it would be disastrous, especially since he could not rely on transferring money from home. The girl was dressed in a light green blouse and black elastic pants, a rather trendy outfit. With her pointed face, fair complexion, and shoulder-length hair, she appeared quite charming. Noticing Lee's indifference, she leaned against the aisle, visibly frustrated. Wherever she went, her confidence seemed to have an undeniable impact, especially on someone like Lee, who came from a rural background and seemed rather oblivious. Standing in the aisle, the girl fixed her gaze on Lee. He thought to himself that she must be a bit dim-witted. As society became more open, such naive individuals would likely become more common. He had encountered more sophisticated women before. Dismissing the thought, he turned his attention to the window. The train lacked air conditioning, and the air in the carriage was stagnant, filled with the odors of smoke and sweat, a truly unbearable experience. The only comfort was the slight breeze from the window. His sole mental anchor was the thought, "It will all be over soon." As the train began to move, Lee recalled a joke that made him chuckle quietly to himself. Feeling drowsy, he wished to take a nap. However, the noise was incessant. In the aisle, some passengers squatted on the floor playing cards, while others built makeshift towers on their seats. The sounds of games echoed back and forth, accompanied by the occasional shriek of children practicing their voices. Perhaps out of boredom or mere curiosity, the girl initiated a conversation with Lee. "Hey, where are you headed?" Lee lazily glanced up and replied, "To the same place as you." The girl, intrigued, asked, "How do you know where I'm going? I never informed you." Lee pointed to the girl's chest. The glaring school badge, which seemed designed for the blind, as hardly anyone genuinely recognized it. Upon enrollment, each student receives a badge, emblematic of their university identity, unlike later, when wearing the badge appeared rather ostentatious and few donned it. In the current university scene, everyone proudly sports a badge, this coveted insignia often attracting curious glances, causing some students to adopt an air of arrogance. The superficial individuals revel in flaunting their university status in public settings. Lee recalls an occasion when he was on a bus with classmates, where one incessantly boasted about being a university student, eliciting frequent glances from passengers ahead, making Lee and another classmate wish to vanish into thin air. A select few even adorned themselves with multiple badges, such as the school emblem, honor certificates, and youth league badges. Perhaps a reflection of the era, some individuals would hang various items on their chests, including pins, medals, and even keychains, pocket watches, and tobacco pipes, an eclectic assortment. The girl remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable. I haven't recognized anyone on my way here." "Are you a student too?" Lee politely responded. "Yes, I'm a freshman. I've seen others wear it before. The one from Reborn University is quite distinctive. How could it not be unique?" It left a lasting impression, cradled in hands, resembling a chrysanthemum, later transformed into a standing shape, with 3 individuals huddled together, akin to a fraternity. Eventually, everyone jested about how Reborn University's badge kept changing yet remained tethered to its playful essence. Conversations meandered into an almost intrusive interrogation, as if one were to trace back through 8 generations of ancestry, culminating in an eagerness to exchange contact information, be it QQ or WeChat, if available. Lee wished he could succinctly articulate everything at once, for after the Inquisition-style introduction, the dialogue faltered. In these times, there truly seemed little to discuss. The topics were rather limited. As for flirtation, Lee felt utterly unqualified, fearing that if overheard, he might be branded a rogue. How he wished for a mobile phone, just to fixate on the screen, and when weary, drift into slumber, thus avoiding the tedium of time. Half asleep, when they reached Shujo Station, a clamor erupted, prompting Li to rise from his seat, as the window had become a passageway, with people squeezing in like eels. Observing the girl fidgeting, torn between sleep and vigilance, he finally offered, "You may rest in my seat for a while." Taken aback, she smiled and replied, "Thank you." Thus, with a heart filled with anxiety, they arrived at their destination, mentally urging, "Almost there, almost there. Once we arrive, all will be well." Upon arrival at the destination on the morning of the second day, Li finally felt a sense of liberation, grateful to the heavens and the earth. He was relieved that he did not have to climb out of a window to exit the station. Taking a deep breath as he stepped out, he found a corner to sit on the steps and indulged in a cigarette. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the same girl. She glanced at him and awkwardly said, "Li, as a newcomer, you must be unfamiliar with the area. Allow me to guide you." Li replied, "It's fine. I just want to smoke a bit. You can go ahead." He pointed to the bus sign, stating, "Aren't there routes listed?" "It's not as if I can't read." Hearing his response, the girl remained steadfast, saying, "I'll wait for you to finish your cigarette. The routes at the bus station are numerous and can be quite confusing. Besides, you gave up your seat for me earlier. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." Acknowledging her words, Li decided not to be overly polite, extinguishing his cigarette. "Let us go then." All around, bicycles filled the streets, with buses weaving through the traffic. Occasionally, one might spot someone coming to the train station on a bicycle to pick up a passenger. It seemed more prestigious than driving a BMW. Those with many belongings would tie them to the back seat, while those with fewer items would nimbly hop onto the back, cradling their possessions in their arms. Cars were a rare sight, mostly old Eastern European models like the Jim or Volga, rumbling along like tractors. The girl observed Li, noting his wide-eyed wonder at the surroundings, and remarked, "Look, this is our magnificent capital, isn't it splendid? When you have time, I'll take you to see the flag-raising ceremony." A swell of pride surged within her as she spoke, prompting her to straighten her back a little more. Li nodded, watching as the bus arrived. He followed closely behind the girl and boarded the bus, purchasing a ticket. From the window, he gazed at the shifting scenery, his mind racing with tangled and bewildering thoughts. With a nostalgic lens, he viewed the city of Beijing, pondering the unforeseen, monumental changes that could arise when a nation unleashes its potential. The wave of reform was rushing forward, providing a platform for all Chinese people to alter their fates. This only solidified his determination to acquire several properties in his lifetime. Disregarding the outskirts entirely, it had to be in the city center. In 5 or 6 years, the affluent would move into the city to purchase homes, while the less fortunate would migrate for work. Thus, regardless of one's educational background, whether a college graduate or an illiterate drifter, everyone was clamoring to penetrate the urban expanse. The city, vast and dull, filled with haze, saw many striving to establish their legacies in this gray, sprawling landscape. The freedom of the spirit is the lifeblood of creation. It is we who instigate calamities. Yet it is also we who forge miracles. "We arrived," the girl announced, leading the way off the bus. Li had the intention to inform her, "Dear niece, I have reached my destination, but you have disembarked at the wrong stop. Your university is still 2 stops away. Hey, why are you just standing there? Come on." She called back, noticing he hadn't followed. With no other choice, Li feigned ignorance and continued to follow her, gazing at the grand entrance. The surroundings felt familiar yet nostalgic, evoking a sense of both remembrance and trepidation within Li as he returned to a place etched in his memory, apprehensive at the thought of encountering figures from his past. Upon entering the school, a girl, lacking in courtesy, promptly seized Li's notification letter and made her way to the new student reception area to collect bedding, meal tickets, and subsidies, occasionally inquiring about various matters. They took a circuitous route, repeatedly turning back, caught in a cycle of disorientation. Li, unable to dismiss her, felt as though he was repaying her kindness with ingratitude. He could not voice his frustration, for it seemed a waste of time. He was more familiar with the place than she was. His niece, after much ado. It appeared she was quite directionally challenged. When pointed east, she headed west instead. After much effort, they finally arrived at the base of the dormitory, both laden with wash basins, bedding, and luggage, their brows glistening with sweat. The girl remarked, "This is the boys' dormitory. It would be inconvenient for me to go up. You take the things up first, and I'll wait for you down here. Later, I'll guide you to the cafeteria." Exhausted from the ordeal, Li was taken aback that she would linger. Although he felt grateful, in an era where even holding hands could be deemed inappropriate, he could not simply hand her his belongings or invite her to dine, let alone go to the cinema, which could tarnish his reputation. activities typically reserved for young couples. Thus, he cautiously and tactfully suggested, Wang Yu, thank you. You've traveled quite a distance. Perhaps you should return for now. If I encounter any difficulties later, I will ask someone for directions. Wang Yu, unexpectedly irked, retorted, Li He. This is the great capital of our motherland, Beijing. Stop with the my, this is not your countryside. Hurry and take it up. I'll wait here. I cannot let you go alone. It would be a disgrace to us from Anhui. Li He, both startled and flustered, could not argue further. Reluctantly, he said, Then I'll take it up and come back down. He took the items from Wang Yu's hands, hefted them up, and ascended the stairs with determination. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate without needing to check the dormitory number, relying solely on instinct. He found himself at the entrance of a room. Noticing it was unlocked, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, he found a tall, lanky fellow wearing glasses, hunched over as he made the bed. Upon seeing him, Li He chuckled. This individual was Zhao Yangqi, a tenor from Shaanxi. Despite his current unkempt appearance, he was, in fact, a high-ranking official at the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, overseeing a substantial oil barrel and having lent Li He considerable support in the past. Li He set down his luggage, opened a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one to Zhao Yangqi. I'm Li He from Northern Anhui. We shall be classmates from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Zhao Yangqi accepted the cigarette, feeling a bit bashful. Hello, I'm Zhao Yangqi from Shaanxi. We arrived early. You are the last one to join us in the dormitory. Wang Yu was still waiting downstairs. Li He, mindful not to linger too long, stated, I must step out. Someone is waiting for me. After Zhao Yangqi acknowledged him, Li He made his way back down the stairs. It seems that this meal is inevitable. The school cafeteria is crowded and chaotic. It would be better to dine at a restaurant outside. How about we eat out? It's on me. Wang Yu glanced at Li and his shabby cloth shirt and worn-out shoes, instantly discerning his circumstances. Forget it. Let us head to the cafeteria. You can treat me. Your ration tickets exceed ours by 9 pounds. Li, feeling his pockets, realized he had not spent a single cent aside from paying 20 yuan for bedding. He had not even settled his tuition fees, receiving 34 pounds of ration tickets and 24 yuan for living expenses each month. Thus, the oft-repeated saying holds true. When we were in elementary school, attending university was free. When we were in university, elementary school was free before we could work. Jobs were assigned. When we were finally able to work, we found ourselves battered and bruised, barely securing jobs that wouldn't starve us. When we couldn't earn, housing was allocated. Yet when we could earn, we discovered that housing was beyond our reach. This time, Li took the lead, asserting that he remembered the way. Unwilling to let someone as directionally challenged as Wang Yu guide him. Overwhelmed with nostalgia, Li felt as if he were in a dream. The familiar path remained unchanged. And some buildings still stood as they once did, their walls weathered and worn. Along the route, numerous university students, particularly those in military uniforms, were quite conspicuous. Some practicing their drills on the playground. Upon entering the cafeteria, they were met with large pots of food. Typically, a serving of meat would cost around 50 cents. Li ordered only meat dishes and inquired of Wang Yu, What will you have? I'll order for you. Wang Yu opted for a simple dish of cabbage and tofu. Finding a spot to set down their food, he brought 2 bowls of soup over, handing one to Li. This soup is complimentary. From now on, you can serve yourself. Your ration tickets consist of fine and coarse grain tickets. Since you boys have larger appetites, you can trade with girls for more coarse grains. 1 pound of fine grain can be exchanged for 1.5 pounds of coarse grain. Li feigned a look of enlightenment, saying, Thank you, I understand. After their meal, Wang Yu requested, Could you help me carry my luggage to the bus stop? I'll be leaving. Li accompanied her to the bus stop. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the assistance she had rendered him. Habitually, he said, Come visit when you have time. I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Yu cheerfully replied, Sure. Once I settle my dormitory and complete my registration, I'll come find you. As she boarded the bus and waved goodbye, Li felt an unsettling sensation. Unable to articulate why. Hey, wait. Don't leave. Please don't take it seriously, he chided himself, slapping his own face for his impulsive words. Rebirth is not omnipotent. In recent times, the notion that more knowledge leads to greater reaction has gained traction, with arguments favoring uneducated laborers becoming increasingly vocal. The jester who submits blank papers has been elevated to the status of a model for red expertise, causing considerable confusion in people's minds. The discourse that intellectuals are part of the working class has fostered a societal atmosphere that values knowledge and respects intellectuals. Comrade Zhaoping urged the cultivation of ambition and lofty aspirations, advocating for a march towards the modernization of science and technology. Consequently, nearly all universities established programs in the sciences. And despite lacking resources, efforts were made to create opportunities. The saying that mastering mathematics and the sciences would make one fearless globally, although not yet widespread, has nonetheless elevated the status of science students in various universities. In venerable institutions like Peking University, although liberal arts students still predominated, some students from worker-peasant soldier backgrounds struggled to bear responsibility, rendering science students, including Li, particularly sought after and esteemed. They were allocated the best four-person dormitories. The division of majors remained rudimentary. Li enrolled in the physics program, which later transformed into the School of Physics and now falls under the Department of Electronics. When filling out his application, there were no reference books or online searches available, and teachers could not provide much insight beyond what students already knew. Thus, he naively chose to study in the capital, drawn by its renown. As for whether he was of sound mind, what complaints could he have with a university education? As Li arrived to register, the dormitory was already full, making him the last to arrive. After each of the four introduced themselves, the others, recognizing Li as the youngest, affectionately nicknamed him Little Li. This immediately displeased Li, who inwardly protested, vowing that whoever called him that would face his wrath. The moniker Little Li became a lifelong label that irked him, especially as he found it absurd that even those younger than him used it. He had hoped that with age, he would eventually be referred to as Old Li, but this label clung to him throughout his life. He felt it urgent and necessary to put an end to this at its source, resolutely demanding that everyone call him Old Li. At that moment, the film The Great Eunuch Li Lianying had not yet been released, so the others were unaware of the reason behind his insistence. They reluctantly complied, calling him Old Li. Despite the eldest among them, Zhao Yongqi, being 31 and a father of a 9-year-old child, it felt begrudging for him to address a young man merely a few years older than his son as Old Li. Gao Aigua and Chen Sha, though unmarried, were in their mid-20s, and they too had to acquiesce to this nonsensical demand directed at a youth still in his formative years. In their own families, they would have long since grown impatient with such childish insistence, yet they had no choice as Li was their classmate. Within the room, only Li and Zhao Yongqi were the quintessential proletarians, rooted in 3 generations of genuine peasant heritage, and their attire reflected a certain modesty. Having shared similar backgrounds, they harbored a sense of mutual understanding, or perhaps a feeling of shared plight, as they had both navigated their circumstances with relative ease. Chen Sha and Gao Aigua, accustomed to the urban lifestyle, had never experienced the challenges of rural life, which inevitably instilled in them a certain urban aloofness, a tendency to look down upon others. Nevertheless, for the sake of their classmates, they managed to maintain a cordial demeanor towards Zhao Yongqi and Li He. Li He, observing the few individuals present, felt somewhat out of place. Apart from Chen Sha, whose overseas endeavors rendered him somewhat of an enigma, the other two seemed to have surpassed him significantly. After 10 years in his position, he had only attained a sub-county administrative rank, and even that was merely a nominal title, as he was still regarded as an inexperienced newcomer. In contrast, those in genuine ministerial positions loomed over him. The disparity between an administrative level 5 and a ministerial level 5 was stark and incomparable. Li's eldest granddaughter had a penchant for binge-watching British and American dramas. Whenever her viewing was interrupted or a show was removed from the platform, she would express her frustration vehemently, exclaiming to her grandfather, "Grandpa, could you please mention to Grandfather Gao that such restrictions are unnecessary?" They even issued a document stating that animals in post-revolutionary dramas cannot be anthropomorphized, which has incited a wave of outrage online. Here, Grandfather Gao referred to Gao Aigua, who often joined Li He and others for leisurely fishing trips. After spending a couple of days in the dormitory, the group ventured nearby, growing increasingly familiar with one another. They began to dine together at the cafeteria daily. As for group meals, Li He, being the least financially burdened and the youngest among them, felt awkward about treating others, as it would imply a social obligation for reciprocation. In their 30s, they valued their pride, making it uncomfortable for anyone to impose such expectations. The reality was that everyone was living frugally, enduring hardships silently. Occasionally, he would smoke a few extra cigarettes to curry favor, appearing sociable and accommodating. Li purchased a toothbrush, an enamel mug, a towel, and razor blades from a shop near the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, he heard calls echoing in the corridor, summoning everyone to a class meeting on the first floor of the science building. Groups of students, clustered by their dormitory units, made their way to the classroom. Upon arrival, Li He and his 3 dorm mates found that the front rows had already been occupied, forcing them to seek seats at the back. The classroom was filled with earnest and innocent students. It was common for them to wish to hide in the back, hoping the teacher wouldn't notice them. When attendance was taken, merely responding to roll call sufficed. Once the classroom filled, it comprised 2 classes of a single major, totaling over 50 students, with 1 homeroom teacher and 2 counselors. As Li He glanced around, he realized he could no longer recall the names of many of his classmates. The majority were male, many of whom were married, while a few became notorious for abandoning their families. The female students numbered only a handful, most possessing decent looks, with only a couple being genuinely beautiful. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose name eluded Li He. As he observed the students gradually settling in, he ascended the podium, rapped the wooden triangular ruler on the desk to command attention, and implored, "Class, please maintain silence." Once the room quieted down, he introduced himself. "I am Wang Qi, your homeroom teacher from now on." He gestured towards a bespectacled middle-aged man, stating, "This is Mr. Lu Chong, the counselor for Class 1. And then pointed to a poised and elegant female teacher, "This is Ms. Zhang Xuxing, the counselor for Class 2. Upon seeing the tall figure of Ms. Zhang once again, Li felt a warmth in his heart. He had foolishly harbored a crush on her for many years. The sudden enthusiasm in Class 2 was palpable, as it was merely the intoxicating allure of youthful hormones colliding with the grace of a mature woman. Class 1 could only begrudgingly murmur among themselves. Even the usually aloof Chinshua grasped Li He's hand, whispering excitedly, "We are from Class 2. We are from Class 2. Wang Qi continued to tap the desk to restore order, announcing that they would take attendance, instructing, "When your name is called, please respond with present." Lu Dehai, present. Zhang Aigua, present. With each name called, Li turned his gaze to seek the faces, slowly piecing together his fragmented memories. When he heard He Fang, he finally recognized someone, as he often spotted a girl sitting by the flower bed, smoking a cigarette, and was instantly captivated. This person was He Fang. After taking attendance, Wang Qi continued with heartfelt eloquence, "We come from all corners of the world, united by a common goal. A sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. With the hopes of your parents, filled with anticipation and curiosity, you step into the university campus you have long yearned for. I hope you do not disappoint the hopes of the party and the nation, or the trust of the people. You must strive to learn." The speech transitioned into the usual self-introductions, particularly the boys eager to showcase themselves. As Wang Qi called each name, they took turns at the podium, sharing their names, origins, ages, and pledging mutual support. Those who fancied themselves a bit more sophisticated would quote poetry or share self-proclaimed witty remarks. During the introductions, Li He remained composed, only paying special attention when He Fang took the stage. "Hello everyone, I am He Fang, you can call me Fangzi. I am 25 years old, from Heilongjiang. I love to study and hope we can help each other." Finally, it was Li He's turn. Resolute not to seek attention, he stated plainly, "Hello everyone. I am Li He, from Northern Anhui, 18 years old." After a brief pause, he added, "Please call me Old Li, and I hope we can assist one another." Upon finishing, the entire class erupted in laughter. Li He scratched his head in confusion, wondering, what is so funny? This has never happened before. Amidst the clamor, some students called out, "How old are you?" While others chimed in with, "I too bear the surname Li, and I am older than you, so refrain from addressing me as such." Li He was left speechless, as if they were about to inquire, "Have you matured yet?" Where, one might ask, has the simplicity gone? Where has the camaraderie vanished? With a sense of resignation, Li He retreated from the stage. As the event concluded and everyone hurried towards their dormitories, those passing by Li He playfully patted his shoulder, calling him Little Li. He couldn't help but gaze skyward with a deep sigh, realizing that rebirth does not grant one liberation from such monikers. This title would linger through 2 lifetimes. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was met with the radiant smile of Wang Yu, who was looking at him with delight. It must be the wrong approach. Upon seeing the cheerful Wang Yu, Li felt utterly bewildered. It seemed that the method of his rebirth was indeed flawed. Zhao Yangqi and the others noticed that Li He had brought a friend, a delicate young lady, which was impossible not to provoke envy. However, they refrained from teasing him, as they were all adults. Only Chen Shua, with a mischievous tone, remarked, "Little Li, aren't you going to introduce her?" Upon hearing the term Little Li, Li He's face twitched, and with a sense of resignation, he introduced, "This is my fellow townsman, Wang Yu, a student majoring in English at Renmin University." His dorm mates greeted her warmly, and Wang Yu, with her bright and generous demeanor, shook hands with each of them, leaving several young men blushing and flustered, unsure whether to reciprocate or not, before they hurriedly retreated upstairs. Li silently cursed their predicament. They had brought it upon themselves. Wang Yu glanced at Li He and remarked, "You've shaved and cut your hair. You actually look somewhat presentable now, not so disheveled." Li He had gone to the barber on the second day after arriving at school, getting a neat and tidy short hairstyle. He appeared quite spirited, albeit marred by the unsightly remnants of adolescent acne on his face. His hairstyle was completely at odds with the prevailing trends, which favored styles like the middle part or the 37-63 split, where one side is a third of the hair and the other 2/3. Li He chuckled, just average. Ranking third in the world. Wang Yu scrutinized the blemishes on his face and laughed. "Those pimples look like 8 treasure porridge spilled all over you." Instantly, Li He darkened. "Wang Yu, do you need something from me? Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Wang Yu reached into her bag and pulled out a small box, handing it to Li He. "Here, I noticed your acne the other day. Your skin is too oily. I brought you this pearl cream. It works wonders." Li He glanced at the box, recognizing it as a well-known brand of pearl cream that cost no less than 6 yuan, but he hesitated to accept it. Even if he were naive and inexperienced, he could sense the underlying implications. Despite having never been in a romantic relationship, he had lived long enough to possess some worldly wisdom. His marriage to his wife was also arranged through their workplace union. They had merely seen each other a few times before tying the knot, without any romantic courtship. As a model couple committed to mutual progress, they had embraced a marriage first, love later philosophy. The notion of love left him feeling exhausted. Occasionally, he would accompany his daughter and wife to watch melodramatic television series filled with heart-wrenching romances, shaking his head in disbelief at the frivolity of the younger generation, who seemed to have nothing better to do than indulge in such fantasies while he continued to tend to his flowers and walk his dog. Li found himself perplexed by this young woman's intentions. Biologically, he was 2 years her junior, yet psychologically, he felt as though he were older than her grandfather. Li truly wished he was overthinking, yet he still hesitated to accept the gifts. A razor, a scarf, gloves, these were trappings of a romantic relationship, akin to the ancient custom where a man, upon receiving a red embroidered ball or a purse, was expected to propose. Otherwise, the young woman might threaten to end her own life in despair. Watching Li He linger in uncertainty, Wang Yu urged him, "Take it. Why are you hesitating?" Li He quickly waved his hands, saying, No, it's too expensive. This bottle costs 5 or 6 yuan. Look at my coarse skin, it would be a waste. You should keep it for yourself." Wang Yu's expression fell, a mix of embarrassment and frustration. "You're so dull. Maybe I shouldn't have offered it." Li He persisted. "I really can't, it's too costly." Wang Yu's hand, outstretched towards him, froze in place. Suddenly, she turned and, with a swift motion, tossed the box into the basket of a bicycle parked at the curb. "Forget it. Ungrateful." She immediately pushed the bike away, leaving Li He unable to stop her. After pushing the bicycle a few steps, Wang Yu paused and asked, "I'm going to the bookstore to buy some books. Will you accompany me?" Seeing the brink of tears in her eyes, Li He felt a pang of guilt for his earlier rejection and sheepishly replied, "All right, I'll go with you." Wang Yu cautioned, "Don't overexert yourself. Can you ride?" Ignoring her comment, Li He confidently took the handlebars from her hands, asking, "Are you ready to hop on?" Wang Yu replied, "You ride a bit first. I'll get on myself." With agility, Li He mounted the bike, pedaling leisurely for a few moments before inviting her. "Now you can come up." Wang Yu sprinted a few steps, steadying Li He with her hands on his waist, and with a graceful leap, she deftly settled onto the rear seat. Li He began to comprehend that Wang Yu's family was not ordinary. The fabric of her clothing alone must have cost her over 100 yuan. And the bicycle was worth 200 or 300, a purchase that would strain the budget of an average working-class family. However, he chose not to inquire further, feeling it was of little concern to him. As he pedaled along, a young girl perched behind him. They drew envious glances from passers-by. In the eyes of many, a bicycle was a cherished possession. Owning a phoenix, forever, or flying pigeon was akin to cruising in a Mercedes-Benz, radiating prestige. Upon exiting the school gates, they navigated several intersections before Wang Yu asked, "Do you know the way? Why didn't you ask me where to go?" Li He replied, "Isn't it just the Chinese bookstore? It's the only place with foreign language books. I studied the map last night and planned to check it out when I had time." Eventually, they arrived at the bookstore. Li parked the bicycle, and Wang Yu hurriedly retrieved a hefty chain lock from her bag, weighing nearly 2 kilograms. Li marveled at her determination as she carried the lock around her neck. At that time, no one had yet learned the meaning of traffic jams. Bicycles could weave effortlessly through alleys and navigate with ease. Although the concept of a traffic jam was foreign, everyone understood the anguish of losing a bicycle. A pain comparable to the heart-wrenching sorrow of a child being cast into a well by a villain. The theft of a bicycle is not considered a loss of property, and the police refused to file a report. Furthermore, no insurance company offers coverage for bicycles. At that time, the Chinese bookstore was still located in Dongdan, right outside the main entrance of what would later become Xia Hospital. Typically, people would make do with the first counter to purchase books, while the second and third counters were reserved for a more select clientele. Li had previously entered the second counter only by means of a letter of introduction, while access to the third counter was almost exclusively limited to the elite. Wang Yu needed to buy foreign language books, so the two ascended to the second floor. A notable feature of the bookstore was the presence of a section dedicated to internal publications, often found on the second floor. At that time, China had yet to join the International Copyright Organization, allowing for the casual reproduction of foreign editions. The paper was coarse, but the prices were low, offering a wide array of the latest foreign language dictionaries, scientific journals, and Chinese social science works from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as TOEFL preparation materials, all readily available for domestic readers, while foreign nationals were barred from entry. In those days, possessing spare money or having access to a book was indeed a remarkable feat. Many individuals trapped in rural areas, beset by extreme ennui, would wear out a copy of the Xinhua dictionary. Therefore, if someone claimed to have memorized the Xinhua dictionary, it was not particularly surprising, as such individuals were not uncommon. Those who could recite Shakespeare were even more numerous. Wang Yu selected an English edition of Allen Ginsberg's Howl, while he bought nothing. There were plenty of novels available near the school gate, and they resolved to purchase some from there later. Finally blessed with electric light, they could now spend evenings reading. At the checkout counter, the bookstore clerk's woeful demeanor and grumbling attitude were no longer surprising to them. Once outside, Li casually flipped through Wang Yu's book and remarked, "I recognize every word, but when they are strung together, I don't understand." Wang Yu, unlocking the chain lock, handed the handlebars of her bicycle to Li and shot him a look, saying, "How long did you study English after graduating high school?" "I didn't learn much in high school either. I only studied for 2 years in college, just a beginner. Foreign languages require memorization. The more you commit to memory, the more you will know." Li was not astonished. The fervor for diligent study was shared among them. For instance, acquiring English listening materials was a challenge. They would treasure any tapes from Hong Kong or Taiwan, often lacking original text or subtitles. They would listen repeatedly twice, 10 times, 100 times, until comprehension was achieved. Li's proficiency in English had largely developed through such methods, particularly as the latest research topics relied heavily on English textbooks and journals from Hong Kong, where poor English was simply not an option. As Li mounted his bicycle, waiting for Wang Yu to settle onto the back seat, he said, "Shall we head back?" Wang Yu replied, "Let me treat you to dumplings. Turn left onto Naiwafa Street. There's a dumpling shop that's simply delicious." Li felt somewhat uneasy being supported by Wang Yu, but decided against lingering and pushed forward with determination to the dumpling shop. After enjoying their dumplings and returning to the school gate, Li returned the bicycle to Wang Yu, feeling a sense of relief. "Thank you for the dumplings. I'll head back now. You ride carefully," he said. Wang Yu smiled and replied, "I have no classes left, so I'll come by when I can." "It's your treat." Li felt overwhelmed by the situation. Wang Yu, noticing his discomfort, asked, "Are you not welcoming me?" Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. No." Upon witnessing Li's reaction, Wang Yu chuckled softly, "That's good. I'll take my leave now." After cycling for a short distance, Wang Yu turned back and called out, "Little Li, farewell." Before Li could respond, she pedaled away like a gust of wind. Li felt that engaging with her had been a mistake. As he gazed at her retreating figure, he found himself perplexed by the situation. He realized he needed to make an effort to find his wife. Regardless of whether this girl harbored any feelings for him, he simply wanted her to keep her distance. Yet, Li was troubled by the fact that he was completely unfamiliar with his wife at this point and had no idea how to pursue a girl, lacking any experience in such matters, which left him feeling quite pressured. On the grand stage of history, once he completed the trivial tasks of obtaining his household registration and library card, he would officially commence his classes. Even though he had previously navigated these experiences, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, not in a physical sense, but primarily due to a waning patience. Let us set aside subjects like advanced mathematics and English for now. Just one specialized course can leave many students exhausted. The physics textbooks are, in essence, quite straightforward. The concise physics tutorial comprises merely a few small booklets on optics, mechanics, and electromagnetism. The crux lies in the daily distribution of freshly printed lecture notes. The elderly professors, burdened with concern, lament that despite our achievements in launching artificial satellites and developing hydrogen bombs, the gap with foreign counterparts remains insurmountably vast. We must strive to catch up. Whether it takes 50 years or 70, we must endeavor to keep pace. Due to a disconnection in the academic pipeline, there is a lack of talent, with an entire decade of higher education suffering from disrupted teaching and research, leaving the foundation of basic sciences woefully weak and in dire need of rejuvenation. Consequently, teachers from various disciplines, irrespective of their students' comprehension, relentlessly bombard them with information. Once the material is delivered, students are expected to self-study the calculus components, as if they could assimilate 4 years' worth of knowledge within a single month. Assessments are conducted weekly, with examinations every month, regardless of whether the students grasp the content. Students study during class, read while eating, and even whisper academic content in their sleep, leaving them with scant time for rest. In truth, only a select few can keep pace with such an accelerated learning schedule, and one must occasionally acknowledge the disparities in intellectual capacity. This is akin to a computer. A single-core 486 chip would undoubtedly struggle to run resource-intensive games like World of Warcraft or League of Legends, while a quad-core core processor would face no such challenges. Regardless of whether one can keep up with this intense learning pace, everyone is subjected to the same expectations. One cannot lower standards simply because some individuals cannot meet them. Under the relentless pressure of academic rigor, true talent emerges as gold inevitably shines. Geniuses do exist, and He could not help but recognize this reality. At this juncture, the youth class admissions at the University of Science and Technology of China were fervently underway, and those with awareness understood that a lower cognitive capacity and insufficient brain capacity could be quite detrimental. Thus, the prevailing educational philosophy at this time is to concentrate resources on nurturing a select few gifted individuals, those endowed with superior cognitive configurations and swift responses, capable of adapting to the current demands and aligning with the evolving scientific landscape. Each day, He adheres to a routine of early rising and sleeping, occasionally jogging a couple of laps around the playground in the morning. Attendance in classes is mandatory. A moment's inattention could lead to an unannounced quiz, and failure to perform would invite the specter of academic failure. In terms of studies, He feels no pressure. He perceives most of the content as relatively simple. The challenge lies in the relentless consumption of time, as he finds himself unable to indulge in leisure reading during class. Conforming to the collective, he observes others studying diligently while he sits at his desk, lost in thought. To dare deviate even slightly from the norm would invite widespread criticism. He longed for a peaceful slumber upon returning to his dormitory, yet the persistent exhortations from several senior classmates weighed heavily upon him. They lamented that he was failing to meet the aspirations of the party and the nation, emphasizing that as students of the new era, they must diligently pursue their studies. This mundane desire to enjoy a bit of leisure during the National Day holiday had been dashed. He pondered whether he had been excessively low-key in examinations and assessments. His sole aim was to pass, meticulously calculating which mistakes were acceptable and which correct answers were anomalous. A fortuitous first place would create quite a stir, deviating from his understated demeanor, drawing the scrutiny of all. Enduring this situation was untenable, yet there seemed no alternative, regardless of his academic prowess. Teachers would only increase the pressure, never granting him a respite or holiday. As for skipping classes, that was merely a fanciful dream. Should he dare to do so, the class committee, followed by the counselor, class teacher, and even the student council, would undoubtedly convene to discuss his conduct, insisting on a proper ideological stance. If approached by the administration, he might as well prepare to pack his bags and return home, branded as a detrimental influence on academic integrity. Upon awakening, He noticed the world outside his window was unusually bright. Opening the balcony door, he was greeted by a pristine blanket of snow. The breathtaking scenery instantly invigorated him, dispelling any remnants of sleep as he prepared to venture out. Despite it being Saturday, his dormitory mates had risen early to study in the library. Though he had similarly dedicated himself in previous lives, he couldn't help but admire their fervor. With such a cohort of industrious youth, how could the nation not flourish? As Lee gazed at the wide expanse outside, he marveled at the swift passage of time. December had arrived, and New Year's Day was just around the corner. The year 1980 heralded the dawn of a new era, a honeymoon period for both the Fin and the dollar. The vibrancy of dance, Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas, and risque literature filled the air, reminiscent of individuals who had been confined in a basement for decades, suddenly exposed to the fragrant warmth of spring. With sunlight so bright it was blinding. Just as Lee finished brushing his teeth, a voice echoed from the corridor, calling for him. It was a girl. A beautiful girl. Flustered, he hastily wiped his face, organized his belongings, donned his coat, and hurried downstairs. He passed by Zhang Wanting, who was ascending the stairs, expressing his gratitude. Have you been studying this morning? Truly a diligent student, living up to the hopes of the party and the people. Zhang Wanting chuckled. You rascal. Are you flirting with me? Hurry down. Someone awaits you below. Wang Yu was at the entrance, rubbing his hands together and blowing warm breath onto them. It had been quite some time since Li He last saw him. Each encounter seemed to summon an awkwardness that made him uneasy. Li He approached with a smile and said, What brings you here today? It's been such a long time since we last met. Wang Yu managed a faint smile and replied, I'm here to bid you farewell. I must leave. Li He was taken aback. Where are you going? Wang Yu awkwardly continued. Last month, the school organized a trip to Hong Kong for the TOEFL exam. I passed, and now meet the criteria for schools in the United States. I'll be leaving on New Year's Day. Li He genuinely felt happy for her. That is wonderful. It's great to explore the world. It will be beneficial for you. Wang Yu looked intently at Li He and asked, Do you think I am too enamored with vanity, wanting to explore the extravagant world like the others? Suddenly feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Li He replied, Not at all. Besides, everyone is free to choose their way of life. Has someone been gossiping? Wang Yu, I love my country more than anyone else. This is the place that nurtured me, and I will definitely return in the future. I've had enough, Li He. You know what? I've had enough. I want to live differently. I need another kind of life. Do you understand me? Who can comprehend my feelings? After saying this, Wang Yu ran off in a rush. Li He was left with no chance to respond, bewildered by her sudden emotional outburst. He scratched his head, feeling a lack of motivation to go out, and headed straight back to the dormitory. A few days later, during a class meeting, it was announced that everyone was required to prepare a performance for the New Year's Eve party. Li He slumped in the last row, yawning with boredom, showing no enthusiasm for such attention-seeking endeavors. He Fang approached him, tapping on the desk. Li He, please adjust your attitude. This is a collective class activity. Don't you feel any sense of class pride? Li He helplessly lifted his head, realizing he had nearly forgotten the skill of modesty that everyone, regardless of age or gender, should possess. He innocently squinted his eyes and said, Class monitor, I really don't know how to do anything. He Fang scoffed. Stop playing the fool with me. I want to fall for your act. You're always looking for shortcuts, daydreaming in class, and running off faster than anyone else when the bell rings. I've never seen you in the study room on weekends. I hope you can take this seriously. You are here to learn. He Fang was at least 5 years older than Li He, exuding a certain vigor even while smoking. A top student with strong character. She commanded Li He's utmost respect. He could only respond, I've passed all my exams. I haven't failed any. Whether I take things seriously or not is reflected in the results. Suddenly, He Fang flipped through the books and notes on Li He's desk, pointing out, Look at you. Who in our class is like you? Since school started, I haven't seen you take any notes. Look at everyone else's filled notebooks. What is this you've drawn? Oh, a monkey. Why don't you apply to an art academy instead? You've never even made notes. Yet you claim you're studying diligently? Several classmates chimed in. Li He, it's a shame you're not going to an art school. That little monkey you drew is quite impressive. Turning a few more pages, this is Zhu Beiji, and this is a horse. The drawings are quite commendable. Li, indifferent to the commotion, was unaware of when this sister had set her sights on him. He directed his words solely towards He Fang, saying, Class monitor, I wholeheartedly support every decision you make. I will unwaveringly adhere to all your directives. Please, do tell us. He Fang spat dismissively and retorted, Stop with the antics. I have no concern for others. You must present a program. What will you perform? Li pondered for a moment, realizing he could sing a fair number of songs. Yet modern songs from the 70s seemed to evade him. While he could sing model operas, they felt too rigid. Finally, he declared, I will sing Huangmei opera. He Fang, somewhat annoyed, responded, Each person can only select one genre of opera, and someone has already chosen. Peking opera? Someone has chosen that too. You opera? Already taken as well. Li, uncertain, finally inquired, What about the folk song? He Fang smiled. That one is permissible. Since the beginning of the school year, every Saturday and Sunday, Li He has ventured to the foreign language college, which later became the foreign language university. Each time, he has spent half a day searching in vain for the figure he yearns for, only to find himself lost among the numerous female dormitories. Despite inquiring with many young women, he was met with nothing but shaking heads and ignorance. The love that develops over time is often born from countless mundane days, accumulating into a profound loneliness. Happiness may manifest in 1,000 forms, while suffering can equally take on a myriad of shapes. Li He resolved to skip class one day and confront the classroom of the Russian major, realizing that the past 2 months of waiting had been in vain. His rebirth is evidently a narrative of torment. While others revel in the freedom of youth, he finds himself in a dismal predicament. After a morning jog, feeling somewhat fatigued, he unconsciously wandered to Waiming Lake. The surface had already frozen over. He stomped his feet, but the thick ice bore no response. A group of people skated across the lake, and he could occasionally hear snippets of poetry recited by a nearby group, likely a poetry society. He caught fragments of verses lamenting how to conceal one's sorrow and the hurried dispersal of a beloved's fragrance. Is this poetry? Li He envied the leisurely existence of these humanities students. In his recollections, they participated in poetry societies and clubs, occasionally played volleyball, and when reluctant to venture out, would engage in card games, chess, or share a drink in their dormitories. Many fashionable young men donned V-neck sweaters and oversized leather shoes, laughing joyfully on the ice. Among them were those who had fathers named Li Gang. Upon sighting them, Li He would instinctively steer clear. One misstep could lead to a blow to the left cheek, followed by a forced grin while offering the right. In these times, the death of a person bore little distinction from that of a dog. Once gone, no one would care. In the future, even if one could not make it to the news or newspapers, at least the online realm would allow for some expression of how one met their end. From the very first day Li He arrived in the north, he understood that in such places, deities walk among mortals. To avoid peril, one must remain discreet, enduring, and yielding in all matters. When encountering the extended family of Li Gang, one would be stripped of their dignity. As for forging friendships with such individuals, it was a far-fetched notion. After all, the encounter between Hu Shuiyin and Zhang Tong was a mere half-price deal. Li He was acutely aware of his own worth, coming from 3 generations of poverty. The idea of forming deep connections over trivial exchanges seemed foolish. Once the facade of camaraderie dissipates, subordinates bow in submission. Such thoughts are best left unconsidered. He could only navigate through life with trepidation, reflecting on his past ignorance and fearlessness. He found solace in diligent study, embracing a certain joy in it. Ironically, in this life of clarity and understanding, he found his heart restless, lending credence to the adage that ignorance can indeed be a blessing, and that children are the happiest. Despite their naivety, without the wisdom to wield the knowledge one possesses, life can become a source of immense suffering. Overthinking his predicament, Li He considered himself unfortunate. Yet he continued to attend classes day after day. At long last, the bell signaling the end of the evening class chimed. Despite his earnest attempts to absorb the teacher's discourse, Li He found himself unable to resist the siren call of slumber. With one hand cradling his cheek and the other clutching his textbook, he feigned attentiveness to the Carnot theorem and Coulomb's law. Elated at the thought of gathering his belongings and departing, he became acutely aware of a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon him. A glance toward the front row revealed He Fang's predatory gaze, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Yet, his classmates continued to engage in animated discussions, showing no inclination to leave. Li He wished for a few companions to join him, to divert the attention of that formidable woman. Otherwise, remaining there alone for self-study meant he would be subjected to her relentless scrutiny, her focus entirely on him. He Fang approached and plopped down beside him, declaring, "You are not permitted to leave. Evening study ends at 9:30. Look around. You are always the sole one to depart. This is for your own good. I shall sit next to you and ensure you study diligently." Such a sentiment, cloaked in the guise of concern, felt like a peculiar form of torment to Li He. He felt a twinge of sorrow, lamenting his youthful spirit trapped within an aging psyche, perpetually at a disadvantage. In this environment of fervent academic pursuit, there was little room for reason. The outliers were deemed adversaries. Li He could only languidly continue to rest his head on the desk. Flipping through the pages of his book with a sense of ennui, he stole a glance at He Fang, who had been grappling with a force analysis problem for half an hour, her brow furrowed in confusion. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. It was a delightful irony that she, too, was facing a challenge. As he lingered in the student enclave, his youthful spirit occasionally resurfaced, prompting him to tease. "Can I help you?" He Fang shot him an exasperated look, utterly ignoring his jest. Sensing the need to assert his capabilities to deter her incessant watchfulness, he calmly explained. The crux of this problem lies in the direction of force decomposition and the relationship between relative acceleration. He then took a scrap of paper, sketched a coordinate system, and continued. The horizontal direction to the right is the x-axis, and vertically upward is the y-axis. We shall decompose the forces acting on M1 in both horizontal and vertical directions. Hearing this, He Fang turned her head, her eyes lighting up with surprise. And then we apply the relationship of relative acceleration? She inquired. He feigned profundity, replying, a teachable spirit. To his astonishment, He Fang refrained from retorting and eagerly presented him with the calculus problems that had previously confounded her. He merely pretended to ponder for a moment before swiftly jotting down the solutions. He Fang was left in shock, and He shared in her astonishment. This woman had already ventured into the realm of second-year material. No wonder he had lagged behind in previous lives, confronted by such prodigious talents. In this life, as in the last, he found himself bereft of tears to shed. He Fang, in a rare moment of praise, remarked, "You are truly impressive, He. In the future, if any classmates encounter difficulties, I will direct them to you. It is essential for everyone to assist one another in order to progress." He, somewhat aware of the self-sabotaging nature of this expectation, nonetheless endured it for the sake of freedom, replying, "No problem. I have self-studied a bit of calculus, but I struggle with other subjects like physics." He Fang continued to smile and said, "Little Li, to commend you, I shall treat you to some warm steamed buns. There is a vendor selling them near Dongjiao Gate." He, often hungry and accustomed to venturing out for food during growth spurts, thought, how could one not be hungry at night? During their study session, the two refrained from calling others. As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Li pulled out a cigarette, and they each lit one. He Fang inhaled deeply, shivering at the chill, exclaiming, "It's so unbearably cold." Li quickly tightened his coat, and together they briskly made their way towards the school gate. If one were to wait another decade, aside from the Starbucks and burger joints around the corner, there would be little else, perhaps some milk tea or pizza. Alas, at present, only a few small stalls offered buns, corn, and roasted sweet potatoes. The biting northern wind howled, sending shivers down their spines. They hurriedly consumed the hot, generously filled meat buns, which were large and succulent. As they departed, they wrapped a steamer basket in oil paper to take back to their dormitory for a few roommates. Li insisted on paying, not allowing He Fang to contribute, and even treated her. "Well, today I've taken advantage of you. Next time, it's my turn to treat you," she replied. Upon returning to the dormitory, the steaming buns brought immense joy to the group. Chen Shuo remarked, "You certainly have a good heart, my friend." Indeed, a single bun cost a dime. How many could afford such a luxury? As the new year approaches, the northern winds grow sharper. Li, with his collar pulled tight and hands tucked into his sleeves, feels his feet nearly numb from the cold, too frigid even to rest his head on the desk. The chill is unbearable. His heart is in turmoil. Had he not experienced the warmth of heating and the cozy embrace of air conditioning, he might have endured more easily. As many do. Yet the memories of gentle winters haunt him, revealing that ignorance can indeed be bliss. The classroom boasts two blackboards, the front for lessons and the rear for notices. The latter lacks the motivational slogan "Study diligently, strive for progress," reminiscent of a t-shirt where the design distinguishes the front from the back. In this simple classroom, whether one sits facing forward or backward matters little. With no heating in the classroom, students' faces turn crimson from the cold. Female classmates carry drip bottles filled with hot water, but by noon, even this warmth dissipates, making it unsurprising that their faces and limbs become a vivid shade of purple. In such conditions, the students resort to the resonant sound of their voices to combat the chill. During morning readings, the air is filled with the echoes of English, a language deemed essential for grasping the imperialist ambitions of America and keeping pace with global technological advancements. Once one student begins to read aloud, a chorus of voices follows suit, blurring the line between reading and singing. After class, students leap in the corridor, engaging in games of rubber band and kicking the shuttlecock, their movements generating warmth amidst the cold. By the time the next lesson begins, the classroom is filled with a haze of warmth and energy. This need for physical activity to stave off the cold is a phenomenon shared across many schools. With conscious awareness, Li diligently observes the school bulletin board, keenly noting the changes of each moment in this era. The Sino-Vietnamese disputes continue, with 700,000 small merchants, vendors, and artisans reclaiming their roles as workers. engaging in negotiations for purchasing and selling, while Comrade Deng Xiaoping calls for the four modernizations. The New Year's Day editorial of 1980 heralds the advent of an era brimming with potential. Li finally catches a whiff of the fresh, invigorating air. Although the streets remain bitterly cold, many in China have yet to envision a bright future. Nonetheless, a profound urgency compels countless Chinese to reclaim their place among the nations of the world. Those familiar with Victorian history understand that once China modernizes, it will stand strong against the United States, Japan, and Russia, whilst kicking aside Britain, France, and Germany. Players of Hearts of Iron recognize that any party unifying China might not necessarily dominate the superpowers, but at least can contend with the likes of Britain, France, and Japan. It is no wonder that the Chinese have long perceived themselves as the foremost nation. To think otherwise seems absurd. Many share the belief that once China advances, it will inevitably claim the title of the world's leading nation. On New Year's Eve, the school festively displays banners proclaiming Happy New Year and entering a new era. Striving for the four modernizations, as two physics classes unite to host a New Year's celebration. With the class funds, a considerable amount of sunflower seeds and candies were purchased. In high spirits, some dormitories harmonized with the Yellow River Cantata, while others took to dancing or sang Katyusha. The atmosphere reached its zenith when Zhao Yongqi, a reserved lad from northern Shaanxi, belted out on the horse run over the Zizi mountain, igniting a chorus that reverberated through the room, nearly causing the old amplifier to rattle apart. Li He couldn't help but reflect that every introverted boy harbors a hidden yearning for romantic connection. Perhaps out of necessity for warmth or a craving for something more spirited, some ventured to buy strong liquor, sharing a bottle, taking turns to drink. Fueled by exhilaration, Li He and Chen Shua eagerly dashed to the school shop to procure 15 bottles of 60 Beida Huang liquor, 5 bottles of Hawthorne wine suitable for girls, and 2 pounds of peanuts. Chen Shua remarked, "I feel bad making you spend money alone. It's over 50 yuan. Li He, his face flushed with excitement, waved dismissively. "No worries, as long as we're happy." The two returned to the classroom, arms laden with the tightly bound bottles, calling out for anyone eager to partake in the revelry to quickly fetch bowls and enamel mugs. Those quick of hand will be served, while the slow shall miss out. A jubilant uproar ensued, with each dormitory drawing lots to select a representative who dashed back to gather bowls and mugs. He Fang pulled Li He aside, exasperated. "What are you doing here stirring up trouble? It's already chaotic." Li He, grinning, replied, "As long as everyone is happy, that's all that matters. It's been ages since we've had such joy." He Fang, still irritated, retorted, "How much did you spend? Let me reimburse you from the class funds. You shouldn't be wasting your money." Li He shook his head, asserting, "Serving the people, talking about money is so mundane." With that, he rushed back to the table, pouring himself a half mug of liquor, clinking glasses with both familiar and unfamiliar faces, filling the classroom with the crisp sound of toasts. As everyone stumbled about in a tipsy daze, they clamored for the old amplifier, the shouts, songs, and cheers reverberating throughout the classroom. Li He stumbled onto the stage, singing the Fengyang song in a carefree manner, with a gong in my left hand and a drum in my right. I sing while holding my instruments. I cannot sing other songs. I can only sing the Fengyang song. Oh, my fate is truly unfortunate. A lifetime spent without finding a good wife. Others have wives who embroider flowers, but my wife, when she steps onto the grand bridge, measures over a foot. As Li He finished his performance, laughter erupted from the crowd, who exclaimed, "Where did this little rascal come from? Hurry, throw him out." Unbeknownst to Li He, the exhilaration of jumping and singing was delightful, and his mindset was gradually shifting. Perhaps invigorated by his physical vitality, he felt increasingly youthful and was able to joke around. Later that cold winter night, a group of young people felt utterly unrestrained. Perhaps the prolonged pressure of life allowed them to revel in the moment. The well-organized gathering had devolved into chaos, and the original program could no longer proceed as planned. But who cared? As long as they were enjoying themselves. Around 9 o'clock, the snow continued to fall heavily outside, blanketing everything in a thick white layer, as if it had grown even colder. Those who could not hold their liquor had long since departed. Li He, with a tipsy head, sought out the restroom. After taking a few steps, he slipped and fell, unable to get back up. Frustrated, he tugged off his dogskin cap and threw it far away, clenching his fist and pounding it into the snow, cursing, "Damn it, even the heavens are against me." Deeply entrenched in the snow, Li gazed up at the darkened sky, offering a wry smile. Perhaps he truly had overindulged. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. who bent down with a flashlight to retrieve the cap from the ground, brushed off the snow, and promptly placed it back on Li He's head. "Hey, big brother. There's no need to resort to such measures if you're feeling down. If you wait any longer, you'll freeze and even the deities won't be able to save you." He recognized the voice as He Fang. "It's nothing. It's dark and I couldn't see. I just lost my footing," Li He replied as he pushed himself up. He Fang assisted him by brushing off the snow and waved the flashlight in front of Li He's face. "Ah, so it's you silly goose. Instead of taking the well-lit path, you chose to wander here. If I hadn't shown my flashlight and noticed you, they might have held a memorial for you tomorrow." He Fang remarked with a hint of mischief. Li He retorted, "Oh, come on, stop ridiculing me. I just wasn't paying attention." Has everyone left the classroom? He Fang shivered from the cold wind. "Yes, they've all left. With so many people, we can clean up quickly. Let us depart. I shall accompany you," he said, observing the way you swayed your head in uncertainty. The distance between the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory was negligible. "Thank you, then let us go together," he replied. Suddenly, Li felt increasingly alert as he gazed at He Fang, shivering in the biting wind, reflecting on the plight of his entire class. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Possessing a new cotton coat was an extravagance. The same went for many of their cotton shoes, which could render one's feet numb in the dampness. Most of the students hailed from rural backgrounds, relying on the meager subsidies distributed by the school each month. They scrimped and saved, striving to send funds back home, managing to spend merely a few coins on themselves each month. Li He, in his past life, had lived in a similar manner. Take Xiao Yongqi in the dormitory, for instance. His family back home included a wife and children. Each month, he barely scraped by, leaving himself with just 2 yuan for purchasing study supplies, while the rest was sent home. His meals consisted solely of 2 steamed buns and a bowl of complimentary soup. Unwilling to spend on a mere 2-dime dish. As he put it, being able to fill one's belly each day is a significant improvement compared to the past. In a haze of realization, Li He felt an urge to take action. He Fang suddenly turned her head and asked Li He, "What is your ideal?" Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Li He gazed at He Fang's earnest expression, momentarily struck by silence, his mind swirling in a daze. Li He likely harbored dreams. After his rebirth, his first priority was to fill his stomach and ensure the well-being of his siblings. Upon entering school, he briefly entertained the notion of patiently awaiting favorable policies, enduring a few years before plunging into the tumultuous sea of commerce. He also contemplated following the same path as in his previous life, accepting assignments, reconnecting with former colleagues, accumulating capital before venturing out. Yet, could his mindset in this life mirror that of the past? Increasingly, he felt a sense of urgency, a growing discomfort with remaining in school, as time seemed to elude him. Shinchuanxian's Plasma Physics Academy was set to emerge from Zhang Wanting this year, and renowned enterprises like Sitong, Xintong, Jinghai, and Kahai would soon rise. Li He understood that if he could not establish himself at the forefront of this era, he would be crushed by its tide. As for studying abroad, Li had dismissed the idea. The thought of holding a J-1 student visa only to engage in menial labor, washing dishes, held no allure for him. In the 1980s, those with aspirations and certain qualifications, who desired to change their fate and were disillusioned with the system, often chose to study abroad. In his class, nearly half had gone overseas, while the remainder, like Li He, were at the bottom academically, lacking both scholarships and funding. Li He had witnessed the vibrant world through 2 lifetimes, and the allure of capitalism seemed negligible. Whether engaging in entrepreneurship or washing dishes, it amounted to mere labor. The prospect of risking everything for an invention that might fail, leading to an early demise, offered no path to the stars. Unless one was willing to toil like Wang An, Bei Luming, Yang Zhening, or Li Zhendao, enduring the rigors of a doctoral program. The only route to ascend the American job market was through relentless dedication. Otherwise, one would remain inconsequential. Perhaps it was a touch too conspiratorial, yet the truth remained. Yet, perusing the memoirs of students from the 1980s, one finds an abundance of self-reliance and resilience, often recounting tales of late-night dishwashing, enduring criticism, a narrative of self-affirmation through struggle. The stories culminate in graduation, obtaining green cards, and embarking on a transformative journey, ultimately attaining middle-class status as engineers or programmers, complete with homes, cars, and the conveniences of modern life. However, it was indeed the return of a segment of these individuals that rendered indelible contributions to domestic technological advancement. Their efforts and sacrifices for the nation and its people cannot be overstated. Their lives, albeit diverse, share a common thread. Seeing Li He remain unresponsive, He Fang nudged him with her foot. You are quite intelligent. Why can't you apply yourself diligently instead of being so lackadaisical every day? If you were to take things more seriously, your future would be bright, whether in terms of job placement or studying abroad. Li He, aware of He Fang's concern for him, retorted, Do you wish to study abroad? He Fang resolutely shook her head. My father is no longer with us, and I have my elderly mother and a younger brother to care for. If I were to leave, everything would fall into chaos. My dream is to stabilize my life over the next few years and bring my mother to live with me in comfort. However, I genuinely hope you seize the opportunity to go abroad. You are only 18, with a promising future ahead of you. Each year, only students from our school and Hucking University have the chance to study abroad. If you put in a little more effort, qualifying for studying abroad will be no issue at all. This aligned with Li He's memories. That elder sister graduated and was assigned to teach physics at the nearby Polytechnic University, eventually rising through the ranks to become its president, and now she awaited retirement. Li He also shook his head firmly. I won't go either. Even if I did, I'd merely be a second-class citizen. I have faith that this country and our nation will flourish, and every individual will have better opportunities. He Fang suddenly exclaimed with fervor, You don't understand, Li He. I once thought the same way. But what have I gained in exchange for my youth? I am already 25. I spent 7 long years in the countryside, 7 years. How many 7-year spans does one have in a lifetime? I devoted my most beautiful youth and fervent passion to everything around me. Out of 3 girls who ventured out, I am the only one who returned. Had I not fought tooth and nail to enter university, I would never have come back. Li He, well aware of the past absurdities, could only offer comfort, saying, The past is behind us. You must open your eyes to the future and look ahead. I'm sorry. I got a bit carried away. I just feel you possess great potential. Why not step out and explore? Why resign yourself to a mundane existence like mine? In the silent, dark night, only He Fang's muffled sigh broke the stillness. I too have my attachments here. I believe everything will turn out well. Li He removed his gloves, produced a cigarette, and offered one to He Fang. He struck a match and lit his own cigarette, feeling the cold air pierce his nostrils. Ultimately, Li He escorted He Fang back to her dormitory before returning to his own. The next day, Li He did not attend classes but rose early once again. He purchased a baked pancake at the school gate, chewing as he made his way toward the Foreign Languages College. As he wandered around the girls' dormitory of the Foreign Languages College, he inquired about news of his girlfriend, but as usual, there was none. By noon, feeling hungry, he decided to head back to school for a meal. Taking a shortcut through an alley, he heard a commotion of yelling and cursing. Li He proceeded toward the source of the noise. A short, stout man clad in a large felt hat leaned against the wall smoking, while 3 others surrounded a man lying on the ground, cursing and striking him. The man on the ground protected his ears and head with his hands, but still emitted muffled cries of pain as he was kicked. The smoking man glanced at Li He with irritation and waved him away. Hurry up and leave. Stop staring, or you'll end up getting beaten too. Li, already in a foul mood, found himself further aggrieved by the antics of a group of ruffians who dared to provoke him. With no hesitation and disregarding right or wrong, he launched a forceful kick into the rotund man's abdomen, causing the hefty fellow to tumble backward, sprawling on the ground, clutching his belly. Despite the thick cotton coat he wore, he could not withstand the might of Li's kick. Before the other 3 could fully comprehend the situation, Li swiftly directed his foot toward the individual on his left, sending him crashing down. The remaining 2 were easily dispatched, one evading while the other fell victim to Li's precise strikes, leaving them incapacitated on the ground without a hint of hesitation. Observing the young man sprawled on the ground, Li urged him to rise, questioning why he lingered there. The dazed youth shakily got to his feet, wiping the blood from his nose with a snowball and rubbing his swollen eyes, muttering his gratitude. However, the short, stout man, still nursing his injured belly, began hurling insults at Li, demanding to know who he thought he was. The recently upright young man, still reeling from the confrontation, interjected, cursing the stout man, Zhu, for being excessively brutal over a mere 5 yuan debt. He contemptuously tossed the bloodied snowball at Zhu's feet, lamenting the blood flowing from his nose and questioning when he would recover. Li, upon hearing this exchange, grasped the gravity of the situation. These individuals were clearly of a lowly ilk, resorting to violence over a trivial sum. He recalled a film titled Old Pal that depicted such ruffians, individuals who wasted their lives in the alleys, boasting without substance, ultimately leading to a life of idleness, where even their offspring were left to fend for themselves. This cinematic portrayal of a brash, Beijing-style rogue was, at its core, a reflection of their true nature. In the past, the local police station was mockingly referred to as the POW Bureau, frequented by these miscreants. Brawling and engaging in petty skirmishes was the epitome of their lack of ambition, a futile display devoid of real consequence. Li had little regard for such individuals and felt no intimidation, offering no words of comfort or conciliation. He dismissed their notion of rules. Recognizing their attempts to deceive the Na'vi, he suggested they either train harder or vacate the premises. The stout man exchanged glances with his companions. Realizing they were up against a seasoned adversary, understanding that a brawl would yield no favorable outcome, he begrudgingly warned Li not to cross paths with him again, lest he suffer the consequences. Li, uninterested in their threats, merely smiled as they retreated. Empty bravado held no weight. Such fantasies were as futile as hoping for an afterlife in paradise. Collecting scrap is also a business. A young man watched a few individuals depart, brushed the snow off his body, and turned to Li He, offering him a cigarette with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, brother, you truly saved my life." Li scrutinized him closely. He hardly appeared trustworthy. His features were ordinary, yet his little eyes darted about. He was of similar height to Li He and appeared to be in his early 20s. "Hey, don't call me brother so casually. You seem older than I am. What trouble did you get yourself into?" The young man sighed. "In this line of work, age doesn't dictate hierarchy. If you have the skills, you're the brother. Those guys just now, they're from the outer alley, and we've always had our differences. A few days ago, they took an old radio from me that was no longer functional and demanded a refund. Did I look eager to comply? Words were exchanged, and it escalated. Luckily, I ran into you." "Curious," Li asked, "what do you do? Do you sell secondhand goods?" The young man seemed slightly embarrassed, lowering his gaze. "I just collect scrap. Essentially, I scavenge." He looked up again, anxious about being looked down upon, and quickly added, "I've been in the city for several years now. The streets Haven Tea offered me a job, and if I don't hustle a bit, I'll starve." "Where do you collect? Is there no oversight? Does the street permit this?" Li was unaware of the intricacies involved. How could it be disallowed? Scavenging and begging, who would bother you? Li suddenly felt as though a new door had opened. "Hey, where can I find a privately owned small eatery? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Enlighten me about your world. I'm quite intrigued by this trade." "Brother, it's no big deal. No problem at all. My name is Su Ming. You can call me Xiao Su." With that, he turned and led Li He through several alleyways until they reached an unmarked courtyard. Upon entering, they found a large dining hall with 7 or 8 tables, all appearing rather greasy. It was mealtime, and 4 tables were occupied, with patrons cheerfully toasting each other, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Despite the unappealing tables and chairs, Li He, though somewhat disdainful, chose to sit down, recognizing that it was quite normal for a winter coat to go unwashed for months. After all, who was truly cleaner than whom? Li He placed a Tinyuan note on the table and addressed the approaching owner. "What are your signature dishes? Prepare something within this budget, and bring a bottle of your finest liquor." In the current business climate, one must tread carefully. If you approach with empty words and fail to display a semblance of affluence, they might serve you something subpar. Consequently, the streets were filled with ostentatious displays, not out of genuine wealth, but rather from a place of necessity. The owner, sporting a rare Mediterranean hairstyle, had a rather unremarkable face but a sturdy physique. Donned in an apron, upon seeing the money on the table, he smiled and said, "We received some rabbits delivered this morning. They were caught in the suburbs last night. I can prepare a rabbit hot pot for you at a reasonable price." This was indeed a rarity, wild rabbit meat. "Do add plenty of spice," Li He replied, his appetite piqued by the suggestion. "I have a bottle of nolenshin here. If you wish to drink, I shall offer it to you. This is quite good. It does not induce headaches." "Hurry up. My stomach is in rebellion." Li He nodded in agreement and then asked Su Ming what he would like to eat, wondering if he desired to order anything else. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed. After all, these people had rescued him, and now he was consuming their food, which felt rather ungrateful. "That is enough. Having more would be wasteful." How should I express this? Li patted him on the shoulder and reassured him that it was fine. Once acquainted, they were friends. There was no need for excessive formalities between families. Are there many such small eateries around? Are there other businesses as well? There are quite a few. If you are unfamiliar, it may not be easy to find them, as they are mostly known to each other. The owner's surname is also Li. Previously, he assisted the neighbors in organizing various gatherings, catering for both joyous and solemn occasions, and he is a decent fellow. Exiting the alley leads directly to a bicycle factory, where numerous familiar faces gather for dinner each evening. As Su Ming spoke, he lowered his voice, gesturing discreetly, indicating a table occupied by individuals in green coats, who were selling television tickets. Tickets for watching television? Li had always thought that only in rural areas would televisions be considered rare commodities, yet upon closer inspection, he realized that even in the capital, they were highly coveted. It is indeed a rarity. Naturally, tickets are required. Each ticket costs 8 cents. Come evening, the courtyard is bustling with people, primarily catering to children, earning at least 4 yuan each night. Recently, they have been screening the legendary Twins and Hong Kong films, which draw large crowds. Adults also enjoy watching them, thus increasing their profits even further. Before long, a large pot of rabbit meat was brought to the table. The owner stated that he had simmered it since morning, cooked slowly to ensure it was both fragrant and tender. Thanking the owner, Li inhaled the delicious aroma, tearing off a piece of rabbit leg and tossing it into Su Ming's bowl for him to taste. How is it? Su Ming opened the bottle of liquor, pouring a generous amount into Li's enamel cup, then filling his own. Come, brother, let us drink to this. Li wanted to jest about the lack of proper drinking vessels in a restaurant, finding the enamel cup rather amusing. As they drank and conversed, Li found himself being called brother repeatedly by Su Ming, and he did not object. He realized that although the young man was somewhat slick, he was not entirely disagreeable. Spending each day confined to school, unable to engage in any affairs, he certainly lacked someone to rely on. Su Ming was quick to adapt, adept at forging connections while leveraging his identity as a university student. He believed that calling someone brother would not lead to a disadvantage. Although he had no intention of forming alliances, there was an underlying desire for support among the 2 university students at the alley's entrance. Who among them was not haughty? It was rare to encounter someone so skilled at navigating social situations and refreshingly straightforward. Finally, he relished the newfound camaraderie, feeling a sense of joy within himself. After taking a sip of liquor, he remarked, "Take me to the place where you collect scrap materials. I am curious. By all accounts, you should be living well." Su Ming lamented, "Oh, my brother, you have no idea. While life is indeed better than before, it cannot withstand the meticulousness of those around us. Even old newspapers, which one might think to use for wallpaper or window coverings, are not easily discarded." Li replied directly that he couldn't pick it up, so he would just buy it. Upon noticing Su Ming's expression, Li suddenly realized that his question lacked thought. Clearly, this lad had no money to spare and was just as impoverished as even 5 yuan could send someone scurrying through the streets. "Brother, I'm feeling quite troubled. Here I am in my 20s, and I haven't even managed to find a wife. You don't look down on me, do you?" Su Ming spoke with a slight stutter. It was evident that he had drunk a bit too much, and Li, shaking the empty bottle, realized that the 2 of them had consumed a whole gin of liquor without much effort, so he chose not to engage further on that topic. The 2 finished off the remaining liquor in the enamel jar, chatting aimlessly about various topics. When they called the boss for the bill, it amounted to only 5 yuan and 50 cents. Li felt he had gotten quite a bargain and cheerfully said, "Boss, next time if you have any good delicacies, just let me know." "You're a genuine boss." The owner, not in a hurry to clear the table, replied, "Brother, feel free to come again next time. While I can't guarantee everything, I can assure you there will be plenty of good food and drink, and you will certainly be satisfied." A gentle reminder: access the computer and log in via mobile. He knew from which direction the wind blew. Upon hearing Li's words, Su Ming felt a mixture of joy and astonishment. He hastily replied, "Brother, what do you suggest we do? I will follow your lead." Li, feeling as though he had just opened a door amidst the rain and fog, continued, "Now that we have televisions and radios, there are indeed many people involved in broadcasting and repairs. Most are employees of manufacturers or other organizations. The majority are merely hobbyists. There are hardly any who genuinely pursue this as a business." Li spoke slowly. "I have given it some thought. We can engage in 2 lines of work. One is collecting scrap, and the other is repairs. In the future, you need not scavenge for old newspapers or scrap metal. You can collect them from people's homes and then take them to the recycling station to profit from the price difference. I can repair almost any electrical appliance. And if someone is willing to have their item fixed, we shall do so. If they prefer to sell it as scrap, we can buy the necessary parts, repair it ourselves, and sell it secondhand for profit." Please refrain from interrupting. Let me finish, all right? I will provide the initial capital. I will invest 500 yuan, and we will split the profits equally. What do you think of this arrangement?" Upon hearing that Li would invest money, Su Ming was overjoyed and hardly knew how to respond. Initially, he was thrilled that Li He would lend his technical expertise for repairs. But now that he would also contribute financially, he felt a sense of unease. Brother, I have no objection to anything else, but if you are putting up the money, it wouldn't be fair for us to split the profits equally. I would be taking advantage of you. Li He believed that someone with a sense of propriety would not be misguided. If he were genuine, he would not treat Su Ming poorly in return. If he were deceitful, it would be a one-time affair. This was merely a test. Success was not guaranteed. Moreover, his primary focus lay with those jars and bottles, which were indeed valuable. The ancient capital was not to be taken lightly, and the likelihood of counterfeits was minimal. Genuine fakes would not find their way to recycling stations. Counterfeit goods exist solely to deceive and would hardly be sold to scrap collectors. Li He waved his hand dismissively. We shall split the profits evenly. I often have little opportunity to venture out from school. Most tasks will rely on your initiative. Through the biting cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer, you will have to run tirelessly, won't you? You will be the one to bear the brunt of the labor. If I invest some money, it seems I am the one benefiting, does it not? Nevertheless, you will need to assist me by collecting those jars and bottles. Just keep an eye out for any that appear to have some age, including items like rosewood furniture and sandalwood. I will fund the portion separately, and it will not count as part of our business. You merely need to help me gather them. Furthermore, are there any houses near the bus station that you could help me rent? Ideally, I would like a whole set with a yard, not the shanty houses over here. I will store my items there. Su Ming recognized Li He's sincerity and ceased to argue, filled with visions of wealth. I will heed your advice. Renting a house is feasible, as many people work in the city, and there are plenty of vacant properties. Li then produced 800 yuan, explaining that 500 was for their joint venture while 300 was reserved for renting a house and collecting antiques. Su Ming nodded eagerly in agreement, without any hesitation. Li pointed out the issue of parting ways, suggesting that if Su Ming were to venture out independently in the future, he ought to inform him about it. Listening to this, Su Ming's face flickered through shades of pale and flushed, eager to clarify that he would never act so disloyally. However, Li did not grant him the opportunity to speak, asserting that partnerships in business are not eternal. He emphasized that should Su Ming wish to go solo, he must notify him in advance as a matter of respect so that they could remain friends. If such matters were left unspoken, they would ultimately find themselves devoid of even friendship. True companionship requires candor. Li felt a connection with Su Ming, having invested 800 yuan. He questioned why he would partner with anyone else. Su Ming, feeling agitated, retorted, "Are you jesting? Am I that kind of person? Your faith in me will not be in vain." Clinging to such a significant opportunity, he could not easily relinquish it. The trust Li He exhibited by giving him 800 yuan without demanding a written acknowledgement was immense. His entire family was not worth that much. After years of aimlessly searching, he felt he had finally found a true ally, and to claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. Perhaps the perspectives of 2 lifetimes differ. For Li He, 800 yuan was inconsequential, merely a test of character, with success or failure being irrelevant. For Su Ming, however, it represented a substantial sum. Being a primary worker at a bicycle factory, he could only earn 65 yuan in a month. To accumulate 800 yuan would require more than a year of relentless toil without sustenance. Upon returning to the bus station by the North 4th Ring Road, Su Ming hurried home, pulling out a handful of cash, each note fragrant and crisp, feeling as if he had ascended to a position of authority. His sister, Su Xiaomei, who had been roasting something, set aside her book, approached him, and remarked, "Brother, that person doesn't he seem larger than you, yet you call him brother. Did he truly give you that money?" Su Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment and retorted, "What nonsense. He is a university student. Do you understand what that means? Just wait. I will treat you to the finest delights in the future." Li He's journey back was quite swift. Upon disembarking the bus, he walked 4 intersections to reach the university, where snow continued to fall densely, blanketing the ground. He opted to eat something at the cafeteria nearby, and upon returning to the dormitory, he found it empty except for Zhao Yongqi, who wore a heavy expression. Under normal circumstances, Zhao would be buried in books at the table or in the library. Li He inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind?" "It's all right to cry." Zhao Yongqi appeared on the verge of tears and replied, "It's nothing. You go about your business." Li He, relying on his memory, recalled that something must have happened in Zhao Yongqi's family. He couldn't remember the exact timing, but recalled a conversation during a drinking session when Zhao mentioned feeling helpless during his studies, with his father falling ill. Lacking even 50 yuan, his father could not afford timely treatment and passed away, leaving Zhao with a lifelong regret. Each recollection would prompt him to weep profusely. Li He pondered if something similar might be occurring now. He knew it was during their university years but had not considered it might pertain to his freshman year. He cautiously asked, "Is there something troubling your family? Perhaps I might be able to assist." Zhao Yangqi glanced up at Li He and handed him a piece of paper from the table. Upon examining it, Li He discovered it was a telegram, stating, "Father ill. Critical, lacking 50. An understanding dawned on Li He. He reached into his pocket only to find a mere 10 or so coins, as most of his money had been entrusted to Su Ming. In a hurry, he retrieved his keys, opened his cabinet, and counted out 200 yuan, pressing it directly into Zhao Yongqi's hands. "What is the fuss? Don't you know I'm a nouveau riche?" Zhao Yongqi was momentarily taken aback, staring at the stack of money in his hands, unsure of how to respond. He had always regarded Li He as a younger brother, and their relationship was amicable. He was aware that life had been tough for everyone, assuming that they, like himself, sent money home each month. He prided himself on being a man, believing that life would improve over time. He was cognizant of his father's ongoing illness. The remittances sent home barely sufficed for medication. Now, upon reading the words critical condition, he was utterly panicked and devoid of any plans. While he had contemplated borrowing money, he wondered who would lend to him. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Li He, I won't say more. I will borrow this money, and I promise to repay you promptly. However, I only require 50. Li He waved his hand dismissively. "Stop being so verbose. Hurry to the post office before it closes. Remember to send it as urgent registered mail so it can reach home in time." Holding onto the 200 yuan, he reassured Zhao Yangqi. "Your family will have sufficient funds for now. You can repay me gradually. Brother, money is no object. Just remember to pay the interest, if you can't. Then you owe me your life." Zhao Yangqi was torn between laughter and tears, recognizing that Li He's biting remarks were meant to save face. If Li He had shown even a modicum of pity, he would have felt indebted. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude with a glance and rushed towards the post office. Today, Li had unwittingly disbursed 1,000 yuan and pondered if he was somehow a reincarnation of the benevolent Song Gaming. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the gloom that had enveloped him for so long, bestowing upon him a liberating sense of relief. Regardless of the era, the golden age for personal development spans approximately 30 years. If one finds the right direction, perhaps this lifetime will yield different results, making the journey through life feel worthwhile. Our objective is clear: to focus on profit and accumulate wealth. Ever since I resolved to wholeheartedly become a purveyor of secondhand goods, my days have been spent attending a few requisite classes, either in the class committee's activity room or in the rented house at Wanger Mountain. Presently, Li He, leveraging his amicable relationship with He Fang, has ceased attending self-study sessions and has transformed the committee's activity room into a makeshift repair shop, as it remains largely unutilized. In the beginning, Su Ming was able to deliver 7 or 8 televisions and radios to Li He each day. Some were for repairs, with radio repairs fetching a fee of 5 to 6 yuan, while television repairs cost around 10 yuan. Wealthier families often disposed of their obsolete items, collecting 7 or 8 yuan, and after some tinkering and replacing parts, they could sell them for 50 or 60 yuan. If the items were from foreign brands, the profit margin soared even higher, bringing a smile to Su Ming's face every day. Eventually, Su Ming's father decided to quit his temporary job entirely and fashioned a tricycle based on Li He's suggestion, hanging a sign that read electronics repair and second-hand goods collection. Together, the father and son traversed the city daily, often collecting 17 or 18 items in a single day, an enterprise unmatched in the city, yielding hundreds of yuan in cash daily. Su Ming felt that reaching the pinnacle of success was no longer a mere dream. Li found himself increasingly reliant on Su Ming, guiding him adeptly so that he would not stray off course. Perhaps it was out of respect, or perhaps it was the allure of profit. Regardless, Li He was unconcerned with the motives, as long as he had someone capable to assist him. However, as the influx of electronics grew, Li He found himself overwhelmed. While radios were manageable, televisions, being more complex, required diagnostic tools that he lacked, forcing him to rely on logical reasoning and repeated experimentation, which was exhausting. Ultimately, Li He enlisted Zhao Yongqi and He Fang to lend a hand. The duo learned from Li He after evening self-study sessions or on weekends, mastering simple electronic circuits that, given their intelligence, were easily grasped. Li only needed to tackle the more challenging issues, thus liberating himself from the burden of work. He charged 4 yuan for television repairs and 2 yuan for radio repairs, giving the money to Zhao Yaoqi. However, Zhao Yaoqi insisted. I initially agreed to help you without expecting payment. I cannot accept your money. It feels inappropriate, especially since you have helped me so much before. Li firmly pressed the money into Zhao Yaoqi's pocket, saying, come on, we are brothers. Even brothers must keep accounts clear, right? I earn more than you. And I wouldn't want you to resent me. Take it. I fear our bond might weaken otherwise. Once Li departed, Zhao Yaoqi counted the money in his pocket and was astonished to find 78 yuan. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or bewilderment. After all, he still owed Li 200 yuan, and yet Li had not mentioned repayment, instead forcing money upon him. His gratitude towards Li deepened, recognizing the rarity of such a genuine friendship. When Li sought out He Fang, she did not hold back. Before he could finish speaking, she took the money from him with a swift motion, exclaiming, I knew you were a wealthy man, so I dared not be courteous. Consider this a form of redistributing wealth. However, the student committee can no longer accommodate the classroom, and Su Ming's frequent visits 2 or 3 times a day are rather bothersome. We must swiftly find an alternative location. A few days ago, Li rented a small room at the entrance of a nearby alley. The door opens directly onto the street. The area is approximately 30 square meters, sufficient to store our belongings, and at a mere 8 yuan per month. It feels like quite a bargain. Daoin, I share your sentiments. I never anticipated it would go so smoothly. I also rented a place near the school gate. But you and Yongqi will have to venture outside the campus from now on. As a capitalist, as long as you provide the funds, there is no fear of exploitation. Just take us out for a walk in the evening, and that will suffice. He Fang is grateful to Li He, as this money alleviates her urgent needs. Her younger brother is about to get married, and it seems their mother is becoming increasingly anxious. The 30 yuan she sends home each month hardly makes a difference. Moreover, she recognizes Li He's genuine intention to offer assistance, so there is no need for her to be pretentious, especially since Li He is also earning his keep. He Fang occasionally admires Li He for his intelligence. He hardly studies yet maintains excellent grades, is warm-hearted towards his classmates, and occasionally shares light-hearted jokes, making him an enjoyable person to be around. She sometimes wonders how things might have been if she were not 7 years his senior. Though perhaps those are merely idle thoughts. Li spends his days running around between the 4th and 5th ring roads, having rented an apartment near Wang Mountain, which has some distant familial ties to Su Ming, distant relatives, indeed. The layout includes a central living room, 2 bedrooms on either side, a kitchen, and a yard with a well. Most delightfully, both bedrooms come equipped with heated Kong beds. Li had purchased charcoal long ago, and upon moving in, he ignited a roaring fire. He no longer returns to school at night, but instead rises early to catch the bus back for classes the next day. The rent is a mere 18 yuan per month, a deal so rare that one might never encounter such fortune again in the years to come. Su Ming feels it somewhat overpriced and suggests finding another place, but Li is captivated by it at first glance, promptly paying a year's rent and signing a 5-year lease, much to the landlord's delight. Surveying the yard and the 2 rooms brimming with treasures brings Li such joy that he often awakens smiling in his sleep. Each afternoon, he arrives at the apartment near Wang Mountain, and regardless of Su Ming's scavenging from any corner, he meticulously sorts through the assortment of trinkets Su Ming brings back for a pittance. In prosperous times, one collects antiques. In turbulent times, one buys gold. A pile of antiques cannot compare to a humble meal, yet Su Ming has genuinely gathered a considerable collection of fine items. Li grins foolishly while holding a piece of Hitian jade. How could he possibly mistake it? That would render 2 lifetimes wasted. Many exquisite jades have fallen into the hands of those who do not appreciate them, leaving them dull and lackluster. As Su Ming frequents certain villages and alleys, the locals have begun to call out, that foolish one has returned. Hurry home and search through your belongings. According to Su Ming, the older the better. They all eagerly hand their treasures over to the foolish one. For the past 3 decades, the antique trade has languished, with many lacking awareness of the value of antiques. As long as a transaction can be made, who wouldn't he be delighted? The room was filled with over 300 items, including discs, jars, and bottles, the authenticity of which was indeterminate. He could only discern that a significant number bore inscriptions from the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. He had also compared numerous images at the library, and indeed, many resembled Junware and similar artifacts. As for the remaining 20 or so pieces of jade and emerald, he was confident in his judgment. These were items that his daughter had once adored, and he had assisted in purchasing many of them. thus absorbing some knowledge along the way, which now proved beneficial. It is worth mentioning the 7 or 8 pieces of furniture made from rosewood and agarwood. Aside from one rosewood chair with a broken leg, the rest were intact. Such pieces alone could suffice for a comfortable retirement, considering the value of agarwood, which is weighed by the gram. These few items were the only ones for which he had paid a slightly higher price. Su Ming was not in a position to make decisions, so Li He had made a special trip to speak with the seller, who stated that the price was merely for fixing the chair. Otherwise, the old chair could still be used at home. Upon seeing them, Li He was left in awe, his mouth agape with astonishment and exhilaration. He had spent a mere 200 yuan acquiring these items from several families. The bronze artifacts were too rusted to be appreciated, appearing to date back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. However, he lacked the means to restore them at present, so he had to leave them in a dry corner until conditions permitted their treatment. All these items had cost him less than 400 yuan in total, thus placing minimal financial strain on him. He and Su Ming's scrap collection business could still yield a daily profit of 70 to 80 yuan. Li He instructed that every day he should spend his share of the money completely, collecting whatever he could. In a year or two, no. Even in just a year, such fortunate opportunities might never come his way again. Su Ming, having received Li He's instructions, began to grow a beard, careful not to let anyone catch on to his situation. He felt a sense of mystery surrounding his actions. After all, it was merely the collection of ceramic jars. If the seller regretted their decision, how could he be found? He was perplexed, but chose to follow Li He's guidance without question. As Li He reveled in the enchanting world of antiques, he heard a loud knocking at the door. He quickly organized his belongings, secured the bedroom door, and proceeded to the yard to open the front door. Zhao Gu and He Jie had arrived, with Su Ming standing at the entrance, followed by Zhao Yangqi and He Fang. Before Li He could fully comprehend the situation, He Fang stepped into the main hall, surveying the surroundings. I say, Shaoli, you have quite the collection of pots and pans here. It seems you've truly made this place your home. Ah, the art of sarcasm at its finest. It was a rare day off for He Fang and Zhao Chuanqi, who usually went straight to the repair shop near the school. He Fang seldom saw Li He outside of class, but upon encountering Su Ming delivering goods, she decided to join the festivities, and Zhao Chuanqi had no objections. Thus, they accompanied Su Ming. Li He, grinning broadly with a distinct northeastern accent, greeted, "Big sister, what brings you here today?" Compared to other dialects, speaking in the northeast accent, even if one stutters, adds a certain charm. Anyone who incorporates this characteristic into their speech immediately exudes a robust, rustic flavor. He Fang casually picked up a snowball from the ground and hurled it at Li He, admonishing him, "Don't act so familiar, you're younger than me. You ought to call me sister. No wonder I heard Yongqi mention that you never return home at night. Is there really a heated Kong here?" After saying this, she strode into the main room, throwing herself onto the warm Kong, her face pressed against its comforting warmth. Oh my goodness, this Kong is a lifesaver. I was nearly frozen stiff, inhaling the fresh scent of the bamboo mat and the lingering earthy aroma from the Kong. She suddenly felt a deep longing for that distant village in the far north of China, that old house, and the cozy Kong spread out within it. Li He replied, "Then you and Yangqi should warm up on the Kong while I go buy some groceries, a couple of drinks, and some hearty dishes to replenish you this evening." Zhao Yangqi, about to be polite, was interrupted by He Fang, who promptly said, "Just kneel down and accept it. Enjoying a feast is a fine tradition." With that, she kicked off her shoes and settled onto the Kong. As Li He turned to leave the main room, Su Ming, perceptive as ever, chimed in, "Brother, let me go. I assure you I won't buy anything subpar." Li He responded, "All right, get 3 pounds of pork belly, some ribs for soup, a pack of vermicelli, and anything fresh you come across. Last time you mentioned that your relatives enjoy hunting rabbits and wild boars in the mountains. If you find any, don't hesitate to take them. I want to worry about the cost. As for the liquor, no need to buy. I have several bottles of yellow wine and white liquor here." Su Ming acknowledged with a quick okay and hurriedly dashed out. Li He poured water for the 2 guests, hesitating whether to serve them in his cherished purple clay teapots, fearing that if they broke, it would be a significant loss. Since he started dealing in second-hand goods, he had never lacked such items, yet a loss was still a loss. Every day, he would take a moment to brew a cup of tea, relishing the act. Ultimately, he steeled himself, washed 2 purple clay pots, prepared the tea, and placed it on the table by the Kong, stating, "Gentlemen, allow me to serve you some tea." Neither of them was shy about it. They immediately took the teapot in hand to warm themselves, their clumsiness making Li He's eyelids twitch. "Oh dear. Those are purple clay pots. Handle them with care," They are at least decades old. He Fang sipped her tea, savoring the flavor, feeling utterly content and warm. Xiaoli, your life is truly enviable, better than that of a deity. You, my simpleton friend, surely have a bright future ahead. If only we had some sunflower seeds and peanuts. It would be even better. Zhao Yangqi hastily gulped down his tea and added, Indeed, Xiaoli, just look at your life. Even an emperor would envy you. Hey, you two can't be serious. Coming to mooch off my food and poke fun at me. Don't mistake a nouveau riche for a true patron, Li He quipped, eliciting laughter from He Fang and Zhao Yongqi. Faced with such easily amused companions, Li He felt a tinge of helplessness. Suddenly, He Fang smacked her forehead, exclaiming, Look at my forgetful mind. After sitting here for so long, I completely lost track of my purpose. I actually came to deliver a telegram. When it arrived at the school this morning, you were absent. I worried that something might have happened at home, so I rushed to bring it to you. You still think I cherish this meal? Li He scoffed as he accepted the envelope. Could it be that Su Ming was deceased and capable of bringing it back himself? He tore open the envelope and extracted the telegram, astonished to find over 50 words. The crux of the message was one: Li Long and Duan Mei were engaged. When Li He departed, he had instructed that the telegram's content be conveyed clearly, without skimping. However, he hadn't anticipated such extravagance. A telegram cost 20 cents per character, and it could have sufficed with just a few words, yet this fellow had gone on and on. After arriving at school, Li He had only sent a single telegram back home to inform them of his safety, thereafter losing contact. Unlike the future, where one could easily make a phone call or send a message, or even conduct a video call. In truth, Li He felt a sense of comfort. As long as his younger brother did not tread the same path as their forebear, his rebirth was not in vain. Even if he did not amass great wealth in this lifetime, as long as the family remained harmonious and tended to their modest plot of land, it would be a flourishing existence. Observing Li He shaking his head, He Fang inquired, Is everything well at home? Zhao Yongqi also regarded Li He with a curious gaze. Li He nonchalantly handed them the telegram, stating, It's nothing, just my brother has become engaged, and they sent me a telegram to inform me. He Fang exclaimed in astonishment. You two truly are brothers. Your lavishness is equally matched. This telegram cost $10. Having gathered considerable insight into Li He's family affairs, she and Zhao Chuanqi were well aware that such trivial matters were commonplace. Which family didn't have their share of mundane issues? Li He cast a glance at Su Ming, who entered with a large basket of vegetables, remarking, You're quite swift. Just place it here. I'll take it to the kitchen and prepare. He Fang, having risen from her seat, rolled up her sleeves and rummaged through the basket. So much food. The pork can be stewed with vermicelli. That's my specialty. Is this winter fishing? This must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Where is there a lake around here? I thought only our Chagon Lake had the plumphead fish. Sister, I was fortunate. This came from the Miyun Reservoir. They had just broken the ice, and I happened to be there. Many people were scrambling to buy, and I had to exert considerable effort to get this one. I even made sure to buy tofu. Su Ming boasted. He Fang swiftly carried the basket to the kitchen, inspecting the supplies. With oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings all in place, she promptly added some water to the pot to prevent it from burning dry. Then, crouching beneath the stove, she gathered a handful of dry twigs and stuffed them into the firebox, striking a match. Soon, a small flame flickered to life, and she gradually added larger branches. Before long, the fire in the stove blazed robustly, fueled by the thick logs, requiring no further attention. He Fang returned to the countertop, scrubbing pots and washing vegetables. Upon seeing Li He enter, she said, You all shouldn't interfere. Big men tend to be clumsy. Just watch me, you can all wait outside. Li He felt somewhat embarrassed, but, seeing He Fang's determination, decided to stay. He moved the rice bag from the corner of the kitchen, saying, Then we shall have steamed rice for dinner. Reluctantly, Li He returned to the main room with Zhao Yangqi, while Su Ming engaged in idle chatter, occasionally sneaking glances toward the kitchen door. When He Fang brought in that large basin of fragrant pork and vermicelli, the aroma was simply irresistible. You all start drinking and eating. The fish will be ready shortly. Su Ming remarked, Sister, I'll keep an eye on the fire. As a guest, you shouldn't be so busy. Listen to your sister, he continued. I am not confident in your culinary skills. Let us enjoy a few drinks first. She will have the fish ready soon. Li opened a bottle and poured a glass for everyone. The most exquisite aspect of the wine glasses was their delicate, thin body and pristine white texture, a hallmark of the Changhua period. Li He felt a pang of regret at using such precious porcelain. During his last visit to the library, he learned that such Qingbai porcelain was worth a fortune in ancient times. As they finished their drinks, the fish was brought to the table. Li He also poured a glass for He Fang, raising a toast to warm their spirits. This wine is from the Yangtze River. The more you drink, the more beautiful you become. Let us toast. He Fang was spirited, taking a mouthful of food and downing her drink in one go, her confidence shining through. She seemed to revel in the challenge, her laughter reflecting the jovial spirit of the occasion. Li He, despite his initial bravado, found himself succumbing to her infectious energy, reluctantly finishing his drink. As night fell, the wind drove away the chill, and the room, warmed by the stove, felt almost like ice, unable to emit even a hint of heat. After several rounds of drinks, Li He retrieved a copper stove from the kitchen, kindling it with charcoal to finally bring some warmth to the gathering. He Fang, having consumed a whole gin of liquor, showed no signs of inebriation, while the others appeared flushed. She felt victorious, teasing the men about their limited alcohol tolerance. You lot, with such little capacity for drink, should refrain from boasting in my presence. Li He, though resigned, had also indulged in the drinks, yet could not match He Fang's vitality. Seeing her readiness to consume even more, he conceded, "Fine, from now on, you are the boss. I yield." Suddenly, He Fang said, "Little Li, I actually contemplated something the day before yesterday, but I was unsure whether to voice it. Speak freely. What is there that we cannot discuss?" Li He felt the effects of the alcohol surge within him. Although we are the sole purveyor of old and second-hand electronics in the city, the daily influx is rather meager, He Fang continued. With only a dozen units arriving each day, we are far from overwhelmed. Most items have minor issues that do not necessitate parts replacement. Why not consider expanding our acquisition volume? The capital is vast, and Su Ming cannot keep up with the demand. Have you noticed the influx of imported electronics, particularly from Japan? They are mostly brand new. We have repaired 6 units this month. The faults are trivial, mostly due to user error, with many being mere short circuits. He Fang had been holding on to these thoughts for several days and finally decided to voice them. Li He responded, "I am aware. The number of students studying abroad is on the rise, naturally increasing the availability of foreign electronics. However, we do not have so many people to roam the city collecting items," He Fang said with a smile. "Yet, there are many scavengers." Her words seemed to open a floodgate, prompting Su Ming to slap his thigh vigorously. "Indeed, why didn't I think of that? We can pay other scavengers to assist us in our collection efforts. This is precisely what one might call channel development." Li, being a tech-savvy engineer, seldom engaged with sales and had never learned much about marketing during his entrepreneurial journey. He merely fulfilled orders from upstream, focused solely on production capacity without concern for order acquisition. Li He often self-deprecatingly acknowledged his mediocre management and business acumen, recognizing that professional matters should be handled by specialists. He maintained a clear understanding of his limitations, rarely meddling in such affairs. He typically provided broad direction and navigated relationships, knowing that true polymaths, akin to Zhuge Liang, are exceedingly rare. After some contemplation, Li He said to Su Ming, "If you are willing to put in the effort, give it a try. Let us reach out to a few reliable individuals based on our current budget and act within our means. The more space we afford them, the more they earn, and the more we retain. You frequent the outside world, so you should have a clearer sense of the situation than I do." Upon hearing Li He's agreement, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. With his flushed cheeks from the drinks, he hardly appeared trustworthy, yet he donned the demeanor of a loyal aide. "Brother, leave it to me." Li He reiterated several points to Su Ming and glanced at the dark sky outside, feeling concerned for Zhao Yongqi and He Fang. It was inconsequential for a grown man like Zhao Yongqi to remain, but despite her bold nature, He Fang was still a woman. "Why don't you two stay here tonight? It's quite late, and public transport isn't favorable." "Bah, even if you push me, I want to leave. I'll just sleep in your living room. Hand me the coal, and I'll stoke the fire a bit more," He Fang replied, comfortably nestled on the heated Kong, clutching a teapot. However, the bedding was insufficient, as there was only one blanket on the Kong in the living room. Su Ming suggested, "I'll have my little sister come over to keep you company and bring her blanket too. We can all squeeze together, right?" Su Xiaomei, being lively and a university student, was indeed quite attractive and admired greatly. He Fang, with her generous and amiable nature, quickly warmed up to her. Before long, the two were like sisters, chattering away until late after washing their feet and settling in for the night. Li He then took Zhao Yongqi to another empty room, rekindled the Kong, and prepared some warm water. They each rolled into a cozy sleeping bag, layered with thick clothes, and enjoyed a warm slumber. The budding reforms and exploratory openness subtly transformed people's lives, reshaping the ancient capital of Beijing. In this era overflowing with promise, China, having endured considerable hardship, was reviving with vigor. The national machine, rebooted and reconfigured, began to operate efficiently, exuding vitality and ambition. A young man, stout and robust, struck a match to light a cigarette for Su Ming. "Brother Ming, should we really not go find Zhu Dachong and give him a piece of our minds? Brother, just one word from you, and I promise to take him down. I'll make him cry for his mother." He referred to Zhu Dachong, the same Zhu who was beaten up by Su Ming last time. Zhu has been lurking around the alley, often throwing sarcastic remarks at Su Ming. Leaning against the wall, Su Ming took a leisurely drag from his cigarette, basking in the rare sunlight. It was a fine day, yet the four people beside him were incessantly chattering, causing him some annoyance. "Enough with the noise. What is the point of this banner? It's beneath us. Who are they? Just ruffians and petty thugs. Do you not understand the principle that fine china does not engage with broken tiles? Look at those entering the Friendship Hotel, dressed in suits and ties, arriving in sleek cars, living in luxury. We should aspire to that, not waste our time on trivial matters. Brother, those are Hong Kong folks and some foreigners. We are different." Su Ming, somewhat irritated, smacked the back of his head. "Hong Kong people are still Chinese, with yellow skin and black hair. Foreigners are just people with one nose and two eyes. Just like us. If they can succeed, so can we. Look at you, slacking off instead of studying. You should focus on reading books and newspapers." The others could only grumble silently, aware that he had merely graduated from middle school himself, but none dared to voice their thoughts. As the saying goes, one learns from the good and follows the bad. Su Ming, having spent time with Director Li, had indeed adopted some of Li's imposing demeanor, his words often echoing those of a parrot. Su Ming had grown in stature, with money and resources at his disposal. He carried himself with newfound confidence. As long as he ensured the delivery of the electrical appliances and the pottery required by Li, his responsibilities were fulfilled. A far cry from the exhausting days of wandering aimlessly through the city. In such a short span, he now collected at least 40 items daily. Although the title of Scrap King was less than flattering, the money he pocketed was tangible. Those scavengers treated Su Ming with respect, often receiving a few dollars from him each day. Occasionally, Su Ming found himself troubled by the lack of replacement parts for some imported radios, resistors and capacitors he could not find, forcing him to dismantle them for spare parts, which were valuable. Currently, he employed 5 people for repairs, yet they barely managed to keep up, given their hours only came after evening study sessions. Compared to the past, Su Ming's life now was like heaven and earth. Often surrounded by a group of younger brothers, he walked with a certain swagger, though he dared not share this with Li, knowing how much Li despised such streetwise antics. The followers trailing behind Su Ming were all aimless drifters, having returned to the city without jobs, engaging in brawls and shouting matches as part of their daily routine. Since meeting Su Ming, they had taken to running errands and making a bit of noise for him. Su Ming was generous, spending money freely, and the young men were delighted to assist him in his endeavors. Since Li he arranged the tools in the maintenance room, the efficiency of repairs has increased exponentially. Items such as multimeters, soldering irons, rosin, solder wire, solder suckers, and number 9 needles are indispensable. Acquiring them required a thorough search throughout the city, as some are not regular supplies and are not typically found in general stores. Initially, Li he intended to recruit Chen Shua and Gao Igua from the dormitory as assistants, and sent Zhao Yongqi to gauge their interest. However, both maintained a sense of pride, prompting Li He to abandon the idea. He Fang then brought over 2 girls from her dormitory, and Li He patiently guided them, saying, "Look here, this is a newly released digital 2-band radio from RB. It receives AM normally, but FM is not functioning, albeit there is some noise. The primary issue is that the buyer does not know how to use it, or perhaps they made a mistake by plugging in the wrong power adapter, leading to an excessive voltage while in FM mode. Do you know how to resolve this?" Beside them, Fang Yin confidently suggested, "Is the antenna broken? The FM band requires an antenna to function." Li He shook his head and glanced at Zhao Qing, who appeared bewildered, and continued, "AM reception is normal, but FM is not picking up any stations. FM has more components, including 2 3DG18 transistors, one of which might be faulty. We need to check the integrated circuit and surrounding components. Do you understand?" Zhao Qing and Fang Yun nodded vigorously. Li sighed with relief. As a top student, he was never one to feign understanding. Both were well-versed in theory but lacked practical experience. He wandered to the door, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the porch, unsure of what to do next. He Fang nudged Zhao Yongqi with her elbow and inquired softly, "What is up with him lately? He seems distracted and often goes out," returning with a sigh. Zhao Yongqi shook his head, indicating he did not know. Li lit another cigarette, feeling torn between joy and sorrow. He had finally encountered the familiar figure he had longed for, the smile he had missed countless times, and the warm embrace he yearned for. Yet, in that moment, he felt at a loss for words. Should he say, "Hey, Zhang Wanting, were you my wife in a past life? I have been reborn. Come away with me?" Whenever he had no classes, he would linger at the entrance of the Foreign Language Institute dormitory, awaiting a fleeting chance encounter. His emotions were overwhelming, spiraling out of control. Each time they crossed paths, he would hide at a distance, wishing he could rush over and exclaim, "Hey, Zhang Wanting, don't smile at men so casually. It gives them the wrong impression. And you, who are you? Don't speak to my wife. Be careful or I'll knock you out. Hey, Zhang Wanting, why do you only eat buns every time? No wonder you're always like a little bun. Can't you eat a bit more for my happiness?" Amidst this turmoil of hope and anxiety, Li found himself increasingly frustrated each time. The northern wind howled fiercely that night, and snowflakes danced in the air as Li, having never experienced love in his 2 decades of life, found himself at a loss on how to approach girls. Each time he lingered by the dormitory entrance or outside the Russian language classroom, he could hardly suppress a sigh, yearning for someone to impart wisdom on the art of flirtation. His thoughts were plagued with doubts. Would his attempts at casual conversation be perceived as frivolous? How could he engage without appearing insincere? Li was perplexed. Having shared a lifetime with his wife, he understood her temperament all too well. The first hint of discord would surely extinguish any hopes for a second chance. Although she appeared gentle and harmless with her warm smile, she was, in reality, a staunch traditionalist. Engaging with her felt like trying to grasp a hedgehog. Impossible. What once were his virtues now seemed to morph into flaws in her eyes. At this stage in life, Li had grown increasingly resolute in matters of romance, a euphemism for his dwindling patience. The vibrant exuberance of his youthful 20s had faded, leaving no time nor inclination for elaborate planning or feigned charm. It was now a matter of either pursuing or relinquishing. He would not pause for anyone. He believed himself to be seasoned in the battlefield of emotions, where reason often triumphed over primal urges, though he would not feign indifference to the allure of physical attraction. No longer did he concern himself with how others perceived him. His hair, cropped in a trendy yet disheveled style, rendered him less than dashing. Yet he paid it no mind. In essence, life had become wearisome, yet he clung to the notion that love was worth the struggle. On the verge of tears, he even contemplated asking Su Ming to play the rogue while he swooped in as the hero. Once again, he hurried to the Foreign Language Institute. Having freshly shaved and washed his face, albeit donning a rather unrefined hat that seemed to carry remnants of the earth, sitting on the flower bed outside the Russian classroom, he resembled a city drifter. As he smoked, he idly hummed along to a song drifting from the classroom, his thoughts wandering. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Excuse me? Your rendition of that Russian song surpasses that of many in our class." Li looked up to see a woman standing before him, uncertain whether she was a teacher or a fellow student, as the age difference was negligible. Her polished attire suggested she might be a teacher, and she continued, "Apologies for my loud voice. I have loved singing Russian songs since childhood, and I couldn't help but hum along while watching the class. I'm a student from Peking University," she implied, suggesting that her passion for Russian music had led her to attend a class here, not merely to seek romantic encounters. Li, with a bold demeanor, confessed to his long-standing affection for Russian songs, unabashedly admitting that he had listened to his wife hum these tunes for a lifetime. His wife sang them at all hours, even joining a group of elderly ladies for square dancing, all to the same melodies. Li, though somewhat foolish, had long since learned the songs by heart. Whenever there were events or gatherings, he would sing these songs, striking a pose to display his flair. "Ah, how embarrassing. I've noticed you loitering at the entrance several times, almost mistaking your intentions," remarked Zhao, a Russian language instructor. "If you truly have an interest, feel free to enter the classroom directly. You are not the only one attending as an auditor. To inspire our students' enthusiasm for the Russian language, we sing 2 songs in every class." Zhao felt genuinely pleased to have a student from Peking University attending her lecture, which certainly brought her a sense of pride. Li, having seen this student at the door more than once, could no longer contain his curiosity and approached to inquire about his purpose there. Had he been a mere idle passerby, he would have alerted security long ago. Li's heart soared with joy. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. A stroke of luck from the heavens. He quickly bent at the waist, nearly bowing in gratitude, deciding that despite the teacher's appearance being merely a 7 out of 10, her admirable character warranted a perfect score. I am He. Thank you so much, he exclaimed. Zhao smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, Li. Come on in, let me introduce you to everyone. As Li followed her, he silently chastised himself for his emotional weakness, nearly shedding tears. Realizing his lack of composure as an actor, Zhao stepped onto the podium and spoke warmly. Students, I believe you all recognize this young man standing at the door. This is Li, a student from Peking University. His passion for the Russian language has brought him here, braving the harsh winter and snow just to audit our class. What a remarkable spirit this is. It embodies perseverance and resilience, a commitment to learning that propels him towards contributing to the 4 modernizations. Applause erupted in the classroom, jolting Li He from his astonishment. He thought, now this is true theatrical prowess. I feel like shouting, what nonsense. You alone adore the Russian language. Your whole family must love it too. Yet, as the eyes of the class fell upon him, he knew it was his moment to perform. Hello everyone, I am Li He. A student from Peking University, he introduced himself, receiving another round of applause. Zhao gestured, Li He, please find a seat. Li He had already spotted his wife's seat, but found her positioned in the middle of the aisle, with others occupying the spots around her. Reluctantly, for his wife's sake, he approached the seat behind her and said to the male classmate beside him, excuse me, I have poor eyesight and am slightly nearsighted. Would it be all right if I squeezed in beside you? The classroom was furnished with wooden benches, and regardless of whether their intentions were sincere or feigned, the classmates never posed difficult questions during the teacher's lessons. They kindly shifted to the left, creating a space for Li He. As for the content of the lecture, it was of no concern to him. Li sat behind his wife, calmly inhaling the enchanting fragrance wafting from her. Though he had to restrain his nose from moving too conspicuously and maintain a composed expression, which was quite a challenge. Gazing at his wife's delicate, slender face and her frail figure clad in thin clothing, his heart ached. Li He silently prayed for her to thrive, hoping she would notice him, assuring her that he would provide her with a good life. Until the class concluded, and the classroom emptied as everyone headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Li did not exchange a single word with his wife. Through the cafeteria window, he watched her savoring her free soup, delightfully munching on cornbread. And tears streamed down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. He pondered why he had become so emotional after his rebirth. Could it be a side effect of his second chance at life? As he wandered back to school, lost in a haze, he looked up at the increasingly fierce snowstorm. Feeling numb to it all, he recognized his own helplessness and suddenly felt adrift, leaning against a wall, weary and unwilling to move. In moments of free time, Li shamelessly attended foreign language classes as an auditor, following Zhang Wanting wherever she sat, even if it meant squeezing into packed spaces that annoyed others. However, his small gestures, such as gifting a pen today and a notebook tomorrow, earned him begrudging acceptance. His eyes were glued to Zhang Wanting, never straying from her presence. Sometimes lost in thought as he stared at her back, Zhang Wanting perhaps thought she was overthinking things. One day, by some strange coincidence, she found herself seated in the last row, forcing Li He to sit in the front. He turned around every few minutes, which was an unmistakable affront to everyone's intelligence. Over time, it became painfully obvious to all. Fortune favored the persistent. Li He finally made a breakthrough when Zhang Wanting spoke to him, asking, Li He, why do you always stare at me in class? He was utterly flustered, nearly losing his courage to respond. Just when he mustered the bravery to answer, she turned and walked away. Heaven knows the despair that gripped him in that moment. Perhaps Zhang Wanting waited a second, maybe 2 or 3, but ultimately, all she saw was the panic in his eyes. As he watched her leave, he contemplated chasing after her but ultimately remained still, feeling a flicker of excitement. His wife had finally spoken to him. He believed he had taken the first step in a long journey, convinced that achieving national victory was no longer a dream. In love, a man's intelligence often plummets to negative numbers. Even when she crafts one green hat after another, he still praises her artistry. Li, having some spare time, decided to reorganize the treasures in his room. The 2 bedrooms were now filled to the brim, and some acquired rosewood and agarwood furniture were placed directly under the eaves in the courtyard to prevent moisture. He had specially laid bricks on the ground and covered them with cut-woven bags. Li was still troubled by his inability to acquire some calligraphy and ancient books, as such items were indeed difficult to come by. He had only managed to collect 2 pieces of calligraphy, titled Kwankeo, and the seals were unfamiliar to him. Unable to comprehend them, he had no choice but to leave them on the bedside cabinet. To facilitate movement, Lee opted to sleep in the main hall at night, as the bedroom was simply too cluttered to reside in. "Hey, brother, do you want to see an electronic watch?" Just as Lee was about to enter the school gate, he was stopped by a shifty little figure. Upon hearing the words electronic watch, the little man's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly, desperately in need of a timepiece. Regardless of its quality, he simply wished to know the time at all times. Estimating the passing hours daily was quite burdensome. The little man glanced around cautiously, then discreetly pulled Lee aside to a more secluded spot. He opened a small bag slung across his body, allowing Lee a glimpse inside, then handed him another watch, whispering, "Buddy, take a look. These are the latest electronic watches from Hong Kong, vibrant colors, and quite attractive." Lee observed that they were merely ordinary plastic electronic watches, not particularly durable, and the hassle of replacing batteries was annoying. Such watches had flooded the streets during the 80s and 90s. Nonetheless, with no other options, Lee decided he could not be picky. As long as he could tell the time, it sufficed. "How much?" he asked, ready to pay. The little man wiggled his thumb and pinky in front of Lee. 60? "Buddy, the cost is only about 7 or 8 yuan. You're marking it up too much. 20 yuan is acceptable. I'll take it." Lee was taken aback by the outrageous profit margin, aware of the market value of such items. The little man grew anxious. "Buddy, you're being too harsh. This is no joke. This watch is waterproof and a genuine Hong Kong product, not just any ordinary watch. I cannot sell it for less than 50. Besides, if you go to the department store, they'll charge you even more. I offer it directly." Lee chuckled at the accent. Though the man's Mandarin was relatively standard, the regional flavor was unmistakable. "All right, fellow countrymen, we're both from Holland. Why should we harm each other? I'll take one. I'll give you 50. All right, since we share a common hometown. I've been in Holland for 8 years and my voice changed during that time, hence the accent. What color do you prefer?" The little man wasted no time, opening his bag for Lee to choose. Lee simply picked the black watch he was holding, placed it on his wrist without further deliberation, and counted out 50 yuan to hand over. "Here you go, brother. But I am curious, where did you acquire these watches?" "It is indeed my first encounter with such a novel item." The petite individual joyfully accepted the money, having specifically procured the goods from Shenzhen. "If any friends wish to purchase, do recommend me. I shall extend the same price to you." Upon hearing this, Lee scoffed, recognizing the need for a clever ruse if one sought to extract information. "Brother, follow me. I have a friend who operates a repair shop nearby. He may be interested, and I shall introduce you. It is far better than lingering at the entrance." Although the petite individual harbored some reservations, he ultimately nodded in agreement and trailed behind Lee He into the alley. Upon entering the room and witnessing the dozens of radios and televisions stacked within, he was utterly astonished, realizing that his modest venture was clearly insufficient. "Hey, you've arrived." Su Ming greeted, surrounded by several associates as he organized items in the room. Noticing Lee He accompanied by another, he expressed curiosity, as Lee He rarely brought anyone along. Lee nodded, exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ming, and turned to the petite individual. "Brother, as you can see, we deal in these radios and televisions as well. Why not show my friend your watch? After all, there's wealth to be shared." Su Ming, understanding the implication in Lee He's gaze, was captivated upon seeing the electronic watch produced by the petite individual. Having been in business for a considerable time, he maintained a semblance of composure. He offered the petite one a chair, a cigarette, and even instructed his subordinates to brew tea, leaving the latter pleasantly surprised by the attention. Su Ming directly donned the watch on his wrist, forgoing any negotiation and promptly providing the payment, much to the petite individual's delight. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming sensed the opportune moment and said, "Brother, you know well that one cannot conduct business alone. What connections do you have? We could collaborate. My brother Lee mentioned you sell at the school gate. How much can you possibly sell there? Look at the radios and televisions in this room. The many are old. They are still worth more than your electronic watch. I have never struggled to sell. I move as much stock as I possess." The underlying message was not lost on the petite individual, who understood that selling at the entrance at such low prices was merely a sign of inexperience. Realizing he was in the presence of a seasoned professional, he decided that further concealment was futile. "I am merely assisting in distributing goods. There are connections above. Those from the south call it the big water hose. We primarily sell scientific calculators, watches, and a plethora of clothing. The garments are sold at Shoshui Street, while watches and calculators rely on vendors like us. It is a challenging endeavor, as few dare to take risks like I do. Li was taken aback, recognizing the proliferation of astute individuals. Even before the establishment of the Special Economic Zone, these Southerners had the audacity to pave their way here. Yet, contemplating further, one realizes that those who genuinely struck it rich in the early days were often remarkably bold. For instance, the Wenzhou entrepreneurs of that time engaged in small workshops, cutting braids, selling needles and threads, and processing pig bristles, likely producing a fair number of millionaires. Had it not been for later historical revelations, how many would be aware of this today? In that era, as long as one did not overtly employ laborers, most individuals would turn a blind eye. Su Ming inquired, "What price did you acquire these goods for? Shall we consider a partnership?" The diminutive man continued to smoke incessantly, exhaling clouds of smoke. And if he were to miss out on someone, it would be deemed uncouth. That Southerner was certainly not someone to take lightly. Li fished out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the small man, saying, "Introduce us to that Southerner. This money will buy a cigarette." The small man, delighted, accepted the offer, stating that there was no issue with that. The Southerner was in search of loose goods, becoming increasingly frantic, with a few eager buyers trailing behind him, soon risking everything to the point of losing even their undergarments. This was indeed a predicament. That Southerner had been residing at the inn for over a month, yet had hardly sold anything. There were not many loose goods available, and we only paid him once we sold our own stock. If you were willing to sell him goods, he would not object. As for the pricing, you could negotiate that directly with him. The Southerner was indeed pressed for time, as finding loose goods was a challenge, and selling them was no easy feat. He spent his days loitering at the school gate, and only a handful of students could muster 50 or 60 yuan at a time. The less astute students would scold him for his speculative nature, lecturing him solemnly and threatening to take him to the police station. He felt the weight of scrutiny while waiting by the department store entrance, always sensing that eyes were upon him, and he would hastily flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Selling even a single watch would bring him joy for the day. While scientific calculators were of little use to the average person, he would need to market them within companies, and even with tenfold courage, he would not dare approach them. Li and Su Ming exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with the allure of green bills. After conversing with the diminutive man for a while, Su Ming, in a fit of urgency, insisted on directly meeting the Southerner. Li, feeling a surge of irritation, kicked Su Ming under the table, then turned to the small man with a friendly smile, saying, "Brother, could you do me a favor? Please convey my situation to your superior, and see when it might be convenient for him. If we were to visit today, I fear he may have reservations. Once the matter is settled, I will reward you with another 100. Benefits will surely be shared." The small man, seeing that Li and Su Ming were indeed straightforward, realized he could earn 100 yuan from selling 2 watches and another 100 from sharing information. Now, with just a message to relay, he could secure yet another 100. How could he possibly refuse? He patted his chest, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will deliver your message." Once the small man departed, Su Ming ushered his 2 younger companions outside to smoke, complaining to Li, "Brother, why did you kick me? We could have proceeded with this. Just look at these beautiful watches. They even display the time digitally, far more appealing than the traditional hands. If only we had contacted them sooner, we would have earned this money already." Seeing Su Ming's agitation, Li gave him a sharp rap on the head. "Did you not hear what that fellow said? The Southerner's goods are difficult to sell. If he truly conveys our situation, and we are able to sell over 200 old radios and televisions each month, won't he the Southerner be eager to seek us out upon hearing that we have electronic watches? It's illogical for us to chase after him once he arrives. Whether he is rolling or kneading dough, it will ultimately be our decision." Su Ming suddenly realized, flattering as he gave a thumbs up, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. However, what if the person does not come? That would be a tremendous loss. As long as the price is right, one could indeed make a fortune. Have you not seen how many people are desperately seeking a ticket for a watch?" Li retorted with irritation, "What can we do? Just let it be. The new year is not far off. Let us hold on to our little patch of land and talk about it after the holiday. And about that business of trading foreign exchange coupons and tickets, we should steer clear. Taking advantage of state resources will only lead to trouble." "How is that taking advantage?" Su Ming questioned. "Isn't there a crowd gathered at the friendship store doing just that? Why can't we partake?" A sense of anxiety crept over Su Ming. He had long coveted this business. It seemed foolproof, no exposure to the elements, just a quick turnover to earn substantial profits. He could acquire foreign exchange coupons from foreigners at 1 yuan and then sell them for 3 yuan to those in need. The pure profit of 2 yuan may not appear substantial, But considering that tour guides often brought entire groups of foreigners for collective transactions, the potential profits were significant. Li was well aware of this rationale. With foreign exchange coupons, ordinary citizens could purchase foreign cigarettes, fine wines, silk scarves, and chocolate liqueurs from overseas Chinese stores in the friendship store without relying on ration tickets for grain, oil, or cloth. Moreover, foreign exchange coupons served as the primary means for common folks to acquire foreign currency. If one wished to travel abroad, the foreign exchange quota granted by the state was often insufficient, necessitating the need to procure additional coupons from other sources. The profit potential was undeniable. Li remarked, "Do you speak any foreign languages? You would still need to rely on scalpers, which reduces profits and increases risk. Ration tickets have always been the domain of the big players in the capital. How easy is it to mix bicycle tickets and watch tickets? Best to abandon that thought. Furthermore, you would be disrupting economic order and jeopardizing economic security. The police are serious about this. If things go awry, it could lead to 3 to 5 years in prison. If you truly wish to court disaster, I want to stop you." Li's admonition made Su Ming break out in a cold sweat. "I understand I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Haven't I always listened to you? Whatever you say, I have done. All right, let us not be so grim. For now, let us keep it simple. As long as the weather is fair, no one can meddle. Even if we proceed with those electronic watches, I want to interfere. The police want to trouble us, at most. They will confiscate our goods, and we'll lose some money. Safety must come first. Do you understand?" After confirming that, Su Ming nodded in agreement but remained silent. Li decided not to lecture further. He waved him off and headed back to school for his afternoon classes. At that moment, Su Ming genuinely felt the helplessness of being at the bottom of the social hierarchy, where every endeavor required caution. In the chasms of an era, he fervently wished for the tempest of change to return with greater ferocity. Li hurriedly entered the large classroom and spotted Gao Aigua waving at him. He squeezed past a few people in the dormitory and sat down together, casually asking for a book as he had forgotten to bring his calculus text. Gao Aigua and the others had grown accustomed to Li's habits, neglecting to study during class yet somehow managing to pass exams. Remarkably, he might even be the best in calculus in the entire class, which was utterly infuriating. After a long wait, the class finally ended. As Li and Gao Aigua exited the classroom, they discovered a circle of people gathered by the door, drawn by the innate human desire to observe. Without hesitation, Li decided to join the crowd, only to find that the students who had left early were all congregated there. Zhang Aigua was at the forefront, embroiled in a dispute with another group of 5 or 6 individuals, while He Fang, the class monitor, was desperately trying to mediate and prevent any escalation. Amidst the chaos, he vaguely heard shouts about love and fighting for it, clearly a dispute fueled by jealousy over a girl. Li felt a jolt of disbelief. Where had these peculiar characters come from? It was unimaginable that Zhang Aigua, typically the studious type, would engage in such antics. Li was certain that he had never witnessed such an event in his previous life as a diligent, observant student who never arrived late or left early. How could he possibly miss a significant occurrence like this, especially right at the classroom door? Feeling somewhat bewildered, Li pondered whether his rebirth had caused such a drastic change, allowing Zhang Aigua to blossom in ways he had never expected. According to Li's memories, Zhang had never been involved in any romantic entanglements during their school days. It was evident that the timeline had shifted, at least within his small circle. Li decided to extricate himself from the crowd, dismissing their trivial squabbles. After all, they were merely exchanging barbs. In the world of introverts, verbal sparring often took precedence over physical confrontation. Li had no desire to push his way in for the sake of visibility. Had it come to blows, he would have already charged in. The disconcerting butterfly effect of his rebirth had begun to manifest, evoking a sense of unease akin to a single-player game where NPCs suddenly exhibit altered skills and change their order of actions. Li could only hope that the world would continue its powerful inertia. As long as the larger trends remained unchanged, he could still delve into mining, real estate, or the internet to secure his fortune. This way, he could continue investing in Ma Alibaba and Ma Penguin, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life, idly tending to flowers and walking dogs. However, if all the narratives of the world had transformed, if the Soviet Union still thrived into the 21st century, the United States and Iraq were as close as family, Soros had mysteriously disappeared, or the Japanese yen continued to dominate the globe, what then would be the value of Li's prophetic insight from his rebirth? All he could do was pray that this was merely a false alarm. Otherwise, he might have to settle for a life of luxury, tending to flowers and strolling with dogs. as Li observed Jiang Aigua exchanging a few words with the opposing party. He noted the lack of substance in their exchange, merely a challenge being thrown down, nothing more. Today's students were so innocent, they could easily label one another. And those with new ideas would quote famous sayings, advocating the supremacy of love and freedom. Thus, Li did not rush to intervene, despite fantasizing about a scenario where he could confront the situation. For instance, he envisioned a scene where Jiang Aigua was surrounded by a group of oblivious onlookers from Chaoyang district, armed with irrefutable evidence. He not only vindicated Jiang Aigua but also ensured that the slanderer was imprisoned for defamation, restoring Zhang's reputation. The surrounding bystanders, filled with shame, wished to express their gratitude, to which he would nonchalantly respond, "I am magnanimous, let it go." Alternatively, the female protagonist could be enchanting beyond compare, with a scoundrel buzzing around her like a persistent fly, only to be silenced by Li He's sharp retort. However, such occurrences are rare in reality. One does not frequently encounter a plethora of oblivious fools clamoring for a confrontation with Li He. In another whimsical scenario, Li He could don ordinary attire and enter a store where the staff were lacking in quality but the prices exorbitantly high. Choosing the most expensive item, he would be met with disdain from a dismissive attendant who might scoff that he could not afford it. In response, Li He would produce a thick wad of cash, far exceeding the item's value, and deliver a resounding slap to the attendant, coldly inquiring if that would suffice. Or perhaps he would reveal an enigmatic black card, impervious to limits, casually pointing to the least expensive item, instructing the astonished attendant to wrap up everything except that one. Such narratives are undeniably satisfying. Yet, Li seldom encounters such scenarios. In state-run stores, the staff maintain this attitude regardless of one's wealth. As the Spring Festival approached, Li He's life drifted along, with no advancements in his relationship with Zhang Wanting, causing him considerable distress. Predictably, the southern businessman arrived, escorted by the diminutive Wu Dashing to the repair shop. Su Ming promptly sent a subordinate to summon Li He, who hurried over. The southern businessman, Zhang Xianwen, was of modest stature, with slick hair, in his 30s, and donned a striking jacket that made him stand out on the street. His Mandarin, though a bit awkward, was commendable, unlike the jarring speech patterns of others from the southern Guangdong region. With a gentle demeanor, he introduced himself and expressed his desire to do business. "I am rather busy at the moment," he said, "but I come with sincere intentions, and I apologize for intruding." Li He took a moment to smoke a cigarette, nodding appreciatively at Zhang's entrepreneurial spirit, remarking on the unstoppable advancement of a market economy. He admired Zhang's boldness, noting that in today's landscape, the swift prosper while the slow falter. Zhang Xianwen waved his hand in acknowledgement of the praise, recounting, "I began my business endeavors in 1977. Growing up in the countryside, I was unaware of the challenges that awaited me. Yet, I prepared myself mentally, believing in my capabilities and the promising path ahead." As their conversation unfolded, Li He gleaned substantial insights into Zhang's background. The businessman, a native of Chaozhou, had commenced his dealings as early as 1977, acquiring goods from smugglers in the streets of Zhongying, adeptly navigating the trade to turn a profit. Li and he are acquainted with the Zhongying Street, having visited it previously. This narrow thoroughfare serves as the boundary between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, marked by a boundary stone guarded by personnel, preventing ordinary individuals from crossing. The street garners attention as it offers a plethora of products unavailable in mainland China, transforming it into a paradise for those seeking to purchase goods from abroad. Not only has this trend persisted over time, but currently, thousands traverse Zhongying Street daily. Zhang Xianwen animatedly regales Li and he with anecdotes and jokes, noting that once one crosses the boundary stone, they are technically within Hong Kong. He humorously mentions a pregnant woman giving birth on Zhongying Street, asserting that the child is born within Hong Kong territory, regardless of the parent's residency status, due to a ruling by the Court of Final Appeal. He quips that if the wife stands near the boundary stone while in labor, she can conveniently lean into the Hong Kong area when the police are distracted, allowing for swift transport to a local hospital. If misfortune strikes and she collapses before reaching safety, the police may push her back to the Shenzhen border. This scenario echoes the modern trend of giving birth in Hong Kong. Su Ming, unable to grasp the humor, nudged his companion Wu Dashing and whispered, "Is this how you usually converse? Can you understand it?" Wu Dashing replied, "Of course not. Sometimes he speaks slowly and rephrases things a few times, so it becomes somewhat comprehensible. Today, I notice Li Gu seems to understand him well. He is a bit more relaxed than usual. Typically, he speaks in a more structured manner, but Li Gu is truly impressive. He is indeed a university student. Su Ming pouted, taking it for granted that this was to be expected, while observing the lively exchange between Li and he. He then hurriedly addressing Zhang. I understand that procuring goods is not an easy task for you. The water goods customers peel away layers from you. It's not simple to travel such a distance and manage everything. I enjoy conversing with you. You are a genuine person, and I have decided to be your friend. Name your price, and I will ensure you make a sale without holding back. Zhang Xianwen, pleased, responded with gratitude. As long as I don't incur a loss this trip, I will sell you my goods. The watches are $8, calculators $15, and I make $3 profit. The clothes are sold out. Without hesitation, Li extended his hand, sealing the agreement with a spirit of camaraderie. With matters settled, Su Ming eagerly rode his tricycle to procure the goods. Observing at the hotel 2 large bags filled with electronic watches, thousands of them, and calculators. According to their agreement, they would initially take 50 watches, selling them to recoup the funds for another 50. Although Zhang noted the presence of Li in Su Ming's repair shop, he dared not offer excessive stock without immediate cash, instead opting to provide them with goods proportional to their sales. Su Ming, following the established pattern of selling second-hand radios and televisions, distributed the items among a few younger associates and some local toughs, as well as a few reliable scrap collectors. Each person received a sample. Old He, the scrap collector, rode his tricycle to the dormitory of a textile factory, knocking on a door and calling out, Hey, sister, didn't you mention last time that your son was getting married and needed a watch? I have a friend selling watches from Hong Kong, only $40 each. Look how beautiful this style is. Hey, Xiao Wang, don't you think my watch is stunning? It's from Hong Kong. Interested? My friend is selling the renowned Lao Jiang 2 watch. Let us examine its quality. It is a product from Hong Kong and features a digital display along with a radio. Currently, it is unavailable, but behold this new watch I have acquired. It is favored by the people of Hong Kong. Wearing it grants one a certain prestige. The group nearby hasn't strayed far, as per Su Ming's instructions. They are mutually supporting each other under the guise of helping a friend sell goods. By afternoon, all 50 watches had been sold. Furthermore, the word spread rapidly. Each person who purchased a new watch felt compelled to show it off. The power of gossip is formidable. It is best to have acquaintances vying to buy. Venturing out relies solely on one's 2 legs. Sustenance and livelihood require tickets, and a large household can be burdensome. However, most dual-income families do not mind spending an additional 40 yuan. Moreover, within the circle, a trend of shared interest has emerged where those selling, introducing, or supporting each other take their cut, 2 yuan for one, 3 for another. Within just a few days, this evolved into a pyramid scheme, leaving Li bewildered by the world around him. Su Ming was genuinely exhilarated. Both the profit margins and the speed of sales surpassed that of selling second-hand goods, which often involved picky customers. The watch costs 8 yuan, selling for 40. Giving 8 yuan to the junior distributors yields a pure profit of 24 yuan. Naturally, some clever juniors would also provide a share to those introducing or supporting sales. As long as sales are high, Su Ming rewards them generously. Su Ming confidently declared to Zhang Xianwen that he would monopolize all the goods in the capital henceforth. Do not sell to anyone else. He urged them to expedite their supply. As long as the watches are available, it is of little consequence if they are slightly flawed. As the year draws to a close, the number of educated youth returning to the city increases, filling the streets with laughter and joy. Yet, soon many feel lost, unable to resolve their employment issues. In recent days, Su Ming has hosted numerous childhood friends and classmates. Now that he has money, he enjoys the social scene. Whenever he drinks alone, he tries to assist those who seek his help. Having experienced panic and helplessness, he possesses a deeper understanding. Many unable to secure work have turned to small trades. These individuals have emerged like mushrooms after rain, leading to a proliferation of various stalls in the capital: barbers, shoemakers, knife sharpeners, bicycle repairers, vendors of beverages, snacks, and handmade goods. Certain areas, such as Shidong, permit operations only at night, which has gradually transformed them into night markets. Most of these enterprises are trivial, giving rise to a popular saying: if a young lady wishes to experience life and practice her sales pitch, she should hurry and find a vendor to marry. Sometimes, Su Ming ponders whether, had he not met Li, he too would have followed the same path, perhaps leading to a stagnant life. Though Su Ming earns well, it sometimes weighs heavily on his heart. When those with jobs encounter him on the road, they hold their heads high, haughtily avoiding his gaze. At times, Su Ming must console himself, thinking, I am wealthier than you. You cannot touch me. He believes in Li He's assertion that those who are wealthy in the future will reign supreme, while those on fixed salaries will merely watch them indulge in merriment and feasting. The watches are selling rapidly. Over 2,000 have been sold with minimal effort. Half of them gone in no time. Su Ming anxiously urged Zhang Xianwen to return and fetch more stock, but with the new year approaching, it was no easy task to traverse back and forth from north to south. They would have to wait until after the holidays. Brother Ming, given that we grew up together, it's foolish to dwell on past grievances from our childhood. We cannot keep holding on to old grudges, said Zhu Pengzi, who had come to seek Su Ming's help, humbling himself in pursuit of profits from the watches, with prices soaring to 50 or 60 yuan each. And only Su Ming possessing the stock. How could he not feel urgent? Su Ming reclined in his chair, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Hey, Zhu Dachong. The last time you cornered me, you nearly beat me to a pulp. Why do you act so brazenly now? If it weren't for Li He passing by last time, who knows how badly I would have been hurt. Zhu Pengzi, feeling the heat of the moment, recounted their childhood tussles, saying, we've always had our spats, and remember when you and your brother knocked out one of my teeth? Look at me now. Still with this gap. Su Ming chuckled at Zhu Dachong's missing tooth, silently acknowledging the truth in his words, understanding the value of harmony in business. He chose not to dwell on the past. Fine, I'll set aside 20 watches for you. You have 2 days to sell them, if they don't move. We shall not discuss further arrangements. Just stick to being your street corner's second in command. Zhu Pengzi, brimming with confidence, replied, you underestimate me. I'll have them sold out today. Just wait and see. He hurriedly clutched the box of watches and dashed off. With exams concluded and school on break, most of the classmates had departed. Li He, eager to be with his wife, had once again coincidentally purchased tickets for the same train, leaving in 2 days. But he needed to buy some items to take home. At the repair shop, Su Ming handed Li He a stack of vouchers. Brother, these are from the scalpers. Do you think they will suffice? Li He perused the vouchers, primarily for fabric and tobacco. Did you give some to sister He and brother Zhao? They've been tidying up the place lately. Have they stopped receiving? Yes, they've all received their share. I heard you were generous, and they were quite pleased. Not at all shy about it. Recently, Su Ming had been busy wrapping up his last batch of goods, preparing to enjoy the new year without seeking new stock. Zhao Chuanqi and He Fang, who managed repairs, had already acquired their vouchers and were eagerly purchasing items to return home. Now, only Li He remained in the dormitory. He decided to forego returning to school and would instead stay at his place in Wanger Mountain. After I leave, please keep an eye on my house. With petty thefts common during the Spring Festival, I need you to safeguard my belongings, Li He urged, treating his possessions as treasures. Every item lost would be a significant blow. Li He patted his chest confidently. I understand. But brother, will you still be receiving goods after the new year? You want to have enough space, will you? We'll discuss it after the holidays. If necessary, I'll rent another place. Li He felt torn between joy and concern, as his rooms were already filled to capacity, leaving no space even in the main room. Li, seizing the opportunity of free time, took a bundle of tickets and money to the Wangfujing department store. The place was already teeming with people, with long queues at the candy and fabric counters. Nowadays, the department store seemed to be the sole shopping option for many. With just 3 floors, the variety of goods was exceptionally abundant, featuring an eclectic mix of items that catered to all needs. As the new year approached, people were inclined to indulge in shopping, particularly for larger items. Refrigerators, televisions, and washing machines had become the new essentials that were eagerly snatched up. Standing in line had become a common occurrence, with some customers arriving at night to queue for coveted goods, enduring the wait all night long. In these times, purchasing a significant item might require several years' worth of salary. Hence, Li's second-hand business thrived, yet the appeal of second-hand items varied. For instance, not everyone would be thrilled to buy a used washing machine. Inside the mall, everyone wore smiles. Men sported slicked-back hair and donned tailored overcoats, carrying briefcases that exuded an air of professionalism. Women paraded in a plethora of fashionable outfits, vibrant jackets, and form-fitting trousers, often accentuated by high heels and stylish hairstyles. In contrast, Li's attire appeared quite shabby. To avoid standing out in school, he hadn't bought new clothes since arriving in the capital, wearing only a dogskin cap, a black button jacket, and black work trousers, paired with the new rubber-soled shoes that Li Mei had made for him. This was, in fact, his most recent outfit. Free of patches, yet he still attracted the occasional sideways glance. Li paid little mind to such stares, whether he dined lavishly or nibbled on bread. He remained indifferent to others' opinions. He wandered through the department store, first purchasing small items like snowflake cream and hairpins. Knowing that his 4 sisters would be delighted with such treats, these were rare finds in the countryside. Since he had come all this way, he felt compelled to buy them. At the ready-to-wear counter, he spotted a round-neck shirt suitable for his mother, elder sister, second sister, and fourth sister. A trend of the times that could be worn come spring. As for the little ones, some candy would suffice to please them. Lee selected a shirt in a suitable color and size and asked the sales assistant to wrap it up, only to receive an eye roll in response. The assistant, glancing disdainfully at the unassuming Lee, arrogantly declared, "This is Dacron. Fabric tickets are useless here. You need an industrial coupon. Do you have one?" Lee had to suppress his irritation and pulled out his colorful tickets, retorting with little cheer, "I have industrial coupons." "How much?" The assistant, dismissing her earlier disdain, replied, 10 yuan. This is indeed Dacron. Accustomed to haggling over mere cents, Lee was taken aback by the 10 yuan price. "Fine, wrap it up, 1 men's and 3 women's sizes. And make sure you don't mix them up." There was a saying, worn above and below, left and right, wearing Dacron everywhere. With a Shanghai watch on the left and riding a bicycle on the right. Now that's truly fashionable. A gentle reminder, access the computer for mobile login. As Lee and Zhang Wanting made their way toward the train station, carrying only a large bag, they soon encountered the overwhelming throngs of people. A sight vividly described in textbooks. The station was a sea of humanity, with individuals from all corners of the earth brushing past one another, each speaking in diverse accents, absorbed in their own worlds and destinies. The young wandered far from home, while the elderly remained at home, filled with concern. In this bustling station, where space was limited, even turning around proved to be a challenge. As the surging crowd carried them around in circles, they finally spotted Zhang Wanting's slender figure struggling amidst the chaos. The scene was chaotic, prompting Lee to rush over, pushing aside several individuals who intentionally jostled against them, ignoring the shouts and disdainful looks from onlookers. He steadied Zhang Wanting with one hand and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Wanting, managing to regain her balance, was not particularly surprised to see Lee. Such serendipitous encounters had become habitual for her. They had purchased tickets for the same train, and once again, Lee insisted on paying. He seemed to know her journey better than she did, from her home to the station where she would disembark and transfer. "Thank you, so many people. It's almost overwhelming," she remarked. Lee took hold of Zhang Wanting's bag, balancing 2 bags in one hand while guiding her with the other. "Stay close to me. We mustn't lose each other. When the train doors open, make sure to get on quickly. Just give me your things and don't worry about anything else." Zhang Wanting shivered slightly at his touch, instinctively wanting to resist, but she could not break free and found herself following Lee to the front of the line. As the train arrived, the doors swung open and people poured in like water. Zhang Wanting, with all her strength, pushed forward with Lee, feeling as though her feet had left the ground as she was swept into the carriage. Inside the train, the aisle was equally crowded. The train jolted and gave a low whistle as it gradually departed the platform, yet chaos reigned within the carriage. Lee felt someone pushing forcefully from behind, nearly causing Zhang Wanting to stumble. Turning around, he noticed a large man with a slicked-back hairstyle nearly leaning on Zhang Wanting's shoulder, which infuriated him. "Excuse me, could you please be more mindful and not shove?" The man feigned ignorance, lifting his chin defiantly. Lee positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Wanting, bracing himself as they slowly made their way further inside, finally locating their assigned seats. The luggage rack was already full, so he placed their bags under the table and propped his legs on top. Taking out a teacup from his bag, Lee offered, "Here, have some water. You must be exhausted." Zhang Wanting looked at the perspiring Lee and thought that without his assistance today, she might not have managed to squeeze in at all. Reluctantly accepting his kindness, she replied, "Thank you. You should drink some as well." In the aisle, Lee spotted the slick-back man again, who was now seated not far away, smirking at him provocatively. On the train, a diverse crowd was present, inevitably accompanied by some unsavory characters. The atmosphere was thick with people, and Li He, not wishing to act overtly aggressive, shot a glare at the man with the pompadour hairstyle and provocatively beckoned him with a finger, though it was rather juvenile. The effect was palpable. The pompadour abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Li He, exclaiming, "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Zhang Wanting, observing the burly figure of the pompadour and then glancing at the slender Li He, expressed her concern, urging him not to let pride dictate his actions. Li whispered back, "Just watch the show, don't interfere." The pompadour, incensed that Li He and his companion seemed unfazed and were engaged in their quiet conversation, stepped closer to Li He's seat, nearly jabbing a finger at his nose, and growled, "You're being disrespectful, aren't you?" Feigning fear and panic. Li He raised his voice, "Sir, I believe you are mistaken. This is a public space. Please exhibit some decorum. Swearing is inappropriate. Is it your intention to assault me?" The surrounding passengers began to murmur, perceiving him as spineless. Zhang Wanting felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Li He's words. The Pompadour interpreted Li He's statement as a direct affront to his character and, in a fit of rage, swung a fist toward Li He's face. As gasps echoed around them, Li He pretended to struggle, grasping both of the Pompadour's hands and standing up, declaring, "Sir, you truly mean to strike me? Let us seek justice. Where is the fairness in this?" Some bystanders urged for resolution, while others encouraged action without needless banter. With both of his hands trapped, the Pompadour attempted to free himself, only to be met with a tightening grip. He threatened, "I'll finish you today." Li He suddenly released his hold, causing the Pompadour to stumble backward. Before he could regain his footing, Li He retaliated with a swift kick to his knee, followed by a punch to his chin, sending the Pompadour crashing to the ground. Li He advanced, pinning him down, delivering slaps to both sides of his face, while the Pompadour emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Fueled by embarrassment in front of his wife, Li He held nothing back. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to comprehend the rapid twist of events. Zhang Wanting, noticing the train officers pushing through the crowd, quickly pulled Li He up, urging, "Hurry, get up. This is going too far." Li He complied, yet in a fit of frustration, delivered a hard kick to the Pompadour's abdomen, prompting another pain sound from him. "Hey, what is happening here?" Two train officers approached, taking in the sight of the groaning Pompadour on the ground and the seemingly wronged Li He. The man with the slick-back hair exclaimed, "Officer, you must advocate for me. Is there no law? I have been assaulted." The police turned to observe Zhang Wanting and Li He. Zhang Wanting immediately countered, producing her student ID, and then took Li He's ID to present both to the officer. "Comrade officer, we are students. How could we possibly bully anyone? The passengers on the train can attest that this man initiated the conflict. My friend attempted to reason with him, yet he was exceedingly obstinate. My friend tolerated his provocations twice, but he remained relentless. My friend was merely defending himself." Li He longed to rush over and plant a kiss on Zhang Wanting. She was undoubtedly his beloved, without a trace of doubt. The two conductors examined the student IDs and inquired with those nearby about the situation. The bystanders chimed in, confirming that the man on the ground had struck first. While the two students had repeatedly shown restraint, yet he continued to press his advantage. Such petty thugs were not uncommon aboard trains, and the conductors had grown accustomed to them. Returning the student IDs to Zhang Wanting, the conductor stated, "The facts are clear. It is not your fault. You may continue your journey in peace. We wish you a safe trip." The conductor's amiable demeanor was significantly influenced by the student's status, granting them a measure of respect. One should not underestimate the dignity of university students. As the man with the slick-back hair was escorted to the inquiry room, murmurs of discussion erupted among the onlookers, who realized just how brazen he had been. Zhang Wanting, settling down, patted her chest. "That scared me to death." "You're not hurt, are you?" Li He replied. "I'm sorry." Zhang Wanting laughed. "I should be the one apologizing. You were only trying to protect me, which led to the altercation. Oh, by the way, here is your ticket money. You left in such a hurry that day." Li He sighed. Well aware of her straightforward nature, she never took advantage of others and preferred not to engage in pushing and shoving. He accepted the crumpled bills, stuffing them into his pocket. "No need for pleasantries. We are friends. As the saying goes, after suffering bitter melons, sweet fruits will follow." Gazing out the train window, the winter sky blurred the horizon, leaving only the vast expanse of snow-covered ground and the stark branches trembling in the cold wind. Even the distant mountains stood solitary beneath the winter sky, with only pines, firs, and deciduous trees enduring the harsh gusts, their barren limbs swaying in the biting chill. Most people dared not venture outside, preferring to huddle indoors by the warmth of the hearth. After the commotion on the train, the atmosphere returned to its usual clamor, with a diverse array of individuals bustling about, some lugging travel suitcases, others burdened with heavy woven bags, some solitary, others accompanied by family. In the frigid winter, the crowd sweated profusely, their eyes glinting with excitement. This lively, cacophonous yet delicate ambience was a sensation unique to the train. At this moment, returning home became a daunting endeavor. The new year emerged as the singular aspiration, akin to migratory birds and fish returning to their spawning grounds. They sought to return to their places of origin, to visit loved ones, to reconnect with friends, and to celebrate the new year. Wherever I may be, Whatever I may be doing, the moment I step onto the train, my sole desire is to return home. One day, the newly constructed high-speed trains will supplant the slowly fading green carriages, making frequent journeys home not a luxury, but a reality where the youthful faces will bear the imprints of life's experiences. Yet, in certain corners of this beautiful country, remnants of the past, filled with warmth and humanity, persist. The morning platform, the farewells of travelers, and the dark green train gradually fading into the bustling crowd and steam. Li said to Zhang Wanting, "You should lie down and rest for a while." To accompany Zhang Wanting, Li took the Jingguang line to Zhengzhou, transferred to the provincial capital, and then returned home, which involved one more transfer than going through Nanjing. Zhang Wanting shook her head with a smile. Her gentle nature contrasted with her spirited demeanor. She gazed out of the train window, captivated by the vibrant scenery along the way and the emotions that accompanied the view. In that moment, she found it difficult to confront her feelings, having never truly felt loved, cared for, or needed by her parents. She had friends, yet it seemed she held an unimportant place in their hearts. Having never experienced romance, she had never felt the affection of another. At times, she felt as though she had no friends, no lover, and even no parents. Zhang Wanting recalled the image of him shivering at the classroom door in the biting wind, crouching for an entire class, always able to follow her wherever she went. Today, he was once again by her side, and thinking of his mischievous ways. A smile involuntarily spread across her lips. Li genuinely enjoyed watching his beloved smile, utterly entranced. "What are you smiling about?" he asked. Zhang Wanting replied, "Nothing." "Is your hometown Funan?" "Yes," Li confirmed, "not far from your home, just a few hours by train." "How do you know so much?" "It's as if I have no secrets left. You never attend class, just go to our school to meddle in these trivial matters." Li mused to himself that he was aware of every detail about her, even the mole on her backside. With enough effort, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle. Hadn't he often delivered pins and notebooks to her classmates, who then eagerly divulged her secrets? "You just squander money." "Showing off," Zhang Wanting retorted, both amused and vexed. However, she regretted her words, feeling they were too casual. After all, what was her relationship with him? It was his money, and he was free to manage it as he pleased. Li felt a pang of sympathy for his beloved, who subsisted on mere corn buns. Yet he was at a loss as to how to help her. Without winning her heart, he could not openly support her. This time returning home, her peculiar and selfish father-in-law and mother-in-law would likely pressure Zhang Wanting to consider an arranged marriage, simply because their precious son was still unmarried at 18. In this rural setting, young women had little exposure to the outside world, often engaging in self-sustaining marriages within their nearby villages. Most girls were paired off by matchmakers, with parents arranging their marriages, obediently complying. However, many parents, in a bid to save money, sought to marry off their daughters to each other's sons, a practice known as exchange marriages, which was not uncommon. Though it ultimately came to naught, this incident nearly cost Zhang Wanting her life, leaving her with a lingering heartache for the rest of her days. Li Heming was aware of the impending events, yet he felt helpless in aiding Zhang Wanting. The simplest solution would have been to provide her with money to silence her father, ensuring that they could still arrange a marriage for their beloved son without resorting to a bride exchange. But could Zhang Wanting accept such money? Could he truly say to her, "Your parents intend to sell you"? After much contemplation, Li Heming decided to visit Zhang's family after the new year, hoping to turn the tide at a critical moment and rescue the damsel in distress. As they conversed, their words meandered aimlessly. By the time the train reached Tufu, night had descended. Li Heming produced the mung bean cake he had specially purchased and offered it to Zhang Wanting. "Have a bite, you must be hungry." She accepted without hesitation and took a bite, prompting Li Heming to hurriedly pour her some water, cautioning her to be careful not to choke. "Li Heming," Zhang Wanting inquired, "do you truly know me? Do you believe that we can discuss matters of the heart so seriously after merely meeting a few times?" Taken aback by her sudden question, Li Heming hesitated before responding. "Do you believe in fate? I feel as though we were acquainted in a past life. I simply wish to treat you well, to cherish you for a lifetime." Zhang Wanting lowered her head, murmuring, "I am not beautiful." Unbeknownst to her, Li Heming grasped her hand, affirming, "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Do you believe me? The moment I saw you, I felt destined for us to be together in this life." Zhang Wanting quickly withdrew her hand, forcing a smile as she replied, "Li Heming, truly, you are remarkable. I am unworthy of you." How could she not harbor affection for this young man? Though modestly dressed, he exuded confidence, earnestness, and intelligence. Moreover, Realistically speaking, Li Heming attended a superior institution, which promised better opportunities, higher incomes, and an improved quality of life. While there were undoubtedly girls in class vying for his attention, he remained steadfast and unresponsive, leading Zhang Wanting to wonder if he was merely trying to spare her feelings. With tenderness, Li Heming affectionately tousled her hair. This time, Zhang Wanting did not shy away. As if they had suddenly uncovered an unspoken understanding from a past life, if they truly comprehended one another, words became unnecessary. The two rested their heads together, backs against the chair, sharing a tranquil silence throughout the night, except for their occasional trips to the restroom. When Li Heming awoke to the faint light of dawn, he found Zhang Wanting leaning against his shoulder, his not-so-broad frame seemingly bearing the weight of the entire world, enveloping him in a blissful warmth. Fearful of disturbing her, he remained still, lost in thoughts of their relationship. Suddenly inspired, he devised a rather unconventional solution. He quietly withdrew the money from his pocket, estimating around 600 or 700, and stealthily tucked it into the left pocket of Zhang Wanting's coat, regardless of whether she would use it. He intended to offer her an opportunity for greater choice. When Zhang Wanting awoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Li He. "You must have felt uncomfortable sitting for so long," she remarked. Li He chuckled, rising to stretch his neck and relieve the stiffness. "You're almost at your destination. Let's tidy up. I'll accompany you downstairs. Please be cautious for the remainder of your journey." As they disembarked, a chaotic scene unfolded, with people jostling at the door to exit the train. Amidst the commotion, Li He disregarded any reservations and wrapped his arm around Zhang Wanting's waist, guiding her to the entrance. Once outside, Zhang Wanting took a deep breath, instinctively reaching into her pocket only to discover a stack of money. Watching Li He wave goodbye from the train window, a realization dawned upon her. Reacting quickly, she attempted to chase after him, but the train had already begun to glide away from the platform. Upon arriving in the provincial city, it was already past 4 o'clock. In a hurry to reach the bus station, she knew that missing the last bus would mean spending the night in the city. However, Li He was eager to return home and wished to linger no longer. Once on the bus, Li He stowed away his scarf and hat, loosening his coat buttons. As long as it was snowing, the weather by the Huai River wouldn't be too frigid, but there were rare occasions when it might freeze. It paled in comparison to the severe cold of the north. Time is precious, and as the saying goes, one cannot buy sleep with gold. Li He was overwhelmingly fatigued, having found no respite on the train, and soon dozed off in his seat. "Hey, comrade, wake up, we've arrived." A ticket collector roused him from his slumber. He mumbled his thanks, quickly gathered his belongings, and disembarked the bus. In a state of urgency, he exited the county town, but soon found himself stranded on an empty road as darkness descended. Regret washed over him for not having purchased a flashlight. The inky blackness made every step fraught with peril. As the night deepened and visibility faded, Li He began to panic. It was as if he were blindly wandering, waiting for the moon to rise in the midnight sky. Amidst his self-reproach, he heard intermittent braying of donkeys and spotted lights approaching in the distance, which brought him a sense of relief. A donkey cart, adorned with 2 lanterns, drew closer, revealing 2 figures on the cart and another lying under a thick quilt. The elderly man on the cart inquired, "Young man, traveling at this late hour, where are you headed?" Li He wasted no time, hoisting his bag and taking a seat on the right side of the cart. "Thank you, sir. I'm heading to Honghe Bridge. I just missed the last bus from the provincial city. We're also heading to Honghe Bridge." "Where exactly in Honghe Bridge are you going?" asked a young man seated beside Li He. The voice sounded remarkably familiar, and as the dim lantern light illuminated his features, Li He's face broke into a grin. It was none other than his brother-in-law, Yang Shu-wen, the second child of the Li family from Li village. "Brother, where did you come from?" Yang Shu-wen sighed as he returned from D County Hospital. His grandmother was unwell and refused to stay in the hospital, insisting on coming home. The elderly woman, reclining in the back of the donkey cart, was surprisingly alert. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "What nonsense are you saying to that young man? The new year is fast approaching. One cannot linger in the hospital like this. This underlying ailment, whether treated or not, what difference does it make? If I truly become incapacitated, I would rather waste away at home. And you two can save yourselves the trouble of carrying me to the old cemetery with just a few shovels of dirt, can't you?" Suddenly, she coughed heavily and continued, "Aren't you the studious boy from the Li Jiaquan family? Oh dear, the women folk often chatter about you when they have nothing to do, saying that you've achieved so much. Some even wish to visit your ancestral grave." "Shu-wen," she said, "we'll cross the river bend shortly and take the little one to the doorstep." In this darkness, it wouldn't be wise for him to wander alone. Yang Shu-wen quickly agreed. While Li He hastily interjected, "Aunt, there's no need. Your health is fragile, and with the cold weather, I'll simply walk a few steps to Honghe Bridge. You needn't go out of your way." Li He knew that although the old lady had always been in poor health, she had personally returned to send off his sister's child, who had only recently entered middle school before her passing, an endearing old lady, her spirit more vibrant than most. The old man drove the donkey along, puffing on his pipe, rarely engaging in conversation. When they reached Honghe Bridge, Li He jumped off the cart, firmly refusing any offers to be escorted. The old man smacked his lips and suggested, "Let Shu Wen accompany you for a stretch. Two walking together is far less forlorn." Yang Shu Wen took a lantern from the cart and said, "Come on, brother, it's too dark to see the road. Let me guide you." Li He was more than willing to accept his offer and did not decline. "Uncle, Aunt, I'll have Shu Wen stay at my house tonight. Please take care on your way back." The old man replied, "I'll leave the door open for Shu Wen. The rest is up to you." Yang Shu Wen nodded in agreement, and he and Li chatted as they walked. Upon entering the village, it was already past 8 o'clock, and darkness enveloped everything. There was still no electricity, and the kerosene lamps offered limited light. Most villagers retired to bed at dusk and rose before dawn. Li first approached his old house and knocked on the door, where a light flickered within. Evidently, Li Long had yet to sleep. Accompanied by Yang Shu Wen, it felt inappropriate to visit his mother or sister's residence first. The door swung open with a sudden bang, and Li Long appeared, holding a lamp in one hand and the door latch in the other. Seeing Li He with a companion at the doorstep brought him immense joy. "Brother, you're back." After Li He placed his belongings inside, Wang Yulan and Li Mei, hearing the commotion, hurriedly donned their clothes and emerged. Wang Yulan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Why did you return so late?" Li He pointed to Yang Shu Wen and said, "Thanks to this brother here. Without him, navigating back in the dark would have been quite perilous. He hails from Ba Village and came back with me." Yang Shu Wen smiled and replied, "It's no big deal. My grandfather is Yang Lao Kuei, the old carpenter from Ba Village." Wang Yulan recognized Yang Lao Kuei, recalling his impoverished household. His son had passed away, and his wife had left, leaving only a solitary grandson. "I know your grandfather. When I was young, he worked alongside his maternal grandfather to repair the river embankment, right by that river bend. Alas, dear me, do not dawdle any longer. I am famished. Please prepare something to eat swiftly, for I wish to join Brother Shu Wen in a drink." Wang Yulan has more gossip to share. Li He hastily interrupted, lamenting that they had gone 2 days and 1 night without a proper meal, and now he felt hunger gnawing at him. Suddenly, a child's wail resonated through the room. Li Mei, in a flurry, declared, "I shall attend to it. You all take a moment to rest. See what is the matter with little Wu. Who is crying? She must have heard your commotion. Why are you standing there like a fool?" "For 2 cups of tea," Li scolded, playfully tapping Li Long on the head. He then turned to Li Shu Wen, saying, "Brother Shu Wen, please sit for a moment. I will check on the child and see why she is crying." Upon entering the room, he found the 4th sibling soothing the little girl, preventing her from getting off the bed. The child immediately leaped into Li He's arms, sobbing incoherently, "Aguo," and burst into even louder tears. Li He cradled the girl tenderly. Torn between amusement and concern, "What are you crying about? You resemble a calico cat." The little girl wiped her eyes with her sleeve, exclaiming, "Aguo, I miss you so much. You wicked one, Sister C won't let me down from the bed." Enraged, the 4th sibling playfully swatted the child's bottom, retorting, "You are the only one who knows how to complain." Meanwhile, Yang Shu Wen sat in the inner room. Li He felt it inappropriate to be solely preoccupied with comforting the little girl, so he instructed the 4th sibling, "Help her get dressed. If she wishes to get down, let her. She won't fall asleep any time soon." He entrusted the little girl to the 4th sibling, discreetly slipping the money into his own pocket before handing the bag to Wang Yulan. "Inside are some items I purchased. Please distribute them." Although Wang Yulan chided Li He for his extravagant spending, she could not help but feel a delightful warmth in her heart, realizing there was no child more promising than her own. As the dishes were laid out on the table, Li He promptly ushered Li Shu Wen to join them, urging Li Long to pour the wine. Having only consumed a flatbread in the afternoon, Yang Shu Wen found himself still hungry. The tantalizing aroma of braised pork made him involuntarily swallow, for it had been quite some time since he had seen meat. Being a guest should not entail poor manners. Yet Li He's fervent hospitality, with dishes being served and wine poured, was overwhelming. Yang Shu Wen could only lament when his own home might attain such comforts, a spacious tiled house with ample wine and meat. At bedtime, the brothers Li shared a room. To ensure Li Shuwen's comfort, Li He offered him a separate bed. After a hearty meal and drinks, the group washed their feet, casually wiped themselves down, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Yang Shuwen rose early, he prepared to depart. Li implored him to stay for breakfast, assuring him that there was no urgency at home and that he wished to discuss something. Let us first wash our faces by the well. Li He stood by the well, stripping down to his undergarments, and took a refreshing bath in the pleasantly warm well water, instantly rejuvenated. Li Mei was taken aback and scolded, "You must be courting death, not afraid of catching a cold in this frigid weather." Li He, smiling cheerfully, replied, "Is it colder than the north? At school, it was often below -10 degrees, and we had to shower with cold water, invigorating." The little girl, upon waking and rubbing her eyes, clung to Li He, who quickly urged Lao Si to take her away for brushing her teeth and washing her face. After breakfast, Yang Shuwen could no longer contain himself. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Li He said, "Brother Shuwen, let me walk you to the corner. I have something to discuss." "Speak, and I shall not refuse any assistance I can provide," Yang Shuwen replied, somewhat puzzled, as they had not known each other long enough for significant discussions. Yang Shuwen's appearance perfectly matched the rugged, chiseled look, with thick brows, big eyes, a high nose, and a dark complexion, towering half a head above Li He. He seemed somewhat slender, making Li He feel a bit pressured walking alongside him. As for Li Mei, she had matured into a young woman. Her beauty notable in the village, with large eyes, a high nose, and a well-defined waist. The more Li He thought about it, the more he felt the two were a good match. In their past life, they had lived harmoniously, never having flushed with embarrassment. Determined to assist this brother-in-law, Li He thought, "If I do not help, when will he find an end to his struggles? My third brother is to marry in spring, and I would like your uncle to assist me in arranging furniture. I am a novice in this." Yang Shuwen chuckled. "I thought it was something significant. For the best results, use elm wood. If not, poplar will suffice. There is plenty available from the commune. Just pay, and it can be delivered. Can I entrust the whole job to you? Whenever you're free to start, it can be before or after the new year. Just discuss it with your uncle. This is for the wood, and let us go with elm. I need a complete set, 3 doors for the main room, a cabinet, tables and chairs, and a wardrobe." Li pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Yang Shuwen counted the money and quickly withdrew a portion to return to Li He, saying, "This is too much. 300 yuan is sufficient." Li He waved his hand, asking, "Have you included the labor cost for you and your uncle? It should be about right. Just adjust as needed. I might need more later. My third brother will be married, and I plan to separate him into his own 3-room dwelling. Who knows what else I might need? A chicken coop, pig pen. You and your uncle can manage those, right?" Yang Shuwen insisted on returning 200 yuan, stating, "Fair is fair. Any additional expenses can be settled later. It's unreasonable to receive money without doing the work. Rest assured, the job will be done beautifully." Seeing his stubbornness, Li He chose not to argue further. At noon, Li Mei prepared a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, a plate of green peppers stir-fried with eggs, a plate of mung bean sprouts tossed with vermicelli, along with braised tofu and Christian carp. Although life had improved, such dishes were not common fare. The staple food consisted of steamed buns, with some leftover buns still on the stove from breakfast. Li Long's marriage was essentially settled. On the day of the engagement, Wang Yulan still held high hopes for the bride's family to forego the customary bride price, yet, in reality, Duan Mei's parents had not mentioned the issue of a dowry at all. The elderly patriarch, Li Fuqing, generously offered a dowry of 200 yuan. This amount was the customary price set by families in the village for marrying off their daughters. Exceeding it by even a penny would be seen as ostentatious, while skipping by a dime would reflect poverty. Next, they would need to construct a house, which required reapplying for a foundation, thus necessitating a visit to Lu Chuanqi. Li shared his plan to rebuild with Wang Yulan and Li Mei, but their reactions were non-committal. Li Long grew anxious. The wedding hadn't even occurred yet, and already the idea of him being hastily separated from the family was troubling. He had a place to stay in the old house. If worse came to worst, they could simply demolish it and rebuild. Why bother with a new foundation? Wang Yulan chimed in, "Indeed, if you're not home, and he marries, what remains for us but a household of women?" She was visibly irked. In rural customs, if the in-laws suggested a separation, it was acceptable. Yet if the younger generation proposed it, it was deemed unfilial. Li He retorted, "Who will inhabit that dilapidated house? Your future wife may not voice it, but will she truly be content living under the same roof as you after marriage? It would be absurd. Look around. Who lives like that? Furthermore, with two younger siblings at home, do you expect your new bride to take on the role of a caretaker for everyone? It is better to resolve these matters now than face complications later. Use your head, focus on living your life well. Li Long, caught up in the fervor with Duan Mei, sensed her subtle hints of desiring independence, yet he had been evasive, causing him to bow his head in silence. Li Mei, however, harbored deeper concerns. She worried about the dynamics of marrying the younger brother. Would they get along? She had observed his temperament and character, yet uncertainty lingered in her heart. The second son would become part of another family, settling in the city, while she and her two sisters would eventually marry off. With the home and responsibilities shifting to the third brother, she feared that his new wife would scrutinize every little thing. Moreover, if they truly separated, it would also be burdensome for the third brother. The inevitable clashes among the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and sister-in-law over household duties would only intensify. Should their father return one day, it would only add to the chaos. Her brother's words resonated. This was all for the betterment of the third brother. They needed to manage their own lives efficiently, sparing the new bride from undue hardship in a communal living situation. They should resolve the foundation issue and commence construction come spring. Wang Yulan pouted in silence. She could interject only when it concerned her own children. After finishing her meal, she stomped off to find Pan Guangsai's mother to vent her frustrations, lamenting that even before the new bride was welcomed into the family, both sons were already contemplating separation. Though the noon air was brisk, the sun shone warmly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Later, as darkness fell, Li He, armed with a flashlight and 2 bottles of wine, sought out Lu Chuanqi. After exchanging pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Lu Chuanqi, grinning, remarked, "I knew you wouldn't bring me wine without a reason. How cunning of you." Li He replied with a smile, "If that's your take, I might as well take it back. This is merely a token of respect from my younger generation." Unrelated to business matters, the conversation took a rather frivolous turn, with Lu Chuanqi puffing on a cigarette, stating that after the new year, the village committee would convene to allocate resources, and it was not solely dependent on their family's application. He suggested that the third son of the family should submit a request. Li He, scratching his head, had forgotten that he had relocated his household registration. In the following days, the family busied themselves with preparations for the new year. Li He instructed Da Zhuang and Li Long to take the donkey cart to fetch Wang Yulan and Li Mei while he stayed home to look after the 2 children, knowing that most scarce goods would still require ration tickets. As the saying goes, one must tighten their belt to save tickets for the new year. The fourth son, having received an electronic watch from Li He, paraded around with it, glancing at it frequently, even while doing homework. "Brother, can I wear it to school?" he inquired. Li He, lazily leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, felt the small girl clinging to him, her shoes trampling on his legs, leaving him with muddy trousers. His initial delight in her antics had waned, and he felt slightly annoyed. "Get down now, or I'll really have to discipline you," he warned. The little girl looked at him with a hint of grievance, clearly communicating that if he dared to raise his voice again, she would cry, subsequently ignoring him as she continued to tug at his hair. With no other recourse, Li sighed and told the fourth son to give her some candy to placate her. Upon returning home, Li paid a visit to his father, Li Fuqing, and his 2 uncles, but did not venture elsewhere, contenting himself by basking in the sun in a corner. With no pressing concerns for food or drink, his interest had dwindled. There is an old adage that states one has grand ambitions at 20, strives diligently at 40, enjoys retirement in the sun at 60, plays mahjong at 70, and is simply framed on the wall at 100. Though the village had not undergone significant changes, the morale of its inhabitants was palpably elevated. Those who raised chickens, ducks, or pigs were busily engaged in their endeavors. He, you're back. You haven't fallen asleep, have you?" Li He, lazily propped against the wall, opened his eyes to see Chen Yongxiang approaching, noticeably heavier than before. It was no wonder the adage about a large belly and thick neck suggesting one was either a general or a butcher rang true. Li chuckled, dressed so warmly. "Aren't you worried about others saying, 'Oh, such a big person still fears the cold?' If I dress lightly, they'd say, 'Look at that fatso. Not afraid of the cold.' People fear notoriety, pigs fear becoming fat. For a man like me, being plump is a blessing. You, on the other hand, should eat more to put on some weight." It seemed the heavier one was, the more one could indulge. Chen Yongxiang, unfazed, pulled over a wobbly stool and sat down. Seeing the stool sway, Li He winced and offered a cigarette to Chen Yongxiang. "Don't break it. Otherwise, my youngest will be in an uproar. That's her throne. She'll just drag out a big chair from inside." Chen Yongxiang, with his ample figure, found the stool inadequate. He stood up, set it aside, lit a cigarette, and said, "It's fine. I'm just here to discuss something with you. I'm thinking of building a few more pig pens. What do you think? The policies shouldn't change, right?" Li inquired with curiosity. "Aren't your piglets yet to be weaned? Why the rush?" Chen Yongxiang grinned slyly. "My sows have already given birth. When fish and shrimp are boiled together with pigweed, the piglets gain weight swiftly, and the sows produce ample milk." Li calculated. With each sow birthing a litter of over 10 piglets, whether you rear them yourself or sell them, you stand to earn a substantial profit. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If there's money to be made, why hesitate? But placing them on your own homestead, surrounded by neighbors, might invite unwanted attention, no? Qin Zhongxiang shot Li a glance. Everyone knows raising pigs is a laborious task. In summer, the house is swarmed with flies, and in winter, it's perpetually damp. There's hardly a clean day. Don't speak so lightly. With your words, I feel reassured to expand. I'm building up on the riverbank, where no one oversees. It's a wasteland, and whoever clears it claims it. Li recognized the truth in his words. Raising pigs is physically taxing, and selling them later can be mentally exhausting. The market can be unforgiving. When times are good, farmers might find some respite, but during a downturn, after a year and a half of hard work, many end up with more losses than gains. In the afternoon, Yang Shuwen and his son arrived with a donkey cart laden with timber. The elder Yang remarked, "I only called them out of courtesy. You've truly taken care of us." Li replied, "Uncle, you're overthinking it. Whoever I seek for help, my grandfather knows it's you. He praises your craftsmanship far and wide. Just let me know what you need me to do. I'll handle everything. As for meals, just a simple lunch will suffice." The elder Yang felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was somewhat inappropriate for them to receive help while working. Nowadays, people are reluctant to discard old furniture, and few are willing to craft new pieces. The duo, skilled yet without opportunity, felt akin to a character lamenting unfulfilled ambitions in a play. In the yard, wood shavings flew as the young girl observed with keen interest, playing with the sawdust. Wang Yulan felt frustrated with her son's unilateral decisions. Worried that he might overlook essential matters, her head pounding as if in spasm, still fuming from the previous day's grievances. By noon, Li Mei, far from oblivious, prepared a sumptuous meal complete with wine and meat, serving at the table with more attentiveness than Li himself. Li understood her intentions. If his sister harbored no feelings for Yang Shuwen, it would indeed be strange, having only met twice. Their destinies appeared intertwined, as if they belonged to the same family. The following days saw no snow, only rain, and on such dreary days, even chastising children became a mundane task. As Li Mei fried oil balls, the little girl clambered onto the edge of the pot, prompting Li to deliver a swift reprimand. In the rainy weather, trudging through the muddy ground, he found himself met with tears from the little girl after the scolding. After almost every bath, the little girl would burst into tears while getting dressed, her sobs echoing with heart-wrenching intensity. Li struggled to maintain his composure, trying to shield himself from witnessing her anguished cries. Yet he still playfully pinched her behind and teased her. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Sister, could you allow your brother a moment's respite?" Yang Shuwen and his son became increasingly frequent visitors. Observing Yang Shuwen and Li Mei, it was clear that they had formed a conspiratorial alliance, or perhaps a meeting of like minds, albeit one that had yet to break through that proverbial window pane. Once their interactions and behaviors reached a certain depth, declarations of affection became unnecessary. "Li Mei, Yang Gu, please, don't stand on ceremony. Here's a chicken leg for you," Li He offered. "Yang Good, would you care for some water? And little sister, don't overexert yourself fetching water from the well. It's quite heavy for you." At that moment, Li Mei shyly lowered her gaze, acknowledging that boys generally possessed greater strength. Li He, with a playful jab, remarked, "Sister, you can carry 100-pound sack of rice with ease." A seasoned elder had once advised him that girls required no pursuit. Li He mused that it was akin to putting on trousers. The more anxious one became, the more resistant the process seemed, obstructing the very act of dressing. However, once one relaxed, the trousers slipped on with ease, while renewed anxiety made undressing a cumbersome affair. On the eve of the new year, during a meal, Li He finally broke the tension. "I believe Yang Shuwen is a decent fellow. He is diligent and truly a good man, fitting in well with everyone." Wang Yulan, however, was quick to express her discontent, slamming her chopsticks down. "Child, you are becoming increasingly muddled. That impoverished family is simply unacceptable. Poverty breeds disdain." Li Mei faltered, unsure how to respond. She thought that as long as a person was not vile, capable of warmth and kindness, The hardships of life were bearable, and she was willing to endure. Yang Shuwen was tall and broad-shouldered, seemingly earnest, though somewhat frail. She even whimsically considered that perhaps, if he were treated to more delectable meals, he might grow sturdier. Li He, gauging his sister's expression, felt reassured. He turned to Wang Yulan and said, "My dear mother, what are your thoughts? A good person is all that matters. Without parents, an elder sister must take charge. Many daughters-in-law are stifled by their mothers-in-law. Surely, you have witnessed that." Old Fourth, in a fit of mischief, blurted out, "Well, he is certainly better than our father." Li He nearly burst into laughter at the look on Wang Yulan's face, which shifted from pale to flushed with indignation. She poked Old Fourth's forehead, exclaiming, "Has your father been unkind to you? You ungrateful child! Have you no understanding of your father's struggles?" As she spoke, she recalled how none of her children were particularly obedient, each striving to assert their independence, and tears welled up, flowing freely. Li He mimicked her gesture, tapping Old Fourth's forehead, admonishing, "You spend your days in idle chatter and meddling. Once you finish eating, hurry up and do your homework." He contemplated the matter of matchmaking, which inevitably fell upon the shoulders of the venerable Li Fuqing. When Li Fuqing encountered Master Yang Shuwen, it hardly seemed an unfavorable meeting. It would be quite inappropriate for Li to approach Yang Shuwen and declare, "I intend to marry my sister to you." All that Li Fuqing needed was to subtly convey his intentions. As long as the elder Yang was not oblivious, the arrangement would likely come to fruition. As the vibrant blossoms of spring adorned the branches, the spring festival arrived in its resplendent crimson. On the 29th day of the 12th month, Li He commenced inscribing couplets for the new year. His hobbies were rather few, and calligraphy with a brush happened to be one of them. Having traversed a winding path of self-learning, he had encountered most of the pitfalls along the way. Although his writing was not particularly refined, it brought him joy nonetheless. While some obscure characters posed structural challenges, the rest were generally presentable. One day, due to Dazhuang's exuberant exclamation, "I'm off to find Li He for couplets." His are truly exquisite. Li He found himself in a predicament. He spent the entire day atop a table, unable to rise. As he was inundated with requests for couplets from nearly the entire village, all in the hopes of sharing in the glory of the top scholar. Traditionally, the task of writing couplets fell to a few teachers and the village accountant. The village had also butchered a pig for the new year. Life for the farmers was arduous, and they rarely had the luxury of meat throughout the year. After toiling through the days to tend to the pigs and collect manure, they finally reached the year's end, and with the pigs now robust, the time had come for slaughter. This act of butchering the pig was a prelude to the grand celebrations of the new year, drawing the entire village to witness the lively event. Each household received over a pound of meat, and Wang Yulan had eagerly taken a basin to collect her share, returning joyfully. On New Year's Eve, according to local customs, the family of the groom typically presents New Year's gifts to the bride's family and extends an invitation for them to celebrate together. Whether the bride's family accepts the invitation often depends on their disposition. Li Mei pondered her father's absence. The customary etiquette was already amiss, and if they failed to provide an appropriate gift, it would invite criticism for their lack of understanding. Early that morning, Li Long was urged to rise and deliver the gifts. With great enthusiasm, he took a load to his father-in-law's home, which included a basket of oil, a basket of pig's head meat, 2 fine cigarettes, and 2 bottles of good wine. Truly an impressive offering. Upon seeing this robust young man, Duan Mei's parents felt a genuine fondness, for they could hardly bear the thought of Li Zhaoquan, that notorious fellow. However, the 2 sons of Li Zhaoquan were commendable, and the 3 large-tiled houses evoked envy. Li Fuqing had confidently promised that this house would eventually belong to the youngest son. After some deliberation, Duan Mei's parents concluded that such reasoning was not quite sound. With 2 sons and 1 daughter, the family could not afford to sell their daughter merely for a bride price. They sought her happiness instead. Wang Yulan's gentle nature would not tolerate discord, and the daughter would struggle under the weight of a difficult mother-in-law. The second son had since taken a government position, and with 3 daughters already married off, the remaining ones were all capable of work. Even if they could not benefit from the second son's connections, their lives would not suffer significantly. The couple warmly invited Li Long to dine, and with this, the 2 younger brothers felt reassured that the match was practically secured. Thus, they took turns toasting with Li Long. Although Li Long has made progress in his drinking capacity, he still finds it difficult to resist the enticements of alcohol. He is not particularly talkative and seldom declines a toast, always remembering to reciprocate. With the arrival of the village's new son-in-law, several have succumbed to excessive drinking, making fools of themselves with nonsensical chatter, hurling insults at anyone within earshot, and even displaying boorish behavior before their in-laws. If Li Long were to engage in any of these antics, the elderly couple would not hesitate to renounce the union, regardless of the consequences. However, since today is New Year's Eve, the couple feels compelled to invite Li Long to play mahjong after drinking, hoping to gauge his character for a double assurance. Nonetheless, they are pleased to see that after finishing his drink, Li Long sits quietly with a teacup in hand, lost in thought. You gentlemen, it's New Year's Eve. Why indulge excessively? Look at how tipsy Lungzi is. Duan Mei's mother feigns annoyance at the men before turning to Duan Mei, saying, wipe his face. Since they want you to go, you should tidy up and celebrate the new year with him. I won't keep you. There might be chores at his home. And you can lend a hand. Duan Mei happily agrees, wipes Li Long's face with a warm towel, and efficiently heads to the inner room to gather her belongings. Duan Mei's sister-in-law, observing her preparations, teases, look at you, already concerned for your man even before stepping through the door. This won't do. Flushed with embarrassment, Duan Mei hurriedly grabs her bundle and takes Li Long's hand, and the two depart in a sweet disposition. Li He, wielding an axe against a large log, is clearly inexperienced. Upon seeing Li Long return with Duan Mei, he tells her, find a place to rest. Don't hesitate to make yourself comfortable. After Duan Mei acknowledges him, the conversation ceases. As the elder brother-in-law, Li He feels a mix of happiness and restraint, knowing neither to be overly warm nor too distant. Duan Mei heads directly to the kitchen, greeting Wang Yulan and Li Mei, saying, "And let me know if there is anything I can help with. I'm capable of handling both big and small tasks." Wang Yulan, having been preoccupied with her children lately, wears a perpetual frown, concealing her grievances deep within. She has learned to stifle her frustrations for long stretches, only occasionally allowing herself a moment of reflection with a few tears. After Li Jiaquan left with money, she was relieved that he had left some for ere he to go to the capital, yet she still frets about the future. With her eldest daughter purchasing essentials, her third son getting engaged, and now her second son returning to buy furniture, she wonders where the funds are coming from. Even she, with her simplicity, understands that her children have been secretly stashing away money. This morning, her eldest daughter handed her 100 yuan, stating it was for the New Year's red envelope, insisting that the new bride's first year must not lack in courtesy. Wang Yulan detests this feeling. However, with the new bride visiting for the first time, she resolves to smile through her tears, addressing Duan Mei. We have plenty of hands here and not much to do. Let the third one keep you company. The kitchen is quite smoky. Why don't you move to the main room? Duan Mei was not lacking in insight. Upon observing Li Mei chopping meat, she immediately noticed the basin nearby and deduced that they were preparing to make dumplings. She turned to Li Mei and asked, "Sister, shall I wipe the table? I can prepare the dough and roll out the wrappers." Li Mei, recognizing Duan Mei's sincerity and her intent to foster a good relationship, did not hesitate to respond. "Since it's your first visit and I don't wish to burden you, there's a cloth over there. Feel free to use it." Li He, noticing that Li Long was still under the influence of alcohol and appeared rather listless, hesitated to assign him the task of chopping wood. Instead, he instructed Li Long, "Take those 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes to Grandpa, and casually inquire if he would like to join us for the New Year celebrations." Li Long, lacking enthusiasm, nodded and replied, "All right, I'll go." After washing his face, he prepared to leave, reflecting on his disheveled state from drinking. Li He was genuinely angry. He merely scolded out of habit. Li Long was at an age marked by rebellion. Though he usually appeared obedient, he had begun to form his own opinions. Agreeing on the surface was one thing, but willingness was another matter entirely. Li He, concerned about the possibility of Li Long marrying too early, understood that such was the norm in rural areas. Delaying could lead to missed opportunities. The New Year, undoubtedly, was the most joyous occasion for children. Besides indulging in a variety of snacks that were typically hard to come by, receiving new toys, lighting firecrackers, and donning new clothes, they also looked forward to the treasured red envelopes filled with lucky money. The village children were already running wild, with the young girls following suit, unbothered by the threat of kidnappers, much to the adults' relief. When mealtime approached, a single call would summon them back, as everyone eagerly anticipated the feast that the New Year promised, primarily to satisfy their cravings. In preparation for the spring festival, every household would grit their teeth and purchase a bit of tofu, a fish, some meat, and a generous portion of cabbage, while saving the rest for entertaining guests. When the dumplings were finally served, Li He lit a cigarette and produced firecrackers, but in his excitement, he inadvertently tossed away the cigarette meant to light them, leaving the firecrackers still in hand. It had not been easy to reach this age, indeed. His blunder, however, sent the onlookers, including Pan Guansai, into fits of laughter. Li Long felt embarrassed for his brother. While his brother was admirable in many ways, he had an overly scholarly demeanor. He walked over, took the firecrackers, and successfully lit them, causing a delightful crackle. This year's festivities were plentiful for Li He, with the table laden with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, ensuring no shortage of hearty dishes. Observing that Li Long had sobered up, he poured him a drink, and the two brothers began to toast each other. Meanwhile, a few words from the women directed at the spread on the table were met with distraction, as Wang Yulan found herself lost in thoughts of Li Zhaoquan, pondering whether her husband would have the chance to enjoy a warm meal. She wistfully remarked how wonderful it would be if he could return, with Duan Mei present. No one dared to interject, allowing Wang Yulan to speak her mind. Li could only reflect on the depth of his mother's feelings for his father, which were as profound as the heavens and the seas, unfathomable and elusive. Once they had nearly finished eating, Wang Yulan produced the red envelopes of lucky money and handed one to Duan Mei, wishing her abundance in the coming year and auspiciousness year after year. Although Duan Mei hesitated, Li Mei promptly took it and placed it in Duan Mei's hand, insisting that during the new year, one must embrace joy, and a red envelope cannot be declined. Duan Mei smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you," and Wang Yulan then began distributing 10 yuan each to the children at home, feeling no regret for her own offspring. Yet the 50 yuan bestowed upon the new bride stirred her heart with concern. Had it not been for the persuasive words of the eldest daughter, she would have settled for a mere 10 yuan. During dinner, Wang Yulan and her family tidied up the table while Li took a flashlight and accompanied Li Long, the fourth and fifth sons, to visit the neighboring villages to extend New Year's greetings. This was a customary practice in the area, where, regardless of prior interactions, one would visit neighbors, share some sunflower seeds, and exchange a few auspicious words before departing. The evening was filled with lively commotion and merriment. As night fell, and Li He began to feel drowsy, he found himself in the company of Duan Mei, with Li Mei and Wang Yulan yet to determine their sleeping arrangements. They could only sit on the threshold, smoking, according to rural customs. It was not unusual for Li Long and Duan Mei, having betrothed themselves, to share a bed, with the only formality remaining being the wedding feast. As the elder brother, Li He refrained from broaching the subject, yet Wang Yulan and her daughter exchanged perplexed glances. Having experienced such matters, she understood well the situation. Li Long and Duan Mei were in the small kitchen, sharing a basin to wash their feet, their soles and insteps rubbing against one another. The two, heads bowed in silence, bore faces as flushed as that of a monkey's rear. The tension between them was palpable. Finally, Wang Yulan, discarding any pretense, directly instructed them, "Third child, you both sleep in your elder sister's room tonight. Hurry and wash up before bed." Noting Duan Mei's silence, she took it as acquiescence. Turning to the courtyard to say, "Eldest daughter, you should take the fourth one and sleep in Longzi's old room. He, you may sleep in your own room." Li He, having received the decree, yawned once more and, noticing the time was already past 11, succumbed to his fatigue and retreated to his room to sleep. In the dead of night, the sounds of firecrackers continued to echo, as many families adhered to the tradition of keeping vigil or welcoming the new year with the explosive sounds of fireworks. On the eve of the new year, it was said that various deities descended to partake in the earthly festivities, with the god of wealth, joy, and blessings arriving only after midnight. All other gods were believed to visit at different times, and it was customary to set off fireworks before the appointed hour to avoid inviting malevolent spirits. At 4 in the morning, Li He, lost in the embrace of slumber, suddenly felt a chill as someone pulled back his blanket. Opening his eyes, he discovered a little girl had uncovered him. Irritated, he admonished, "Have you washed your face? Go find fourth sister to wash your face. Don't just expose your face to the cold." The little girl shook her head and replied, "Aguo, the big lazy cat needs to get up." With no other choice, Li He rose, for this was the first day of the new year, a day that called for an early start. In the kitchen, Wang Yulan, along with her daughters-in-law, was already bustling about. The first day of the new year held the same significance as the last, and regardless of their circumstances, families endeavored to prepare a lavish feast. This elaborate spread symbolized a bridge between the past and the future, reflecting the abundance of the previous year while heralding aspirations for an even more prosperous year ahead. In the kitchen, staple ingredients such as radishes, cabbage, and vermicelli took center stage, while out-of-season vegetables like tomatoes and cucumbers were still unheard of at that time. The so-called hearty dishes, much like those served on New Year's Eve, consist primarily of familiar staples such as pork, beef, and fish. The table is adorned with braised carp, cold noodles, spiced peanuts, stir-fried pork belly with sauerkraut, and red braised pork. Li He, feeling disconnected, washed his face and squatted by the water ditch at the entrance. Lost in thought, in a past life, he had always grappled with a complex sentiment towards the nostalgia that lingered in his heart. More often than not, it was a fear and avoidance of reality. If it were merely a yearning for the simplicity and warmth of the countryside, such nostalgia would hold little weight for him, as returning home along this path would be almost effortless. However, the memories of poverty and coldness had never truly faded from his life. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, every household flung open their doors, welcoming the village children who came to pay their respects. Li He abstained from alcohol, hastily consumed a meal, and then took a few younger ones to bid farewell to their grandparents. An old adage states that the eldest son and the eldest grandson are the lifeblood of the family, and this holds true for the Li family as well. The eldest grandson, being the first child of his generation, symbolizes the continuation of their lineage. Generally, elders place great importance on the transmission of bloodlines. Hence the significant regard for the eldest grandson. Li He, being the largest male child in his generation, was cherished by the grandmother. Since Li He entered university, she had gained an increasing sense of pride in her social standing. He presented her with 200 yuan, saying, "Grandma, I cannot serve you well at home. So take this and buy something for yourself." The grandmother quickly refused, saying, "What nonsense. You don't need to spend money outside. Your grandfather and I don't spend much at home. Just keep it for yourself." The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the money until Li Fuqing interjected with a smile, "Just take it. The eldest grandson is doing well, and it is thoughtful of him to give. Accept it graciously." The grandmother, exasperated, retorted at Li Fuqing, "You old fool, what is it to take the eldest grandson's money?" Li He, with no other option, forced the money into her hands, then called to the younger ones playing in the yard, and set off. The grandmother, feeling helpless yet unwilling to raise her voice, reluctantly accepted the money. Upon returning home, Li He organized a visit to his grandparents. Eager to finish the rounds of relatives in time to visit his peculiar father-in-law in Holland the following day, due to Duan Mei's presence, Li Long could not visit his grandmother at Hewan, and neither could Li Mei, who had to manage guests at home. Observing his younger brother, who was sulking, Li He asked, "I'm heading to Hewan. Are you coming?" "I'm not going," replied the younger brother, upset as Wang Yulan had taken his red envelope. The younger brother had once fantasized about the sweet dreams of his lucky money, but regrettably, the envelope had ended up in Wang Yulan's pocket after a single night. Wang Yulan had spent the morning coaxing him, offering the excuse that she was saving it for his future dowry or education. Helpless, the younger brother yielded, obediently handing over the money, akin to watching a train derail without being able to intervene. Li and Na took 2 bags of candy and 2 packs of cigarettes before stepping out, casting a glance at the little girl outside playing with firecrackers. Immediately, they abandoned the thought of bringing anything along, feeling that it would be an unnecessary burden. Li had no particular feelings toward his 2 uncles. There was neither affection nor resentment, merely a symbolic visit to his eldest uncle's home, where he sat for a brief moment and engaged in some idle chatter before growing impatient and leaving. Throughout both this life and the last, Li harbored no fondness for his uncle and aunt, as the couple possessed a stingy and cold temperament, so much so that even Wang Yulan knew better than to seek financial assistance from the eldest. The second uncle, on the other hand, was a sincere man. Li didn't necessarily like him, but perhaps felt more pity. He was a lifelong peasant, burdened by the weight of 3 sons needing brides, which had bent his back under the strain. Upon entering, Li noticed the second uncle's family huddled on the doorstep in silence, perhaps grappling with some unspoken troubles. The second aunt greeted him, saying, "He has arrived. Would you like some water? Let me pour you a glass." "Aunt, please don't be so formal. I just had some water at the eldest uncle's place," Li replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then glanced at his cousin, who seemed disheartened. "What is wrong with you, Shizi? You look upset." The second aunt, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "Didn't we arrange a marriage proposal earlier this year? This morning, Shizi went to deliver gifts, but they were returned." Li was unaware of this situation. In his previous life, he had been somewhat oblivious, unable to sort out his own family's affairs, let alone concern himself with others. Shizi, the second son in the family, was already 20 and had finally found a suitable match, only to have the gifts rejected, an act that was a blatant disregard for face. Typically, when a proposal is called off in the countryside, both families would prepare beforehand, citing a child's incompatibility as an excuse, thus masking the embarrassment. However, such a direct and public rejection was rare. Perhaps Shizi was once again humiliated by his mother in front of others, as a grown man sobbed quietly. Upon noticing the empty bottle of liquor behind Shizi, Li realized that much drinking had taken place. "Cousin, if you could hold me in regard, let us share a drink," Shizi implored, struggling to suppress his tears. Yet, his sobs could not be contained as he turned and retrieved another bottle of liquor, offering it to Li. Feeling a pang of sympathy for him, recalled how in his previous life, Shizi had driven a tractor through the biting winter to take Wang Yulan to the hospital. Remaining silent in his vigil, he took the bottle, downing a couple of shots in one go. "Shizi, they must return your engagement gift. It cannot end like this." Before Shizi could respond, the second aunt interjected, "Your second uncle went to confront them, nearly got beaten up. The Zhao family is influential, not to be trifled with. The girl's family is exceptionally shameless. We, the Wang family, have numerous cousins, yet none have withdrawn their proposals. You know your eldest uncle's temperament." The second aunt's implication was clear. Outsiders were taking advantage, and the Wang family was failing to unite, neglecting to support one another in times of need. Li felt a tightness in his chest and shouted, "Cousin, let's go. I will accompany you. Today we must confront the Zhao family and settle this matter." Li was determined to not let this go unchallenged. The frustration within him was unbearable. He truly could not remain indifferent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Initially, he considered returning to Li village to gather support, but then realized that doing so would escalate the situation into a conflict between two villages, turning Li village against Yuan, which would complicate matters further. In these times, fights were commonplace. The larger the household or the more brothers one had, the bolder they felt. The notion of simplicity and sincerity was often misinterpreted. Such simplicity could manifest as unfiltered directness, warmth in one moment and cruelty in the next. In rural areas, even calling the police failed to resolve disputes, as it often led to further entanglements involving numerous relatives in the fray. Unlike in later years when even during festive seasons, relatives could hardly gather fully, as even brothers could be found living far apart. Thus, those with family felt emboldened, thinking, I can beat you up, with no one at your home, what can you do?" Meanwhile, the police station reassured the families of the absent that they need not fear, for should they be defeated, the other party would have to compensate them. This morning, Shizi was filled with unrelenting anger. Even the most docile of individuals have their limits. The quieter one is, the more fearsome their outburst can be. With that thought, he seized a shovel from the doorway, resolutely declaring his intent to confront the one who had wronged him. After speaking, he glanced at his father and two brothers. His second uncle sighed, still troubled by the events of the morning. In the face of such humiliation, it was unacceptable, especially with three sons to consider. He turned to Li, saying, "We are 4 strong men. Do not get too involved. Go sit with your grandfather for a while, and we will discuss this upon your return." Li grabbed a sturdy stick from the firewood pile by the door and replied, "Uncle, I regard Shizi as my own brother. His troubles are my troubles. You know I have never backed down from a fight." Encouraged by these words, his second uncle, Wang Yugua, felt a surge of pride and chose not to argue further. He shouldered a yoke and led his 3 sons alongside Li toward the Zhao household. Although his aunt sensed something was amiss, she could not intervene, so she hurriedly locked the door and followed behind. Though both families resided in the same village, their homes were quite distant from one another, as Yuan village was fragmented by rivers and hills, leading to a dispersed settlement pattern. The Zhao family lived in several earthen houses, with a courtyard in the middle, much like the other families in the village. At the entrance, the matriarch of the Zhao family was squatting with several women, gossiping while munching on sunflower seeds. Fortunately, her keen eyesight caught sight of Wang Yugua and his family approaching with their tools. She quickly instructed her young daughter, who was playing at the door, "Hurry and find your father and brother. Tell them the Wang family is here to cause trouble." Alarmed by her urgency, the little girl rushed off to locate the men of the Zhao family. The matriarch of the Zhao family was a formidable woman. Upon seeing the Wang family at her doorstep, she spoke with a palpable air of hostility, declaring, "We have no association with your family, so what brings you here?" Shamelessly, the second aunt, known for her cantankerous nature, swiftly confronted the Zhao matriarch, accusing her, "You have a daughter who is engaged to 2 suitors. How can you still have the audacity to speak?" The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, merely 17, was busy arranging her betrothal. The engagement would bring a dowry of several hundred yuan, alleviating her family's financial burdens. Once the engagement was set, Wang Yugua offered the Zhao family a dowry of 200 yuan. Seeing this money come so easily, the Zhao family hastily arranged another engagement for their daughter, demanding 300 yuan this time. After some contemplation, they decided that the second suitor's circumstances were more favorable, intending to provoke the Wang family into calling off the engagement, thereby retaining the dowry without the obligation to return it. While the Zhao family was lost in their fanciful dreams, the Wang family arrived, anxious and agitated, fearing for their daughter's reputation. The Zhao matriarch adamantly refused to acknowledge the fact that her daughter was engaged to two suitors, even though it was clear to everyone present. She blustered, "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Ask your son if it was he who proposed the cancellation of the engagement. Is your family unhappy about it? Am I not allowed to seek another match for my daughter?" Upon witnessing the Zhao men approaching with a group of 5 or 6, the second aunt remained undaunted. The crowd of neighbors surrounding the Zhao home grew larger, and their insults became more fervent. "You are moving on to another match far too quickly. My son came this morning to present gifts, and you shut the door in his face. What does that mean?" "My husband inquired and discovered that your daughter is engaged to 2 families. You have no shame, and we certainly will not be part of this disgrace. Who would want your daughter now, anyway?" The men and women of the village chimed in, lamenting the Zhao family's disgraceful conduct. In rural communities, gossip runs rampant, and secrets are nearly impossible to conceal. Even the cousins who had initially come to bolster the Zhao family's stance felt a twinge of embarrassment. The Zhao men struggled to maintain their composure, with one shouting, "Speak again, and I will tear you apart." Shizi, in a fit of rage, grabbed a shovel, ready to retaliate, but Li hurriedly restrained him, cautioning Wang Guoyu, "Uncle, hold on. We can vent our anger, but we must avoid escalating this to a matter of life and death." The Zhao man, leaning forward, challenged Shizi, "Come on. If you dare, strike me. Otherwise, you are my grandson." Li addressed the Zhao men, stating, "You know the truth as well as we do. We won't resort to soft words. We are all from the same village, and escalating this serves no purpose. But if you continue in this manner, we shall keep the dowry for ourselves, sufficient for your family's medical expenses." The eldest son of the Zhao family cast a disdainful glance at Li, retorting, "Which one of you has failed to secure your trousers?" Revealing your inadequacies? Li, seemingly overtaken by youthful hormones, retaliated by kicking the Zhao eldest in the leg, sending him tumbling to the ground, howling in pain. Li's attack was calculated. It would likely result in swelling, but not a fracture. Observing the misfortune of their eldest son, the Zhao family rushed towards Li He, instantly igniting a chaotic melee. Wang Yugua, discarding his shovel and stick, joined the fray alongside his 3 sons. When the altercation truly erupted, the Zhao cousins found themselves in a predicament. They could neither advance nor retreat. Given their culpability, they were not particularly close. And while they could muster enough courage to appear formidable, exerting themselves proved to be quite challenging. Li surveyed the tangled mass of bodies on the ground, noting that the Zhao men, accompanied by 4 sons, had gained no advantage. Onlookers from the village, unable to remain passive, began to intervene. Li stepped in, pulling Wang Yugua and several of his relatives apart, saying, "Uncle, that's enough. We haven't suffered any losses." Noticing his cousin's swollen eye, Li He swiftly kicked the assailant off, helping his younger cousin to his feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired, as his cousin, still on the brink of tears, was merely a child. Meanwhile, the 2 women, Wang Yugua's wife and Zhao's wife, were entangled in a hair-pulling struggle, grimacing in pain yet refusing to relent. Li He, reluctant to strike women, had to watch as Wang Yugua handled the situation. Wang Yugua cast a glance at the Zhao men, and they each grasped their respective partners. "Zhao Laoshi, you must return my money today. Otherwise, I will not let this go," Wang Yugua declared angrily. The 2 families haggled back and forth, exchanging insults and preparing to clash once more, only to be restrained by bystanders. With a clenched jaw, Zhao Laoshi conceded, refunding 180 yuan, not a cent more. Frustrated that his cousins had not supported him during the brawl, Zhao Laoshi resigned himself to this resolution. In that era, the prevailing notion was that force-dictated outcomes, reporting to the authorities, was deemed shameful. After some contemplation, Wang Yugua acquiesced, especially upon seeing his son's swollen eye, and lost the desire to prolong the matter. Zhao's wife, left with no other option, begrudgingly counted out the money, which was snatched away by Wang Yugua's wife, who counted it angrily. Thus, this farce came to an end. Returning to Wang Yugua's home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Shizi expressed profound gratitude to Li He, continuously stating that henceforth, Li He's affairs would be his own. Wang Yugua's wife heated up some leftover dishes. They abstained from alcohol, and Li He ate sparingly. After the meal, Li He visited his grandparents. The elderly couple had long since divided their household with their 2 sons, residing in a thatched hut that offered little protection from the elements. His grandfather, a simple and honest farmer, spoke little and did not openly express affection, only engaging in casual conversation. Li He spent considerable time chatting with his grandmother, and as he prepared to leave, she insisted on slipping him 200 yuan. His grandfather, with a heavy voice and a sense of helplessness, sighed, "Alas, I am growing old and a burden to you." "Grandfather," Li He quickly reassured him, "it is only right that the younger generation honors you. Please do not take it to heart. Their lives were not easy. And even if Li He wished to move in with Wang Yulan, they would not consent, as living with a daughter was seen as a disgrace for a son, who was considered the true pillar of support." On the way back, Li He could not help but marvel at the overwhelming power of adolescent hormones. At his age, how could he succumb to such impulsiveness? In that fleeting moment of fervor, reason vanished entirely. Today, upon returning home, Li He kept the day's events to himself, merely instructing Li Long to hire someone to fetch bricks once the road conditions improved, urging him to expedite the construction of the house. After escorting Duan Mei home in the afternoon, Li Long felt utterly despondent, wishing fervently to be together every day. After a night immersed in the pleasures of intimacy, he had come to appreciate the joys of a shared existence, and now he yearned to see the house completed in accordance with his desires. Li He called Li Long and Li Mei into the room, announcing, "I shall return to school tomorrow. With Longzi's wedding approaching, I will not be back." Li Mei questioned, "Why are you returning to school so early? Longzi's wedding has grandfather's assistance. If you don't come back, it's no matter." Naturally, Li He could not disclose his intention to go to the Netherlands to seek a wife. He merely used the guise of returning to school. He continued, "I have matters to attend to. Once Longzi's house is built, I will allocate 3,000 for him. As for your affair with Yang Shuin, I will discuss it with grandfather shortly, and you should settle it soon. You will also receive 3,000. The rest shall remain for household expenses. I will take care of the 3rd brother. There is still ample time for that, so do not fret. Furthermore, if you truly marry, I shall not claim any of that money, as it is rightfully yours, earned by you and your brother." Li Mei appeared somewhat embarrassed by these remarks and hurriedly exited the room. Li He glanced at Li Long, inquiring, "Do you have anything to say?" "I simply wish to find something to do. What is it to spend every day idly at home? If you feel restless, go work in the production team. Do not dwell on the futile. When the time is right, I shall take you out," Li He advised. He understood that rebellious youth had their own thoughts, but instilling discipline was not a task to be achieved in a day. One could only allow them to grow naturally. When Li He arrived at the elder Li Fuqing's residence, the elder was weaving baskets at the door. Upon seeing Li He offered him a stool. Li He voiced his thoughts, "Just inquire about the Yang family's patriarch. Surely, something can be arranged." Li Fuqing set down the basket, reflecting, "During the days he worked as a carpenter at your home, I observed that lad with a discerning eye. He indeed possesses a sense of responsibility and is quite astute. However, life is not easy for his family. Your mother would not approve." Their grandmother, overhearing from within, chimed in, "It sounds as though you are marrying me off to you. In my opinion, such a family is preferable. No in-laws to contend with, just living one's own life. Moreover, with heir he gone and San he starting his own family, the eldest daughter cannot disregard her own household. She must still attend to family matters. The Yang family is just right, a true half-family." Li He could only sigh, acknowledging the wisdom of age. Then, "Grandfather, please bring this up when the patriarch of the Yang family visits. As for the betrothal gifts, that can be a mere formality. Let the eldest sister take them back. Other matters are of little importance," grandmother remarked. "This conversation was naturally initiated by your grandfather. However, we have no reason to be overly eager, as if we are desperate to give you away. If that old man Yang remains oblivious, I might just visit his wife and subtly encourage her. In her youth, that lady was as lively as a monkey." Li He found this amusing and hurriedly agreed. Having secured the elderly couple's assurance, Li He returned home to pack his belongings, as he needed to head to the provincial capital early the next morning to queue for tickets, having not purchased them in advance this time. The following morning, Li hastily prepared a small bundle. Considering the approaching spring, there was no need for excessive clothing. After giving his family a brief reminder, he instructed Li Long to hurry with the donkey cart toward the county town to catch the bus. By the time Li He arrived at the provincial capital after transferring buses, it was already past 9. Today marked the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, and the train station was not crowded. Upon entering the ticket hall, he found no queue and directly bought a ticket for the 11 o'clock train. After securing his ticket, he rested on the steps at the train station entrance, eagerly anticipating his encounter with Zhang Wanting. As He pondered over Zhang Wanting, she too was lost in thoughts of him, particularly concerning how to manage the 670 yuan he had given her. Zhang Wanting sat vacantly by the riverside, uncertain of her future. Should she exchange her pocket money to spare herself from a forced marriage, or should she plunge into the river to seek complete liberation? The disheartened gazes of her family haunted her thoughts, leaving her to wonder what it all meant. The cold wind outside chilled her heated eyelids, swallowing back the tears that threatened to spill. She had no intention of shedding tears. Primarily, she felt no need to prove anything with them, but rather, she needed to demonstrate her resolve without them. A wave of emptiness surged within her, a profound loneliness that yearned for someone to converse with. Yet, who could she confide in? Not even her parents or siblings could be relied upon. Who else could she trust? She had always chosen to keep her thoughts to herself, uttering not a word. From childhood to adulthood, she tirelessly endeavored to prove she was not the burden her parents deemed her to be. She worked diligently, overcoming the challenges of middle and high school, consistently ranking first. On the day she received her university acceptance letter, she thought this would bring pride to her parents, as she was the only university student in her entire village. However, her mother remarked, "Even if you become capable in the future, it will ultimately benefit others." According to her parents' perspective, attending university seemed unnecessary. Zhang Wanting, feeling helpless, presented her acceptance letter to her barely literate father, saying, "Father, look here. It states that there is a monthly subsidy of 27 yuan. It would be such a shame not to attend. I could surely send back 20 yuan each month, making it easier for you at home. Moreover, my salary upon employment will be no less than 70 yuan, and there will be job placements. Father, if you allow me to go, I promise to contribute my monthly earnings to the family." The prospect of receiving 20 yuan each month indeed swayed the elderly couple, yet they questioned whether it would materialize. There were other daughters from the village who had ventured out to work, but the allure of city life was tempting. Once married to a city dweller, who would care for their rural parents? Moreover, her daughter has now reached the age of 20, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of her harboring other intentions. Being such a strong-willed individual, if she ventures out and does not return, her elderly parents would be left in utter dismay. After much deliberation, the couple reluctantly agreed, hosting a banquet to seize the opportunity to collect some monetary gifts. They bestowed upon Zhang Wanting the sum of 30 yuan, with her mother wiping away tears, expressing, "My dear, this is all for your own good. I fear for you venturing alone to the north. I cannot help but feel a sense of reluctance." With the assistance of her teachers at school, Zhang Wanting became aware of the travel routes, purchased her ticket, and embarked on her solitary journey northward with nothing but a bundle on her back. Subsequently, upon receiving her monthly living stipend, she would promptly send the entirety home, amassing a total of 80 yuan by the end of the semester. When she returned for the new year, she held hopes that her parents would finally regard her with favor, and that her brothers might look upon her with newfound respect. However, upon her arrival home, she realized she had been denied even the chance to strive for such acknowledgement. All her fanciful thoughts were extinguished. The harshness of reality lay in its capacity to be more unkind than one could ever anticipate, an unending abyss. The notion of exchanging brides appeared utterly ludicrous to her. While she did not consider her attendance at university to be particularly remarkable, it did not imply that she was willing to be so belittled. Zhang Wanting calmly addressed her mother, stating, "Mother, I am currently sending back 20 yuan each month. Once I secure employment, I will earn 70 yuan monthly. If I am fortunate enough to be assigned to a good position, I could earn over 100 yuan. Look at your younger brother. He is already 18 and has yet to be engaged to a suitable family. The accommodations for your two elder brothers are already cramped. Where would there be room for your brother's marriage? Nowadays, those who wish to get engaged must build houses, and with the bride price included, it would require no less than 700 yuan. You are well aware of our family's financial standing. Do you not recall how much we have spent on your education from middle school to high school? At a mere 20 yuan a month. How long would it take to accumulate 700 yuan? Furthermore, the family proposing the exchange is from the local grain station. It is indeed a commendable match, one that many desire but cannot attain. They are willing because you are a university student. They have also agreed that after marriage, you may continue your studies, as they will support you. Where else could one find such an advantageous arrangement?" With tears in her eyes, Zhang Wanting's mother, gazing at her resolute daughter, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, weeping, "Oh, what sins have I committed in my past life? Each of you brings me such worry. Zhang Wanting, infuriated, managed a laugh, perceiving this as a deliberate attempt to hinder her ambitions. 700 yuan? Mother, why not resort to theft? That would be a quicker solution. To put it bluntly, with the current economic climate, 700 yuan could secure 5 brides. How much do you and father earn in a year? Just look around. There are countless people who struggle to afford even the most basic sustenance during the new year. Her mother, suddenly incensed, retorted, "You foolish girl, what do you understand? If you abandon your studies, who will take care of your brother?" At last, Zhang Wanting grasped the painful truth, feeling a deep sense of anguish. Her family feared that if she ventured out, she would become wild and lose all ties with them. They believed they would suffer the consequences. Among the villagers, particularly those nearby, it was true that most young women who ventured into the city ended up severing ties with their families, likely due to the oppressive conditions they had endured at home. She cast a glance at her silent brother seated beside her and quietly exited the room. The fleeting rays of sunlight, which had been a rare blessing amidst the chilling wind, were gradually fading away. Perched on the riverbank, she endeavored to suppress her troubling thoughts. The more she tried to hold back her tears, the more insistent the urge to cry became. Suddenly, her stomach growled, reminding Zhang Wanting that she hadn't eaten all day. After a day of holding back her emotions, she finally succumbed to a fit of sobs, uncertain whether her tears were born of hunger or the weight of past grievances. Curled up, hugging her knees, her cries grew louder, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Hey, miss in front, if you keep crying like that, you'll end up looking like a raccoon, and no one will dare to approach you." Zhang Wanting was startled by the voice, hastily wiping her eyes. Turning around, she was met with the cheerful smile of Li He. His tousled hair framed a youthful face, and his bright, confident eyes radiated warmth. As he stood before her, his gentle smile brought a flicker of warmth to her icy heart. "How did you find me here?" Zhang Wanting asked, a hint of panic in her tone. She did not wish to reveal her most vulnerable self to anyone. The fact that he had unexpectedly appeared before her left her in a whirl of surprise and anxiety. Li He crouched beside her, gently patting her back. "Why ask so many questions when I'm already here? You're quite famous in your village. All I had to do was inquire about your home. And everyone knows where it is." Zhang Wanting remained puzzled. "But how did you know I was by the riverbank?" Li He felt exasperated by her incessant probing. Couldn't they just enjoy their time together? He had traveled a long distance, and she should be grateful, he thought. "I was actually on a different path. Saw someone sitting by the river and came over to ask for directions, only to find it was you." At that moment, Li He realized the truth in the saying, when one tells a lie, they must weave countless others to cover it, an endless cycle with no end in sight. Zhang Wanting lowered her head in embarrassment. "I must have made a fool of myself. Thank you, Li He. I never expected you would come looking for me. I truly appreciate it. Stop crying now. What's weighing on your heart? Look, whatever the issue, I'm here with you," Li said, his heart breaking at the sight of her tears. He hurriedly retrieved some food and a cup of tea from his bag. "You haven't tea eaten, have you? Here, have something." Leaning against Li He's shoulder, Zhang Wanting began to eat the flatbread while slowly recounting her past. From a young age, whenever there was something delicious at home, her brother would always snatch it away. Later, when a younger brother arrived, he too was favored, each time for many years. She has been caught in this cycle, striving for her family's approval. The more she gives, the more she yearns for recognition, and the less she receives it. The more she sacrifices. From childhood to adulthood, she has been labeled a burden, enduring the harshest tasks and receiving the most beatings. On one occasion, her father struck her with a heavy stick, compelling her to flee into the freezing winter, seeking refuge in a nearby village's cattle shed. An elderly man with kind eyes tenderly patted her head and said, "My dear, study hard in the future. Education leads to success." Curious, she asked, "Sir, did you ever attend school?" He sighed and replied, "I suppose I did." At that naive age, she did not inquire why someone who had been educated was living in a cattle shed. Yet, in her innocent understanding, she realized that education could lead her to the city for work, igniting a faint desire to escape her circumstances. Li He truly. "My father used to beat me with a stick as thick as a bowl, and I never complained. I thought that once I grew up, things would improve. But look at me now, 20 years old, and my fate remains unchanged. I am determined to study, regardless of my father's beatings or my mother's scoldings. I believe that if I succeeded, they would stop hitting me. But see how foolish I am," Zhang Wanting lamented, tears streaming down her face. As if she had found someone to confide in, to release her pent-up emotions. If it were merely this, she could endure it. but the prospect of an arranged marriage filled her with despair. Zhang Wanting had lamented these grievances for nearly a lifetime, and Li He understood. Yet he felt at a loss for comforting her. Gently, he wiped her tears with his sleeve and said, "Come now. If you cry like a raccoon, you won't look pretty, and we know crying solves nothing. You should pity your parents. They are at the bottom of society and lack the education to broaden their horizons. They work diligently to support you and your brothers, hoping for your success, expecting you to be a dutiful son. Their vision is limited to their precious sons. And the greater their investment in you, the greater their disappointment may be in the future." Having seen the world during her trip to the capital, Zhang Wanting reflected on her brothers and found it hard to envision them as responsible individuals. She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "You have no idea how to comfort someone. You're a man. How could you possibly understand a woman's suffering?" Li He, filled with empathy, could only feel sorrow. He had personally experienced the peculiarities of his in-laws. In times when having a college graduate in the family was a source of immense pride, promising a future of government service, his parents were an anomaly. The fragility of human relationships and the fickleness of the human heart were evident. 700 yuan? Only this peculiar couple could dare to ask for such a sum. Their entire family's annual earnings barely amount to 70 yuan. If these parents were reliable, pigs could climb trees. What do you fear? You are a college student. Your household registration signifies a government official. An arranged marriage with a government official would ensure a life of comfort. Zhang Wanting shook her head, aware that she was no fool and fully understood the implications. What about my parents, my brothers, and my nieces and nephews? How can we face our community? Li He longed to confront his in-laws directly, but his relationship with Zhang Wanting had not yet reached that level of intimacy. It was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. After all, her brother was short on funds for his wedding. Any issue that could be resolved with money was no issue at all. "Didn't I give you some money before I left? You can simply pass it to them. We can negotiate further," he suggested. Zhang Wanting quickly retrieved the money and placed it into Li He's hands. "I almost forgot. Here, this is yours. Why should I take your money?" Li chuckled helplessly. "I'm not worried about you needing it later. If I borrow from you, I'll pay you back in the future. This money is earned by me, and I believe you will also earn in time. I've shared my family situation with you." Seeing a flicker of uncertainty in Zhang Wanting's steadfast expression, Li hurriedly pulled out a thick stack of cash from his bag and continued to persuade her. "Look, I'm not short on money. I have 5,000 or 6,000 here, all earned in the capital. When you start earning, you can pay me back gradually, right? Even once you begin working, your salary will surely be substantial." Zhang Wanting seemed to have made up her mind. "Thank you, Li He. I'll consider this money as a loan, and I will repay you slowly. That amount might not suffice. If you're borrowing, why not take a bit more?" Li He insisted, handing her another bundle. Zhang Wanting, resigned, nodded and divided the money into 2 portions, taking a deep breath. "I'll borrow 1,000 from you. Although I'm unsure when I can repay you, I promise to do so as quickly as possible. Consider it an early gesture of respect to your in-laws." Li said impulsively, immediately regretting his words, feeling as if he had overstepped. A glance at Zhang Wanting made him anxious, and he quickly added, "You know I'm sincere. I'm sorry for that comment." Frustrated with himself for his lack of eloquence, he decided to leave. "I'll stay overnight at your commune's guest house. If you need anything, just come find me." Without waiting for a response, he hurried away. Zhang Wanting watched Li He's flustered departure, stifling a laugh. Could she not sense his sincerity? Reflecting on the little moments shared at school, she could feel his unwavering care for her, filling her heart with sweetness. A good relationship doesn't overwhelm you with sudden emotion. Instead, it nurtures you gently over time. Zhang Wanting thought that if Li He had asked her to leave with him from the very beginning, she would have done so without hesitation. Otherwise, the cold river water would be her ultimate fate, making the act of living feel like such a burdensome ordeal. Upon seeing him, Zhang Wanting felt as though she had suddenly found a pillar of support. In this vast world, she realized she was not devoid of everything. The sensation of being cared for, being noticed, and being spoken of filled her heart with genuine joy. As she made her way home, it felt as though an inexhaustible energy surged within her. Upon entering, she observed her family bustling around the dinner table, their lively chatter filling the air. Although she had grown accustomed to this emotional coldness, an inexplicable discomfort still lingered within her heart. "You stubborn girl, you've really grown wings, haven't you?" "Not a day at home," her mother scolded. "Is it too much for me to say a few words to you?" Zhang Wanting took a deep breath, served herself a bowl of thin porridge, and after a few mouthfuls, she felt a slight relief in her stomach before she spoke up. "Mother, I've made up my mind. I do not agree to that marriage arrangement. Old Zhang sighed. You've always been resolute. From a young age, you insisted on naming yourself after learning just a few characters. Look at other girls who finish elementary school. You insisted on going to middle school. Most girls marry by 16 or 17, yet you chose to pursue high school. And now you're 20 and still unmarried. Aren't your mother and I concerned? This is not just about your brother. It's for your own good. Her mother, seemingly irritated by old Zhang's lengthy monologue, interjected, You've spoiled her too much. Look at her. No other girl would be so bold as to declare her disapproval so openly. She must comply, unless she wishes to defy us completely. Zhang Wanting felt a pang in her heart, recalling how, in pursuit of high school, her father had beaten her severely, leaving her back bruised at the age of 16, rendering her unable to face the world outside. She fought back tears, her eyes misty, and said, Father, think carefully. Since I began high school, I have maintained the top rank. The school, acknowledging my difficulties, never required me to pay tuition. Even in middle school, the work I did for our team, tending sheep and raising pigs, earned me more than the tuition fees, and I did not spend a single cent from the family. Later, when the production team needed help during the harvest, I still returned to work after taking leave from school. Father, can you not see how I measure up? Old Zhang, realizing his daughter was unwavering, countered, Then tell me, what do you plan to do? Will you just watch your brother remain unmarried and allow the Zhang family to die out? Zhang Wanting laughed in anger, pulling out another stack of money from her pocket. How could the Zhang family ever die out? My elder brothers both have children. This money, I borrowed from my former classmates, totaling 900 yuan. That should be enough for my younger brother's wedding and house. I absolutely refuse to agree to this marriage exchange. If you force me further, I will truly make you regret it. Just wait and see. Mother, please hold your tongue for a moment. You know my temperament well. I always mean what I say. Her mother hurriedly took the money, counted it, and glanced at old Zhang before asking, Who did you borrow this from? Who in the commune could lend you such a sum? You need to clarify this. Zhang Wanting replied patiently, Our family may lack resources. But do you think others are without funds? Where I borrowed it from is none of your concern. I will repay it myself. For now, I will not send any allowances home as I need to return the money. After graduation, my salary will be sent back to the family. I simply implore you to leave me be. Upon noticing the elderly couple's silence, Zhang Wanting understood they intended to confer privately. So she refrained from further conversation and retreated to her room. The couple deliberated quietly, with the old man Zhao asserting, This arrangement is acceptable. Her monthly salary from her subsequent job will not be insignificant, and we shall not suffer losses. That girl from the grain station, spoiled and pampered, has never sat well with me. If she has money, we can always seek another. The old woman chimed in, Indeed, she seems increasingly audacious. We can no longer manage her. Zhang Laohan, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, No matter how bold she becomes, she is still my blood. She cannot escape my grasp. Li He was well acquainted with the locale, and with an introduction letter in hand, he secured a room at the guest house. The indifferent demeanor of the staff was something he had grown accustomed to. He paid 80 cents for the room. The accommodations were dismal, featuring a spring mattress no wider than a school bunk bed. The concrete floor was anything but level. Beside the bed, a tea table bore an old thermos wrapped in tin, igniting a whimsical impulse in Li He to jokingly address it as Big Brother, for he surmised that this thermos was certainly older than himself. In truth, this Big Brother may not have been the most senior object in the room, as a dilapidated wardrobe in the corner bore unfortunate scars of human neglect. He recalled a film shot in Hong Kong starring Wu Ma, depicting a Chinese-American child returning to Pujiang, struggling to adapt, ultimately departing in frustration. The film concluded with Wu Ma alone in a room, weeping, lamenting that hope was forever elusive in such a place. Li He spent a melancholic day, observing the impoverished town, characterized by dusty ochre hues, rows of decrepit houses, and the shabby guest house. Were it not for his rebirth, he might have shared Wu Ma's despair. The guest house, upon his first visit with Zhang Wanting after their marriage, had not been so decrepit. Clearly, renovations had since taken place. After securing the door and paying 20 cents, he took a refreshing shower at the wash basin. Feeling considerably better, Li ventured downstairs in search of a restaurant from his memories. After a fruitless search for a private establishment, he resorted to a state-run diner, which posed a slight inconvenience as he required national grain coupons to dine, a necessity for anyone traveling outside their province. He ordered a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, consuming a modest meal until darkness enveloped the sky. With no streetlights, he returned directly to his room, where he read a book for a while before succumbing to drowsiness. The following morning, he was startled awake by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the guest house attendant, and to his delight, Zhang Wanting stood behind her, holding a bag. "And who might you be to this gentleman?" The attendant inquired with an expression as stern as if he were owed a great debt. Li, feeling helpless, thought that without a marriage certificate, perhaps Zhang Wanting truly could not enter this room. Upon entering, he casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the attendant with a smile, saying, "Brother, I appreciate your assistance. This is my sister. We'll leave shortly, so please do us a favor." The attendant, perhaps sensing the situation, chose not to dwell on it, responding, "All right, but remember not to create any inappropriate relationships." Li pulled Zhang Wanting into the room, asking, "Why are you here? Have the issues at home been resolved?" Zhang Wanting placed her bag down and circled the room, noting the disarray as she observed Li meandering about in his undergarments. "Could you please put on some clothes?" she remarked. Li chuckled and dressed, replying, "Wait for me. I'll wash my face." In the washroom, Li found no toothbrush, so he haphazardly used his fingers to clean his teeth, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face. Upon returning, he saw Zhang Wanting perusing a book from his bedside. "You know, I enjoy aimless reading when there's nothing else to do. What do you usually do?" he asked. Zhang Wanting handed him a towel, saying, "Dry your hair. Don't go outside in the wind." "I hardly have time for leisure reading. I'm too busy with classes. We have classmates from the Northeast who studied Russian in high school, while we started from scratch. It's a significant gap, and catching up is quite challenging." Li felt tears welling up at this tender moment. "Everything at home is sorted now, right? Your parents didn't make things difficult for you?" he inquired. "They received the money, so what more could they complain about? Still, thank you for your help." She replied, "Let us return to Beijing together. I don't want to stay in this house any longer." Zhang Wanting sighed and plopped down on the bed. Li exhaled in relief. This troublesome matter had finally been resolved, minimizing the damage. In her previous life, she had truly attempted to end it all, and had it not been for timely intervention, she might have perished. He squinted, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, asking, "What's wrong? You seem downcast." Zhang Wanting, who wore her heart on her sleeve, could not hide her emotions. As long as Li chose not to overlook her, any subtle change would be apparent to him. In their face-to-face position, any attempt she made to evade would be glaringly obvious. Her face inevitably flushed, and she turned towards the curtain, suddenly bending to pick up the book. In that moment, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her and murmured, "Will you always treat me well?" "Of course," he assured. "I can't articulate eloquent words, but my heart aches when I don't see you." Li gazed dreamily at Zhang Wanting, whose features, though simply composed of a nose, 2 eyes, and a mouth, formed a harmonious and beautiful visage. Following the contours of her face, his gaze unconsciously drifted downward. Time seemed to freeze as he remained motionless, his body tense and rigid, like a taut string ready to snap at any moment. In truth, his mind had gone blank, fixated solely on one simple thought, to proceed or not to proceed. Yet, it was evident that reason and desire were in stark opposition. Within that fleeting minute, perhaps even less, his forehead had become beaded with sweat. In this fleeting moment, nothing exists except for the purest desire of possession inherent to man. Without a hint of psychological preparation, Li pressed his lips against Zhang Wanting's, kissing her to the point where she struggled to breathe and desperately attempted to push him away. Only then did he relent, retreating from her parched mouth to inhale the scent along her jawline, neck, and collarbone. Instinctively, Zhang Wanting pushed him away, yet simultaneously emitted soft sounds that hinted at her ambivalence. Thus unfolded an exquisite interplay of rejection and invitation. Perhaps the intensity was overwhelming, evoking an instinctual trepidation within Zhang Wanting, prompting her to retreat in fear. This led to a playful tumble on the bed, eventually resulting in both of them rolling off. In that instant, as they fell, Li He's mind briefly flickered with clarity, and he instinctively shielded Zhang Wanting, ensuring she landed safely atop him. The fall was inconsequential, but the weight of an adult woman pressed against his chest caused a dull ache. This is precisely why a spacious bed is essential. Zhang Wanting, fuming, stood up and kicked Li He, exclaiming, "Are you trying to kill yourself? How could you do that? I expect you to respect me." Li He, embarrassed and ashamed, lowered his head and muttered an apology. Overwhelmed by the resurgence of youthful hormones and assumptions, he had acted impulsively, forgetting that in this lifetime, they were merely friends. Seeing Li He in such a state stirred a pang of sympathy within Zhang Wanting. She helped him up, concerned, "Did I hurt you?" "I'm sorry. A hit is affection. A scold is love," she teased. You're such a scoundrel. This time, Li understood the boundaries. They exchanged a few light-hearted words, checked out of the guest house, and bought some large buns from a street vendor, strolling leisurely towards the bus station. Upon arrival, Zhang Wanting nestled contentedly against the chest of the man who cherished her, curling slightly as she drifted into sleep, radiating satisfaction. In her solitude, she often found herself hugging her arms, lost in thought amidst the clamor. Li held her tightly, feeling that this perfect bliss should last a lifetime. She had become more open, transformed into a woman utterly distinct from the refined figure of her past. Li pondered whether this wife was indeed the same as the one from his previous life. The Zhang Wanting he once knew was a woman of knowledge, taste, upbringing, and wisdom, exuding a gentle charm of intellect. Had he intervened too soon in her life? After all, she was still just a naive girl on the brink of blossoming. Her worldview had yet to solidify. There remained so much for her to experience alone. As the train approached its destination, Li remarked, "You should be able to access your dormitory, but the cafeteria and water room will be closed. Would you like to come with me to Wang'er Mountain instead? I have rented a house over there, where I have a place to stay and a space to cook." We simply took the bus after getting off the train. Zhang Wanting contemplated for a moment, realizing she indeed had nowhere else to go. It was a momentary impulse that led to this predicament. She had not considered how to manage meals or where to find hot water. Nodding, she said, "I will follow wherever you go, even if it means sitting on the street. There's nothing wrong with being a devoted partner. It brings affection." Her eyes, not particularly large, were adorned with long, dark lashes, and her delicate nose ignited a desire in Li to take a bite. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared, making him want to hold her close and spin around. "Rest assured, I will not let you suffer any indignities. Just come with me after we get off." Once they disembarked, they nearly got splattered by an elderly man's spittle at the bus stop. Li shot a glare at the old man, pondering the absurdity of confronting him. It would only invite criticism from bystanders for making a fuss over nothing and for disrespecting the elderly. The sky in the capital was still a bit chilly, with a warm sun overhead, and the streets were still laden with unmelting snow. After getting off the bus, Li led Zhang Wanting, carefully navigating through the puddles. The path to his residence was notably treacherous, but they could only wait for clearer skies and melted snow. Handing his bag to Zhang Wanting, he retrieved the key and opened the door. "Welcome," he said, pushing the door open. "Look, this will be our domain from now on. What is mine is yours." Zhang Wanting placed her bag down and took a moment to survey the surroundings, inhaling deeply. "With all your clutter, what do you plan to do? You can't leave it in the yard. It takes up too much space. Sit for a moment. I will prepare something to eat." "It is already 2 o'clock, Li said, cautiously stacking some jars to create a bit of room. With a playful grin, he added, "Don't underestimate these items. They are antiques, you know? In the past, only nobles and wealthy merchants could afford such things. Now, they are within our reach. Our future meals of soup and meat will rely on these, and who knows, they might even become family heirlooms." Seeing Li's careful demeanor made Zhang Wanting chuckle. "All right, you treasure them. Just tell me where the rice is, and I will make some porridge for us." Li led her to the kitchen, fetched some firewood from the yard, and retrieved some cured meat and fish from under the eaves. "Smell this, is it spoiled? Let us use this to cook rice." "You silly, you can tell just by looking at it." "There's no way it's spoiled in this season," Zhang Wanting replied, taking it from him. Noticing a bowl of pickled radishes on the countertop, she suggested, "I'll make salted meat with radish. How does that sound?" As Zhang Wanting busied herself with washing the pot and cutting the meat, Li tended to the fire. Once it was ablaze, he said, "While it's still warm, I'll take the bedding out to air. It might be a bit damp." "That's fine. You can tidy up the room and bring out the dirty clothes." "I'll wash them for you later," Zhang Wanting replied, slicing the meat while evenly distributing the hot oil in the pot, humming a little tune now and then. Currently, the likelihood of 2 individuals sharing a bed is quite slim. Li busily rearranged items from another bedroom, placing as many as possible in the yard, while the bed in the adjacent room was piled high with belongings, leaving him to sleep in the main room. "Brother, you're back," he exclaimed, noticing the door was unlocked and smoke wafting from the kitchen, initially fearing a burglary. Su Ming glanced toward the kitchen, spotting a graceful silhouette busily engaged in tasks. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Brother, who is that? She doesn't look like Sister He. Sister He is taller. From now on, remember to call her sister-in-law." Li retorted with a sideways glance. "Since you have some free time, hurry and help me tidy up the house." Naturally curious, Su Ming contemplated peeking into the kitchen to see what the so-called sister-in-law looked like, wondering if she could possibly be more beautiful than Sister He. In his mind, Li He and He Fang were quite compatible, sharing an undeniable chemistry as classmates. However, a stern look from Li He redirected his focus back to cleaning. Zhang Wanting finished tidying the table in the main room and called toward the bedroom. "Come out for dinner. Remember to wash your hands and face." Su Ming peeked out from the room, calling, "Sister-in-law, let me help you." Zhang Wanting looked at Li He, puzzled, to which Li He explained, "This is my brother. It's correct for him to call you sister-in-law. Then let us eat together. I'll serve the rice," Zhang Wanting said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she made an excuse to retreat to the kitchen. Li He sat down at the dining table, where a dish of salty pork stir-fried with radishes and a plate of dried fish with spicy peppers awaited. He picked up a piece of fish, savoring the familiar taste and recipe, and took another bite of rice, murmuring, "Delicious," nearly brought to tears. Li He had grown tired of his own cooking, realizing his culinary skills had never improved, relegating him to a lifetime of menial kitchen tasks. "Why are you just eating rice? Eat some vegetables too," he remarked, noticing Su Ming slurping. The memory struck him that this fellow was sensitive to spice, which left them with no option, as both he and his sister-in-law relished spicy food. Feeling a bit shy, Zhang Wanting stood up, saying, "Let me pour you a glass of water. I just boiled some." Su Ming caught a glimpse of Li He's expression and quickly stood up, saying, "Sister-in-law, I can get it myself. You sit down." With that, he dashed to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. Once seated again, he felt Li He's gaze upon him, and realizing his lack of awareness, he hastily retrieved Li He's teapot, washed it again, and prepared tea leaves, placing it before Li He and Zhang Wanting. "Do you have any thread? I noticed your clothes are torn. I can sew them up for you after dinner," Zhang Wanting offered, intending to mend Li He's garments before washing them. Li He glanced at his own attire, then at Zhang Wanting's, and replied, "No need. Let's just get new ones. I still have plenty of fabric coupons." With spring approaching, those winter coats would soon be unwearable. "Right, sister-in-law, I have quite a few fabric coupons at home as well. Let us replace everything," Su Ming interjected, rearranging the table. "Brother, I can bring some fabric from home for you to use." Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. We shall purchase blankets later at the supply and marketing cooperative." He intended to take Zhang Wanting to buy new clothes and shoes, but to his surprise, Zhang Wanting widened her eyes and insisted, "No need to waste money. I can make shoes with fabric soles, and they will be just as good." Instead of heading to the department store downtown, they went to the nearby cooperative. Zhang Wanting was dazzled by the array of choices but remained resolute against indulging herself. She turned to the sales clerk and requested, "Please show me that batch of light blue fabric. I want to make an outfit for my partner." Li understood her intentions all too well. She was concerned about spending her own money without justification. He pulled Zhang Wanting closer and said, "Since I have promised to treat you well for a lifetime and to share my life with you, what is mine is also yours. If you continue to keep such distance between us, how will we ever be together?" Zhang Wanting felt a sense of confusion, realizing something was amiss. No, I still owe you money. This one do. We aren't even married yet. How could I spend your money like that? I am more than willing. Your happiness ensures my own. Do you understand? Rest assured, I have sufficient funds and will never leave you in financial distress," Li declared, leaving no room for Zhang Wanting's objections. He returned to the counter and told the sales clerk, "Wrap up that women's teal fabric as well, and bring me 2 batches." The sales clerk muttered under her breath about the lack of prior arrangement. Yet she proceeded to measure the fabric and quoted a price of $22.50. Li promptly handed over the fabric tickets in cash, and together with Zhang Wanting, they purchased 2 pairs of black leather shoes, some sewing supplies, toothbrushes, towels, and 2 blankets. Zhang Wanting felt an indescribable sweetness mixed with a twinge of guilt over the expenses, which totaled 82 yuan. They returned home, laden with their purchases. She particularly adored the leather shoes, having never worn such footwear before. Just as she was about to express her disapproval, Li swiftly paid without allowing her a chance to object. "You didn't even ask me for my size. You bought them without a second thought," she remarked. With unwavering confidence, Li replied, "Size 38, it cannot be wrong." Upon returning from the cooperative and finishing dinner, Li was at the water pipe washing a handkerchief. Suddenly, Zhang Wanting recognized the cloth in his hands. "Li, that handkerchief you used to wrap the cake you gave me back then." Li glanced down and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Wanting was left speechless, feeling nauseated. Li, noticing her distress, quickly reassured her, "I swear, in those days, it was never used for anything else. It was absolutely clean." Irritated, Zhang Wanting commanded, "Go and stoke the fire in the kitchen." Outside, it was dark and still, the chill unwavering. While the warmth from the kitchen fire enveloped them as they busily prepared, Li kindled the flames, finally boiling a pot of water while searching for towels and basins. Zhang Wanting observed his flustered demeanor and swiftly took charge, instructing him to sit in the main room. Li He complied, seated himself obediently with the teapot. While Zhang Wanting brought the basin before him and proceeded to remove his shoes, testing the water for warmth. Li chuckled, dismissing notions of male privilege or female empowerment. After all, he had often washed for her as well. It felt reminiscent of their wedding night in a past life. "Thank you, but I can manage myself," he offered. Zhang Wanting, undeterred, rolled up his pant legs, commenting on the size of his feet. "As my father would say, they're fit for labor." Li He jested in return. "Then take me home to farm and bear a few children." "You fool, you can only spout nonsense." "Spare me your blunders," Zhang Wanting retorted in a moment of exasperation, her frustration causing her to slip into Dutch. Li He burst into laughter. "How am I foolish? I'm merely speaking the truth, as long as you are willing." Irritated, Zhang Wanting pinched the top of his foot, reprimanding him for his ridiculous remarks. The night had grown dark, the door securely fastened, punctuated only by the occasional barking of dogs. The heavy breaths of the two were palpable, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A shard of broken tile fell from the eaves with a sharp thud, startling them both into alertness. Li He pondered what topic might spark their conversation: literature, poetry, or perhaps the affairs of the world. "Do you like me?" he asked. "Yes," came the simple reply. The air seemed to thicken with an intoxicating tension, their exchange laced with unspoken desires. "Do you love me?" he queried. "You are rather dull," she replied. Their disjointed dialogue stirred a whirlwind of thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy with their shared breaths. "We can't continue like this," Li He finally suggested, retreating to the bedroom to prepare a bed for Zhang Wanting. "Why don't you sleep? We're both tired. Let us rest, and tomorrow I'll take you to the department store." Just as he was about to close the door, Zhang Wanting called out, "Li He, come sit with me for a while. I can't sleep." He perched on the edge of the bed, gazing down at her before leaning in for a gentle kiss. "You aren't afraid of ghosts, are you?" he teased. She rolled her eyes. "Just keep your distance. It's cold outside." Li stripped down to his undergarments and slipped beneath the covers, causing Zhang Wanting to startle, nearly pushing him off the bed. Seeing his pitiable expression, she shut her eyes and pulled him close, as if pouring all her strength into embracing him. "Regardless, I've made my choice. You cannot abandon me in the future," she declared. In that moment, Li felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, overshadowing the earlier fervor. His wife seemed so naive, so trusting, easily swayed by a few kind words, fostering a deep emotional connection. If it were not for this rebirth, how could he possibly sense the bewilderment and helplessness of his wife at this moment? Li, with a heart full of pain, withdrew his hand from hers, only to embrace her tightly once more. "From this moment on, I shall call you my wife. If I ever treat you poorly, may the heavens strike me down," he declared. Zhang Wanting swiftly silenced him with a kiss, playfully pinching his nose. "How can you say such things? I truly believe you. No one has ever treated me as kindly as you do. No one can separate us." She added, "I never want to return to that home." Li was taken aback, his eyes brimming with emotion. In his previous life, his wife had been burdened with concerns for her family. Yet now she seemed to have let it all go. It appeared she was testing him, and he replied, "Return? Why would we go back? One day, we will have riches, and we shall return in a luxurious car, making them envious and filled with longing." How extravagant! A luxury car? A bicycle would suffice, Zhang Wanting teased, drawing herself closer to Li. Feeling relieved, Li realized he had made the right bet, and the warmth within him intensified. Without uttering another word, he pulled Zhang Wanting beneath him. The two closed their eyes, breathing heavily in the throes of passion. Zhang Wanting gasped for air, her legs trembling, her head resting on the bed, arching her neck back with effort. After their fervent encounter, upon noticing the blood on the bed, Zhang Wanting was startled and began to cry. Li hurriedly got off the bed to fetch water, helping her to clean up while offering comfort and soothing words. "Will you truly treat me well?" she sobbed. Li, growing anxious, replied, "Our household registration book is right here with us. Tomorrow, we shall go register our marriage, agreed?" Zhang Wanting, her tears subsiding, smiled through her remaining sadness, got up to change the sheets, and nestled against Li, falling into a peaceful sleep. Li realized that he now had an additional responsibility to keep track of the days when Zhang Wanting would have her period each month. As she was still a student, if she were to become pregnant and take leave, her studies would be severely impacted. At the break of dawn the next day, Li rose early, prepared a basin of warm water, and brought it into the room. "Wife, wash your face. I will go buy you some sesame pancakes and fried dough sticks," he said. Zhang Wanting shyly nodded in agreement. Upon returning with the food, Li He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Zhang Wanting, who was unsteady on her feet. She playfully slapped him, exclaiming, "This is all your fault." Li He then opened a sandalwood cabinet with his key. "Come here, my wife. This is where we shall keep all our possessions from now on. It will all be under your management. My household registration book is inside." Zhang Wanting gazed at the thick stacks of cash in awe. "Where did you acquire so much money? You haven't done anything illicit, have you?" Li He recounted every detail of his experiences since the beginning of the semester, beaming with pride as he looked at Zhang Wanting, silently urging her to praise him. Zhang Wanting expressed her concern, fearing that this might attract thieves, which would only lead to future worries. "I won't concern myself with it," she stated as Li He arranged the youtiao and soy milk, quickly preparing a pot of tea for himself to enjoy breakfast, urging herself not to dawdle. "It's not my responsibility. We aren't even married yet, and besides, I haven't spent any money." Although Zhang Wanting felt a surge of emotion, she remained steadfast in her views. Li He retorted, "Are we not merely missing a marriage certificate? We have already established the essence of a couple. Why nitpick over trivialities? Do you intend to seek someone else?" Zhang Wanting hastily replied, "Who said that? I vowed to be with you for a lifetime. Let us not delve into these unnecessary discussions." She snatched the keys from Li He's hand, declaring that if they were hers to manage, then they were hers, sparing him the chance to flaunt his wealth to other women in the future. Li He could only smile wryly. In the days that followed, Li He adopted a carefree attitude, allowing Zhang Wanting to take charge of the household chores, cooking, laundry, grocery shopping, and cleaning. Both relished this culinary companionship, and their intimate affairs became less about timing and more about spontaneity. Li He grew increasingly impatient and rough, while Zhang Wanting, though accustomed to it, occasionally felt a tinge of embarrassment, scolding him for his brazen demeanor. Li He experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he had returned to a previous life. The only difference being the absence of financial worries and the lack of their son and daughter. He pondered whether their son would still be as clever and obedient as in the past, and if their daughter would retain her charm and intelligence. The thought of their children brought him to tears, as he questioned whether they could thrive without him. In the clash of eras, true love is effortless. When life settles into simplicity, there is no need for forced pleasantries or strenuous efforts. The comfort between two people becomes a natural state. The one who loves you most will not wish to see you toil in hardship. Zhang Wanting had never imagined life could be so serene, experiencing a level of stability she had never known. Each morning, she would rise early to procure breakfast, and after enjoying her meal, she would diligently review her studies, practicing her pronunciation, which occasionally transformed her words into a tongue-tied jumble, leaving many Russian words unpronounced. The grammar was ever-changing and difficult to memorize. Although a semester's study had only equipped her with a few simple sentences, her confidence remained unshaken. After her studies, she would buy groceries, wash clothes, and tidy the house. With only a few days left before the school term commenced, and she would return to the dormitory. She hung her last shirt to dry and languidly reclined in her armchair. In that moment, Li He joyfully approached her from behind, placing a hand on her shoulder as he said, "My dear wife, you've worked hard. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Zhang Wanting felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and relaxation as she leaned back, a hint of pride swelling within her, closing her eyes to relish the attentions of this charming rogue. Strangely enough, the discomfort in my shoulders gradually dissipated under Li He's warm and gentle massage, leaving my back feeling surprisingly light and comfortable. A boundless vitality surged within me, producing an unprecedented source of strength. Zhang Wanting softly commented, "You truly have a talent. Your massage technique is impressive." Li He chuckled modestly. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely third in the world. What a nuisance. Where do you come up with such nonsense? Have you been practicing on other women?" Zhang Wanting teased. Li He nearly burst into tears, feeling aggrieved as he replied, "My dear wife, I swear by the heavens, you are the first person in this world to receive such a massage from me. If you don't believe me, I'll take an oath." Later that afternoon, with some free time on his hands, Li He inquired of Zhang Wanting, "I've decided to buy a few novels outside the school. Would you like to join me?" Zhang Wanting shook her head. "I'll stay home to review my studies. I have no time for leisure reading. You go by yourself." The school was bustling with many returning students, with classrooms and secluded paths filled with peers engrossed in their books. No one dared to waste time. As these vibrant and youthful boys and girls prepared to bid farewell to their campus, They would soon become the backbone of society. At that time, the conditions for scientific research and study were rather primitive. Many schools lacked even a penny in funding. The better-equipped institutions had only a single experimental platform shared among classes, allowing for merely 1 or 2 experiments per semester. For instance, during that period in the Hucking computer science program, each student was given a cardboard simulation of a keyboard to memorize the layout in their dorms. With no internet or search engines, everything relied on memory. Thus, when debugging programs went awry, one had to rely primarily on recollection to consult books, making familiarity with reference materials essential. Yet, there was a certain joy in not needing to memorize everything, as long as one remembered which book contained which section. Every achievement requires diligent effort, and it also demands that numerous talented individuals are willing to strive. The profound lesson that hard work is essential in overcoming adversity is one that cannot be forgotten. He recalled a former colleague who graduated from the National University of Defense Technology, a genius capable of recalling thousands of solder points on a circuit board, accurately identifying errors during experiments. Reflecting on this, He felt a wave of nostalgia. Many older intellectuals can be seen as a microcosm of China's development. Despite facing unjust treatment during certain periods, their deep love for the land remained steadfast. They endured poverty, embraced solitude, and selflessly contributed without seeking rewards. The modern era has been marked by humiliation and suffering, yet the Chinese people have resolutely held their heads high, with generations of talent emerging, shedding blood through numerous adversities. Whether in resistance against Japanese or American forces, reclaiming their place in the world. In the face of disasters that led many other nations to ruin, China has persevered. After purchasing books, He inadvertently found himself once again at Weiming Lake. In the recently departed dark night of poetry, our verses have also been severed from the world. The individual reciting with heartfelt emotion bears a large head atop a frail frame, encircled by a wild mane and a scruffy beard that frame a naturally youthful visage. He, lacking an understanding of poetry or any artistic sensibility, feels no excitement at encountering a celebrity. He merely feels pity for this person. In a previous life, there was no intersection between them. Yet later, when this individual lay on the tracks, his circle of friends could not help but lament. Against the backdrop of a society undergoing reform and opening, following a catastrophic upheaval, a tempest of ideological liberation emerged. The fervor for creative expression surged through the entire society. With poetry and literary endeavors in many university campuses flourishing vigorously, amidst an inevitable cacophony of chaotic thoughts and conflicting values that left the youth adrift. The collision of confinement and liberation ignited a fervor for the spiritual realm among a generation. He overheard what seemed to be a drunken individual exclaiming, "Poets? Are there any poets in China? Tell me, do you think there are poets in China?" Noticing that the person was directing his words at him, Li hastily waved his hands in apology, saying, "I'm sorry to intrude. I study physics, and I am but a simpleton who knows little of literature or poetry. I merely find your discussion intriguing. Studying physics, what good does that do? Do you know what China lacks? It lacks spirit. We need to awaken this society." Rather than allow more souls to sink into the intoxicating haze, the drunken voice retorted, the acrid sin of alcohol nearly overwhelming He. Feeling somewhat displeased, He found the group of 5 or 6 individuals perplexing. The youthful face beside him hurried over to say, "I apologize. He has had a bit to drink and is in a contemplative mood. I am Zhai Haixing from the law department. He is Luo from the language and literature department. We have formed a poetry society to exchange ideas. No trouble at all. I'm Li He." He smiled at Zhai Haixing before glancing at Luo, continuing, "I don't quite understand what you mean by awakening. I only believe that if each person performs their duties in their respective roles, this nation will one day flourish. That is mere numbness. You do not deserve to be a university student. A vibrant young person should possess their own thoughts and will." Luo's vehement words caused his companions to shift uncomfortably, hastily restraining him. Li, feeling unjustly caught in the crossfire, was extremely displeased. "I know how to be a Chinese person, regardless of others' disdain or slander. And regardless of our current backwardness, I believe, and firmly so, that we will one day reclaim our strength. If you only focus on a fragment of history, you will inevitably find it incomprehensible or even infuriating. However, when viewed in continuity, history generally reveals a balanced narrative. We have thrived for 5 millennia. We cannot negate all that simply because of a century of decline." Li spoke fervently, disregarding Zhai Haixing's advice. growing increasingly agitated while simultaneously wishing for a more moderate perspective. He cautioned them against their extreme views, noting their influence on impressionable youth. First, consider what you have contributed to this nation and society before demanding anything in return. If our economy remains dependent, how can we even discuss independent thought? Do you not find that amusing? Just because you have read a few so-called philosophical texts, do not presume you possess an invincible intellect. These books merely cater to your discontented naivety. History will eventually reach a conclusion. Venture out more, observe the world. For society is in constant flux. Focus on the positives rather than clinging to the shadows, and only then will your heart find clarity. A few individuals stared blankly at Li, but by the time they registered his words, he had already departed. Li sighed inwardly, realizing that the undercurrents of ideological clash had only just begun here. Regardless of their success, intellectuals often serve as mere instruments. Having witnessed the vibrancy of the outside world, they compare their meager earnings to that of others, feeling the sting of inadequacy. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Thus, an increasing number succumb to doubt, frustration, and delusion, readily embracing Western ideals while rejecting the status quo in pursuit of a so-called genuine prosperity. The eventual collapse of the Soviet Union served as a profound lesson for the Chinese, awakening them to the reality that this ideological debate had reached its conclusion. He Fang returned, resuming her collection of antique bottles and jars, as their current residence could no longer accommodate them. Li rented 3 additional rooms not far from their present abode, moving large pieces of rosewood and mahogany furniture into the new space. Together with Su Ming, they painstakingly transported each item, leaving behind only a few valuable small pieces, such as jade and ancient texts. Li reclined on a chair in the bedroom, using a cloth to wipe a piece of yellow stone, breathing warmth onto it with great care. He was particularly fond of these items and dared not be negligent. Upon examining a piece of purple jade, he discovered it was marred with cracks, a sight too painful to endure. Whether it suffered from neglect, lack of affection, or poor craftsmanship, the internal damage had manifested into visible fissures. He was so distressed that he could not even eat lunch. He meticulously cleaned a piece of mutton fat jade depicting the laughing Buddha, threading it onto a red cord before handing it to Zhang Wanting, who was reading nearby. "Wife, I shall wear this. I must not lose it, for it is quite valuable." Zhang Wanting chuckled, finding his exaggeration amusing. Li rolled his eyes, insisting, "Do you believe me? Such a trinket will one day be worth millions. Are you aware of the saying, gold and silver have price, but jade is priceless? In ancient times, there existed a famed piece of jade known as the He Fang. Qin Shi Huang's father, King Zhao of Qin, desired to purchase it, but its owner refused to sell. Ultimately, the Qin family was compelled to offer up 15 cities in exchange for that jade, yet still, it remained unsold. The owner was simply obstinate. "I am too weary to entertain your ramblings. Please do not disturb my reading," Zhang Wanting remarked. However, upon receiving the exquisite white jade pendant, she could not help but admire its immaculate quality. The jade was smooth and warm to the touch, featuring a smiling Maitreya Buddha intricately carved with a blend of simplicity and finesse. Even an untrained eye could discern that it was a remarkable piece of jade. She secured it around her neck, adjusted her collar, and carefully folded it away, placing it close to her heart. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Li glanced at Zhang Wanting, noting her stillness, and reluctantly rose to answer it. To his surprise, it was He Fang, who had transformed significantly since their last encounter. Having returned from the northeast during the frigid winter months, she was bundled up like a bear emerging from its den, clad in multiple layers that obscured even her eyebrows. Looking more tightly wrapped than an Arab woman, her naturally slender frame, now enveloped in thick clothing, appeared almost overwhelmed by the weight of her winter attire. Struggling under the burden of her bags, she could barely stand upright. "Hey, young lady, let me help you with that bag." Li quickly took it from her. "Impressive. Even you, the lazy one, have taken to tidying up. I'm starving. I crave braised pork. Whatever delicacies you've brought, present them to me without delay." He Fang tossed her bag onto the floor as she entered the room, lighting a cigarette and surveying her surroundings with keen interest. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Wanting emerged from the bedroom. The sight of He Fang smoking aggressively startled her. He Fang felt a chill run through her as she exchanged a puzzled glance with Li He. "This is my partner, Zhang Wanting, from the Foreign Languages Institute," Li He introduced, pulling Zhang Wanting closer. "And this is my classmate and our class monitor, He Fang, who has always looked after me like an elder sister." He Fang felt a pang in her heart, a strange discomfort, as she glanced at Zhang Wanting. "Well, Well, look at you. Such a beautiful wife you have. And so kind. You must treat her well. I won't allow anything less, she exclaimed, feigning enthusiasm. Hello. Have you just arrived from your hometown? You must be tired. Let me get you some water. I'll go buy some ingredients for a feast, she continued, as Zhang Wanting graciously poured her a glass of water. No need for formality. I just happened to pass by and wanted to check in. I brought some local specialties, like roasted pork and wild boar for you to sample. They're all dried, He Fang replied, unpacking her bags and organizing the items meant for Li He, while stowing her own belongings back inside. I still need to return to the dormitory, freshen up, and make my bed. Classes resume tomorrow. Li He sensed a peculiar tension in the air. He Fang's words struck an awkward chord. As He Fang stepped over the threshold, he chose not to intervene, thinking that in a couple of days when Zhao Yongqi and the others returned, he would cook at home and they could all gather together. He Fang forced a smile and said, All right, just notify me when the time comes. I need to hurry back and take a shower after 2 days on the train. I feel quite unpleasant. As she stepped outside, she stifled the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, hastening her pace to hide in a secluded corner where no one could see her, and began to weep silently. She could not comprehend why she was crying. She should have been happy for him, wishing him well in finding someone deserving. He was at times composed and at others passionate, sometimes humorous yet meticulous. And conversing with him required no pretense. Before her eyes, she envisioned that youthful face, which she had never paid such close attention to before. It was neither the rugged visage of a mature man nor the naive countenance of a child, but rather a blend of both, vibrant and full of life, exuding a mischievous charm. Li He, do you believe in love at first sight? Do not believe in such notions, for you cannot discern a person's wealth at first glance. Little Li, you are rather materialistic. If having money is a flaw, then I would gladly embrace that flaw repeatedly. How can you be so shameless? Dear sister, we have a slight disagreement. I wish for you to transform dung into gold, while you wish for me to regard gold as dung. Zhang Wanting, perhaps more sensitive as a woman, inquired of Li He, are you truly classmates? Li He opened the bag left by He Fang, noticing that Zhang Wanting's expression was rather neutral. He hastily replied, absolutely true. If you don't believe me, wait until Su Ming arrives and ask him, are we having wild boar for dinner? Will you cook or shall I? Zhang Wanting ignored him and went straight to her bedroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Li He stood there momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react or what to say. Just as he turned on the radio and prepared to brew a cup of tea, there was a loud knocking at the door. Annoyed, he got up to open it. Why are you so slow to open the door, brother? Su Ming complained. Recently, he had been pushed by Li He to attend night school, studying accounting, which was quite challenging for someone with a middle school education. He had been coming over less frequently, fearing Li He's surprise quizzes. You seem to have plenty of time on your hands, Li He retorted as he turned back into the room, exasperated. Su Ming chuckled. Brother, I just saw sister, he crying. What happened? By the time I got there, she had already taken the bus away. Li He was taken aback. Why would she cry? Did someone here offend her? I saw her leave your house without encountering anyone. Su Ming glanced into the room. Where's sister-in-law? Li He pondered. Could it be that she felt disheartened over the wild boar? That seemed unlikely. Brother, I've noticed many attractive foreign girls in Shidon. Their figures, their skin, their looks, simply exquisite. Su Ming smirked, gesturing excitedly. How about we go take a look? They're rather revealing. Well, perhaps you should wait until you have money and marry a foreign girl. It would not be such a rare occurrence. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't it just a matter of a toothpick stirring a large vat or a small shrimp wandering about Westlake, bringing disgrace to our homeland? Li He retorted with a hint of annoyance. Are you still a virgin? With a stature like a telephone pole. Why not adorn yourself with one as well? Overthinking can lead to folly. One may be unaware of depth, while the other may be oblivious to length. Confidence is paramount. Even a toothpick can be lethal. Strive to hone your skills and bring glory to your nation. Size is inconsequential. What matters is the ability to utilize and collaborate effectively. Su Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm, Brother, tell me where to find such a woman. I must marry a tall, curvaceous foreign beauty. The mere thought is exhilarating. Li sighed, acknowledging the cultural exchange and clashing ideologies. Many Chinese men, upon encountering youthful and alluring foreign women for the first time, reveal their desires through gluttonous gazes, particularly towards those with golden hair, tall stature, fair skin, and exquisite facial contours. Who could resist the allure of a woman with long legs, a shapely figure, and an angelic face? Li He continued, Opportunities will arise, provided your pockets jingle with sufficient coins. Marrying a foreign woman would be splendid. The next generation won't struggle with learning foreign languages. After the commencement of the new semester, Li predominantly resided in the dormitory. Occasionally, during his breaks, he would take Zhang Wanting back to their modest home in Wanger Mountain for a culinary treat, indulging in a meal that featured meat. As the school canteen offered insipid fare devoid of richness, leaving their mouths parched. It wasn't only Li who found this intolerable. Even Zhang Wanting had developed a refined palate, unable to enjoy the cafeteria's offerings. Each time they cooked together, they prepared delightful dishes: spicy chicken feet, mouth-watering chicken, steamed fish with fermented black beans, and steamed beef with rice flour. Although these could be classified as home-cooked meals, their presentation revealed a level of skill far beyond the ordinary. Li He, a self-proclaimed foodie with a penchant for bold flavors, found Zhang Wanting's spicy dishes to his liking. Their occasional escapades as a couple were filled with flavor. However, when Zhang Wanting's relatives visited, Li He would inevitably find himself infuriated, often resorting to banging his head against the wall. Each month, he meticulously noted the dates of her aunt's visits in his little notebook, reminding Zhang Wanting a few days prior to her arrival. Despite his thoughtful gestures, Zhang Wanting would merely roll her eyes in appreciation and exclaim, "You pervert." During her menstrual discomfort, Li He would tenderly console her, offering to hold her, accompany her, sing to her, and prepare sweetened red sugar water. Zhang Wanting, a young woman, sometimes displayed a near-total ignorance of physiological knowledge, prompting Li He to guide her step-by-step through the concepts of the menstrual cycle, ovulation, and how to calculate safe periods while maintaining proper hygiene. This led Zhang Wanting to gaze at him in bewilderment, asking, "How do you know all this?" Li He feigned indignation, claiming, "These extracurricular and physiological books are available. I often suggested you read them, but you always said you were too busy with your studies. I have taken a look for you, yet you have not allowed me to settle down. Indeed, I am quite unfortunate." As summer envelopes the capital, the heat becomes increasingly stifling. The fiery sun filters through the foliage, casting its rays upon the inconspicuous, dilapidated bungalows, which may once have been the residences of prominent figures. The untidy, overgrown courtyards could very well have belonged to former royal estates. No matter how much I wipe away the sweat, it remains stubbornly persistent. Li He and Fei exerted great effort to install a ceiling fan, though it proved to be of little utility. "I have developed a pimple," Zhang Wanting exclaimed after scrutinizing her face in the mirror for at least half an hour. "Oh, that merely signifies your youth," Li He replied, emerging from the water, his face drenched, squinting as if seeking relief from within. "It is a pimple, not youth," Zhang Wanting retorted, feeling aggrieved. Li tilted his head back, wiped his face, and pondered how troublesome this girl in her adolescence could be, capable of being coy and playful, entirely different from the demeanor of a previous generation. "Is the pimple issue truly significant?" Li He inquired. "Of course. You only began to experience your first pimple at the age of 21, and in such a conspicuous spot as your nose. Wouldn't you find that alarming?" Zhang Wanting articulated, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her peculiar manner of speaking was oddly familiar, prompting Li He to chuckle and ask, "Have you been reading Qiong Yao's novels?" Zhang Wanting shyly nodded. Although Qiong Yao's works had not been officially banned, they were nonetheless regarded as undesirable by many, circulated discreetly among friends. This is merely an ordinary day, yet humans can be peculiar during times of misfortune. They long for ease, but once everything goes smoothly, they find it rather dull. After the commencement of the new term, Li had entrusted all repair work to He Fang and Zhao Yangqi, who were naturally elated, managing profits and losses as they pleased. Li He and Su Ming managed to extricate themselves from that realm, focusing on trading electronic watches and clothing. However, they continued to collect antiques. Though the acquisition was no longer as fruitful as before, with the increasing openness of policies, more individuals were discovering their value. Whenever Li He encountered He Fang, their interactions remained as jovial as ever, rife with banter, without any sense of change, and he did not dwell on it further. Recently, Su Ming had also become increasingly prosperous, gradually establishing himself as a prominent figure in the city. Who among the underworld did not know that brother Su was not lacking in funds, maintaining a lavish presence? With Zhang Xianwen shipping in bundles of electronic watches and calculators, Su Ming found himself exceedingly busy, yet counting money brought him joy. Had it not been for the fear of drawing attention, he would have preferred to transport goods by train. Through a network of youthful friends, street hustlers, seasoned wanderers, and even reaching the northernmost borders, He amassed a sizable group of intermediaries. By sheer luck, he became acquainted with a circle of elite youths, each introduction leading to calculators being seamlessly integrated into public institutions, where these youths were not short on reputation, though financial resources varied. Su Ming, heeding Li He's advice, decided to invite Old Mo for a meal. Dining at Old Mo's requires prior queuing, as dinner service commences at 4 in the afternoon. However, by 3 o'clock, a considerable number of patrons already line up, making it clear that arriving precisely at opening time guarantees no available seats. Through connections established with several children from affluent families, Su Ming managed to secure a place at the table whenever he desired, further enhancing his enigmatic reputation. Moreover, Su Ming's approach to forming alliances was not dictated by social status. As Li He wisely articulated, it is futile to discern a turtle from a dragon when the waters run deep. One must learn to respect others, as you never know who might ascend rapidly despite appearing inconsequential at present. Following this counsel, Su Ming treated everyone as a friend, regardless of their station in life, cultivating a reputation for integrity and earning a wealth of esteem. On the streets, when local ruffians found themselves embroiled in disputes, they sought Su Ming's intervention for resolution, as it conferred a sense of honor. In his leisure, Su Ming enjoyed brewing tea, engaging in casual conversation, and acting as a mediator, reveling in the prestige it afforded him, reminiscent of a grandmaster directing the course of events. Yet, as the novelty wore off, he found the endeavor increasingly tedious. Recalling Li He's remark about children playing house, growing weary of such thankless tasks, Su Ming delegated the responsibility of managing disputes and negotiations to a few younger associates, who had grown up in the alleys and had their fair share of run-ins with the law. These individuals, adept in their craft and quick to seize opportunities, emerged as cunning players in the game. Before any confrontation erupted, the two factions would often assess one another's strength, with the younger associates declaring, "Su Ming is my elder brother." Should a rival attempt to undermine Su Ming, they would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. As these young aides gained a reputation for their formidable methods, Su Ming found himself somewhat taken aback by their burgeoning notoriety. Observing the ferocity of the conflicts, he feared potential repercussions and swiftly distanced himself, establishing rules while allowing them to navigate matters as they saw fit. It is said that nurturing the body fosters vitality, and Su Ming increasingly adopted the demeanor of a businessman, occasionally engaging in social niceties while primarily focusing on earning profits. Li He, initially apprehensive about Su Ming's burgeoning influence, gradually grew reassured as he recognized Su Ming's ability to discern priorities. Reflecting on his own experiences, Li He acknowledged that many situations he encountered could not match the standing Su Ming had achieved. In dealings among locals, the customary rules of the alley prevailed. If an outsider like Li He were to intrude unexpectedly, no matter his wealth, he would merely be perceived as a foreign lamb ripe for the taking, unworthy of the locals' regard. Regional biases and communal loyalties have existed since time immemorial, particularly among the proud denizens of the imperial capital. Whether they are mischievous individuals or offspring of the grand courtyard, the distinctive cadence of the Beijing dialect, infused with an inherent upward inflection, embodies the pride of residing beneath the imperial city. This sense of superiority breeds a confidence that is often unattainable for the denizens of other cities, or requires extensive cultivation to achieve. The stark contrast between innate and acquired confidence is palpable. The former possesses a remarkable enchantment. Li has pondered whether Su Ming might choose to distance himself and forge a new path, yet the lengthy companionship has only intensified the sense of trust. Trust is a living sensation, a noble sentiment, and a vital bond that connects individuals. One is obligated to trust another unless proven otherwise unworthy of that trust. Conversely, one has the right to be trusted by another unless they have been deemed unworthy of it. As the year commenced, the mass exodus of young intellectuals returning to the city marked the conclusion of the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement. They encountered a societal landscape vastly different from the one they had left behind. The scarcity of employment opportunities and potential spouses left many disheartened. Simultaneously, numerous farmers gained the freedom to seek work in the cities, intensifying the competition for jobs with the returning youth. The number of unemployed individuals in urban areas grew increasingly concerning. Those marginalized from traditional employment turned to the disdained realm of individual entrepreneurship, driven by necessity. With the advent of the early 1980s, the government introduced regulations concerning the registration and management of urban individual businesses. granting a temporary reprieve to those living in constant fear of speculation. In June, the central authority encouraged and supported the appropriate development of the individual economy, asserting that different economic forms could coexist in competition and that all lawful individual laborers deserved societal respect. This assurance provided a sense of security to those who had struck their first gold. Many individual entrepreneurs began by occupying vacant spaces outside markets, selling vegetables, daily necessities, snacks, clothing, and footwear, often lacking organization or oversight. Some, under Su Ming's influence, brazenly sold watches and calculators. Initially, individual entrepreneurs were synonymous with unemployed youth, a term tinged with disdain. Yet, it was precisely these individuals who, during the era of planned economy and scarcity of goods, seized the first wave of reform and amassed considerable wealth. They engaged in trade, transporting goods from Guangzhou to the inland, capitalizing on price differentials to become affluent. In contrast, the monthly salary of civil servants barely reached 70 or 80 yuan. It would be more accurate to say that opportunities did not merely present themselves. Instead, they ensnared these individuals. This gold rush saw those from the lower echelons of society, who began with nothing and faced arduous journeys, emerge through the sands of time. Some became prominent figures in finance, while others continued to toil in entrepreneurial endeavors, and some faded into obscurity. They serve as a clarion call of an era, vibrant and unrestrained, yet never a mere pause. With the rise of individual entrepreneurs, loudspeakers began to broadcast songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Young women donned skirts, and foreigners wandered the streets with cameras in hand. The emergence of these novel societal phenomena stirred the desires of the youth, although life remained unchanged. Those who had ventured south, witnessing the early days of the 3 supplies and 1 supplement in Dongguan and Guangzhou, exploiting vast amounts of foreign exchange, riding small motorcycles, and donning colorful attire, found their hearts ignited with restlessness, yearning to break free from plans and regulations. Amidst China's internal and external tribulations, the quest for change propelled the city's inhabitants into a state of disquietude, a struggle bound by constraints, akin to the darkness before dawn. A glimmer of hope emerged, a promise of liberation and transformation. As October approached, Su Ming had seemingly become the largest second-hand dealer in the North China region, dealing in electronic watches, calculators, clothing, and tapes, generating daily revenues of 50 to 60,000, with net earnings of 5 to 6,000, which left him pondering where to stash his wealth. Dressed in a black leather jacket and shining leather shoes, smoking 5 yuan cigarettes, Su Ming could not shake off his inner worries. He scratched his head and asked Li He, "Most of your money has gone into jars, and there isn't much left at home. Yet, I have over 300,000. My mother neither rejoices nor frets. But if we get caught, that would be a serious matter." Li He, too, felt uncertain about the situation. He recalled how a simpleton named Yin Guangzhou had earned $1 million, seemingly through clandestine means, only to be labeled a capitalist. Perhaps he and Su Ming were being too conspicuous. Casting a glance at Su Ming, he suggested, "Let us keep a low profile. It's best to bury the money in jars. I'm just a student renting a place. They won't scrutinize me too closely. Just be cautious and don't offend anyone. Keep an eye on those around you. Make sure they don't act under your name." Su Ming took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "I understand. But when will it all come to an end? I thought that with money, I could live more freely and be someone of significance. Yet, turning around, my mother is already seeking a match for me, claiming I lack employment. Didn't you say you wanted to find a beautiful woman? Why the rush? You're only 23. Trust me, once people's mindsets shift, the young ladies will flock to you." Li He patted Su Ming on the shoulder, advising him to guard his dignity and, with a light-hearted attitude, face the absurdities of life. "I have nothing against it. It's just that I feel indignant. I almost wish to throw money in their faces," Su Ming said, crushing his cigarette but into the ground. "I'll head back now. My brother is bringing his child today, and I want to see them." Li He waved him off, not attempting to stop him. Zhang Wanting arranged the meal and glanced into the main room, muttering, "Has Mingzi left? Not eating? Had I known, I wouldn't have made so much." Li He set the table and chairs, explaining, "He has relatives visiting. It wouldn't be polite to keep him." Zhang Wanting, now blooming with youthful grace, was more considerate than ever, taking care of all the household chores, washing, cooking, cleaning, ensuring that Li He had no tasks to undertake. Li He sometimes reflects that, although life has become somewhat mundane, it is, nonetheless, comfortable. Concerns about his family back home have dissipated. In May, he received a telegram announcing the completion of their house. However, Duan Mei is pregnant, and in a bid to preserve their reputation, Li Long and Duan Mei hastily selected an auspicious date and arranged a banquet, thus marking their marriage. The wedding between Li Mei and Yang Shuwen was also settled in July, which relieved Li He, making him feel as though he had been granted a second chance at life, which he deemed not entirely in vain. If he were to ponder the advantages of this new lease on life, aside from possessing a degree of foresight, a slightly bolder disposition, and a broader array of knowledge than others, the prospect of truly achieving greatness seems daunting. The role of an individual amidst the tide of history is, in reality, minuscule. Akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating one's capabilities. In terms of intelligence, the students from the young talent class at the University of Science and Technology of China could easily outshine him in matters of character. Regarding diligence, even Zhang Wanting and He Fang surpass him, as he has developed an attitude of indifference towards life, bordering on laziness. When it comes to vision, figures like Huang Guomei, Ma Ali, and Ma Pingwen could easily overshadow him. In terms of execution, Lu Lianxiang and Zhang Haier could pin him to the wall of shame. As for knowledge, any random individual from the Chinese Academy of Sciences could easily overpower him. One should not underestimate others, for it is through their efforts that satellites soar into the sky. Nuclear bombs explode, and nuclear power plants are constructed. What of those who come from the future? Since the 1980s, there have indeed been significant breakthroughs in the fields of high energy, quantum mechanics, and statistical physics, yet Li is not an expert in these domains, merely a dabbling amateur. He might boast of being a competent expert in rocket artillery, perhaps due to the experience gained over time, allowing him to become adept at certain intricate theories that, in this era, he could be considered somewhat ahead of the curve. Li He has never clearly envisioned his future, as long as it is better than his previous life. He feels his existence has not been in vain. His current endeavors consist mainly of diligently accumulating capital. He sees opportunities in treasury bonds, aiming to capitalize on Japan's misfortunes and to take advantage of the oil crisis. The more Li he contemplates, the more disheartened he seems to become, grappling with the harsh realities of the world. Other matters appear beyond his control, or perhaps he could find solace in being a talent scout. Cisco is mine, Apple is mine, Facebook is mine, aspiring to be a Chinese version of Sun Masayoshi. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Finally found you, Li He. Just as he steps out of the classroom, he is confronted. Zha Haixing, do you need something from me? He asks. Let us sit over there for a moment. Li He replies, slightly bewildered. Zha Haixing responds, I apologize, but may we have a conversation? Li He harbors no animosity towards him. Rather, he feels a sense of pity, recognizing that he is merely a young adult yearning for affection. All right, no problem. Let us sit by the flower bed, Li He suggests, plopping down beside Zha Haixing, unconcerned about the dust on the stone bench. Clearing his throat, Zha Haixing says, your words the other day had a profound impact on me, and I sincerely thank you. However, there are certain matters I still need to consult you about. You must have read about the discussion on the standards of truth, haven't you? Let theoretical breakthroughs transcend boundaries and allow thoughts to escape their confines. Comrade Xiaoping is supportive of this notion. Do you not feel that our new generation of youth ought to be imbued with ideals, passion, conscience, and the audacity to be the vanguards of our era? Observing the defiant glimmer in those eyes, it is evident they seek to reclaim their dignity. Li and his heart lightened as he recalled that the policies of reform and opening up were designed to foster economic development and improve living standards, with the essence being centered around economic construction. Regardless of any ideology or doctrine, as long as it deviates from this core of economic development, I maintain a reserved stance. Similarly, any ideology or doctrine that does not align with China's specific national conditions and characteristics also warrants my cautious approach. Zha Hai, in a fit of anger, retorted that this is clearly regressive, opportunistic, and conservative. Why can't you open your eyes to the world, its currents, and trends? We are still confined within our well. Gasping for air, I have perused the complete works of Marx and Engels, tracing back from Marx to Hegel. In the midst of my reading, I endured a painful reflection and critique of Hegelian dialectics. We must emerge from this repressed era. Li, perplexed, inquired, should you not privately refer to it as a shared idealism? Zha Hai, glancing nervously around, lowered his head and replied softly, we are all young. I trust you and believe you are thoughtful, which is why I confide in you. If you choose to report this, I will accept it. Li, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively, apologizing stating he was merely inquiring out of curiosity, with no ulterior motives. My steadfast belief is that the path for the Chinese must be self-explored and self-trodden. Blindly adhering to the West without consideration of our national context leads to vacuity and poor outcomes. One cannot negate everything simply because mistakes have been made. Zhang, with a resigned smile, remarked that you were far more obstinate than I had anticipated. This is not obstinacy, this is my confidence in China. Precisely because of the previous Western blockade, China has now developed into a nation with a comprehensive industrial system. We possess all 39 major industrial categories. While we may not be cutting edge, we have hard-working laborers and boundless potential among the youth. As long as our resolve for reform and opening up remains steadfast, within 30 years, we shall astonish the world. Li suddenly shifted the conversation, suggesting that he should delve into economics and broaden his horizons. If given the chance after graduation, where would you like to go? Zhang, uncertain of Li's confidence, sighed and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I wish to visit XCUH. It has always been my dream to experience its untainted beauty alone, to stretch my arms wide on the plateau, embracing the azure sky, and to liberate myself in the gentle breeze." Li, unable to comprehend the artistic mindset of youth, countered, "Then why not venture south to witness the remarkable transformations of this nation? That would truly reflect a concern for society and the well-being of its people." "I will go. Apologies for taking up your time. You are from northern Anhui, right?" "I hail from southern Anhui. We are indeed fellow townsfolk. If you have classes in the afternoon, I shall not delay you." Upon saying this, Zhang prepared to leave, clearly indicating that neither party could persuade the other. Li wished to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. He was a young man of pure heart, brimming with passion and dreams. Glancing at the time, he assessed that it would not hinder their afternoon classes. Turning to Zhai Haisheng, he said, "Come with me, I shall introduce you to someone. Perhaps you will gain unexpected insights." Zhai Haisheng did not refuse and followed closely behind Li He as they exited the school gates. Upon reaching the intersection at Shidan, a particularly unique shoe repair stall caught their attention. Nestled in a small recess between two walls, a sign hung above proclaiming that servicemen receive their repairs free of charge. The stall was modest, occupied by a bespectacled individual with a cap, diligently at work, the rhythmic sound of his hammer echoing in the air. Li He paused and inquired, "Are you curious why I brought you to this shoe repair stall? Look at that man's left leg." Zhai Haisheng followed the direction of Li He's pointing finger. Gasping in disbelief, "He has lost a leg." "That is Li Aijuan," Li He explained. "He has just returned from the battlefield in Vietnam, still under 30, and lost his leg to a shell explosion." Li He nodded in affirmation and, without waiting for Zhai Haisheng to respond, strode a few steps toward Li Aijuan's stall. Calling out, "Brother, have you eaten? Still busy?" As Zhai Haisheng observed the young man who looked up, he noted his dark complexion and innocent smile, pondering how such a good person could have lost a leg. "Wait a moment, my sister is bringing me lunch. Have you eaten? Shall Li? Don't you have class this afternoon?" The young man replied with a smile, glancing back at Zhai Haisheng. Li chuckled, "He is my friend. He insisted on meeting you after hearing of your heroic deeds." "I'm still just a bear. I hardly consider myself a hero," the young man said, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as if recalling a painful memory. Li understood the source of his sorrow. Li Aijuan had been deployed to the battlefield and, along with his comrades, was tasked with providing support. While maneuvering down a slope, they were ambushed by enemy fire. Li Aijuan took cover behind an earth embankment, managing to take down two foes. However, during a subsequent barrage, shrapnel struck his left leg, severing the femoral artery without damaging the bone. Li Aijuan vividly described the blood not merely flowing but spraying forth. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, the sole survivor of the battle. Zhai Haisheng inquired, "You must receive government assistance, yet why are you still working here?" Li Aijuan sighed, "I used to live on the 3rd floor, carrying over 70 pounds of rice up and down with ease. Now, I hear my elderly parents struggling to manage heavy loads. Each step up the stairs accompanied by a thud that weighs heavily on my heart. It's better to come out and run this stall." Zhai Haisheng stood in stunned silence, merely managing a simple, "Oh." Li Aijuan retorted, "Do you pity me? Let me tell you, compared to my fallen comrades, I have no right to feel sorry for myself. Do you think I regret it? I would tell you I do not. Do you know why we fought the Americans in Korea and why we pressed onto India and Vietnam? It is the spirit of a nation, of a people. Without that spirit, what does it mean to be Chinese? I have a son of my own, and in the future, I will have a grandson. I cannot allow foreigners to scorn him and insult the Chinese people." Zhai Haixing forced a smile and said, "You are quite brave. I truly admire you." Li patted Li Yuan on the shoulder and added, "I mean no offense, do not take it to heart. I have a class this afternoon, so I must take my leave. I will visit you when I have the time. Previously, I looked into it, and you might be able to get a prosthetic limb in the future, just like a normal person." Li Yuan was suddenly filled with joy. "Is that true? If there are options available, please do not forget to inform me." On the way back, Li felt a pang of sadness, thinking he would also share his grievances. Do you think he is too old-fashioned? Isn't there a saying that goes, "If you do not stand guard, who will protect our motherland and our homes?" As he spoke, Li began to hum softly, eventually sighing. These are indeed the most lovable people. Zhai Haixing seemed to grasp something suddenly. "Thank you, Li. Who will be the first to turn to ash?" "Hey, buddy, why do you come here every day instead of attending your classes? I remember you were studying law, right? There are many lengthy texts to memorize. Aren't you afraid of failing?" Li felt slightly annoyed by Zhai Haixing's daily attendance in his physics class. Along with his incessant chatter, Zhai Haixing tilted his head back, remarking, "Those texts are not enough. I've already memorized them long ago. I have decided to follow Professor Qian Weichan's path of abandoning literature for science. Physics is not difficult, and calculus is not that complicated either. I truly do not understand why so many in your class seem so perplexed. Is it really that challenging?" Li often questioned how the disparity between individuals could be greater than that between man and dog. He disliked the feeling of being intellectually outmatched, as he was not one to indulge in the role of a naive, foolish girl. His only consolation was the belief that his emotional intelligence surpassed theirs. Yet, a sudden headache struck him, and he realized he might be overreacting. With a smile, he said, "We science students have spent too long in our cloisters. We all wish to visit the land of daughters. I believe for your lifelong aspirations, you should also immerse yourself in the humanities. What madness has possessed your mind? I am pursuing my ideals. Do you understand what ideals are?" Zhai Haixing replied, then hesitantly added, "Besides, the girls in our class are all older than me." Li covered his forehead, unsure how to continue the conversation. "Look, who said that studying the humanities cannot strengthen the nation? How many individuals who comprehend Western politics does China need as it steps onto the world stage? A great many. The more, the better. Focus on your law studies. Merge Eastern and Western philosophies and apply them to China's realities. Strive to become a Chinese prosecutor or a prominent lawyer. In due time, you will fulfill your duties. Uphold justice and contribute to global peace. I have never opposed your ideals. I merely find your means of pursuing them somewhat radical," Li remarked. Zhai Haixing's spirit was invigorated, and he boldly declared, "Then I shall become a great prosecutor. But isn't maintaining world peace the United Nations' responsibility?" Li recognized that this dry humor was perhaps lost on others, so he continued, "Did you not envy those going abroad just a few days ago? Are you no longer considering studying overseas? If one were to go abroad, upon returning, one could only settle for being a professor or a lawyer." Zhai Haixing, filled with confusion, inquired, "Then why can't I become a prosecutor? I am still studying law abroad." Li, hesitant to speak too bluntly, subtly replied, "It is a matter of organizational protocol. You must start from the grassroots and gradually work your way up. Upon your return, immerse yourself in literature and slowly grasp the organizational framework, and you shall comprehend." Zhai Haixing, clenching his fist, resolutely declared, "Then I shall not go abroad. I will comply with the distribution upon graduation and begin from the grassroots." Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that if Zhai Haixing remained diligent and did not create disturbances at school, he would not tread the same path as before, and post-graduation distribution would not lead him to the languid philosophy research department. "Have you ceased writing poetry?" Zhai Haixing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "I believe you are right. Poetry does not yield monetary gain, nor can it serve as sustenance. My parents expect me to support them, and when I marry and have children in the future, I will need funds." Li internally lamented, feeling guilty and anxious, said, "You cannot abandon personal hobbies for the sake of ideals. As long as you distinguish between priorities, it should suffice. Just limit your interactions with that group outside of school. Many are factory workers who cannot even perform their primary duties well for the sake of a few verses. Moreover, I have heard that many have strained relationships with their families. Consider this. If one can turn against their own parents, what kindness can they possibly extend to friends? They are merely misunderstood by their parents," Zhai Haixing added, falling silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I shall heed your advice and avoid them." Li, maintaining his daily routine, continued to peruse the bulletin board, staying updated on news from the south. When the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone was established, Zhuhai, Shantou, and Xiamen were also approved concurrently. People from all corners of the nation flocked to Shenzhen, regardless of whether they had a household registration or belonged to any marginalized groups. No one looked down upon them. No inquiries were made about their origins, past deeds, or educational credentials. What mattered was their capability and potential. As Li observed the increasingly gloomy sky and the biting cold of the northern wind, he could only lament how time had insidiously ushered in 1981. Upon entering the cafeteria, he was halted by He Fang. "Xiao Lizi, tomorrow is New Year's Day. You must not cause any disturbances or buy alcohol this year. Just come up with a program of your own." "I understand." Li nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Is Zhao Qing in a relationship? I saw her laughing with a man at the library entrance the other day. He held a significant fondness for this girl, with whom he had shared experiences in the maintenance room, and he had personally taught her the intricacies of maintenance skills." He Fang shot Li a sideways glance. "Xiao Lizi, you aren't coveting another S-bowl while your own is full, are you? The inhabitants of this planet cannot accommodate such behavior." Li recognized that He Fang was jesting and could only shake his head in resignation. What is that man like? Not every man is as straightforward as Zhao Yangqi, who boasts about his eldest son being 13. Many memories, if not triggered by a scene, would have escaped Li's recollection entirely. "I recall an incident that occurred as graduation approached. Zhao Qing had been involved with a man who, unbeknownst to him, had a wife and children in the countryside. Upon learning of her husband's infidelity, the woman brought her entire family to Beijing, resulting in quite a scandal. In the 1980s, such instances of abandoning one's family were not uncommon. Some educated youths, under societal pressure, settled in rural areas, starting families only to return to the city later, seeking to escape their past through divorce and remarriage. Others pursued higher education and embraced the allure of romantic freedom, sometimes forsaking their responsibilities, much like the infamous Chen Shimi. In this unique era, the complexities of love and marriage defy clear moral judgments. Li would never elevate himself to a moral high ground to condemn anyone." He Fang, taken aback, remarked, "Are you suggesting that he truly has a wife and children back in the countryside? That seems implausible. Zhao Qing should have verified this." Li shook his head. "It's merely a suspicion. He appears quite mature and adept at charming others, not at all like a novice, but rather a seasoned player in the game of love. Just keep a close watch. You might inquire about which school he attends. The party committees and youth leagues of various schools often convene together. You could check the records." He Fang, with a mischievous grin, teased. "You speak as though it were your own experience, an expert at charming others." Of course, He Fang took his words to heart. Ever since she and Zhao Yangqi had been working closely on repairs, Zhao Qing had been a tremendous help. Their bond had grown so strong that they now felt like sisters. It was now the last afternoon of 1980. The snow arrived as anticipated, dancing softly through the air. In spring and summer, the flower beds would bloom with vibrant blossoms, but in the winter, they were left with only withered branches and fallen leaves. The thorny twigs bore white plastic bags fluttering in the wind, resembling spirit banners. The New Year's Eve celebration had little novelty, merely a cacophony of merriment. Li feigned seriousness, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, until a cheer erupted around him. When he refocused, a magician had taken the stage, performing an exceedingly simplistic trick, inserting a few matches into the back of a matchbox while the front remained empty. He first displayed the front to the audience to prove its emptiness, then swiftly flipped it to show that he had conjured matches. This elicited resounding applause and cheers. When it was Li's turn to be playfully coerced onto the stage, he resigned himself and sang a popular song of the future. "Dear friends, we gather here. To the crematorium, we all turn to ash, you in one pile, I in another, strangers to each other, all sent to the farm to become fertilizer. Ah, dear friends, who will turn to ash first? You first, then me. After all, we are but human bones turned to dust." The amusing lyrics, paired with a whimsical tune, sent the entire class into fits of laughter, and soon everyone was singing along. After the party concluded, Li did not return to the dormitory but leaned against a pillar on the playground. Indifferent to the chilly wind that seeped down his collar, he lit a cigarette, awaiting the silent arrival of 1981. As the school vacation approached, Li leisurely sat in the classroom indulging in a novel when He Fang handed him a letter bearing an English postmark and a Chinese address, seemingly sent from the United States. Li surmised it was likely from Wang Yu. Concerning this sudden emergence of the young woman, Li felt a predominant sense of awkwardness. He opened the envelope and began to read with earnest attention, the handwriting a beautiful cursive. Hello, Lee. I hope this letter finds you well. I have settled in at Princeton University in the United States. This past year has been filled with more astonishment, surprise, and tension than I could have anticipated, leaving little room for homesickness. I find it challenging to articulate my experiences to you. The disparity in wealth is difficult to convey. We remain a developing nation while the World Bank estimates the real GDP per capita in the United States exceeds $10,000, whereas in China, it is merely a few hundred renminbi. Essentially, our per capita income is but a fraction of that of an American. Here, a typical meal for an ordinary person surpasses our annual income, and I cannot help but be overwhelmed by such a staggering difference. The shock resonates through every fiber of my being, an experience that cannot be fully comprehended without direct involvement. To speak candidly, I find myself wavering. Despite the harsh realities faced in America, there is at least the possibility of driving a small car or residing in a spacious house. A notion that seems acceptable to many. Yet, what of us? We still find ourselves lighting cigarettes with a pipe near a bare bulb. However, as a nation, it is unacceptable if the entirety of Chinese students abroad are relegated to a working-class existence. This will not contribute to China evolving into a truly modern nation. China has yet to complete its transition from an agrarian society to a modern one, and during this transformation, there are numerous challenges that science and technology alone cannot resolve. Nevertheless, I wish to express that I am still far from graduation, with ample time to ponder my future. At this moment, I cannot provide a definitive answer. I hope you will soon apply for study abroad, even though for most, this opportunity may arise only in the third or fourth year, or perhaps never at all. However, I believe that with your level of effort, you will have no issues. According to the newspapers, TOEFL testing centers will soon be established in the country, which means you will no longer need to travel to Hong Kong for the exam. Lee, I sincerely hope you will come and witness a broader world. I understand your family circumstances. This is also an opportunity to change your fate. You possess a profound confidence, not merely in your personal destiny, nor in self-importance, but in the collective strength of our nation. You believe that society will improve, that this country will grow stronger. Given 30 years, even if we cannot surpass the United States, we could certainly stand shoulder to shoulder with Britain and France. These were your exact words, and I was genuinely inspired by your confidence. In the past year, based on my observations and experiences, I have come to realize that it is indeed quite challenging for us to surpass others. We proclaimed the ambition to outpace the UK and the US 2 decades ago. Yet the gap has only widened. However, this can be attributed to our youthful ignorance. I sincerely hope you take the opportunity to witness this for yourself, fostering mutual growth. I apologize if my previous words have caused you any distress. Wishing you joy and academic success. Upon reading the letter, He felt a burning sensation on his face, as though he had been struck. It was unmistakably a letter of breakup, meticulously crafted only to deliver the final blow, declaring that she had chosen to part ways. Despite her genuine hopes for his future abroad, it seemed futile. He was merely a slothful individual with little chance of ever leaving the country. The implication was clear. Previously, he had escaped her notice due to her naivety, but now, having witnessed a broader world, luxury cars and fine houses, she was no longer swayed by his empty promises. She bid him farewell, advising him to go where he felt most comfortable. Though disheartened, He was not so fragile as to dwell on his feelings. He neatly folded the letter and tucked it within the pages of a book. He Fang approached, inquiring, "Do you have friends in America? I saw the postmark. It's from there." Her tone indicated concern. What has happened? He Fang and Zhao Yongqi had taken on repair work and suddenly found themselves in a position of relative wealth, with their demeanor reflecting their newfound status in their attire and conversation. While they expressed gratitude towards He, they also extended their kindness within the school setting. Lee exhaled. "It's nothing. Just an old classmate studying abroad wrote me a letter. When are you returning home? Have you purchased your ticket?" "Yes, I bought it. I leave the day after tomorrow." "Tomorrow, Zhao Yangqi and I would like to treat you to a meal. Please invite Su Ming as well. We can dine at the old Lee family restaurant at the end of the alley," He Fang said, handing Lee an application form. "This is for the government-sponsored student program. They are only selecting 120 students nationwide. The internal screening is happening now, with official registration in February. You might want to consider it." Lee declined, responding, "Please give it to someone who truly needs it. I'm only in my second year. There is no rush. Besides, I have no interest in studying abroad." During the school break, after purchasing train tickets for himself and Zhang Wanting, Li felt no desire to go anywhere in the frigid winter and opted to stay home like a bear. Zhang Wanting, have you truly thought this through? Are you not coming home to meet my parents? He asked as he nestled beside the stove, warming himself while watching Zhang Wanting busily work in the kitchen. Zhang Wanting observed him lighting another cigarette, seemingly never-ending. I'm not going. Let us wait until graduation. Smoking is harmful to your health. You should quit. With pride. Li replied, I can't quit. My grandfather smoked, and my father smoked. I cannot break the tradition. In frustration, Zhang Wanting tossed the cloth she was holding, feeling as though they had exhausted all arguments within the confines of their small space. Li sighed, reflecting on the days before he had a wife, when his life was akin to that of a beast of burden. Now, things had changed. Do not jest with me. Had I known of your wickedness when I first came to know you, I would never have acquiesced, Zhang Wanting exclaimed, her teeth grinding in irritation. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Turning her head, she saw Su Ming. You two can converse in the main room. I can manage alone in the kitchen. Mingzi, have you eaten? Su Ming, hands tucked inside his sleeves, hunched over and shivering from the cold, replied through clenched teeth, Sister-in-law, I have eaten. You carry on with your work. I need to speak with my brother. The two entered the main room, opened the stove door, and added more charcoal. Brother, those Wenzhou fellows are roaming the streets, Su Ming remarked. Damn it, it's freezing outside, and they're still at it. These people are all consumed by their greed. Just say the word, and I'll deal with them immediately. Li He, adding some water to the teapot, retorted, they manufacture glasses and buttons. How does that concern you? Learn from them. That kind of ruthlessness is rare among ordinary folk. Do not underestimate them. It's best to avoid provoking them. Southerners are notably united. Wenzhou, chaos on. Hakka, each one is formidable in its own right. Remember, kindness to others and maintaining a harmonious atmosphere is paramount. Don't let your disdain for this or that cloud your judgment. Su Ming shifted his body, rubbing his hands together. Are they truly as wealthy as you claim? A single button hardly brings in a profit. I feel you exaggerate. Li He chuckled. Haven't you heard? 9 out of 10 Wenzhou folks are merchants. And the 10th is an accountant. Many have been discreetly conducting business since the early 70s. Moreover, they hail from a community of expatriates, who among them lacks a few relatives abroad. Yet they remain remarkably modest. They thrive in wholesale and retail, accumulating wealth steadily. Do not underestimate their acumen. Try befriending them and learn a few tricks, but do not let them deceive you. In terms of shrewdness, you still have much to learn. Offer assistance when you can. That is how you cultivate friendships far and wide. Su Ming, feeling belittled by Li He's words, shrank his head in discontent, muttering, understood. In time, the low-key Wenzhou merchants would astonish all of China, wouldn't they? What is it about the Wenzhou people that allows them to prosper so abundantly? Perhaps they are the true pioneers of China's economy. In the bustling restaurant of Old Li at the alley's entrance, an expansion had taken place, with several makeshift rooms added to the original courtyard to accommodate gatherings. A small room, about 10 square meters, furnished with old tables and chairs, served as a rudimentary private dining space. The restaurant buzzed with noise, the sizzling of oil, the clattering of pots and dishes, and the lively chatter of patrons mingled into a cacophony. In the chill of the 12th lunar month, the wind was sharp as a blade, whipping the snow from the roof into a flurry, larger than the falling flakes themselves. He Fang and Zhao Yongqi had arrived early for a meal, taking advantage of the daylight. He Fang donned a brand new red floral satin cotton jacket, feeling more comfortable than ever, reflecting on past winters, when even her essential sanitary napkins had been substituted with cheaper toilet paper sold by weight. She recalled the lengths she would go to, occasionally scavenging at the fish market for discarded fish entrails, returning home to clean and prepare them for a savory fish soup noodle dish. He Fang gazed at the greasy table, accustomed to it yet unable to suppress a frown. She turned to the increasingly rotund and smooth-talking proprietor, Old Li, and with a smile remarked, Old Li, you've constructed a new house, yet you can't bear to replace this old table? Your business is thriving, isn't it? Old Li chuckled and replied, well, business isn't exactly booming, so one must practice frugality. What would you like to order? He Fang, uninterested in his lamentations, promptly stated, that rabbit hot pot you served last time was delightful. I'd like another. Also, bring a chicken hot pot and some lamb spine for dipping. The rest, you can decide, she added. And do hurry with the charcoal, it's freezing in here. The charcoal in the stove gradually blazed back to life, warming the room. Before long, the 4 young women from He Fang's dormitory arrived, followed by Chen Shuo and Gao Aigua, both clad in fur hats. Chen Shuo, running his hand over the greasy table. Exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Goodness, this place is filthy. I feel like I've been cursed for 8 generations." Laughter erupted in the room, while Zhao Yongqi stomped his foot in frustration. "Don't mimic me. Even when I invite you for a meal, you can't keep your mouth shut." Li He entered with Su Ming and remarked to Chen Shua, "You should understand that one mustn't bite the hand that feeds them." Chen Shua retorted, "You're just rambling, Li. You've turned into a messenger." The laughter grew louder, and He Fang clutched her stomach, saying, "None of you are any good, always bullying the honest ones. Where's your partner?" She then addressed Su Ming, who was standing at the back. "Mingzi, find a spot to sit. Don't be shy." Li He smiled. "She is afraid of the cold. She's curled up at home." The lamb spine hot pot was served, steaming and fragrant, its spicy aroma wafting through the air. The black iron stove blazed with brilliant charcoal, its red flames dancing and flickering. When the liquor arrived, He Fang's dormitory contained 2 girls, likely from the south, who seemed unable to drink the white liquor. As long as Zhao Qing could hold her liquor, she quickly downed 2 cups and cheerfully proclaimed, "I'm from southern Guangdong, and I can manage a few sips. This bunch of northern folks always calls us southern barbarians. I believe we should show them our spirit and compete with them." Zhao Yongqi laughed, "I'm from the west. Not quite the north, so don't include me." Chen Shua chimed in, "We are from East China, neither south nor north, but neutral." Gao Aigua added, "Don't look at me. I'm a Hakka from Fujian, a citizen of the world." As the food and drink filled the table, the atmosphere became lively, with tales of hometown delicacies, landscapes, and childhood memories of firecrackers, candied hawthorn, and new clothes for the new year. They reminisced about the former glory of their hometowns, the ensuing desolation, and their families left behind. Yet, the predominant theme was the struggle of leaving home. It was not an easy journey. Gazing at the outside world while recalling their remote and insular origins was bittersweet. As night fell, the surroundings darkened, and the number of diners dwindled, leaving the restaurant feeling empty. The proprietor's son, likely exhausted from running about, leaned against the stove, resting quietly in the chair. The proprietor of the restaurant entered with a bottle of wine, toasting to everyone in the company. "Ah, how lively you young folks are. But do take care on your way back. That group of martial factions has returned, and the streets are becoming increasingly unsettled." Su Ming interjected, "Are you referring to those from the south? I have heard my elder brother mention that the alleyway was once the territory of some fierce characters." Li He, having dispersed a circle of smoke, quietly listened to their conversation. Old Li lit a cigarette and slowly remarked, "You are likely too young to know the events of the past. What you might know is merely a whisper of the truth. Despite some of you having been sent to the countryside, you remain less informed about the happenings in the city than I am." Before heading to the countryside, this group was notorious for raiding homes, denouncing teachers, and their hands were stained with blood. He Fang, gritting her teeth in anger, replied, "We, the later sent educated youth, faced such hostility and disdain from the locals. Initially, we could not comprehend the situation and could only endure the injustice. It was only later that we learned of the misdeeds of those who had gone before us, petty thefts and violence against the locals. We, who followed, were merely victims of their past transgressions." Su Ming, equally incensed, added, "Indeed, they were the foot soldiers of the martial factions, while we bore the brunt of their actions. It would be better if they never returned." Old Li chuckled, "Ah, the best part is yet to come. Just think, some families were shattered, homes destroyed. And now that those wrongs have been rectified, do you believe such deep-seated grievances can simply be forgotten? Who could simply overlook such enmity?" Li took a swig from his drink and said, "That doesn't concern us much. We were merely children at that time. We should just be mindful of our safety." The group finished their drinks and wrapped themselves in their scarves before dispersing. As they stepped outside, the biting cold wind jolted them awake. Zhao Yongqi and a few other boys escorted He Fang and her dorm mates back, leaving only Li He and Su Ming behind. Su Ming suggested, "Brother, why don't you stay in the dormitory tonight? I can make my way back alone." Li He urged Su Ming to take the flashlight while he ducked into an alley to relieve himself. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let us go together. With those foot soldiers back, I worry about your sister-in-law being home alone. After I return to my hometown, you must keep a close eye on the house. Do not live alone, and find someone reliable to stay with you." Su Ming rubbed his eyes and replied, "I understand. I will have Biao accompany me. He is sturdy enough to handle a few of them." With no buses available, the 2 men hunched over, hands clasped tightly, trudging through the snow that barely reached their ankles, slowly making their way home. Despite being bundled in thick cotton robes and pants, they could not escape the bone-chilling cold. The world around them lay in profound silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of large snowflakes landing. Facing the cold wind, Li pondered the fascinating nature of history. It is evident that despite the lessons learned from past mistakes, one can still unwittingly sink into the mire, ultimately becoming a part of that history from which one cannot escape. The so-called literature of scars is about to emerge, filled with genuine sorrow and love, joy and separation, as well as artifice and pretension. Yet, the misdeeds of a portion of humanity must ultimately be reckoned with. In every matter, there exists a dichotomy of right and wrong. Influenced by differing perspectives and stances, black may transform into white, and white into black. Who can truly elucidate the complexities of history? Li He and Yuan soon spotted Zhang Wanting standing outside the gate with a flashlight, clearly anxious. Upon their meeting, she exclaimed, "I was worried waiting for you without any word. I was just about to come looking for you." Li chuckled. "What is there to worry about? I'm back safe and sound. It's so cold. Why are you standing out here? Come inside quickly." During the spring festival, as they prepared to return, Li He took Zhang Wanting shopping, advising her, "Bring some extra money, just in case of emergencies." Zhang Wanting smiled. 100 yuan is sufficient. I want to have anywhere to spend more. Better to have a bit more. There are always those who might look down on you, he insisted. Opening a drawer and stuffing a wad of cash into her bag, Zhang Wanting said nothing further, her heart warmed by his gesture. In her bag were clothes for her elder sister and younger siblings, while another contained food. Swiftly, Zhang Wanting organized her belongings, rolling up the bedding on the bedroom floor to prevent dust accumulation. She retrieved a pair of scissors and a razor from the basket, preparing for Mingzi's impending visit. "I want to tidy the main room. Just sit still. I'll shave your beard and trim your hair," Li He offered. He obediently grabbed the soap, filled a basin with water, and sat on a stool. "Make sure you do it right. It was tea clean last time. Whether one is rich or poor, getting a haircut for the new year can be considered an unassailable truth." Having just finished his haircut and washed his face, Su Ming entered with an air of mystery. "Brother, guess what wonderful item I have for you." Li He pouted. "What good thing could I possibly not have seen? Just show me." Su Ming pulled a ticket from his pocket, waving it in front of Li He. "Look, a bicycle ticket." Li snatched it eagerly. "This is incredibly rare. Where did you get it? Is it from our province?" Su Ming chuckled. "Didn't you ask me to mingle with those Wenzhou fellows? I helped them out a few times, and we became friends. Last night, while dining together, one of them, a ticket scalper, pulled out a huge stack. I immediately spotted this bicycle ticket. I thought you might need it for your trip home." Li He patted Su Ming's shoulder appreciatively. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you. Why don't you grab a bike for yourself?" Su Ming replied, "Who would want that? It's not worth it anymore. Didn't you say I should at least get a motorcycle?" Li He smiled, but said nothing further. For most, a bicycle remains a rarity. Yet he had no desire to ride one. In the capital, public transport was far more convenient. However, back in his hometown, without public buses, a bicycle would serve a vital purpose. Li He and Zhang Wanting hurriedly carried their packed bags toward the train station. The station was still thronged with people, a sea of bodies pushing and shoving as they stumbled upon their seats. Thankfully, they secured one by the window. Otherwise, the atmosphere in the carriage would have been stifling. The train arrived in Xinxiang the following afternoon. Observing the throng of bustling people, Li He suggested, "Shall I escort you back?" Zhang Wanting chuckled and replied, "I am not a child. There is no need to be so delicate. If you disembark now, you might find it difficult to secure a ticket later." Li He, conceding, helped Zhang Wanting alight from the train, then stood there, lost in thought as he watched her retreating figure. As memories flooded back, Li pondered whether his biological father had returned this year. The details were somewhat hazy. Indeed, Li Jiaquan had returned, but at that moment, he was engaged in a spat with his mother. While it was acceptable for the third son to marry, he thought it reasonable to bear less responsibility. However, the significant matter of marrying off a daughter had been quietly arranged by the elder couple without consultation. Li Jiaquan's mother, uninterested in engaging with her eldest son, was aware of his stubborn nature and knew that reasoning with him was futile. She was currently instructing Li Mei, as this is your first visit to the in-laws. What should you bring? Li Mei pondered and replied, 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and some fruit. She hesitated. Wait, who is paying? Li Mei, with a troubled expression, glanced around and whispered, you know their family isn't well off. The mother sharply countered, no money. Those items are too extravagant. Li Mei blushed and defended, but it's the first visit. Without allowing her to argue further, the mother asserted, my eldest daughter, you should be more mindful. I'm not criticizing you. but we haven't even received a token of appreciation. If you continue to indulge them, it won't bode well for you in the future. Listen to me. For a first visit, don't go empty-handed. 2 bags of fruit will suffice. Seeing Li Mei still hesitating, the mother insisted, trust me. I have eaten more salt than you have rice. Whether they accept you is not determined by a few gifts. Reluctantly, Li Mei acquiesced, very well. I will follow your advice. The mother continued her lecture. Also, when you go, don't act like a timid girl, doing this and that. Once you get involved, it will be hard to extricate yourself. That old lady from the Yang family is cunning and will create more trouble. Maintain your dignity, otherwise, they will have leverage over you in the future. As the mother stepped out, she glanced at Li Zhaoquan, who was smoking by the door, and said, this year, your father and I will spend the new year with you. Every year, you and your brothers contribute food and money for our support. Your father and I have yet to see you, the eldest son. If you are dissatisfied, you can follow your brother's example. Li Zhaoquan's face flushed with embarrassment as he noticed the 4th brother, who was stifling laughter while doing his homework beside him. Adults are speaking, you should step aside. He scolded. The 4th brother, frustrated, stomped his foot and exited the room with his notebook. The mother struck the table with her stick, exclaiming, look at you. Getting riled up over a child. Li Zhaoquan, grinning, replied, Mother, you know my circumstances all too well. Isn't this a bit unfair? As for the eldest's marriage, you may handle it however you wish. I will not interfere. Li Zhaoquan indeed returned with a sense of desolation, having gained new perspectives in Dongguan, where he was dazzled by the array of modern innovations lining the streets. Initially, he aspired to achieve great things, yet opportunities eluded him for an extended period. Surrounded by construction sites, he was reluctant to engage in such labor. Even the mundane tasks of sewing lost their allure, as he longed to undertake something monumental. At long last, one fateful day on the bustling street, he stumbled upon an opportunity, a storefront warehouse brimming with colorful clothing sold by the kilogram, drawing a throng of eager customers. Upon opening the bags, he was met with a vibrant array of garments. And an epiphany struck him. There could be no more lucrative venture than selling clothes. However, after investing 400 yuan on several bags, he found himself unable to sell even a few items at his stall. The reason? The merchandise was composed of second-rate factory rejects, which discerning buyers would take home to repair with sewing machines before reselling. Unfamiliar with the nuances of the trade, he ultimately had no choice but to offload the lot for a mere 100 yuan to a trader from the south, incurring a significant loss. The elderly woman, exasperated and unwilling to engage in further chatter, returned home in a huff. Li disembarked from the bus in the county town, clutching a bicycle ticket, and made his way to the department store to purchase a Yangzhou bicycle for 280 yuan. The pavement was dry, and he rode swiftly, the cold wind slicing through his collar like a steel blade. The setting sun cast a gentle, watery glow, but He felt an inward chill. He belted out songs, oblivious to the lyrics. As he passed over the Hongshui River Bridge, a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes stomped his feet for warmth, while repair stalls for shoes and bicycles attracted little business, contrasting with the bustling restaurant across the street. Amidst the dull yellow earth, a few reddish or yellowish leaves stood out vibrantly, while several silent yellow cattle and a flock of grazing goats lingered by the riverbank, and livestock droppings littered the dirt road. The village was sparsely populated. Some individuals wielded hoes and sickles, laboring among the trees, and as they spotted He on his bicycle, they greeted him with surprise, glancing back as he passed. Upon entering his home, He was greeted by the exuberant shout of the 5th child, Aguo is back. Aguo is back. Before darting off, presumably to relay the news, He chuckled heartily. As he entered the courtyard and positioned his bicycle, he encountered Li Zhaoquan. With a smile, he inquired, Father, when did you return? Li Zhaoquan's gaze immediately fell upon the bicycle, recognizing its status as a symbol of pride in the village, where few households possessed such a conveyance. He grasped the handlebars, eager to take it for a spin. Why did you buy such a cumbersome contraption? Look at the rear wheel spokes, sturdy and robust. With 2 baskets, it can haul over 200 jin, making it incredibly convenient for home use. The lightweight model can't handle muddy paths. Once it gets stuck, it's immovable. He explained, showcasing the spokes to his father. A little girl nestled into He's embrace, exclaiming, Aguo, Aguo, I've missed you so. At nearly 7 years old, her speech was not unclear, but rather heavily infused with local dialect. Her nasal tones muddled, and she struggled to differentiate between certain sounds. Li Mei cast a glance at Li Zhaoquan, who was learning to ride a bicycle nearby, before taking Li He's bag and chiding him. Why have you bought so many things again? We have no lack of essentials at home. Hurry and take a bath and change into clean clothes. Li He lifted the little girl, weighed her in his arms, and set her down, noticing how she seemed to grow heavier. Where's mother? Why is she not around? She went to deliver egg syrup to the third daughter-in-law. She's quite pregnant, Li Mei responded, rummaging through to find a clean outfit for Li He and urging him to hurry up. The fourth child gazed longingly at the bicycle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After Li He finished his bath and dried his hair, he poked the fourth child with his elbow. You can't ride that bicycle. It's too big for you. The fourth child looked up defiantly and said, Brother, you promised me a bicycle if I got into junior high. That was a long-forgotten promise, Li He thought to himself, almost having forgotten it. Yet he was surprised the girl still remembered. So did you get in? What was your rank? You can't be at the bottom, can you? The fourth child tilted her head proudly and replied, Brother, I ranked third in the entire commune. The first place just scored 5 more points than me. I only made one mistake in the calculations. Otherwise, I would have been first. This truly was a remarkable turnaround since in her previous life. Her academic performance had been mediocre, barely managing to get into a vocational school. He marveled at how swiftly time flew. The fourth child was already in her first year of junior high. Now, she was more dedicated than ever, and teachers often reminded her, Your brother is a university student. The fourth child felt compelled to measure up to her brother. With improved family circumstances, she had ample pocket money and access to school supplies. Coupled with her innate intelligence and strong determination, her academic performance had naturally improved. After some contemplation, Li He mused that he could always procure a bicycle ticket later. Gritting his teeth, he declared, All right, I will buy you one after the new year. Where is your third brother building his house? Take me to see it? The fourth child was overjoyed, skipping ahead to lead the way. Oh, there he is back. Yes, busy as always, Li He replied, greeting him as others casually inquired. Li Long's house was constructed on the riverbank, a plot designated by the production team, with only 3 or 5 households surrounding it. The structure comprised 3 red brick rooms, 2 pigsties on the east, and a kitchen to the west, enclosed by a wall to the south. In the center of the yard stood a recently washed dining table. The marks of their meals clearly visible, adorned with a thermos, chipped teacups, and a half pot of egg soup covered with a lid. Since Duan Mei married in, there had been some tension with her mother-in-law, Wang Yulan, who seemed to treat her as if she were usurping her son. Yet, Wang Yulan had never begrudged her food, persistently urging her to eat more, fearful of starving her grandchild. Even though Wang Yulan's concern was primarily for her grandchild, Duan Mei was the one enjoying the feast. While her own family wasn't impoverished, meat was a rare luxury. Yet in the Li household, Duan Mei had nearly daily access to pork since her marriage. Observing the strained relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Li could only shrug, feeling powerless. After exchanging pleasantries, he pulled Li Long outside. When is the due date? Li Long was suddenly to become a father, and he felt a surge of excitement, a thrill intensified by the inability to share it with others. However, the villagers were truly insufferable. The old women, upon seeing Duan Mei indulging in spicy food, unanimously declared that she must surely be expecting a girl. Their incessant meddling was irksome. Whether one bore children, and of what gender, was of no concern to them. Their incessant inquiries were an utter waste of breath. Li Long chuckled and remarked that, according to his mother, it would be any day now. Li He, furrowing his brows, insisted they should hasten to the hospital for the delivery, as it would be inconvenient should anything occur at home. Li Long hesitated, recalling that both his grandmother and mother advised that home births were sufficient, sparing them the trouble of a hospital visit. Your wife is your own. And the child is yours too. You ought to decide what is best, he suggested, leaning towards the idea of sending her to the commune hospital. In the countryside, the primary tools for delivery were the very scissors used for daily chores, which were deemed disinfected after a dip in boiling water or a soak in alcohol, or even a brief pass over a candle flame. The umbilical cord was often left excessively long. It was a gamble with fate, a dance with the Grim Reaper. Li He remained unconvinced, knowing this was not a matter to be taken lightly, and thus he spoke patiently to Li Long, provoked by Li He's concern. Li Long contemplated the situation and ultimately decided to fetch a donkey cart at dawn to transport them to the commune. During dinner, the family gathered around, and Wang Yulan once again began her tirade about the third child, questioning the necessity of a hospital. Look at you 5 siblings. Haven't you all been born at home? And aren't you all fine? She chided. Li Mei, glancing at the quiet third child with head bowed over his meal, could no longer hold her tongue. She replied to Wang Yulan, have you forgotten about the incident with Juzi's wife? During the spring, she bled profusely and was ultimately sent to the hospital, where they managed to save her life. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan fell silent, reflecting on how respectful everyone was towards others' daughters and daughters-in-law. Yet when it came to her own, they dared to dismiss the gravity of the situation. Tears threatened to fall as she pondered. Li Zhaoquan, huddled by the stove for warmth, had a bottle of liquor and a plate of peanuts by his side, indulging in his own inebriation. Once sufficiently intoxicated, he passed his bowl to Li Mei, his face flushed, and said, "Why bother with all this fuss? Just serve the rice." Since their circumstances had improved, with plenty of tobacco and liquor available at home, he had grown reluctant to venture outside. In the past, whenever there was a feast in the village, he would help with the cleaning, moving tables, and washing dishes, all in exchange for a few meals and drinks. Whenever someone passed away, he would assist in digging graves and burning paper money, often leaving well-fed and with a bit of cash. Such was his routine, allowing him to scrape together a bit of spending money for smokes and drinks. Now that life had become so comfortable, Li Zhaoquan had little interest in such trivialities. As they prepared for bed, Wang Yulan whispered to Li Zhaoquan, "Given how much Mei is eating, do you think it's a boy or a girl?" Li Zhaoquan could not suppress an eye roll and retorted grumpily, "Dream on. Neither our son nor daughter will be close. Do you really expect a grandchild to be?" Fearing that Li Zhaoquan might utter more inappropriate remarks, Wang Yulan hastily diverted the conversation, stating that once the eldest daughter married in the spring, the next would be He. Time indeed flies. Before we know it, our little Wu will be starting school. Feeling stifled by the heat of the stove, Li Zhaoquan rose and pushed open the door to the main room, a gust of frigid wind sweeping in, accompanied by snowflakes that danced upon his face. As the cold wave struck and snow fell heavily, he couldn't help but feel a rare sense of nostalgia at Wang Yulan's words. Indeed, it made him reflect on how swiftly time passes. Goodness, he thought, I feel as if I am aging. In my youth, I could endure 3 days and nights on a train without a wink of sleep, brimming with energy like a spirited monkey, but that is no longer the case. And those little rascals are growing up so quickly, soon I shall have grandchildren. That night, the couple miraculously avoided quarrels, conversing peacefully until the early hours. Li He lay in the humble thatched cottage, the primitive living conditions and simple lifestyle, entangled with complex family relationships, bore no resemblance to the poetic rural landscapes or pastoral scenes described in textbooks. The following night, after Duan Mei was sent to the commune hospital, she experienced labor pains and was taken to the delivery room. Outside the delivery room, Li Long appeared anxious and restless, constantly glancing at the electronic clock. After a long, arduous night, the robust cries of a newborn echoed from within. When the doctor called out Duan Mei's name, Li Long felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Weighing in at 7 pounds and 9 ounces, both mother and child were safe. The doctor emerged with the joyous news, leaving Wang Yulan momentarily dazed, murmuring, 7 pounds and 9 ounces, that's quite hefty. Even Li Zhaoquan was overjoyed in the corridor. His smile wide, until he suddenly realized, wait, why hasn't the doctor informed us whether it's a boy or a girl? Li Mei, smiling, replied, why, didn't they tell you? They said mother and child are both fine, which means it's a boy. If it were a girl, they would say mother and daughter. The women entered the delivery room. But as the grandfather, Li Zhaoquan could not casually stroll in, leaving him anxiously pacing outside. Li Long, feeling somewhat helpless, carefully cradled the baby in his arms. The tiny face smeared with vernix, dirty yet adorable. The baby opened its eyes briefly before closing them again, prompting Li Long to exclaim in excitement, he looked at me. He really looked at me. But, oh dear, he is quite ugly. Due to a shortage of hospital beds, after giving birth in the morning, they were sent home by afternoon. Li Long layered several blankets in the donkey cart, fearful of the cold harming his wife and child. Duan Mei lay in the cart, playfully scolding, how exaggerated. I'm not a porcelain doll. Li did not go to the hospital but stayed home to guard the house. All household chores fell to the 4th child. Despite being only 13 or 14, rural children mature quickly. She could cook noodles, stir-fry, prepare fried rice, and even make steamed buns from fermented dough. With just a single tomato, she could create multiple dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweetened tomatoes, cold mixed tomatoes, and tomatoes stir-fried with tofu. Every morning, she rose early to wash clothes, and though the water drawn from the well was initially warm, it soon turned cold, leaving her little hands reddened from the chill. After lunch, they still needed to drive the livestock up the riverbank for grazing. The 4th son began to feel overwhelmed. Glancing at his dazed second brother on the doorstep, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet swallowed back down. He decided to endure, believing it would soon pass. Once the eldest sister returned, all would be well. Li He, at home, was also growing anxious, losing patience with the rambling fifth brother, which caused the little girl to cry several times throughout the morning. In the afternoon, seeing the family return, chatting and laughing, he felt a sense of relief. That evening, Wang Yulan clenched her teeth and slaughtered their laying hen. Duan Mei had no appetite, desiring only something light. With a stern expression, Wang Yulan insisted. "You've never cared for children, have you? I'm telling you, drink more chicken soup. Otherwise, how will you have milk?" The fourth son cradled his nephew with delight, proclaiming, "I simply don't like girls. Look at little Five, how bothersome he is. Boys are far better. Just look at his lovely face, as tender as tofu. I can hardly bear to touch it." Li observed the harmonious family scene, pondering when his niece, no, his little nephew, might arrive. Li Long's firstborn was clearly a girl. Yet now he had a nephew. The key difference was that they did not share the same mother. Wang Yulan watched her third son, flitting around his wife like a devoted puppy, frustration boiling within her. A piece of tofu fell into the dust, neither to be blown nor struck. She could only watch in dismay. Wang Yulan, with maternal urgency, admonished her son, third son, a trip to the hospital cost over 100. You cannot continue living like this. As the saying goes, future days will be thicker than leaves. Spending money like water daily will exhaust you without yielding enough income. In the future, with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, every time the child opens their mouth to eat or relieve themselves, it all costs money. And school is yet to come, along with other expenses. The third son, lost in foolish laughter, paid no heed. Wang Yulan tidied the child's diapers and returned home in a huff. Duan Mei's family arrived after 3 days, her parents and 2 sisters-in-law, bringing 2 baskets of oil and a basket of eggs. Wang Yulan grimaced, secretly cursing their stinginess. Duan Mei's mother glanced around the new home, noting the furnishings, feeling reassured that her daughter was living comfortably. "You've had a big, healthy boy. Your in-laws must be overjoyed," she remarked. Duan Mei smiled. "They don't really care about gender. I've seen no particular fondness for a son from them, just muddling through life." Her sister-in-law chuckled. "If you mention Li Zhaoquan, I do believe it, but Wang Yulan is indeed partial to her sons. Last time, she was overheard bragging about having 2 sons, as if she needed to be close to them. I don't expect her to return any filial piety. Do you know who she was talking about? Your eldest sister-in-law." Duan Mei quipped, adjusting herself with a pillow. "Isn't it just that they were planning a match with the old carpenter's daughter? The 2 of them had a spat. My eldest sister-in-law has quite the amiable disposition. The mother-in-law is not ill-natured. She merely possesses a slight temperament and is intolerant of provocation." At noon, the Li family prepared a delightful meal, and Li Zhaoquan was exceedingly courteous, leaving Duan Mei's parents feeling overwhelmed with appreciation. They privately murmured that Li Zhaoquan was not as notorious as rumored. Regardless, the Li family had welcomed a new life, and Li Zhaoquan was exceptionally affectionate, frequently yearning to glance at and hold the child. While Li found this unremarkable, his siblings were taken aback, witnessing their father's transformation. He had never shown similar warmth towards his own children. Li understood that this was what they termed intergenerational affection. Perhaps Li Zhaoquan had indeed aged. In his previous life, whether it was his grandson or granddaughter, they would always dominate his attention. The eldest daughter of the 5th family faced difficulties with her household registration for taking the college entrance examination in another province, ultimately returning home for high school. Li Zhaoquan voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for his granddaughter, doting on her excessively. He would confidently assert, "You all are just like this. My granddaughter is intelligent and beautiful, destined for greatness." Thus, several grandchildren, including Li He's 2 children, regarded Li Zhaoquan as the best grandfather in the world, and they would not tolerate their parents speaking ill of him. Li could not help but ask later, "With Grandpa, do you feel happier, or with Dad?" The child, being honest, replied, "I'm happier with Grandpa." Naturally, Li felt somewhat aggrieved. However, before he could voice his complaint, the child quickly added, "It's because when I go to the park with you, you only give me 1 yuan." When the children felt wronged, they would call Li Zhaoquan to complain, prompting him to initiate a series of phone calls to his son and daughter. Since Grandpa protected the children, they adored him, declaring him their shield. Li sometimes pondered whether he was a qualified father. At the very least, he considered himself a competent grandfather. Next came the thorough cleaning. Steaming buns, making dumplings, frying vegetable meatballs, and preparing peanuts and sunflower seeds. There was much to be done at home. Each day was bustling with numerous chores, methodically addressing tasks until the eve of the new year. Li was also busy, having written the majority of the couplets for the village, straining his hands to the point of exhaustion, even finding it difficult to hold chopsticks. This winter was exceptionally cold, after setting off firecrackers. Wang Yulan and a few others prepared dumplings and arranged the dishes, gathering everyone together to feast. Li Jiaquan, indulging in wine, challenged Li He and his brother to a drinking contest, pushing them to their limits and scolding them. What a pitiful display. The brothers had no retort, only feeling irked. As they neared the end of their meal, Li Jiaquan teased his eldest grandson in the basket, saying, "Later, you must bow to me, and after that, I'll give you money." In the grassroots community, Yang Shuwen had stripped the thatched roofs of his 3 cottages before the new year and re-roofed them with reeds, constructing new mud walls that now appeared bright and fresh from the outside. The grandfather and grandson searched for materials, crafting new window frames, repurposing old boxes into cabinets, lining the ceiling with old newspapers, and painting the boxes, cabinets, and doors. Thus, they had prepared a new home for the bride. On the first day of the new year, after enjoying a meal and extending greetings to the villagers, I fetched a few buckets of water and prepared to visit my father-in-law's home to present gifts, a portion of pig's head meat, 2 bottles of wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2 bags of fruit. Old Master Yang, illiterate throughout his life, was only skilled in carpentry and toiling in the fields, yet he remained perpetually impoverished. He borrowed 30 yuan from the village accountant and gave it to Yang Shuwen, gritting his teeth, stating that others had not accepted the customary gift money, thus preserving our dignity and maintaining appearances. However, there were still traditions to uphold for the new daughter-in-law. You must take her to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few yards of new fabric for making some clothes. Yang Shuwen accepted this silently, nodding in agreement. Yang's wife, in her youth, had endured hardship but was determined to learn to read and write alongside her brother. Ultimately, though, it was 2 pounds of sorghum flour that Yang the carpenter brought home, sighing at the capriciousness of life. Leaning against the bedpost, she mused that the 2 men in her life had faced their share of struggles. They had endured far worse than this trivial matter. Besides, this place is wonderful. The elders often said that no matter how far one travels, nothing compares to the banks of the Huai River. One must remain hopeful. Eventually, the tide will turn. In the eyes of the matriarch, being able to eat one's fill did not equate to poverty. Yang Shuwen drove the donkey cart, navigating a snow-covered path that was quite difficult. Upon arriving at the door, he secured the cart and entered to find Li Jiaquan huddled around the stove. Startled by the sight, the shadows of trees danced as he nervously inquired, "What brings you here?" In the kitchen, Li Mei was washing dishes, her hands too busy to dry them, and hurried over. Noticing Li Jiaquan's silence, she quickly interjected, "What are you doing standing there? Find a place to sit. It's not your first visit." Over nearly a year of acquaintance, Li Mei had come to understand Yang Shuwen's temperament. He was exceedingly straightforward, yet cleverly resourceful. The bed and cabinet in the 3rd room were crafted by his skilled hands, and he was no slouch when it came to stacking bricks and building walls. Li Jiaquan, glancing sideways, offered a cigarette. "Have one." Yang Shuwen hastily waved his hand, indicating he did not smoke, yet Li Jiaquan showed no intention of retracting his offer. "Our father gave it to you. You should accept it." "No need for politeness," Li Mei urged with a glance. Caught off guard, Yang Shuwen took the cigarette, unsure whether to hold it or smoke it, ultimately stuffing it into his pocket. Li Jiaquan then inquired, "How's your tolerance for alcohol?" Yang Shuwen, puzzled by the underlying meaning, glanced at Li Mei for guidance, but received no hint. Steeling himself, he replied, "I don't drink much. I get flushed easily." Li Jiaquan frowned. "What is the point of living if you don't drink or smoke?" Seeing that Li Jiaquan had fallen silent, Li Mei felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Yang Shuwen, "Go help me feed the pigs. Once I tidy up the kitchen, we'll leave." Receiving his orders, Yang Shuwen was eager to escape the stifling atmosphere. He grabbed a bucket of slop and asked, "Should I add any bran?" "Just a bit. 1 bowl will suffice." By the time they finished their tasks, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yang Shuwen hurried back to the donkey cart, while Li Mei carried 2 bags of fruit. Sitting beside him, Yang Shuwen suggested taking Li Mei to buy fabric for clothes. She smiled, "No need. I have enough clothes. I received several new ones from Air on his last visit. Why spend the money?" Yang Shuwen was determined to persevere. Li Mei suggested, "If you're willing, let us take a photograph together. We can go in a few days, but today is the first day of the new year, and I doubt they are open." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Shuwen agreed. The warmth of her affection filled him with both anxiety and excitement. Yet he felt a twinge of guilt for the hardships he had brought upon her. Li Mei gave him a playful glance, tinged with sweetness, and remarked, "No one is better off than anyone else. We are all in a similar situation. I heard from He that the policy of household responsibility is about to be implemented. Fangji Commune did it last year, and after paying their grain taxes, everyone still had a full granary. We will soon have our own land, and who would dare to be lazy? We will work tirelessly. How could our lives possibly deteriorate?" Yang Shuwen thumped his chest, declaring, "If we are to be allocated land, I promise to work diligently so that you will not suffer." Li Mei gazed at this tall, earnest man, increasingly convinced that enduring hardships together would be worthwhile. The two young souls shared laughter and dreams for the future. This spring festival was particularly frigid, casting a pall over the village, which felt desolate. Occasionally, one or two pedestrians hurried past, while the villagers remained holed up in their homes, lacking heating. They resorted to gathering firewood from the mountains to keep warm. In the morning, when the child choked on milk, Duan Mei hastily sent Li Long to call for his grandmother. Li He, flustered, followed closely behind. Wang Yulan held the child upright and gently patted its back until it burped and ceased to vomit. Only then did Wang Yulan feel relieved and scolded. "How many times have I told you not to feed him for so long?" The child cannot express himself. Even if he is full, he won't say a word. You hold him so tightly that he cannot help but eat. Duan Mei, frightened, sincerely apologized, tearfully saying, "I truly didn't mean for him to choke. I was just following your advice." Wang Yulan felt victorious for the moment, looking down at her daughter-in-law with a mix of pride and disdain. Then glanced at her third son, who appeared shamefaced. Wang Yulan's message was clear. Once you leave your parents, you are on your own. Li He visited relatives on both sides of the family, and as customary, each elder received 200 yuan, although the money was meant for his own parents. Wang Yulan harbored resentment towards it. Her feelings were not of disloyalty, but stemmed from her perception of her parents' favoritism towards their son, treating their daughter as if she were an afterthought. Li He was still troubled about how to fulfill his promise to the fourth child and contemplated reaching out to a classmate working at the supply and marketing cooperative. On the third day of the new year, He Jun arrived, bringing news that Li He's bicycle ticket was secured. He Jun had been classified as a reformist due to several articles he wrote in support of the household responsibility system, one of which was published in a provincial newspaper, garnering significant attention. While the county leaders were still deliberating, the secretary of Fangji Commune, inspired by He Jun's article, swiftly declared support for it, leading the way in implementing the household responsibility system. As the calendar pages turned, the days dragged on, each feeling heavier than the last, and the results were soon to be revealed. Ultimately, the previous year's yield ranked first in the entire county, marking it as the first to exceed its grain tax obligations. This caused an uproar throughout the county. "Are you saying that the county intends to transfer you to the Agricultural Bureau, while the province wants you in the advisory office?" Li He was taken aback. This external influence seemed rather excessive. He Jun, barely 30, was following a conventional trajectory from a staff member to a departmental level, thereby gaining entry into the ranks of civil servants, which comes with its own prestige. According to regulations, as long as one diligently serves the people, within 3 years, one can ascend from a junior officer to an associate department head, and after another 3 years, to a full department head. Ultimately, I will heed the organizational arrangements. Yet I am curious to hear your thoughts. Your intellect surpasses mine. Although He Jun was humble, he could not conceal his spirited demeanor. Their relationship had not yet reached a level of deep trust, so Li He pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, he mused. "Are you suggesting I join the agricultural committee?" He Jun, sensing Li He's silence, grew anxious. "I consider you a brother. Please enlighten me about the intricacies here. Your affairs will become intertwined with mine." At this juncture, Li He felt compelled to be forthright, reflecting on the 30 years since the founding of our nation. No matter the tumult or the plethora of regulations and documents that have emerged, the fundamental organizational principles remain unchanged. One must start from the grassroots level. Joining the provincial advisory office may sound prestigious, yet it bears little practical value. The higher-ups will inundate you with bureaucratic red tape, leaving little room for action. Moreover, entering the advisory office often implies a role as a scribe. Such a background is hardly advantageous, and merely advancing to the position of office secretary would be a notable achievement. Conversely, the Agricultural Committee presents a different scenario. It offers ample opportunities to achieve tangible results and showcases your pragmatic approach. While it may seem straightforward, the greatest challenge lies in managing interpersonal relations. One cannot be excessively rigid, lest they offend others, nor can one lack principles, as that leads to errors. In essence, it is about one's ability to navigate the complexities of social interactions and find the right balance. Regardless of the circumstances, the focus must remain on economic development, a principle that one must steadfastly uphold, undeterred by the prospect of offending others. He Jun stared at Li He in astonishment. It truly is a pity that you are not pursuing an official position. However, it seems I have made the right choice in seeking you today. I must take my leave now. When it is convenient for you, I will give you the bicycle ticket. If you are pressed for time, feel free to send your younger brother to collect it. Li He smiled and replied, I am merely an observer in this matter. When I have the time, I will ask my brother to come by. He set aside lunch, while He Jun, in a hurry, returned to diligently ponder over his report. In the afternoon of the third day of the Lunar New Year, the village broadcast announced that electricity would soon be available, with a 6 yuan account opening fee. Li He hurriedly sent his fourth brother to pay the fee, recognizing this as the first step towards enlightenment and modernization. Within a few days, 2 electricians arrived in the village, carelessly binding cables to wooden poles, and then proceeded to connect wires and install light bulbs in each household. Observing the process, Li shook his head in disbelief, wondering when it would be their turn. He approached one of the electricians, saying, Could you please cut the wire for me? I can connect it myself, saving you some trouble. The electrician raised his head and replied, Young man, do not overestimate your abilities. Electricity is no trifling matter. If something goes awry, who will be responsible? Beside him, Lu Chuanqi smiled and remarked, Master, this is a university student from our village, studying in the capital. He cannot be lacking in diligence. Upon hearing this, the master hesitated momentarily, but ultimately handed a coil to Li He, saying, I trust you. I do not require this back, as it belongs to the public. Li He chuckled, I shall not take advantage of public property, whatever I do not use. I will certainly return to you. Li He then bit off a piece of insulating tape and proceeded to connect the wiring in his home before heading over to Li Long's place. As soon as the switch was turned on, Li Long, brimming with excitement, was eager to test it. However, upon pulling the switch, there was a loud click, and the light did not illuminate. When he tried again with excessive force, the cord was yanked down. Li He was infuriated, exclaiming, You fool! The power isn't even on yet. How could you expect the light to shine? It will work once the village wiring is completed. He then struggled to reopen the switch box, rethreading the nylon cord. Once the village was electrified, Lu Chuanqi began broadcasting announcements, stating, Feel free to use electricity. We will charge uniformly, collecting fees based on the number of residents. Each household must not exceed 25 watts for their bulbs, adhering to the standardized electricity usage. That evening, as the entire village was illuminated, Li He gazed at the brightly lit homes and twinkling lights across the village, feeling that modernization was drawing nearer. Many elderly villagers found the concept of electric lights bewildering, unable to comprehend how 2 wires could produce sparks, and they would tremble at the thought of touching them. Most villagers were oblivious to the distinctions between the live wire and the neutral wire, as well as which materials were insulating and which were conductive. After experiencing several electric shocks, many began to grasp the basics and started to devise clever schemes. At that time, there were no meters to measure electricity usage, so many households secretly installed bulbs exceeding 40 watts. To not seize a bargain is foolish, many thought, eager to benefit from public resources. Consequently, village officials would spend their evenings inspecting households. A simple task as the brightness of bulbs was clearly distinguishable. Whenever they encountered such cases, officials would admonish the villagers and require them to replace their bulbs. As a result, the village's electricity expenses soared, and the officials would then redistribute the costs evenly among the total households, causing those who adhered to the rules to suffer losses. The majority of the populace in China is reluctant to bear losses, and thus no one continued to follow the regulations faithfully. As the chairman once noted, the wisdom of the laboring people is inexhaustible. Even with the eventual introduction of meters, those intent on stealing electricity would find a way to evade detection. Li He had bought a ticket for the 7th day in advance. While packing his belongings that evening, he was curious as to why Li Zhaoquan had not yet departed. Given his temperament, he would typically not linger for long. Li took the initiative to pour Li Zhaoquan another cup of tea, saying, Father, you aren't leaving this year, are you? I will be heading out tomorrow morning, so please take care of your health at home. Li Zhaoquan, appreciating his son's rare thoughtfulness, responded jovially, How could I leave? Isn't your sister getting married this year? I must oversee the arrangements. You can see for yourself who is capable. Li Zhaoquan's recent excursion broadened his horizons, yet it also instilled a sense of extravagance within him. Previously, a mere handful of coins would bring him joy for an entire day. Now, he dismisses 10 or 8 yuan with disdain. With the soaring prices outside, no matter how liberally one spends, survival becomes an arduous task. Venturing out without funds is a venture fraught with peril. A thorough search of his home yielded no hidden stash of money. Wang Yulan, having suffered a significant loss last time, has also grown wise. She meticulously safeguards the money given by their children, still pained by the memory of the more than 1,600 yuan lost before. In the lead-up to the new year, Li Zhaoquan created a stir on several occasions, each time prompting Wang Yulan to tearfully produce a few coins, but any further requests were met with a definitive refusal. This left Li Zhaoquan quite displeased, feeling that Wang Yulan has become less considerate. Fearing that Li Mei might marry and that Li Zhaoquan would cause further trouble, Li instructed Li Mei to discreetly present 200 yuan to Wang Yulan, claiming it to be a betrothal gift from Yang Shuwen. Despite Wang Yulan being caught in the middle, the couple has always been a paragon of marital harmony, having never resorted to violence or destruction. On the morning of the 7th day of the new year, Li set off by bicycle, accompanied by Li Long to the county town. Upon reaching the bus station, he placed down his bag and embraced Li Long, measuring their heights. You're 18 now, nearly taller than me. You're becoming a man. From now on, I shall no longer scold you. With a wife and children, you must shoulder your responsibilities. Your younger brother is in middle school at the commune. Visit him often. Send him what he needs and ensure he isn't bullied. If anything arises, send me a telegram. Li Long was taken aback. He had never encountered his brother speaking to him with such calmness and earnestness. A surge of emotion welled within him, leaving him on the brink of tears. Though he could not articulate why, he simply nodded and replied, I understand. You can rest easy and focus on your studies. As Li sat on the bus, watching Li Long cycling further away, he relinquished any aspirations for his brother's success, wishing only for stability. The train station was bustling with people, and Li finally managed to squeeze inside, panting from exhaustion. After drinking some water, he collapsed onto a bench, too weary to move. In his drowsiness, he found himself unexpectedly cradling a woman beside him. She was in her 30s, tall and voluptuous, with skin that glowed with a rosy hue. To his astonishment, it was his instructor, Zhang Shuxing. Li's mind raced as he continued to hold her, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance, his senses once again faced with overwhelming stimulation. He became oblivious to everything else. Just as he prepared to fully embrace the moment, an uncontrollable urge to urinate struck him, and then it was over. A wave of disappointment washed over him, followed by a chilling sensation. Had he somehow gotten wet? The sound of the train rattling in the background brought him back to reality. He opened his eyes to find himself still on the train, having unknowingly dozed off in his seat. Removing the bruised bag from his leg, Li glanced at his trousers. The marks were not overtly visible, yet he was acutely aware of the incident that had transpired. He had, astonishingly, experienced a nocturnal emission, with the object of his fantasy being none other than his teacher. A surge of adolescent malevolence washed over him. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed the area, relieved to find no one paying him any heed. He hurried to the restroom to clean himself with tissue, his hands sticky and unsure of what to curse. His gaze fell upon the empty roll of toilet paper, and once again, he found himself engulfed in profound anxiety regarding the tumultuous nature of adolescence. Upon arriving in the capital, Li immediately squeezed onto a bus, hastening homeward. Once he reached his residence, he eagerly flung open the door, disregarding the cold, and poured a basin of cold water over himself. Gradually, the discomfort dissipated, though he soon found himself shivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the door, prompting Li to hastily wrap himself in a blanket and rush to open it. Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Damn it, I'm freezing, he exclaimed upon seeing Su Ming, his irritation palpable. Su Ming, taken aback by Li's blanket-clad figure, dripping hair, and trembling frame, chuckled awkwardly. Bro, I didn't realize you were in the shower. I could have waited. Li, disinterested in further conversation, retreated to his room to dress. Drying his hair with a towel, observing Su Ming lost in thought, he snapped, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and start the stove. Su Ming quickly cleared the ashes from the stove, adding some paper and twigs. Once the fire caught, he introduced charcoal, and in no time, the stove glowed warmly. Li, disregarding the smoke, approached eagerly. Brother, You haven't had dinner yet, right? My mom made a large batch of dumplings today. Shall I bring you a bowl? Su Ming inquired, pouring water into a kettle and placing it carefully on the stove. Are you going out? Why are you being so obedient at home? Li asked. Grinning. With a conspiratorial tone, Su Ming replied, You've returned home, but you're unaware that quite a bit has transpired recently. Several girls were victimized at the alley's entrance, and there were instances of robbery and even stabbings. What's more outrageous is that on Chang'an Street, 2 gangs clashed with machetes. The police are currently chasing them everywhere. I can't afford to be seen, or I'd be in deep trouble. Just like what our night school teacher said about being not present evidence. Su Ming realized, yes, that's exactly it. Whatever happens, it's none of my concern. Li sighed, reflecting on his previously sheltered life. Such events were only things he had read about in books. Hearing about them firsthand was an entirely different experience. Do you know who is responsible? He pondered aloud, noticing Li He's interest. Su Ming seized the opportunity to boast a little. Hey, brother, don't underestimate me. I'm somewhat of a big deal now, even if I don't go out. I have a pretty good grasp of what goes on in the streets and alleys, especially with those who just returned. They had plenty of grudges before leaving, and now they're back seeking revenge. Their enemies have been relentless, ensuring they can't find peace. Without jobs or income, what else can they do but cause trouble on the streets? As the warm stove crackled, Li felt revitalized. He patted his legs, stretched lazily, and twisted his neck, saying, You can stay here for now. Have your subordinates been managed well? Everything's arranged. I'm following your lead. I've assigned them tasks. They can't harbor grudges against money. Came the response. By the way, brother, that Zhang Xianwen seems to have developed other intentions. He is not just supplying us. Several intermediaries of mine are sourcing directly from him. Isn't that a blatant breach of decorum? This old dog, having tasted a bit of success, wishes to dominate his territory without a thought for who aided him in the beginning. Li He replied, True friends earn together. It's only natural. There's no such thing as a lifetime business. In trade, both parties must consent. Let's observe the situation. If necessary, we can part amicably. There is no need for intrigue. Let us set a time for a meal. I'll probe his intentions. After enjoying the steaming dumplings that Su Ming brought over, Li He burrowed into his quilt. Recalling the disheartening events of the day, he was increasingly uncertain about how far hormones could suppress rationality. Indeed, it was a rather tumultuous adolescence. After waiting for 2 days without news from Zhang Wanting, Li He grew anxious. In an era where communication relied heavily on shouting, making a phone call or sending a text felt utterly absurd. He even longed for a pager, anything to alleviate his concern. As the sun rose and the ice melted, winter in the capital came to a close. The vegetable market had just begun its day, and noticing the time was still early, Li decided to take a stroll. Fresh produce was abundantly displayed along the roadside, vibrant and appealing. Nearby, farmers from the countryside arranged their radishes and cabbages in rows, creating competition for the state-run market. Consequently, one could now purchase cabbage and similar items without the need for grain coupons, a subtle change that delighted Li He. The embryonic form of a market economy often initiates from these small shifts. Farmers beneath the imperial city were likely no different from those in other regions of China, clad in worn jackets. Their faces pale yet brimming with spirit as they tirelessly counted their small bills. However, merely lacking a household registration set them apart from city dwellers, relegating their circumstances to a different realm. Even as many farmers migrated to urban areas for work, they merely became transient laborers, labeled as migrant workers. Although Li He sometimes struggled to comprehend the rural preference for sons over daughters, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness when contemplating the harsh realities of rural life. As they aged and could no longer work, their needs were neglected. Unlike the urban populace that enjoyed pensions, medical insurance, and minimum living allowances, with nothing to rely on, how could they expect to survive without their sons? Alas, it was a hard truth. One's origins are beyond choice. Some individuals are destined to bear the weight of burdens from birth. Reflecting on Li Zhaoquan and Wang Yulan, Li perceived their lives as simply manifestations of different lifestyles and philosophies, devoid of fundamental contradictions. With a bit of forbearance and mutual compromise, harmony could be preserved rather than descending into irreconcilable conflict. As the start of the academic year approached, Zhang Wanting finally returned. Without waiting for her to set down her belongings, Li swept her into his arms, joyfully spinning her around. If you didn't come back soon, I would have had to seek you out. Did we not agree that you would arrive on the 9th? Put me down quickly. This is quite undignified. And the door is wide open, Zhang Wanting insisted, playfully patting Li's shoulder, amused by his childlike antics. Li attentively brought over a basin of warm water for Zhang Wanting to wash her face. She relished this tender attention. Women are often easily moved by such warm and delicate gestures. My grandfather passed away, which delayed my return by a few days, and I must have worried you. She continued. My grandmother is the most unfortunate. She will be all alone now. Her eyes are nearly swollen from crying. Zhang Wanting glanced cautiously at Li He. I left her 100 yuan. You won't be upset, will you? Li He planted a kiss on her forehead. Did I not say long ago that what is mine is yours? You always make such trivial remarks. Who taught you that? It's quite nauseating, she replied, wiping her forehead clean with her hand. I've calculated it well. If I graduate and secure a position in the Foreign Affairs Department, I could earn 210 yuan a month, which is quite a decent sum. She resolved to study diligently from now on, determined to secure a good job after graduation. Li chuckled at her ambitious aspirations, thinking it amusing that she was unaware of her previous life as merely a factory translator, whose greatest achievement had been selling military equipment to the Russians. However, encouragement was still necessary. My dear wife, I believe in you. You are the best. I will learn from you. Don't try to charm me with your words. I won't fall for that, Zhang Wanting retorted, but before she could finish, Li He playfully tumbled her onto the bed. You are becoming increasingly unruly, she teased. Watching as he struggled to find a comfortable position, sweating profusely, she tenderly helped him to settle down. Suddenly, he slipped in unexpectedly, and before he could prepare himself, it was over. Li He was left bewildered. Zhang Wanting burst into laughter. Ah, retribution has come, comrade Li He. The revolution has yet to succeed. You must strive harder. Embarrassed, Li He's face turned crimson as he defended himself. I was merely too tense. Do not gloat. I shall deal with you later tonight. Once they composed themselves, Zhang Wanting began washing the bed linens and tidying up the kitchen, while Li followed behind, fetching water and hanging clothes. In the future, if you return, I want you to come with me. You must not come back alone, he stated. Zhang Wanting, puzzled, asked, but when I usually have a break, I come back alone. What's the problem? Li He replied, haven't you noticed the increasing number of ruffians lurking around, smoking in the corners? None of them are up to any good. I worry about you being alone. Try to stay inside the campus as much as possible. If you need anything, let me know, and I'll accompany you. From now on, I will come to pick you up during your breaks. Tomorrow, I will buy a bicycle for our convenience. As Li spoke, Zhang Wanting seemed to recall something. I, too, remembered that a young girl studying Portuguese had an incident in the alley behind the school gate at the end of last year. Though the school had kept the specifics concealed, since then, she had not been seen. Oh, reflecting on this, I genuinely feel hesitant to venture out alone. Li He, concerned about frightening Zhang Wanting, reassured her, fear not, for I am here. Just heed my words. A few days into the new semester, Su Ming invited Zhang Xianwen to dine together. It was the first time for Lao Mo and Li He to experience this, and although the dishes were rather ordinary, the ambience was lively, drawing in quite a crowd. Li Xing, long time no see. Wishing you prosperity, Zhang Xianwen exclaimed with great enthusiasm upon spotting Li He. Dressed in a suit and polished shoes, he imitated the demeanor of a Hong Kong businessman. Li He could only feign modesty, thanking him. Your Mandarin has improved considerably. You seem to be thriving now. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Ming initiated the conversation. Business is becoming untenable. Take those identical electronic watches. I sell them for 30, while others sell for 20. How can I not falter in such circumstances? Feigning surprise, Zhang Xianwen inquired. Could it be that those Wenzhou folks have stock? If those rascals get involved, it would indeed pose a serious problem. Li He lamented, when the gods clash, it is the mortals who suffer. It seems we must pause for a while and observe the market. Though Zhang Xianwen suspected these two might know something, he dared not gamble. As he was currently flourishing, he primarily relied on them for goods. If he depended on those second-hand dealers, his sales would dwindle significantly. With this realization, his previous sense of luck dissipated, and he quickly said, Gentlemen, let us not rush. We shall observe for a while longer. If there are still mixed goods in the market, we can halt then. Su Ming and Li He exchanged a glance, acknowledging the shrewdness of the man. Li smiled and remarked, Boss Zhang's words are prudent. Shall we continue to observe? Zhang Xianwen stood, raising his glass in agreement. Indeed, we shall observe for now. It is no easy task for us. We cannot easily abandon our efforts. Let us drink to that. With that, the three clinked their glasses together. The meal extended from dusk until nightfall, after which they each returned home. In the turbulent landscape of the 1980s, even the ruffians pursued education. Those who could act like rogues yet appreciate the arts were not as fearsome as those who combined the two. He found the piece Waiting by Wang Su intriguing. It depicted little rascals cautiously stepping into the limelight, vying for the power of public discourse as a first step. Initially, everyone adhered to Marxism-Leninism, sharing a unified ideological stance. However, with the advent of openness, myriad thoughts flooded in, blurring the previously clear boundaries of ideology. No one knew where the limits lay. And even the authorities were at a loss regarding management. Everyone began to probe where the boundaries truly resided, leading to the conclusion that there seemed to be none. Many thought that since openness had arrived, they might as well embrace it fully and indulge freely in their endeavors. The most conspicuous observation is the deterioration of public security. This decline is attributed to the failure of existing methods to provide adequate employment opportunities. Those who have experienced a relatively decent urban life cannot be relegated to rural existence for a lifetime after just a few years. Some things, if never seen, can be ignored, but once witnessed, as long as one possesses the strength, the human spirit cannot remain complacent. They will employ various means to pursue a better life. If the legal avenues are blocked, they will resort to the illegal. Similarly, in the countryside, the allure of cinematic trends has led to the emulation of gangster personas. With a particular admiration for the likes of Chow Yun-fat, they engage in bravado, boastfulness, and when boredom strikes, they wander through the village, inevitably causing disturbances, most commonly by stealing a few chickens for a meal. What begins as petty theft evolves into organized crime, brazenly perpetrating robberies. Many gangs follow this trajectory. This reflects the true sentiment of the people. Any organization standing against this tide is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Poverty and the rampant growth of societal chaos are unrelated to openness. It is akin to stopping any woman on the street to inquire about what it means to dress openly. She would only describe it in terms of thinness, transparency, and revealing necklines, discussing liberation from bodily constraints, without acknowledging the significance of whether the attire costs 20 yuan or 20,000. At this juncture, merely reciting a few poems can render one a conversational charm. If one cannot recite poetry, stepping outside becomes a source of embarrassment. This summer has undeniably arrived too swiftly. With nature behaving like a mischievous child, unpredictable in its temperament. On the first day of mid-May, temperatures surged to 30 degrees, and the heat wave outdoors prompted mutual complaints among the crowd. The weather was intolerable. Young women clad in short sleeves and skirts populated the streets. Sumin, feeling the oppressive heat, stood at the corner of the market, boasting with a few friends, critiquing the passers-by, who was beautiful, who was charming with fair skin, who had long legs, and who was appealing. Suddenly, a piercing shout of "Catch the thief!" snapped Sumin to attention. Trouble was brewing in his territory. As if he were invisible, with a curse, he rushed forth, leading his companions through a maze of alleyways. A tall figure, nearly 6 feet, with long legs and robust arms, landed a powerful slap on the thief, leaving him dazed. Sumin, panting and enraged, followed closely, delivering a kick to the thief's side, chiding him for not fleeing from a violation in his domain. "Ah, Mingzi, the Annie owes you her thanks," one elderly lady exclaimed, reclaiming her stolen bag from the thief. And in her frustration, she kicked him once more. Upon noticing the red armband of the village committee, Sumin spat, knowing full well that they would take the opportunity to lecture him for an eternity. "And it is hardly worth mentioning. You carry on with your tasks, while I take it upon myself to educate that miscreant." Su Ming waited for the crowd to disperse at the alley's entrance before dragging the thief to a deserted corner. "Hey, kid, you come to do business here without even greeting me? Do you understand the rules?" The young man's eyes were swollen, squinting as he replied, "My boss is Shun Laodi. Brother, spare me some face, and we shall meet again in good spirits." Biao whispered a few words into Su Ming's ear, and he understood. He kicked the young man again. "What do you take me for? You think just because Shun Laodi comes around, I'll show you any respect?" Upon hearing such defiance, the young man realized that a beating was inevitable and resigned himself to huddling in the corner, each punch and kick tearing at his very soul. Zhang Wanting was deeply troubled this summer. There is a saying, too many lice do not bite, too many accounts do not worry. Yet the lice had made themselves at home on her. She crushed them one by one with her comb, but continued to shake her shoulders and shrug her head, uncomfortable from the bites. Although she could catch them right after removing her clothes, pinching them between her nails resulted in a satisfying pop. Yet the sheer number of lice left her too exhausted to continue the hunt. She resolved to bathe and wash her clothes daily, wishing she knew where to buy pesticide to wash her hair. Li He, observing Zhang Wanting's long, dark braided hair, felt somewhat uneasy. "Dear, why not consider cutting your hair shorter?" Zhang Wanting retorted, "If I cut my hair, it will surely look unattractive." Li He quickly reassured her. Beauty is not solely determined by appearance. It is primarily about one's demeanor, not just the braid. "Please, dear, you cannot keep that braid any longer." Zhang Wanting was not stubborn. She noticed many short-haired girls on the streets and in schools. However, she had nurtured her braid for so many years that she was reluctant to part with it. Yet, she was indeed vexed by the lice, and after much resolve, sought the help of Su Ming's mother to cut her hair. After 3 days of feeling unattractive post-haircut, she found herself on the verge of tears as she gazed into the mirror. Li He retrieved several foreign exchange notes from the drawer and hurriedly coaxed. "Do not be upset, dear. Today, let us take a stroll down Chang'an Street." Zhang Wanting reluctantly followed him, her enthusiasm waning. At the entrance of the friendship store, she suddenly spotted a group of foreigners, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with high noses and deep-set eyes, genuine Westerners. They ignored Li He, and her curiosity piqued as she trailed behind them. With the opening of the borders, foreigners were a rare sight on Chinese soil. The unexpected appearance of these Westerners left Zhang Wanting in disbelief as she stared intently, feeling as though she had entered a circus. A flurry of terms from her textbooks and newspapers flooded her mind: evil imperialism, dying capitalism, and exploited bourgeois workers. After observing them for a while, she could not discern any semblance of exploitation or oppression among these Americans. They all appeared well-fed and brimming with confidence. Their attire was vibrant and varied, something she thought she had only seen in films. Turning to glance at the onlookers surrounding her, Zhang Wanting observed their gaunt faces, pallid complexions, and their drab, uniform attire of muted gray. She even spotted a gentleman beside her, clad in a deep gray coat, extravagantly cinched at the waist with a piece of straw. Yet, what struck Zhang Wanting most profoundly, leaving her utterly dumbfounded, was the sight of the vibrant, well-dressed foreigners hailing from the decaying, dire realms of capitalism. As they purchased their goods, they nonchalantly extracted crisp 10-yuan notes from their wallets, not one by one, but in handfuls, all without a hint of hesitation. It is worth noting that 10 yuan is the highest denomination of the renminbi, sufficient to sustain a person for an entire month. Watching the foreigners enter the friendship store, she felt a sense of helplessness. She could not follow them inside, for the security guards stationed there demanded passports from anyone not donned in suits and ties. The store catered exclusively to foreigners, and an uncomfortable sensation seemed to congeal within her. "Li He, let us just go to the department store next door," Zhang Wanting suggested, plopping herself down on the steps. "Could you fetch me a bottle of shampoo?" "I don't wish to go." Counselor Zhang Shuxing, an English teacher, stood out from most of her colleagues, who were so dedicated that they left no room for their students' fantasies. Tall and stylish, her open-mindedness likely stemmed from her travels abroad, and her engaging demeanor made her classes particularly enjoyable. Li He found himself yearning for the comforting embrace of this understanding sister figure, whose warmth and wisdom radiated an alluring charm that captivated men. Some likened her presence to the deep fragrance of a ripe apple, in contrast to the superficial scent of flowers. Li He recalled the first time he attended her class, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. Sitting in the front row, he gazed at her beautiful, slightly flushed face, as if something had suddenly awakened within him, igniting a restless itch throughout his being. He had become enamored with English lessons, eagerly anticipating each class, calculating the time until their foreign language sessions, and often sneaking a peek at her while she prepared for lessons. His affection for her mirrored that of any infatuation. A mere glance from her would send him into a whirlwind of emotions, trembling joy, sadness, and despair. He feared her indifference yet simultaneously dreaded her scrutiny. Each serendipitous encounter felt like a bountiful harvest in a barren landscape, a divine gift. Yet, he knew that his feelings for her would yield no fruitful outcome, leaving him to bury his thoughts deep within, grappling with the pain and timidity of unrequited love. He secretly relished every detail associated with her, feeling like a spy, desperate for her to remain oblivious while also anxious about other suspicions. He chastised himself for the inappropriateness of his emotions, yet he continued to tread further down this lonely path, heedless of the consequences. To harbor affection for one's teacher inevitably means relinquishing any aspirations. One can merely wish for her well-being in silence and quietly envy those who partake in her life. She is indeed a remarkable individual, contemplating the provision of supplementary lessons for students struggling with the basics, beginning with phonetics and progressing through each individual word. Li He, undeterred by the prospect of embarrassment, clumsily articulates each phoneme with a Dutch accent. He sits vacantly in the last row, observing the eloquent and poised English teacher at the podium, lost in reminiscence. Initially, he believed that the events of a past life would fade into oblivion, that he would not endure the same lack of achievement as before. Yet, he finds that this lifetime still harbors ripples within his heart. An insidious little voice in his subconscious has fixated on her as an object of fantasy within his dreams. Despite her towering high heels, she remains a head taller than Li He. As the heat of summer envelopes the air, Li He inadvertently glimpses the expanse of her neckline as he passes the podium, sending a shiver down his spine and rendering his body rigid. He does not pretend to be above the allure of beauty, rather, he is simply loath to invest further time and energy into a relationship that bears no promise of fruition. Upon returning to his dormitory, he takes a brief, cooling shower in the rudimentary sink as the oppressive heat weighs heavily upon him. The only drawback of city life is its lack of spontaneity, unlike the countryside, where one can freely plunge into a river for a refreshing bath. Summer here feels somewhat stifled. He reminisces about the countryside, where, after a meal, he would dash to the river, sweat-soaked, and dive into the water, luxuriating in the invigorating sensation of cleansing himself beneath its surface. Zhao Yangqi is perched at his desk, diligently composing a letter. After several revisions, he meticulously transcribes it. Li He chuckles. Old Zhao, do you really need to go through such lengths to write a letter? Zhao Yangqi, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratches his head and replies, my wife can hardly read. I fear she might struggle with the obscure characters. Writing requires me to constantly revise, considering which words she recognizes and which she does not. If I write too carelessly, she may not understand a single word. Li He, intrigued, asks, Isn't your eldest child 15 now? Surely he can read the letter without issue? Zhao Yongqi hesitates. It's all just husband and wife talk. It's not something for the child to overhear. Li finishes tidying his bed and brews a cup of tea, saying, Is everything well at home? How's the child's schooling? Quite well, Zhao Yangqi responds. Last year we measured the land and contracted it to households. Although it's a bit arduous, there is hope for the future. The child is diligent in his studies and obedient to his family. Zhao Yangqi wore a look of contentment as he gazed at Li He with gratitude. However, the one I am most thankful to is you, Li He. I truly appreciate your assistance. When my father fell ill, it was you who unhesitatingly lent me money. Even now, the repair business you have allowed me to take on is a significant favor. I am deeply indebted to you. Please refrain from such sentimental talk, Li He replied. I consider you as my own brother. There is no next life for us. Unable to endure such mushy words, Li He casually inquired, Has Zhao Qing been seeing that young man from Wadeaku Academy? Zhao Yongqi chuckled. You certainly have a knack for teasing. The Huqing University is merely located in Wadeaku. It is not called Wadeaku Academy. Yes, she has been seeing him, but he is back in his hometown in Xiangnan, with a wife and children. It is quite inappropriate. Did he not come back to pursue her? Li He asked curiously. I thought they were all about free love. Is he so easily willing to let her go? Zhao Yangqi replied indignantly. He came by twice. Zhao Qing, being soft-hearted, hesitated, but was reprimanded by He Fang, who warned him that if he returned, she would write to his hometown and report him. After that, he was never seen again. But one must say, such behavior is utterly despicable. How can one neglect a family with children and a wife? An elegant lady deserves a gentleman's affection. He is now a proud university student and naturally seeks someone he perceives as more suitable, Li He remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Yongqi retorted angrily. That is a lack of conscience. His wife toils in the countryside, caring for the old and the young. That is no easy task. Li teased Zhao Yangqi. So you have no thoughts in that direction? I have noticed many young women showing you interest. Zhao Yangqi sighed in exasperation. You were so carefree. How can you joke about such matters? When I married my wife, we had nothing. We borrowed a quilt from a neighbor at the village entrance. Despite the hardships, I never heard a word of complaint from her. She encouraged me to pursue my education after high school, believing it a shame not to attend university. While I studied here, she selflessly worked hard to support our family, caring for the elderly and raising our 2 children. In critical moments, I contributed little. All the credit goes to her. How could I betray her trust? As he spoke, his emotions became evident, and at times he hesitated, holding back words that lingered unspoken. Li understood that what Zhao Yangqi truly wished to express was his profound feelings for her. regretting his earlier jest. He felt he had disrespected Zhao Yongqi's wife, a kind-hearted woman who, despite her lack of formal education, was industrious and frugal. Even after moving to the city with Zhao Yongqi, she retained her rural ways. While Li might not be privy to the trials they faced, the fact that they remained together until the end was undeniable. Perhaps love is simply the quiet passage of life, hand in hand, growing old together, still finding solace in one another's company. In the eyes of Li He and his contemporaries, love is not the entirety of marriage. Rather, marriage is simple yet profound, gradually ingrained in one's very being. Two individuals bound together, supporting each other through life's journey. Li leaned against the balcony, taking a drag from his cigarette. He pondered the extent to which his rebirth had altered his character, and why such frivolous thoughts had suddenly surfaced. A sense of fear began to creep in. He was apprehensive about potentially committing the same mistakes that most men do, ultimately becoming the very kind of person he had once despised. Perhaps it was not merely about becoming someone he detested, but rather the unsettling realization that he was indeed that person. At times, Li could not help but contemplate the peculiarities of his rebirth. If such a monumental glitch had been granted, why not also bestow a golden opportunity or extraordinary abilities? Even something as trivial as a storage space? Surely, rebirth has its advantages. Possessing memories undoubtedly provides an edge, allowing him to save considerable time in learning, which could be repurposed for idleness or daydreaming. Was his capability sufficient to ascend the pinnacles of industry? At present, it seemed inadequate. Without a golden opportunity akin to designing microchips, he felt lost. Everyone is aware of the principles behind kindling a fire with wood. Yet when placed in the wilderness with merely a drilled wooden board and a wooden drill, one would still be at a loss. Those unfamiliar with machinery often resort to an avalanche of technical jargon, which is utterly disconnected from reality and misleads the public. Discussing industrial topics is indeed vast. In fundamental industries represented by materials science, China is still far behind. Materials, heat treatment, machine tools, CNC systems, and servo motors are all intricately interconnected. Resolving one may offer hope for solving another. It resembles a technology tree. Only when all points are unlocked can one advance, but if even one remains inaccessible, progress halts. However, at least currently, no single individual can achieve any of these points alone. To manufacture a product, the foremost consideration must be the industrial ecosystem, whether the industrial system can keep pace. For instance, the existence of an industrial sector for lighters, sock manufacturing, panty sewing, and adhesive plastic shoes all constitutes a complete industrial chain with robust upstream and downstream support. Presently, China has not fully integrated into the International Division of Labor, making it exceedingly difficult for an individual to make a mark in industry. Even if Li wished to produce the simplest DVD, he would struggle to resolve the most basic chip queries, all requiring imports. But where would the foreign exchange come from? At this time, foreign exchange was exceedingly scarce, primarily allocated to advanced aerospace and military industries, while civilian sectors could only progress gradually. Thus, the 1980s and 1990s were predominantly characterized by foreign investments, including those from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as the Chinese consumer market experienced a frenzied expansion. In a nutshell, having wealth allowed for indulgence. It is easy to say but challenging to act. Perhaps that encapsulates the essence of the matter. During this summer vacation, the school rarely took a break. One morning, after brushing his teeth, Li inquired of Zhang Wanting, who was busy washing clothes, "Wife, are you returning to your hometown? If you're not going back, neither will I. Studying there wouldn't be peaceful. My mother will undoubtedly find fault." Zhang Wanting lifted her head, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. "I've told you countless times, hang the towel properly. You carelessly toss it aside every time, and it ends up in a tangled mess. Having repeated it 100 times, you still do not heed my words." Li hastily replied, "I understand my mistake, dear wife. Shall I go and purchase some groceries?" The table was adorned with soybean milk and fried dough sticks, suggesting that they should enjoy a hearty meal before venturing out. "Today, please do not buy too much. In this heat, it will spoil quickly." Zhang Wanting felt that their provisions were ample, and any additional purchases would only lead to further preparations. Their kitchen was already brimming with various pickles and sauces. Bringing home more ingredients would necessitate additional culinary creativity, which she wished to avoid. "There is still half a portion of intestines. I have cleaned them thoroughly, and we shall have them for lunch." Zhang Wanting always approached cooking with careful consideration. For Li, he held a particular fondness for such dishes. There was no need to cut them before boiling, yet blanching was essential. Much like the twice-cooked pork, She would first simmer them with slices of ginger until they reached about 70 to 80% doneness, then retrieve them, cutting them into thumb-sized pieces to later stir-fry with onions and green peppers. After completing the laundry, she began tidying the house as usual. Regardless of the time, she could not abide a disordered home. She opened the windows for ventilation, returned the bedding to the cupboard, and swept the Kong and the floor. As she busied herself, Su Ming's mother passed by and approached her. "That daughter-in-law of the Wang family is rather peculiar," she remarked, her tone definitive. This daughter-in-law resided directly across from Su Ming's home. Though Su Ming's mother had a penchant for gossip, Zhang Wanting remained polite for Su Ming's sake. Naturally, she enjoyed listening and sharing neighborhood tales, finding value in having such a neighbor, as it kept her informed of local gossip without stepping outside. "Aunt Lu, could you bring me a pair of shoes later, size 42? Zhang Wanting asked, as she had been assisting Li He in making shoe soles. "What a trivial matter. I can have my daughter deliver them," Aunt Lu replied, chattering incessantly while Zhang Wanting could scarcely get a word in. Now, with Aunt Lu discussing the Wang family daughter-in-law, Zhang Wanting merely smiled, which was sufficient encouragement for Aunt Lu to continue her monologue. "I suspect she is engaging in illicit affairs," Aunt Lu declared. As she was well acquainted with all the happenings in Wang'er Mountain, embellishing stories with fervor, Zhang Wanting could not ascertain the truth of Aunt Lu's claims but was taken aback. "Aunt, such talk cannot be trifled with. It concerns a person's reputation, and it would be quite disgraceful if it were to spread among the neighbors. I only confide in you because I trust you. I have no interest in discussing others," Aunt Lu asserted, as if Zhang Wanting should feel honored by her attention. "Just look at how she dresses, all flamboyant and ostentatious. Can a good person truly present themselves like that? Aunt, is that really the basis for your judgment?" Zhang Wanting questioned uncertainly. Aunt Lu replied with conviction, "What else could it be? A respectable person would never dress that way." Zhang Wanting chuckled. "Aunt, she wears high heels. Her pants are denim, and she applies lipstick. Each of these is perfectly respectable. Do you not see Su Ming in denim as well? If you venture to Shidon, many young people dress like that nowadays. What is the big deal?" Unconvinced, Aunt Lu retorted, "In the past, only the women of the brothels could dress like that. I simply cannot abide it." Just as Li He returned from shopping, Aunt Lu, displaying her perceptiveness, took her leave. Li He arranged the vegetables with a smile and remarked, with her idly wandering about, "How can you concentrate on your reading?" Zhang Wanting, having said this, dismissed Li He from her thoughts and immersed herself in her book. Sensing the lack of interest, Li He retreated to his room to organize his treasures. The task proved to be considerably challenging, yet he managed to collect a substantial amount. Just the jade artifacts alone filled an entire box, while the collection of porcelain and earthenware exceeded 4,000 pieces. The authenticity of these items was uncertain. Even if only half were genuine, amassing a fortune in the billions would pose no difficulty. As noon approached, Zhang Wanting set aside her book to prepare lunch. She whipped up a bowl of stir-fried cabbage mixed with vermicelli, a dish of braised homemade tofu, with the main course being stir-fried intestines. Cabbage was readily available throughout the year in rural areas, where vegetables were abundant, but meat was scarce, often reserved for the poultry. However, in the city, discarding old vegetables would lead to Aunt Lu informing the entire Wang'er Mountain community of her wastefulness. After one regrettable incident, she vowed never to repeat it. Retrieving a piece of fried tofu from the basket, which she had purchased 2 days prior, she recalled making cabbage meatballs soup, where the tofu served merely as a side dish, resulting in leftovers. To avoid waste, she decided to fry the remaining tofu today. Since meeting Li He, Zhang Wanting had been liberated from financial burdens and familial troubles, her spirits lifted. Aside from her dedicated studies, her time was now devoted to culinary explorations, even venturing to the school library to seek out recipes. Li He lounged in his chair, observing Zhang Wanting as she hummed the tune of Luyang River while cooking, completely absorbed in her task. Drawing from a lifetime of experience, he believed that Zhang Wanting was truly suited to be a chef, pursuing what she loved. For there was nothing more promising than that. The weather had just turned with a fresh rain, and since early morning, a few white clouds floated across the clear, pale blue sky, resembling white waves cresting upon a vast ocean. It was indeed a rare and splendid day. Li He had set out early to buy groceries, leaving Zhang Wanting feeling somewhat desolate and bored. She thrived in lively environments and the fervor of labor. However, the reality of her current existence, surrounded by books and solitude, was stifling. Perhaps she missed home, her parents, yet who at home would remember her? Suddenly, her thoughts drifted back to Li He, pondering his unique character. his meticulous and profound consideration, and, of course, his loquacious nature. Before they had become close, merely thinking of him would cause her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, as she would chastise herself for dwelling on him, how mortifying it was. Thus, she began to contemplate other people and matters, only to find her mind inevitably returning to him, often comparing him to others. In this way, she naturally recalled their first encounter, the moment he had come to her home during her time of need. Standing quietly behind her, she savored his words, expressions, and gestures. Li He, after purchasing vegetables, noticed a man at the corner of the market with a broken basket containing dogs, presumably for sale. The man wore a tattered felt hat and was clad in an old work uniform. Inside the basket were 5 or 6 adorable puppies, some black and some gray, their fluffy coats eliciting a sense of affection in Li He, who had a profound love for dogs. Whether they were local mutts or Labradors, Li He cherished them all equally. "Brother, are these for sale?" Li He inquired. The man replied, "Indeed they are. Feel free to choose one for just 2 yuan. I assure you it's a fair price." Li He selected a gray puppy with a pointed snout, which had an endearing demeanor, its eyes twinkling with a playful mix of black and brown. Overwhelmed with fondness, Li He insisted on adding an extra 5 yuan, saying, "Good sir, is this an authentic Shandong fine dog? It's not a mere mix, is it?" The man, pleased yet reluctant to accept more money, reminisced, in the past, the noble families would cherish these dogs for hunting rabbits. Once you bring it home and let it circle your dining table 3 times, it will become attached to your household and always return. This dog possesses a certain spirit. Ah, look, it's marking its territory, leaving a scent to familiarize itself with the surroundings. Determined, Li He declared, "Then I shall take another one." These rural dogs, often mixed by sellers, could never compare to the true, historically refined Shandong fine dog. While some might claim that rural dogs possess the lowest intelligence in the world, Li He felt compelled to protest. Breeds like shepherd dogs were merely products of conditioned reflexes, easily trainable but lacking true spirit. He placed the puppies in his vegetable basket and, upon arriving home, called out, "Wife, come and see what I have brought." Zhang Wanting was overjoyed to see the playful puppies wrestling on the floor. "Oh, a dog! How delightful! I always felt something was missing in our home, and it turns out it was a dog. I'll make it a cozy bed," she said as Li He fetched a woven bag from behind the door and filled it with straw in the kitchen. Zhang Wanting snatched it from him, exclaiming, "Let me handle this. I'm quite clumsy with it." They had an old dog at home that followed her closely every time she left. When she had visited the town last year, it had stubbornly trailed her until she had to push it back home. In the afternoon, Zhao Yangqi dropped by. Li He poured him a glass of water and asked, "What brings you here? Is the repair shop not busy?" Zhao Yangqi, like He Fang, had not returned home, as the repair shop was difficult to manage during classes, and they needed to earn more during the summer break. After sipping some cool water and wiping his lips, Zhao Yangqi said, "By the way, your fellow villager is looking for you." "My fellow villager?" Li He inquired, intrigued. Zhao Yangqi produced a slip of paper for himself, which bore a name and an address. Upon seeing it, Li He recognized it as Zha Haixing, who wished to consult him about something. Since Li He had no other plans for the afternoon, he suggested, "Let us take my new bicycle. You ride and lead the way, as I'm not as heavy as you." With a swift motion of his long legs, Zhao Yongqi mounted the bike, and they set off down the road. First, Zhao Yongqi was taken to the maintenance room, and Li He proceeded to locate Zha Haixing according to the given address. The place was not far, situated at Wanya Grave. Amidst a cluster of lowly shanties, Li He knocked on the door. Zha Haixing regarded him with unfamiliarity, sporting a neatly styled haircut, dressed in a somewhat worn blue khaki student uniform, and wearing a pair of meticulously cleaned elastic shoes, exuding an air of simplicity and tidiness. His gaunt visage still bore a youthful innocence as he pointed at Li He and remarked, "Look at you, you seem more spirited. Why are you here during summer vacation instead of going home?" As he spoke, he surveyed the spacious room upstairs, which contained 4 single beds, each adorned with straw mats, beneath which lay only bed slats and straw. It was evident that he was sharing the space with others. Next to each bed were stacked 2 or 3 boxes of varying sizes, but only Zha Haixing's bedside box held a mirror, a teacup, a wooden comb, and a notebook. "Please, have a seat. It's a bit messy." Zha Haixing hurriedly offered a stool and picked up several sheets of manuscripts from the table, saying, "A senior recommended that I submit an article to the newly established China legal system daily, and I would like your advice." Li He chuckled and replied, "I say, my young friend, with so many legal experts around you, isn't it a bit much to seek counsel from an outsider like me? I hardly grasp these matters. Don't your housemates offer you any opinions? Zhang Haixing insisted on handing over the manuscript, asserting, I believe your perspective is clearer than mine. At least I can have a foundation. My classmates all said it was good, but I still want to hear your thoughts. Li He, feeling somewhat helpless, was taken aback merely by the title. Economic law should be an independent branch of law. He skimmed through it, noting the eloquent prose, coherent reasoning, and sound conclusions. Yet he found the language too vehement. Observing Zhang Haixing's eager gaze, he pondered and remarked, from my standpoint, you are clearly writing a critique. Why such harshness at the sophomore level? Furthermore, those you criticize may very well be your professors, seniors, or even future supervisors after job placements. Engaging in such contentious matters now, how will it benefit you later? I suggest adopting a more placid exploratory approach. You are not yet qualified to critique. Even upon graduating, you will only be ready to write papers, and the essence lies in the argument, in clarity and coherence. Zhang Haixing seemed inclined to argue, yet upon reflection, he conceded. That makes sense. Please continue. Li He pulled out a cigarette, lit it without hesitation, and continued. Moreover, legal studies emphasize stability and balance, akin to the traditional eight-legged essays. Why adorn your writing with flowery language, metaphors, and personal impressions that stray from the theme? Additionally, your citations from Soviet legal theory seem debatable. Do they truly align with the current economic realities of China? Your methodology also presents issues. I recommend analyzing from the perspective of Marxist dialectical materialism, not merely Marxist thought. The two are not synonymous. Zhang Haixing was momentarily taken aback and asked, have you really never studied law? Li nodded affirmatively and remarked that he had not formally studied the subject, but had perused some casual literature on the matter. Furthermore, he emphasized the necessity of articulating one's viewpoints clearly, in alignment with the Constitution, noting that the four cardinal principles serve as the overarching guiding ideology of the Constitution, advocating for the socialist system while opposing bourgeois liberalization. Zhang Haixing, feeling somewhat perplexed, interjected that he believed Montesquieu's theories were indeed valid, particularly the notion of separation of powers. Li playfully tapped Zhang Haixing's head, reminding him that Montesquieu, in the spirit of the laws, stated that the Chinese are the most duplicitous and fond of deception among all peoples. Did Zhang Haixing truly believe such a claim? While Li's argument might have seemed somewhat strained, he was disinclined to elaborate further. Observing Zhang Haixing's silence, he continued, stating that ultimately, we possess a socialism with Chinese characteristics. Without this thematic foundation, no matter how eloquently one writes, it would be of no consequence. Whether or not Zhang Haixing chose to heed this was entirely up to him. Feeling disheartened, Zhang Haixing lamented that it was a pity Li was not pursuing law studies. Li pouted, retorting that even his mathematics teacher had expressed regret over his decision not to switch to the mathematics department. As their conversation drew to a close, Li glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. He stood up, declaring his intention to leave, but promised to visit again when time allowed. Zhang Haixing, with courteous insistence, offered to treat him to a meal, noting that it was typically Li who invited him out. Who says I'm treating? I certainly won't be left out, he quipped. Just as a man in his 30s entered, dressed in a pristine white shirt with a prominent forehead. Haixing, are you treating? That is splendid. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Haixing smiled and introduced him to Li. Li Gu, this is my senior, also surnamed Li, Li Ruogu, who will obtain his master's degree in law by the year's end. He'll be going to Princeton University once he receives his degree. Li Ruogu chimed in with a grin, explaining that the name translated into Chinese as, and humorously added that foreigners often had peculiar names, Newton, Macedon, and now this Princeton. Li had grown somewhat indifferent to the presence of notable figures, recognizing them as foundational pillars in various fields, industry giants, including this individual, who held a significant position in the banking sector. Indeed, many of his classmates later became lifelong professors in the United States. Isn't Princeton the same institution that Young Wang Yu attends? Li mused, pleased at the prospect of forming new connections. Let us go. I'll treat you both. Haixing, lead the way. Where shall we dine? They ventured into a discreet alley where Zhang Haixing greeted the restaurant owner and promptly found a table, inviting the two to sit down. Here is the menu. You two can order for yourselves. Li Ruogu politely declined, insisting that their guests should choose the dishes. Without glancing at the menu, Li addressed the restaurant owner directly, requesting the main courses, braised pork, boiled fish, and a cucumber salad. What fine beverages do you have? Let me see, he added, turning to the two men. Do you both wish to add anything? Both shook their heads, indicating that they had enough. The restaurant owner smiled and said, Gentlemen, I have Songliel beer from the Changchun brewery. If you order a few more dishes, I can sell you a case. Zhang Haixing inquired, how much per bottle? The owner raised 3 fingers. I'll give you a good deal, 30 cents a bottle. Li Ruoga remarked, you, the owner, are charging too much, aren't you? Other places sell it for 23 cents. The owner chuckled, but at the grocery store, even a bowl of chilled beer costs 20 cents. I'm offering you a whole bottle. Li He understood that this was indeed a scarce commodity, yet he found it somewhat unbearable to drink strong liquor in the summer. He waved his hand and said, just bring it over. Let us enjoy it first. When the beer arrived, Li He used his chopsticks to pop the cap off with a crisp sound, letting it fall to the floor. Each person had a bottle of beer placed before them. Let us drink first and wait for the dishes. This elegant gesture left the 2 others astonished. As the 3 dined and chatted, they engaged in the current topics of the day. Zhang Haixing had a decent capacity for alcohol and downed a bowl in one go, saying, Gu gu, you're going abroad soon. Who knows when we'll meet again? Li Ruoga replied with a smile, it's not as if I want to return. My family is all here. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Li raised his bowl, brother, your words are truly wise. Home is best. Li Ruogu politely clinked his bowl with Li He's, then turned to Zhang Haixing. You, my boy, are quite perceptive. Opportunities will come your way. So don't overthink things. You're still young, and the road ahead is long. Don't be overly sentimental. Indeed, he should study literature instead of law. Trying to act like a scholar, Li He continued in agreement with Li Ruogu. Zhang Haixing, feeling indignant, retorted, you 2 always treat me like a child. I'm an adult now. Seeing his sulking demeanor, which was unmistakably childish, the 2 burst into laughter. Li Ruoga suddenly asked, have you finished the article I asked you to write? The editor is a classmate of mine. As long as it's decent, it will pass. The newspaper under the Ministry of Justice will offer you exposure, which will be beneficial in the future. If I weren't leaving for abroad soon, I wouldn't have saved this opportunity for you. The key is, the remuneration is quite generous. Zhang Haixing glanced at Li He, and seeing no objections, he shared Li He's thoughts regarding the manuscript. I think I can revise it according to Brother Li's ideas, and it should be nearly perfect. Li Ruogo looked at Li He, surprised by this clarity of thought and logical reasoning. Even an ordinary law student would not possess such unique insights. Taking a sip of his drink, he said, Brother Li, you truly enlighten me, especially with your perspective on Soviet jurisprudence. I used to sense issues in the jurisprudence syllabus, but could not articulate them. Class struggle as the guiding principle is a common flaw in Soviet textbooks, from which we have drawn considerable influence, yet it has become increasingly out of touch with contemporary realities. Li chuckled, observing that the outsider often sees more clearly. Moreover, the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee explicitly shifted the focus from class struggle to economic development as the central ideological line. I merely echo the sentiments of others. There is no need for your exaggeration. With deep camaraderie, the 3 friends indulged in their drinks, each possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol. They finished a case of beer, still craving more. Li called the proprietor for another case. The owner hesitated, stating that they were out of beer and suggested a bottle of white liquor instead. Li, preferring not to mix drinks, pulled out a 10 yuan note, declaring that no change was necessary, and requested another case. The owner, visibly pleased, accepted the money and brought over the beer, saying, here's a plate of spiced peanuts on the house. Li Ruogu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, brother, you shouldn't have gone to such expense. Li then opened another bottle of beer for each, stating, money comes and goes. I don't send my monthly stipend back home, and I have plenty of funds on hand, so there's no need for such formality. Ruogu, he is well off. There is no need for embarrassment. I've grown accustomed to this. Zhang Haixing seemed to recall something, saying, I read in the newspaper yesterday about the large military exercise in North China, with Comrade Xiaoping presiding over the review. Could it be that war is looming again? Didn't the Vietnam counteroffensive war conclude? Li Ruogu, contemplating his impending departure abroad, worried about potential shifts in Sino-American relations, fearing his excitement might be in vain. Indeed, we are apprehensive that disputes might hinder economic development, he mused. Li, brimming with confidence, asserted, for at least the next 50 years, China will refrain from military action. The Americans were thoroughly embarrassed in the Korean battlefield. They might not accept it easily. Yet, they suffered greatly in Vietnam, losing 300,000 troops before retreating in disgrace. Subsequently, we decisively dealt with the Vietnamese as a means of avenging the Americans, signaling our solidarity. At the same time, we remind them that the Chinese are not to be trifled with. The Americans, engaged in an arms race with the Soviets, are naturally inclined to court China. Thus, we find ourselves in a genuine honeymoon period between China and the United States. Your talents would be wasted if you did not pursue military commentary. Your insights are astute, Li Ruogu remarked, slightly tipsy and adopting a youthful bravado. Both the Soviets and the Americans seemed to believe that their contributions to the anti-Japanese efforts were paramount, as if without them, the Chinese would face annihilation. They previously treated the Chinese with disdain, viewing them as soft targets. The Korean War, the Sino-Indian War, the counteroffensive at Jinbao Island, and the Vietnam counteroffensive all serve as reminders to these foreign devils that we can drive the Japanese into the Pacific to feed the turtles, given time. It is merely the incompetence of the reactionaries that is truly lamentable. Li was taken aback. While he merely offered afterthoughts, Li Ruogu adeptly analyzed the historical context, showcasing his brilliance. He was increasingly sincere in his interactions, as several individuals passed drinks back and forth, growing ever more carefree in their revelry. Li Ruogu patted Li He on the shoulder and remarked, "I acknowledge you as my brother. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed boasting so heartily." The drinking session continued until 7 or 8 o'clock, after which the three reluctantly parted ways. Li He, supporting his bicycle, ventured out of the dimly lit village, only daring to ride under the glow of the streetlights. Navigating along the road, he nearly lost his way in the obscurity. Upon arriving home, he knocked on the door, and Zhang Wanting opened it. Seeing the slightly inebriated Li He, she asked, "Why are you out so late? Let me pour you a glass of water." Upon entering, Li He noticed the already cold dishes and 2 empty bowls set on the table, realizing that Zhang Wanting had not yet dined. A wave of guilt washed over him as he said, "I'm sorry, I will definitely inform you in advance next time." The morning arrived, and Li He purchased groceries before heading to the postal office and bookshop to collect 2 newspapers, one from the People's Daily and the other from Xinhua Daily, both prominently reporting on China's victory over the RB team in the World Cup Asian qualifiers. At this time, the newspaper had only 4 pages, yet it allocated an entire page to highlight this achievement, reflecting the excitement of China's re-emergence in the world of sports. The 1982 World Cup was frequently mentioned during banquets, as it marked the first lesson China learned in football, being the first match many Chinese people had ever watched, ending in a sense of regret. The AFC's unreasonable scheduling was undeniable. After completing all their matches, the New Zealand team still had 2 games remaining against Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. In the match against Kuwait had already qualified, but fortunately, the 2 teams drew. Otherwise, in the final match, Saudi Arabia might have deliberately let New Zealand win, leaving China without even a chance for the playoffs. Indeed, Saudi Arabia intentionally lost to New Zealand, conspiring against the Chinese team, who unexpectedly found themselves out of the running for the playoffs, unacquainted with the rules and even the concept of a home game, ultimately suffering an unjust defeat to New Zealand and departing in bitterness. That year's Asian qualifiers were won by Kuwait, and the prevailing sentiment was that since China had previously beaten Kuwait, many believed in the strength of the Chinese team. As the doors of the nation opened and the era of ideological liberation dawned, the fervent desire of the Chinese people for global recognition made sports competition the first breakthrough. In a fleeting moment, Li He felt as though he grasped something elusive, yet he could not quite recall what it was. Upon returning home, he tossed the basket of groceries onto the floor and rummaged through the house for pen and paper. He began jotting down notes, recalling that West Germany, France, Italy, and Poland had advanced to the semifinals. However, who was the champion team? Names like Maradona, Rossi, Schumacher, Gyrus, and Fischer flowed onto the paper in a continuous stream. Zhang Wanting entered the room and inquired, "What are you writing?" "The garbage pit is overflowing, and refuse has blown to our doorstep. Why hasn't anyone come to collect it?" At this moment, managing waste has become remarkably simple. A refuse pit has been constructed in a residential area, yet it seems to have exacerbated the situation, with garbage accumulating all around. If more refuse is added, it will hinder pedestrian movement, prompting the eventual arrival of waste collectors. This open waste collection zone becomes a veritable river of sewage during the winter and summer months, whilst in the spring and autumn, refuse is scattered by the wind. Li He can only exert additional effort to keep his threshold tidy. Otherwise, he finds himself at a loss. Zhang Wanting has retreated to her books, while Li He remains lost in thought, ultimately reduced to a bitter smile, as the years have rendered his memories unreliable. His pen circles the name Rossi repeatedly. Finally, with a firm resolve, he settles on Rossi, the Ballon d'Or winner from Italy. The more Li He ponders, the more convinced he becomes of the Italian association. A gambler's instinct takes hold of him, to bet or not to bet. Yet, all the scores and odds have slipped from his mind entirely. If he were to merely speculate on the outcome, the European odds, whether from Williams or Pinnacle, would hardly yield significant returns unless there were a stark disparity in team strength, which would then produce considerable odds. Among the teams, only Poland appears to be an underdog. But how the group stages are structured remains a mystery. Even with instant updates from the radio or television, placing a bet via phone is unfeasible. Enlisting the help of Li Ruogu or Wang Yu to place a bet in America seems equally unreliable, as they are earnest students who lack understanding of the intricacies involved. With a resigned shake of his head, Li He watches his grand scheme for wealth crumble, retreating once more to his chair at the entrance, sighing deeply. Presently, maintaining the status quo does not render his life unbearable, yet he realizes he is unable to refrain from pursuing his ambitions. His goal transcends mere financial gain. He yearns to gauge his own capabilities. In other words, his ambition is expanding infinitely, propelling him forward without caution. In this era, remaining stagnant equates to regression. For while he remains idle, others are relentlessly advancing. One day, when they all reconvene, he must not mistake their success for ostentation. What may seem like flaunting wealth is merely the commonplace existence within their realm. Li has gained profound insight over 2 lifetimes. Su Ming's sister, Su Xiaomei, is currently sprawled over the table in the main room, seeking Zhang Wanting's assistance in her English studies. This girl, of similar age to the youngest in her family, is now in her first year of junior high and possesses a keen intellect. Encouraged by Li He, Zhang Wanting continues her English studies, building upon her high school foundation and merely expanding her vocabulary. Lacking a textbook, she has taken to an English edition of A Tale of Two Cities, reciting a chapter each morning. This book, which reflects the oppression and exploitation of capitalism, is readily available in foreign bookstores. The paperback edition consists of 334 pages and 45 chapters, and Zhang Wanting has managed to memorize a substantial portion over the course of a year. Her English compositions are now authentic and concise, with sentences of varying lengths that are appropriate, leaving Li He unable to find fault. Li and Zhang Wanting were naturally taken aback, quickly inquiring how she accomplished it. Zhang Wanting, with a hint of arrogance, replied that reciting in English a few times leads to an innate sense of the language, and that grammar is of little concern. However, she lamented that Russian was an entirely different beast, with its noun cases and verb conjugations. Despite her extensive study, she still struggled to compose a satisfactory essay. Which is simpler, I wonder? Consequently, Li was no longer anxious about Zhang Wanting leading others astray, as Su Xiaomei was diligently following her, reciting the first-year curriculum. Occasionally, when encountering unfamiliar words, she would pose a few questions. Having grown closer, Su Xiaomei and Zhang Wanting exchanged laughter and chatter. Su Xiaomei recounted, "My mother asked me to do the laundry this morning, but I feigned reading. Then she said, 'What use is studying? Look at that girl Zhao next door. She didn't study and still earns 38 yuan a month. How wonderful that must be.' I retorted, 'Then I won't study either.' My mother scolded, 'Try saying that again.' I wasn't afraid of her and insisted I didn't want to study anymore. Guess what my mother said?" Zhang Wanting, intrigued, inquired, "What did your mother say? So you're not going to study?" With her hands on her hips, Su Xiaomei mimicked her mother's tone and posture, saying, "You little rascal, your father and I toil away to support your education, and if you don't study, just wait until I give you a good beating." Zhang Wanting doubled over in laughter, feeling a twinge of envy towards Su Xiaomei. If only her own mother were as open-minded, she would willingly endure anything for that. "Luani is fond of you, so just focus on your studies." It's akin to her incessantly chiding at home while rarely venturing out. When she does, she begins her tirade about the dangers beyond the door, never knowing when to return. Such maternal figures often serve to shatter one's worldview. As noon approached, noticing Li He lying silently on the lounge chair, Zhang Wanting kindly prepared a pot of tea. "Why do you seem so glum? No one bothered you this morning, did they? What is the matter?" Li He replied wearily, "I had envisioned a grand scheme for wealth, only to realize it was nothing but a daydream. Isn't it just a case of misplaced joy? You're merely a money grubber. Where do we have such extravagant spending habits?" "Enough is enough," Zhang Wanting softly retorted. "Those jars in the yard are filled to the brim with money. You ought to learn to be content." Li He sighed, "How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan?" Zhang Wanting, exasperated, pinched him and took away the prepared tea. "With such aspirations, you might as well skip lunch. And this tea, you shan't drink." Li longed to respond with a dismissive glance, yet his stomach audibly protested. its grumble piercing the silence and resonating clearly in Zhang Wanting's ears. Her laughter grew more triumphant as she quipped, "Your stomach is far more honest than you." As they pondered the impending start of classes the following morning, both prepared to enter their third year. They decided to indulge in a delightful meal that evening. Alas, the return to classes means we shall see less of each other, Zhang Wanting remarked to Li He, literally. The affection we share, this heartfelt sentiment, is known to heaven and earth, to you and me, and even to the spirits and all beings who bear witness to our bond. Whether in life or death, in this existence or the next, I shall forever remain yours. Such words filled Li He with emotion. However, the manner of expression made him clutch his head in exasperation. Zhang Wanting, could you please speak plainly? I no longer love you. I no longer want you. What's wrong with the way I speak? Have you begun to find me distasteful? Zhang Wanting exclaimed, covering her face with her hands and feigning a dramatic cry. Tell me this isn't true. You're deceiving me. Li let out a long sigh. Oh heavens. Please, just knock me out. Zhang Wanting hurriedly replied, how could I possibly knock you out? Are you feeling dizzy? Have you caught a fever? You can hit me, scold me, but please, do not ignore me. Your silence is driving me to distraction. Li found himself both amused and exasperated. You are far too engrossed in your Chongyo novels. Do you require medication? Aren't you supposed to be studying? Where do you find the time for such distractions? Zhang Wanting retorted, how dull. You're not being cooperative at all. I merely read them occasionally for amusement. What is the harm? Don't you, yourself, indulge daily in novels of strange tales and ghost stories? That day, after dusk, the rain resumed its relentless fall. The door of the kitchen stood wide open, and raindrops the size of beans pelted the muddy ground outside, splattering droplets that soaked the two wooden door panels. The torrential downpour continued unabated, intermittently cascading throughout the night. Upon waking, the two enjoyed breakfast together. Li He rode his bicycle, escorting Zhang Wanting to the entrance of the Foreign Languages College. As he dismounted, she advised in a gentle tone, when you return to the dormitory, you ought to wash your clothes and get a haircut. You are such a lazybones. Upon entering the classroom, it was a cacophony of excitement, with everyone gathering to invite Jiang Aigua and Zhao Qing for a meal and to share cigarettes. Li He inquired of his classmate Chen Shua beside him, what is happening? Chen Shua, looking disheartened, replied, what else? They have been selected for the study abroad opportunity, only those two from our class. Noticing the sour expression on Chen Shua's face, Li He patted him on the shoulder. If you genuinely wish to go abroad, your turn will come eventually. You're only in your third year. Why the rush? Gao Aigua chimed in, exactly. What are you so anxious about? By academic standing, you indeed fall short of their achievements. Mention of grades made Chen Shua's face flush with embarrassment. All right, I understand. You two needn't worry so much. Jiang Aigua returned to his seat in the back row, and Li He chuckled, not bad, Comrade Jiang, infiltrating the stronghold of American imperialism from the great capital. Prepare to lie in wait for 18 years within the enemy camp, but be wary of the sugar-coated bullets. In the realm of banter, Jiang Aigua was equally adept, confidently declaring, the great leader taught us that American imperialism is but a paper tiger. I have prepared a box of matches. Allow me to eradicate them. I shall scatter the seeds of revolution throughout America. He Fang laughed. Do tone it down. Be careful not to lose your composure. The entire class erupted in laughter. At that moment, the prospect of studying abroad was indeed a prestigious affair, a turning point that could alter one's destiny. Though some later express regret over going abroad, while others lament their decision to stay. The sentiment of regret fundamentally arises from a comparison between domestic and foreign experiences, yet it is predominantly influenced by personal circumstances. Many often feel this way. When driving, as soon as one transitions from the slow lane to the fast lane, the once flourishing fast lane invariably slows down. And should one revert to the slow lane, it too will decelerate. This mirrors the metaphor of a besieged city, where those within yearn to escape, while those outside long to enter. During class, Chen Shua was scribbling notes. Li He quietly inquired, do you aspire to be a writer? Indeed, Chen replied. To achieve fame and fortune, such bourgeois aspirations are to be avoided. Li couldn't suppress his thoughts, expressing aloud what he felt. Nonetheless, he spoke with a smile. Unexpectedly. Chen sighed, but I can't even dream of it. Don't you know? I am wholly intent on going abroad. Writing these thoughts is indeed futile. Li encouraged him. Don't say that. Dreams are essential. What if they come true? Chen earnestly replied, when I was a child, my teacher asked about our dreams. I declared I wanted to be a novelist and write many books. Li's eyes widened in surprise, and he nodded slightly, saying, then keep striving. Isn't it just about becoming a writer? Chen shook his head. No, writing can only be a hobby. I wish to go abroad. I seek to explore new horizons and witness a broader world. Noticing the teacher had directed attention to the students, Li could no longer speak. He wrote down, "Pursue what you desire and live the life you wish to lead." This is the aspiration of every individual. In truth, any way of living is a personal choice, as long as it stems from the heart, resulting in a life lived comfortably and satisfactorily. This is what one may call happiness. Over a month later, Zhang Wanting and Zhao Qing finalized their visas and preparations. On the eve of their departure, Li hosted a farewell dinner at the old Li family restaurant, where 2 tables were crowded with students, both male and female. Li raised his glass and proclaimed, without further ado, "I wish you both a smooth journey and a bright future." Zhang Wanting drained his glass, smiling, "Finally, some kind words from you. That is truly rare." Zhao Qing, not one to be delicate, also downed her drink. "Thank you." The atmosphere at the table grew lively as a dozen people took turns toasting Zhang Wanting and Zhao Qing. They graciously accepted all toasts. He Fang, concerned for Zhao Qing, remarked, "That's enough for you. Zhao Qing, let others drink with Zhang Wanting." Zhang Wanting, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "So it seems I'm not human, and you think I won't survive this?" In the autumn of the capital, the vibrant leaves reached their peak. The deep autumn foliage blazed like clusters of fiery red flames. After the frost, the leaves became even more striking amidst the fading flowers of the season. Li He awoke early and, accompanied by a group of classmates, escorted Zhang Wanting and Zhao Qing to the bus station, admiring the few colorful trees lining the road, feeling their beauty profoundly. As the two boarded the bus, they waved their hands continuously, gradually receding into the distance. A few girls, lost in thought, could not help but shed tears. Li He felt a subtle sense of oppression. Perhaps they would return, and they would have another chance to meet. Perhaps they would not return, and it was possible they would never see each other again. Of course, no one was so indispensable that life could not go on without them. Everyone would continue with their own affairs as usual. The temperature was dropping steadily, prompting Li He to don a pair of gloves as he rode his bicycle, heading to the Foreign Languages College to pick up Zhang Wanting, as per his routine. The streets were imbued with a coldness that forced pedestrians to retreat homeward early, rendering the once bustling thoroughfares eerily silent. Zhang Wanting, seated in the back of the bicycle, remained sullen and reticent. Li He turned to inquire if she was feeling unwell and suggested a visit to the hospital. Zhang Wanting managed a forced smile, replying that she was merely cold and urged him to hurry home. Upon their arrival, the market had already closed, and Zhang Wanting, distracted, began preparing some dumplings, nearly letting the flames in the stove spill over. Observing this, Li He hurriedly used the tongs to adjust the fire, anxiously asking what was wrong, urging her to share her troubles, assuring her that he was there for her. As Zhang Wanting noticed the water in the pot boiling, she busied herself adding the dumplings, stirring incessantly with the spatula. Perhaps it was the weather that had cast a shadow over her mood. She reassured him that everything would be fine by tomorrow. The two shared a casual meal, and seeing that Zhang Wanting was preoccupied, Li He refrained from teasing her, instead helping to prepare a basin of water. They soon retired to bed. Zhang Wanting sat on the edge of the bed, unable to sleep, watching Li He drift off peacefully, unsure of how to express herself. She pondered for a while before finally summoning the courage to wake him. "Li He, I need to talk to you about something. Can it wait until tomorrow?" he mumbled, still caught in the embrace of slumber. "I want to go abroad," Zhang Wanting declared, resolutely. "Oh," Li He replied instinctively, still groggy. "I said I want to go abroad," she reiterated, biting her lip. "What? Go abroad?" Li He sprang upright, turning on the light and staring at Zhang Wanting, perched at the head of the bed. "You can't be awake yet. What nonsense are you talking about? Sleep. Hurry up and sleep."